Chapter 101. Against the fierce Snake King, Suemo looked particularly petite. With a hook of her finger, the boning knife reappeared in her palm. Suemo slightly pressed her upper body, held the knife horizontally in front of her, and finally set her eyes on the Snake King. There was no point in dodging. Swish, swish, it was like sparks flying everywhere. Sumo's knife resisted the snake's tail. The blade and the scales scraped against each other, but Suemo's seemed to be better. White marks appeared on the snake's scales. The boning knife, which was filled with Sumo's power, was pulled down fiercely by her. When the snake's tail followed the force, the blade reversed and stabbed upward. The tip directly pierced into the flesh of the Snake King along the gap of the snake's scales. The Snake King's cry came to Sumo's ears. The twisting force became stronger and stronger. Suemo stood still, but his footsteps were forced to retreat. His shoulders sank, and Suemo almost knelt on the ground. His ground was stable, his teeth were clenched, and his face was a little pale. This snake had almost no flaws in attack and defense. Seeing that the opponent directly suppressed him with his own weight, Suemo had to draw his sword and retreat. Along with it, several blood-stained snake scales flew out. The emerald green snake scales felt cold and very beautiful. The flesh and blood at the exposed wounds were wriggling, and the wounds closed in an instant. Although new snake scales did not grow, this small injury did not have any effect on the Snake King at all. His arms were a little sore, and Suemo moved them. The clothes on his shoulders were torn by the snake's scales, and a large area of bruises could be seen. Fighting the opponent head-on was not without cost. Holding his breath, as Suemo continued to maneuver with the Snake King, Lu Xinglan looked at the man in front of him with eagle-like eyes. "A small arrest operation is actually worth your personal involvement?" As he asked, above Lu Xinglan's head, the ice spikes formed a sky curtain, blocking the light. But if you look closely, under the dim light, many transparent silk threads flickered. The ice spikes were silent, and the silk threads were entangled. Aren't you also a little woman, worthy of your personal warning?" The man curled his lips and teased. The intimate attitude seemed like they were brothers. In fact, Lu Xinglan knew the other party, and it can be said that the two grew up together since childhood. The difference is that he is free, while the other party is specially trained by the Feng family. Assassin, hunter, scavenger. The other party has too many nicknames. No matter how outsiders define him, he always smiles like a gentleman. But Lu Xinglan knows how perverted and dangerous this gentleman's appearance is. At this moment, the two have exchanged many moves. In fact, before he used his hidden power, he was almost on par with the opponent. This means that the delaying tactic was successful. "By the way, the lady asked me to bring a message to you, Captain Lu," she said. "If you go back now, and let go of everything here, she can forgive you, and you will still be her brother Xinglan. If not..." The follow-up words were not said, but Lu Xinglan knew it. Feng Miao, the only daughter of the city lord of base number 8, grew up in those conspiracies and calculations since childhood. How could she be really harmless? Like when Rougeau in front of him, they are all good at disguise. It's just that Feng Miao never used the sharp side to target him before, so he had never seen what Feng Miao looked like when he really took action. And now, it was just Suemo who made Feng Miao send when Rougeau. Lu Xinglan knew that the other party would never give up. "No one can stop me, Lu Xinglan, from doing what I want to do." Lu Xinglan's voice was flat. The Lu family and the Feng family can be said to be old friends, but many years ago, his parents had an accident when they were on a mission and never came back. He was the only one left. The friendship between the two families is still there, but it does not mean that he, Lu Xinglan, will obey the orders of the Feng family. Even the city lord would not dare to talk to him like this. You and the young lady guessed the same. Not long after I left the city, the young lady sent a message, saying that if I follow you, Captain Lu, I will definitely find the target. Look, how well the young lady knows you. I am really jealous. Speaking of which, when Rougeau is a few years older than Lu Xinglan, and with that kind of elegant demeanor, he seems more mature." At this moment, when Rougeau tilted his head and looked at Lu Xinglan, in his raised hand, there were several transparent silk threads hanging. "I can't kill you, but you can't get rid of me. Captain Lu, I can continue to talk with you, but don't you want to know what's going on in that camp now? Miss, all you want is that Suemo, but Xinglan, you should know me." Licking his lips, Lu Xinglan felt only madness when he put erotic movements on Wen Rougeau. Of course he knew Wen Rougeau. This executioner of the Feng family would not leave any living creatures wherever he went. He was not forced to perform these tasks, but Wen Rougeau himself was a murderer. Fighting and bleeding are rewards, joy and pleasure for Wenruzhou. You may have underestimated her. Or do you think that the woman Lu Xinglan is a simple person? Otherwise, someone should have come to inform you that the mission is completed and you can retreat, right? He was not shaken by Wenruzhou's words. Lu Xinglan just stood there. Also, you said the opposite. I don't want to get rid of you. I'm here, so don't think about crossing over. Beneath the resounding words, there was a faint smile on Wenruzhou's face. But in his pupils, there was danger and anger rolling. You really deserve to die, Lu Xinglan. With a faint sigh, Lu Xinglan closed his eyes slightly, and did not answer. The tense atmosphere was brewing, making the people in the dark dare not move at all. As expected, no one can intervene in the fight between these two. At the same time, in the camp, the people who were guarding the cave entrance were under a little more pressure. Even with Do Ding, there were only 5 people left here. Wang Qing and Uncle Wolf had just awakened, and their ability to fight continuously was not strong. Although Xie Yang and Qi Ling had experienced many battles, they were not invincible. The flames formed a wall, giving people a moment of respite. Xie Yang wiped his sweat. His face was a little weak. Qi Ling, who was holding the wall, had one arm trembling. Is Su Mo okay? Uncle Wolf asked, panting, and several people saw her rushing in. But until now, Su Mo has not come back. Even if we die, she will not die. Qi Ling smiled, and his handsome face was arrogant. He was used to fighting life and death. In Qi Ling's view, his end was that one day, he would die in a place where no one knew. But now, standing here, facing these people, he actually felt a kind of regret. If I die like this today, it would be a big loss. After all, I haven't eaten the snake soup that Su Mo promised me yet. What is that? Wang Qing's voice was a little hurried. When they looked up, they saw that the river water not far away had broken the embankment and was pouring back into the basin. Chapter 102. The rolling river water arrived in an instant. The majesty of nature is hard for humans to resist. But when the river water swept through the camp, Wang Qing was surprised to find that they were safe and sound. Not only that, even the ground was still dry. Even the burning flames had not been extinguished. What the hell is this? Who knows? What the hell? After the initial panic, the enemy also found that those were all illusions. Mu Yuyu. It was Qi Ling who said this name. Illusion, everything in front of them was done by illusion. And among the people they knew, only Mu Yuyu had this strange ability. Are they here too? I think they are here to help. Shi Qing reacted quickly, and gave orders directly. Since Wang Qing and Uncle Wolf became ability users in the camp, Shi Yin has now completely given up the position of leader. Shi Qing, on the other hand, did a lot of things in places that Su Mo couldn't take care of. Everyone believed in him. Therefore, when the enemy was still confused, they rushed forward. The concentrated power directly crushed an enemy. The green snakes hiding around seemed to be in greater danger, hissing anxiously, and did not attack again. It seems that Su Mo is making good progress. Qi Ling's always unruly face also showed joy. It seems that Su Mo suppressed those people. In the forest, the light danced and the trees exploded. Under the attack of the Snake King, Su Mo coped well. So far, Su Mo has a lot of wounds on his body. But the Snake King is not feeling well either. The scales on the body were removed by the boning knife. That knife was very strange. As long as it found a flaw, it would directly reduce its defense. The beastman hiding in the dark looked at Su Mo still confronting the Snake King, and was a little worried. He had never encountered such an opponent. As the master of the Snake King, he knew very well that his beast was exhausted. If this continued, the woman would definitely win. But the boss said that this woman must be caught. In this case, a cruel look appeared in the man's eyes. He picked up a leaf and put it to his lips. A rapid tone appeared, which made people feel irritated. Su Mo saw that the snake suddenly paused, and then swung its body anxiously. The eyes turned red, and the brutality inside became even worse. Furious state? This word appeared in Su Mo's mind. The strange tone seemed to completely wipe out the intelligence of the Snake King. The body that rushed straight at him looked particularly powerful. Su Mo kept jumping and dodging in the forest, and all the trees behind him were knocked away. There were roars everywhere, and the scene was very intense. Su Mo had no intention of fighting the opponent head-on at this time. Instead, he took advantage of the terrain in the forest like walking a dog and kept making detours. Damn it. Seeing the scene, the beastman was a little irritable. The tune he played would stimulate the nerves of the beasts and make them enter a violent state. But this state is not continuous. 5 minutes. This is his limit. At this moment, The beast man, holding the tree beside him, his arms were a little weak. The tomb was plagued with his ability, and his strength was almost drained. If that woman could come to him now. I guess if I touch myself lightly I will. What will I do? The thought suddenly stopped in my mind, and the beast man felt that his neck was a little itchy. He couldn't help but scratch it. The stinging feeling was obvious, and even a little wet. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but found that a gurgling sound came out of his throat. It was like breaking the wind. In front of him, the Snake King was coming towards him. The violent posture did not change. The killing intent was strong. The eyes were staring at me. Does this beast want to betray me? No, no. It was looking behind me. You just found out? The voice, like a feather, floated in my heart. The beast man's body was stiff. He saw the bright red on the finger he took off. He also felt that his vitality began to escape from his throat. That woman, I don't know when she came behind me. Then, a knife cut her throat. This was Sumo's gift to her. Holding the other party's body, Sumo leaned close to the other party's ear. Remember not to expose your weaknesses in such a place next time. After opening the big power, she fell into extreme weakness. This is somewhat similar to her spiritual sea ability. But she knows the limit, and this person seems to be sure that the Snake King will kill her. Standing here carelessly, how can she let the other party down? Use force on the arm. The body of the beast man flew directly to the Snake King. Losing the control of the master, the Snake King seemed to be in chaos. The tail whipped around fiercely, and blood spit out of his mouth. When the body of his master was thrown in front of him, the Snake King actually opened his bloody mouth and swallowed the beast man. After a gurgling sound, the vertical pupil of the Snake King became clearer. Then it looked at Sumo again. When Sumo thought that the other party still wanted to fight, he saw that the other party slowly lowered his head. The huge head lay on the ground, as if showing its sincerity. After being in contact with humans for a long time, as a fierce beast, it was also infected with human cunning. The abdomen bulged, and a head was placed in front of Sumo. It was that beast man. A pledge of allegiance? Looking at the wounds on the Snake King, Sumo's expression did not waver. And the answer to the Snake King was the knife raised by Sumo. A knife stabbed into the 7-inch point. The master died, and the Snake King who was attacked by the backlash had long lost his ability to fight. In exhaustion, it twisted its body, trying to strangle Sumo to death. But when the blade went around its body, the Snake King was split into two. The corpse was thrown into space by Sumo. She was also greedy for snake soup. Ahem. Sumo, panting, coughed after dealing with these things. The fingertips were scarlet. It was not easy for her to fight with this thing. She looked deeper. Lu Xingwan had not appeared there. After thinking about it, Sumo did not go over. She would not go to kill someone who could stop Lu Xingwan. Walking directly to the camp, Sumo found that the situation in the camp was almost under control. Mu Yuyu's appearance was beyond Sumo's expectation. The other party gathered in the camp with their hands on their hips, followed by several people from the Qingmu camp. What are you looking at? I just don't want my hometown to be demolished. While muttering, Mu Yuyu's illusion cooperated with everyone to play with those enemies in the palm of his hand. Many people died, and the camp was full of blood. But when the last person fell at Sumo's feet, cheers came from behind. The crisis is over. Smiles were on everyone's faces, very bright. Hee hee. Deep in the forest, the shouts of the people in the rock camp could be vaguely heard. When Rougeau glanced at the communicator, there were only 1 or 2 people left who were still reporting to him. With just these few people, it was impossible to complete the mission. Chapter 103. You lost? A faint smile appeared on Lu Xingwan's cold face. TSK, I lost? When Rougeau raised his hands and surrendered. But facing Wen Rougeau's willing attitude, Lu Xingwan's face became serious again. What else did you do? Haha, Xingwan, I can only say that you are worthy of it, and you still understand me. Facing Lu Xingwan's questioning, Wen Rougeau laughed. As he laughed, tears appeared in the corners of his eyes. He wiped them away, his eyes were bright, and his tone was excited. Miss said, if we can't catch him then, it's completely ruined. But if you're here, I definitely can't do anything. So, I actually called a helper for me. He should be here. So now, what should you choose? Still stay here with me, or hurry to that camp. Maybe we can still catch up. Behind the frivolous words, there is deep malice. Looking at Wen Rougeau, Lu Xingwan quickly turned around and left. Heh! Miss, it seems that he has made a choice. Who would have thought that Lu Xingwan, who was born in the base and expected by countless people, would choose such a broken camp? It doesn't matter. Behind Wen Ruzhou, Feng Miao actually walked out. In a white dress, she looked like a fairy in the forest. The gentle smile is still there, and the holiness is rippling in her eyes. Just treat this as a favor to those people. As for Lu Xingwan, Brother Ruzhou, you know me well. Wen Ruzhou bowed slightly in the vague words. Listen to your lady, let's go back. Anyway, he doesn't need to intervene in the following matters. Okay. Feng Miao didn't mean to stay for long. His eyes plundered the direction of the Shurian camp, and the smile in Feng Miao's eyes was arrogant. Su Imo, if you can survive this time, then I can admit that you are my opponent. In the camp, some people in the cave have come out because of cheers. Looking at the dilapidated site, everyone was not panicked. It's normal. After all, this is how they came to the camp. Little Doubting walked in the crowd. His little face was always tense. No one noticed that Doubting's heartbeat was very fast. His eyes seemed to see through the void and look at the unknown place. And there, darkness was like a shadow. Sister Su. He walked to Sumo's side, grabbed Sumo's arm and shouted. Well, what's wrong? Su Imo lowered her head, the smile in her eyes reassuring. But when she saw the little boy's expression clearly, the smile on Sumo's face suddenly faded. The big and the small looked at each other, and Su Imo understood the meaning conveyed. Go back. She suddenly rushed out, pulled up Dr. Zhang who was treating the wound of the injured, and pushed him hard into the cave. It was too late. Su Imo didn't care about hurting Antli, and kicked her directly. Fortunately, Qi Ling reacted quickly and caught Antli. What's wrong? Antli didn't complain at all about Sumo's attack on her. Su Imo had a reason for everything he did. Go back. Bang. As she screamed, she heard a familiar gunshot. It was the sniper rifle on the high-rise building that time. She saw a pink bullet streaking through space, but this time, the target was not herself. It was the deep forest in front. The sniper was just above the cave. Su Imo looked up, and all she saw were hideous rocks and some trees. She couldn't see where the man was. Although she didn't know why the man helped, Su Imo couldn't care less at this moment. No matter what happens, don't come out. Her voice was unusually flustered. The hand holding the knife was shaking a little. The sea of spirituality had already been opened. In the dense green, the red light spot that was enough to blind her eyes was too eye-catching. It was the enemy. An enemy so powerful that her spiritual power was trembling. On the mountain wall, Wu Zixiao, who had just found a good position, was a little depressed. Hey, he's not here to kill us, is he? No, he doesn't have the guts to do that. Oh, I see, he wants to destroy this camp too. While answering his own questions, Wu Zixiao's brows were furrowed, with some worry in his eyes. In the Wasteland, humans are more terrifying than beasts, and among humans, the ones that should not be provoked the most are the predators who are rampant in the Wasteland. If those Su Imo had met before were all minions, then if it was Wu Zixia herself who appeared here now, she would have run away immediately. Luckily she had Fu Xiao. Fu Xiao, who was standing beside her, didn't seem to do anything, but Wu Zixia could guarantee that the man would never be able to detect her presence. Do you need my help? Fu Xiao asked with his head down. Well, forget it. Anyway, I've already warned you. She had already set up her gun. She could see through the high-power scope that a lone figure in the forest was walking towards this side. Thin and slender. Expressionless. It was a man. The other party walked slowly and looked calm. His long hair was half tied up, and the silver-white hair was flying in the forest. The delicate face seemed to be carefully carved by God. Like a forest elf, elegant and noble. When the other party appeared, many people in the camp took a breath. Oh my God! I don't know who exclaimed. Beauty is a natural weapon given by God to some people. The moment she saw this man, Su Imo understood why beauty can kill people. Under the overly delicate eyebrows, the thin lips opened and closed, and the man was talking. The voice was cold, like the gurgling stream in the mountains, with a slight chill. Who is Su Imo? Su Imo admitted that at this moment, she actually had the urge to answer directly. The mental power in her brain was turbulent. The sea of mind was forced to close. Su Imo felt the stinging pain in her eyes. Just as Su Mo's mind was turning quickly, she saw. The people around her raised their hands and pointed at her. It's her. She is Su Imo. Su Imo is here. One voice after another, like a secret, and without any guilt. Whether it was Antli or Dr. Zhang. Even Wang Qing and Uncle Wolf, they all had a cold face, and betrayed Su Imo mercilessly. One finger after another, slender and fat, each one pierced Su Mo's heart. Breathing. She heard a broken sound. Why do you do this? If this powerful enemy is targeting her, she is ready to fight alone. But why are they? What happened in the rock camp is still in front of her. Along the way, she helped these people so much. Is this the reward she got? Why? She heard a voice in her mind shouting. It was like the sound of weeping blood, with heartbreak and anger that ignited her. Chapter 104. Familiar faces turned into evil spirits in front of him. The moment Suemo tasted the pain, his spiritual sea fluctuated violently. No, no, they couldn't betray him. When this thought came to her mind, Suemo found that the resentment in her heart disappeared. Something was affecting them. She seemed to have gotten used to the mental pain. When she looked up, she saw the figure of the man in front of her. Have you gotten rid of my mental control? Bai Yuan's voice was obviously a little bit of a smile, but that face, like a mask, did not move at all. The uneven feeling appeared on a person's face, which was really contradictory. Let them go. Suemo roared, and the knife appeared in his palm, attacking the other party directly. This man actually has a rare mental control ability. The people present at this time were controlled mentally, so they did this kind of identification behavior. You just trust them so much. Since they are just a burden to you at this time? Suemo, come with me. I can promise you that from now on, no one can restrain you. Bai Yuan stretched out his palm. The slender fingers are very beautiful. But Suemo ignored it directly. What if I refuse? In the cold voice, Sumo's knife has already fallen. The blade tore through the body, but no blood fell. Is it an illusion? No, it is a spiritual shadow. The shadow constructed by the spiritual power is a miniature of the living person itself, and there is almost no flaw. When the shadow disappeared and reappeared, it was already beside Doubting. He put his palm on Doubting's head and said in a playful tone, "This little guy seems to be a little different. Well, he is resisting my power. People with foresight are destined to have strong mental strength. Today's little Doubting has not fully awakened, but is subconsciously resisting the invasion of Bai Yuan's power. But the others don't have such good luck. Even Qi Ling, his face is very ugly, and his expression is sometimes furious and sometimes confused. Occasionally, his eyes looking at Ah Fong are full of murderous intent and contradictions. These struggles are very weak and almost negligible in Bai Yuan's eyes." He just waved his hand, and everyone in the camp looked at Suemo again. Uncle Wolf picked up the knife on the ground. The flames twisted into an alien monster around Wang Qing. Even Dr. Zhang looked at him with strong hatred. "Guess, if I order them to kill you, will they obey?" Perhaps to verify this sentence. The twisted flame monster rushed towards Suemo. He tore it apart with a knife, and the flames disappeared in front of him. At this moment, Suemo was emitting cold air all over his body. What did you do? This person was no match for her. She had already used up all her strength to resist the invasion of the other party's mental power. Save them? No, she didn't have the strength now. But she didn't see any murderous intent in the other party. As if he was here for a tour, his leisurely posture made Suemo more vigilant. Actually, I didn't do anything. I just planted a hint in their minds, telling them that you are their biggest enemy. As long as they have enough trust and affection for you, it is still possible to break free from this suggestion. But if someone can't break free, then no matter when they see you, they will want to kill you. As long as they have a grudge against you in their hearts, even if I remove the suggestion, the seeds of these people's opinions about you will still take root and sprout. Are you confident that all these people trust you wholeheartedly? The questioning was too fierce. Suemo couldn't answer for a while. Of course, there are people who trust her enough. For example, Antly, such as Wang Qing. But there are also people who doubt her. As long as she and these people are in the same place, this suggestion will affect them forever. This is where Bai Yuan's intention is sinister. Is she forcing herself to leave here? Why are you looking for me? Suemo suddenly put down the knife and asked. This person wants to kill herself easily, but he uses this method. It can only be said that there are other intentions. Your power is very strange. And it just so happens that someone wants you to go over and cooperate with some research. Don't worry, I've experienced those things. In fact, as long as you get through it, nothing will happen. The silver hair that is different from ordinary people is very conspicuous. Suemo even thought of the characters in those cartoons in the past. There is no fluctuation on the too perfect face. Under the happy tone, Suemo can't catch the other party's true mood. So what's your answer? Bai Yuan, who let go of Do Ding, walked slowly in front of Suemo. Suemo suddenly punched, and not surprisingly, the spiritual shadow was still in front of him. Heh! The chuckles echoed in all directions. It seems that I know your answer. What a pity. After some regretful voices, the people in the camp began to become chaotic. Even ordinary residents seemed to want to take up weapons to attack Suemo. Suemo stood in the camp with a knife, as if there was no one behind him. Kill. Suemo admitted that she was selfish. If these people really threatened her life, she would not show mercy. No! When a sudden shout came out of Wang Qing's mouth, Sumo's knife tip trembled. What the hell? Get out of my head. A fist hit the head, and it swelled up directly due to pain. But Wang Qing didn't care, staring at the front with red eyes. When that fierce look saw Suemo, his eyes were clear. Suemo, go! This thing wants us to kill you. He didn't know what was going on. In an instant, Suemo became the person he hated the most in his life. He wanted to eat his flesh and bones. Even at this moment, he still felt an impulse when he saw Suemo. But no, Suemo was his benefactor, the benefactor of the camp. Go! Wang Qing shouted. The blood in the corner of his eyes was very scary. No, no. In the corner, Antli was patting her head in confusion. She kept muttering. Listen carefully. Don't harm Suemo. No, no. Antli, who was talking to herself, was bleeding from all 7 orifices, but she put down the knife in her hand. Uncle Wolf, Dr. Zhang. Countless people were struggling and resisting. These people believed in themselves. When this thought came to mind, the slight tremor in Sumo's heart finally subsided. She took a deep breath and squeezed out a smile on her face. The sea of spirituality was fully opened, and she wanted to find the hiding place of that man. Countless points of light flickered in it. The mental burden made her body a little unstable. Even so, Suemo insisted on doing so. Following the direction from which the other party came, she kept capturing traces. At this moment, Sumo's mental power seemed to flow in this forest. Wherever he thought, wherever his thoughts went. Chapter 105. Somewhere in the forest. Bai Yuan's silver eyes were filled with a little confusion. These people were different from those he had encountered. They did not completely break free from his control, but they actually had room to resist. Is his strength not strong enough? Feeling the breath from Suemo rushing towards him. Bai Yuan was not panicked. It's coming. The tone was expectant, but when the knife touched his neck, it stopped suddenly. The blade touched the skin lightly. A blood mark appeared. Blood beads rolled down, but the wound was not deep. Huh? Why don't you kill me? Bai Yuan seemed a little dissatisfied with Sumo's move. Under the knife that just stopped, Sumo's fingers were clenched tightly. But when she was about to cut the other party with a knife, that extremely weird feeling came over her. At the last moment, she stopped. Bai Yuan's calm attitude towards death is not right. Ah. Sure enough, people who are too smart are not easy to fool. Sighing, Bai Yuan moved the boning knife away. He snapped his fingers, and some people came out of the forest. They were not from the camp. These people were skinny, with dull and wooden eyes. Like puppets. They were very similar to the people she met in that town before. You broke into my hunting ground before. But I was not there that time. I will treat you well this time. Maybe it was a new grudge or an old one. Following Bai Yuan's words, the puppets stretched out their hands and grabbed Suemo. There was almost no aggression. But Suemo was very alert. A blade passed, and a life was lost. Suemo did not hesitate. Blood spread under his feet. Sumo's brows knitted. Are you stalling for time? Suemo suddenly asked. Bai Yuan's actions were inexplicable. Why did he trap himself with a group of people who had no fighting power? Yes. Bai Yuan said frivolously, and even blinked at Suemo. But the muscles on his face did not move at all. Even his eyes were distorted to a terrible degree. Click, click. Footsteps sounded in the forest. Someone brushed aside the bushes and walked over. It was Lu Xinglan. When he saw Suemo, the worry in Lu Xinglan's eyes gradually dissipated. I'm glad she's okay. The suggestion he put on those people in the camp will become stronger as you spend more time with him. Wang Qing and the others are still awake now. If you wait any longer, they will become their puppets through their obsession with you and will never be able to break free. There are 2 solutions. One is to kill his original body. The one in front of you is just a puppet with part of his mental power. I haven't found his original body. This is also the reason why he came late. The other way is, you leave here first. Lu Xinglan walked to Sumo's side, his voice was slightly soft. As long as you keep a distance from him, the influence will be reduced over time. It won't be long before this suggestion disappears in Wang Qing and the others' minds. It's just that it will take more than a day or 2. When saying this, Lu Xinglan hesitated. Bai Yuan, a very scary existence among the predators. He is also a target person on the hunting list who stays in the base all year round. Countless people want to hunt him, but they all die in the hands of the people they trust. The other party likes to play with people's hearts. This kind of mind control ability makes him play like a fish in water. Bai Yuan, codenamed White Devil. The ability is mind control. Very good at giving people hope. Finally, it makes people despair. Lu Xinglan shared the information about Bai Yuan. Bai Yuan did not stop him. He just stood not far away. As Lu Xinglan said, the body in front of him is just a clone. What does death have to do with him, Bai Yuan? Suemo, he is forcing you to leave. But if you care about these people, you have to leave. Lu Xinglan's handsome face was full of apology. He made things worse. Leave. Sumo's voice was mocking. She built this place with her own hands, so she naturally cares about it. But because of this care, it became a handle in Bai Yuan's hand. If she stayed here, then in the end, she would be the only one left in the entire camp. I can only say that Bai Yuan deserves his code name. Captain Lu, long time no see. Bai Yuan interrupted after the two finished talking, and his relaxed attitude made Suemo clench his fist. Can't kill, can only leave. This is the first time that Suemo will face this choice. But, Suemo gritted his teeth. The knife in his hand slowly put down. How long will it take? How long will it take for this effect to be lifted? She turned her head and asked Lu Xinglan. According to the information we have, at least 2 months. Lu Xinglan's response made Suemo smile bitterly. Suemo felt like he had no place to use his strength. He felt frustrated and depressed. But he had to obey the other party. Hey. Bai Yuan suddenly interrupted the two of them. In theory, it is true. But our boss asked me to take Suemo back. So Captain Lu, I'm afraid I can't give you face this time. Bai Yuan snapped his fingers again. Suemo didn't react much, but saw that the corner of Lu Xinglan's mouth was red. Are you injured? Suemo was a little surprised. What kind of enemy did Lu Xinglan just deal with? Captain Lu, he fought a very powerful enemy, and in order to kill one of my clones, he struggled in secret for a long time. He can't protect you now. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, facing Sumo's eyes, Lu Xinglan smiled slightly. I'm fine. Don't you still have the ability? Suemo understood this sentence, but her frown did not relax. Let's go! Lu Xinglan's voice was very light. I will help you stop him. I also promise you that no one in the camp will be in trouble again. Lu Xinglan's promise is valuable. Suemo pursed her lips and looked deeply at the man in front of her. The emotions in the other's eyes were surging, complex and difficult to distinguish. My heart was slightly warm. Suemo nodded heavily. Okay. Suemo no longer hesitated, found the direction farthest from the camp, and took a step directly. The next second, Bai Yuan's body appeared in front of her. Suemo just pretended not to see it. The ice layer covered and froze Bai Yuan's body, and then was shattered by Lu Xinglan. But not far away, Bai Yuan's shadow appeared again. Enough. A very light sentence. Lu Xinglan stood on the way Suemo left. He looked towards a certain place in the forest. You know, with me here, you can't catch up with her. Behind him, there was a layer of ice rising up into the sky, blocking all the ways. The ice layer was like a mirror, reflecting Bai Yuan's shadow. On the uneven ice layer, the shadows were folded and intertwined. If you look more carefully, you will find that the shadows were frozen inside. Chapter 106. The ice layer leaped in the forest, blocking all the ways of those spirit phantoms. With the heart as the center, the feeling of paralysis was spreading. However, there was no pain on Lu Xinglan's face. Captain Lu, are you so persistent? The erratic voice belonged to Bai Yuan, who was trapped around Lu Xinglan. At this time, Suemo had already left here. Chase? Lu Xinglan would never let him go. Kill everyone in the camp? Lu Xinglan would definitely stop it. Bai Yuan reappeared, and his face, which was as unchanging as a mask, still had no emotional fluctuations. His tone was gloomy at this time. Captain Lu, we will see each other soon. Bai Yuan gave up. When the news about Suemo reached the boss, he was sent here. But who knew that the person who sent the message actually concealed the information that Lu Xinglan was also here? Sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight? He couldn't figure out what Wen Ruzhou was thinking. It was not rational to force it at this time. Besides, his mental power was almost at its limit. After all, so many mental phantoms died in Lu Xinglan's hands, which was also a great consumption. Bai Yuan disappeared. The breath completely left. Lu Xinglan breathed a sigh of relief. But at the moment of relaxation, Lu Xinglan spit out a mouthful of blood. He lifted his sleeves and saw that the skin on his arms began to show signs of aging. Lu Xingwan, who was holding on, had a smile in his eyes. This time she was not here, and he didn't know what to do. Boss. Captain. Ding Qi, Li Ha and others came over at this time. Ding Qi wanted to support Lu Xingwan, but Lu Xingwan shook his head to indicate that it was not necessary. I'm fine. He couldn't fall down yet. Su Mo left suddenly, and he still needed an explanation at the camp. Lu Xingwan's forehead was already sweating as he walked in the forest with a weak body. As Bai Yuan left, the people in the camp gradually regained consciousness. Many people had forgotten what had just happened. Only a few people still had some vague impressions. Where's Su Mo? Wang Qing rushed over and shouted, and his anxious attitude made Ding Qi very unhappy. Why are you shouting? Didn't you see that my boss has become like this for Su Mo? In Ding Qi's opinion, Su Mo is a very good person, but he is still incomparable to Lu Xingwan. But if it weren't for you, how could those people find us? Shi Qing's rebuttal was sharp. Ding Qi's face darkened, but he couldn't explain anything. Enough. Lu Xingwan raised his head and signaled everyone to be quiet for a while. His face was a little pale. His eyes focused on Wang Qing and others. She left. It was a very light sentence, but it directly caused a commotion. What do you mean Su Mo left? How could Su Mo leave without saying goodbye? Yes, did something happen to Su Mo? Let's go find her. Many people wanted to rush into the forest, but were stopped by Uncle Wolf. Uncle Wolf's face was not good at this time. The memory of Su Mo drawing a knife, just now, was so vague that he even suspected that it was just an illusion. Is it because of us that she? But we? Wang Qing opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. There was annoyance and regret on his face. He remembered that he almost attacked Su Mo. If Su Mo left here because she was disappointed with him, he couldn't do anything. No. She left for you. Someone has put a hint in your head. Lu Xingwan pointed to his head and told the details of what happened. Many people obviously didn't believe that they had done such a thing. But some people looked very guilty. I vaguely remember a little. Edley held Doubting's hand and murmured. Don't worry, this effect will disappear in 2 months at most. She will be back then. During this period, I will help take care of the camp. I promised her. The last sentence almost rolled in Lu Xingwan's throat and was not spoken. His body shook for a while. Then the whole person vomited a large mouthful of blood. The body fell down and was caught by Li Ha. The sudden coma of Lu Xingwan caused panic. What happened? Is he injured? Boss! Ding Qi and others were also shouting. What no one could see was that the flesh under the clothes had become dry and wrinkled. That kind of old age spread over the body. Lu Xingwan's appearance had not changed for the time being. Through the sleeves, Dr. Zhang saw the abnormality on Lu Xingwan's arm. She was stunned, then quickly walked over, took off her coat, and covered Lu Xingwan's body. Captain Lu was injured to save us. This sentence was said to the people in the camp. Some people still retained their resentment towards Lu Xingwan. Fortunately, they let go of a lot of it now. Under the fingertips, the pulse gradually weakened. Like an old man who was about to die. Dr. Zhang didn't know what to do. It was Su Mo who cured Lu Xingwan last time. After hesitating for a while, Dr. Zhang still made a decision. Your captain's injury is very troublesome. Take him back quickly. Then, it's better to stay away from people. Last time, Captain Lu didn't seem to have the kind of aging symptoms that people would notice. Fortunately, aging seems to have stopped spreading this time. As long as you are careful, there may be a way. This? Li Ha hesitated a little. The captain said that he would stay here for a while. Damn it! Ding Qi cursed. After following Lu Xingwan for so long, he certainly knew that if Lu Xingwan was awake, he would definitely not agree to leave. And they are indeed responsible for this matter. Li Ha, Song Kai, you two take the boss back. I stay here to help. Ding Qi's decision made Li Ha nod instantly. Okay. Not daring to delay, the two took Lu Xingwan and left quickly. After the outsiders left, the remaining people looked at each other and suddenly felt a little weird. Su Mo was their backbone. But now, they forced Su Mo to leave. What's so sad? Shi Qing stood up with a scolding. He pointed at the messy camp with a cold voice. Don't you see there are so many things to do? Does Su Mo need to arrange this kind of thing for you? Listen to me. Before Su Mo comes back, everything will be done according to the plan. Or do you want to wait for Su Mo to come back and find that you have all learned to be lazy? Shi Qing's words were very serious, but they also supported the thoughts of some people. Yes, let's continue. When Suemo comes back, maybe our camp will be better. That's right. A group of people immediately cheered up and continued to work. Well, let's help too. In the corner, Wu Zixiao, with a gray face, raised his hand with Fu Xiao to express his willingness. Qi Ling's eyes were a little playful for these two people, who were almost invisible in the battle. I was not sure before. But after the gunshot, he could be sure of the identities of these two people. Chapter 107. Making a silent gesture to Qi Ling, Wu Zixiu still looked very weak. What are you looking at? She is just thinking about the snake soup that she hasn't eaten yet. Yo-Yo, what should we do now? A person with special abilities in the Qingmu camp, standing next to Muyoyo, asked softly. They are here to support. Now the war is over. Muyoyo didn't say anything. She looked at the scene around her, and those people were very skillful. The cave was well protected and almost undamaged. There were many caves inside, and they were warm enough to survive the winter. What surprised Muyoyo even more was that, after the battle broke out, the sheepfold was broken. The leader sheep ran away with a group of sheep. I thought those sheep would never come back. At this moment, perhaps smelling the breath of peace, the head sheep with broken horns stepped on its hooves and slowly returned with the sheep. The lambs in the flock looked very happy. The river was flowing not far away, and the warehouse was also full. There was enough food, sufficient water, and fertile land. This place was not too suitable for setting up camp. And this place was once their hometown. Let's go back first. I have something important to discuss with Grandma. The Qingmu camp has always been unwilling to communicate with other camps. The places they chose were far away from the base. They didn't want to cause trouble. It's just that they took the initiative to help the rock camp this time. Then it's equivalent to standing in line. She didn't know what Suemo did to make so many people stare at her. But she knew very well that Suemo must have enough value to attract so much attention, since he has been involved with the rock camp. In the eyes of others, he may not be able to clear himself. So, Mu Yuyu, who has made up his mind, gradually became firm. They have never forgotten their hometown, outside the camp. The fields were ruined. Many newly sprouted seeds were directly destroyed. But the surviving sprouts are still green and tenacious. Shurqing held the hoe, but his eyes were full of worry. Suemo, you must come back soon. He knew very well that this camp was built on Sumo's abilities a long time ago to be so stable. Just like these fields in front of him, I'm afraid many people can't imagine how magical these lands are. Shurqing's sigh was very light, and did not float far away. The autumn wind blew, and the yellow earth rose up. Suemo, who walked to a place after pushing away the weeds, looked at his shoes that were broken and felt helpless. This was the third day since she left the camp. She left in such a hurry that she just chose a random direction. Even though she had a map in her space, it took her a day to figure out where she was. In order to avoid those people chasing her, Suemo hadn't closed her eyes for 3 days. After walking for 3 days, Sumo's face was tired. Moving the fallen tree trunk, Suemo crawled into a small brick house. This was a small village, but it had been destroyed, and among the remaining buildings, only this one was still habitable. Outside the house was a large pond. But the pit that appeared the day after tomorrow seemed to be a terrible battle. Many buildings sank into the pond. The room was a little damp. Suemo took out some things from the space. Fortunately, she had been replenishing her space for so long. Even if she left the camp, she would not lack anything. After changing into new shoes, Suemo leaned against the wall and sat quietly for a long time. After recovering her spirit, Suemo took out a big pot. She built a simple stove with bricks. The flames rolled underneath, licking the bottom of the pot. She was hungry. She had been dealing with a few bites of dry food these days, and basically never stopped. Now that she had a sufficient distance, she should reward herself. A piece of meat appeared in Sumo's hand. The snow-white meat looked very chewy. This was the body of the Snake King. The food collected in the space remained absolutely fresh. Suemo could still smell the faint fishy smell of the meat. She was going to cook a simple snake soup. Snake soup. Suemo sighed. She couldn't help but think of the people in the camp. She had promised to make snake soup for them, but now she didn't know how long it would take. I wonder if they are okay. A dim light flashed in her eyes. Suemo cut the meat and put it into the pot. In the boiling water, there were some mushrooms. The mushrooms from around the camp were safe and harmless. The two flavors mixed together, and the fragrance soon wafted out under the fire. She fiddled with the fire to adjust the heat. There was still some time for this pot of soup. Sumo's thoughts drifted quickly, and her eyelids began to fight against each other as she leaned against the wall. The stick in her hand fell. The sound of the sparks did not wake Suemo up. Her breathing became even. The aroma of the food became more mellow as time went by, and it spread to the surroundings. Something seemed to run out of the pond outside the house. A small ball, snow white. The wet hair shook a few times and became fluffy. A pair of bright big eyes were very wet. This was a snow white little beast, but the size of a football, and it looked very cute. Its little nose moved. Its claws were restlessly digging on the ground. It smelled the breath of humans. It shouldn't have appeared. But there was still a smell so fragrant. It was hungry. Gurgle. The belly made a sound at the right time. The little beast tilted its head, looking very smart. The little claws rubbed and pressed the belly. There was hesitation in his eyes. As the firewood burned, the snake meat became crystal clear as jade under continuous cooking. The aroma enveloped the little beast. Its nose moved again, and it looked towards the room where Suemo was. In the end, perhaps it could not stand the temptation of the fragrance. The little beast began to approach with courage. The little head secretly poked out from a gap. The moment it saw Suemo, it shrank back. There was caution in its dark pupils. In the room, Suemo, who was breathing lightly, did not react and slept very soundly. After a while, the little beast poked its head out again, staring at Suemo. After seeing that this human was indeed motionless, it continued to approach. The flame was very warm, making the little beast squint happily. But what made it even happier was the things in the pot. But how to open it? The pondering little beast raised its little paws and kept trying to lift the lid. However, its body was too young, and its paws were not humane enough, so it failed several times. This made the little beast stomp its feet angrily. It seemed that it didn't want to play anymore. It slapped the pot with its paw, trying to knock it over. The sound was loud. The pot tilted and began to sway. The little beast's body froze. It forgot that there was a human. But when it looked at Suemo, the other party still maintained the same posture. This human is so stupid. Contempt appeared in the little beast's eyes. It stretched out its evil hand again. Chapter 108. Meow. The scream was as cute as a cat's. The little beast's eyes were red, and he covered his paws and jumped aside. What a broken pot. It was so hot, his paws, it hurt so much, tears rolled at his eyes, and the little beast looked very pitiful. Ah! The sigh stimulated the little beast. He instantly stood up and looked at Suemo, who had woken up at some point. The human was looking at him at this moment. The look in his eyes seemed to be mocking. The little beast was immediately angry. He waved his paws and grabbed Suemo. But the red and swollen paws were not strong enough. Suemo just stretched out her hand and poked. Then she saw the plush toy in front of her, covering his paws again in pain and performing a one-leg jump for her. She noticed the little thing as soon as it approached her. I thought it was some kind of fierce beast. It turned out to be a little guy. And it looks cunning. Suemo was curious and wanted to see what the other party wanted to do. But he was a little thief who stole food. Does it hurt? Suemo asked, her voice trembling because of laughter. She really couldn't hold it back. The pot was still on the fire, and he dared to steal it with his bare hands. Meow. The voice of the little beast seemed a little more powerful at this time. Suemo looked at the other party with some ridicule. This little thing is really cute. I really don't know how this little thing survived in this place. Want to eat? She pointed at the pot and asked. Then she saw that the little paw stopped and looked at her with its head tilted. The eyes were still alert, but the head nodded. Wait a minute. Suemo opened the lid of the pot. The steam rose into the air, and Suemo sprinkled some chopped green onions. The green onions on the wasteland are very slender, very green, but very fragrant. The fragrant leaves floated on the light golden soup surface, and the taste buds were instantly opened. He took out a bowl and put some on the ground. Eat it. Suemo gestured. Then he saw the little guy approaching carefully. First, he sniffed with his dark little nose. Then he scooped up some soup with his claws. The pink little tongue rolled out and took away the soup. The next second, the whole face was buried in the bowl. Suemo was also surprised to see the beasts in the wasteland eating cooked food. He also held a bowl and drank it on the side. In the cold weather, drinking a bowl of hot snake soup is too comfortable. Exhaling a breath, Suemo looked at the message from the system. Dish name, Snake King Soup, Grade A. Introduction, simple ingredients, ultimate taste bud enjoyment. Effective consumption, enhance the physique of the maker. Evaluation from diners, I seem to be looking forward to snake soup more. Energy value plus 100. The Snake King that died in her hands provided her with considerable energy value. Suemo looked at her current information with some emotion. Character information update. Name, Sumo. Age 18. Spiritual power level 5100/5000. Weapons/tools. Boning knife, yellow mud. Abilities. Space, healing food, butcher's knife technique, vitality food, sea of spirit. The more abilities he had, the heavier the pressure on Sumo. What did Bai Yuan mean by wanting him to cooperate with the research? Sumo, whose thoughts were a little scattered, felt something moving beside his legs. When she looked down, she saw the little beast pulling her trouser legs with its claws. Its big eyes looked at her pitifully. It seemed to be acting cute. Are you acting cute to me? Sumo asked, reaching out to touch the other's head. She thought the little beast would hide, but it took the initiative to rub her palm and made a cute cry. Meow! The little beast cried, and then kicked the empty bowl on the side. He was not full yet. For a meal, it was nothing to please a human. As long as he could live, he would do anything. Still want to eat. Sumo smiled. She served the other party another bowl. She looked at the other party eating happily, and her expression was soft. Perhaps she was infected by the other party's appetite. Sumo also drank a lot. Until her stomach was full, Sumo simply gave the rest of the pot to the little beast. She glanced at the little beast shaking its short tail. Sumo took the boning knife, leaned against the wall, and rested again. She was too tired. If Doubting's dream was colorful, then Sumo's dream was empty. The sun was setting. There was no shelter on the wasteland, and the bleak wind swept through the air. Sumo seemed to be sleeping soundly. Motionless. The well-fed little beast licked its paws, but shivered in the autumn wind. He looked at the human sleeping peacefully beside him. There was a bright light in his eyes. Quietly approached. The outstretched claws were placed on the side of Sumo's neck. The claws flashing with cold light showed its sharpness. It seemed that with just a slight movement, the human artery could be cut. Human skin is warm. When the claws touched, he could feel the temperature of the human in front of him. The little beast stepped on Sumo's shoulder. His eyes were full of contemplation. After a while, he actually jumped into Sumo's arms, then nestled down and closed his eyes. What the little beast didn't notice was that Sumo's fingers hanging on the side loosened the boning knife. The bonfire went out at some point. There was a restless sound outside. It seemed that something was approaching. In the crooked house, Sumo still didn't wake up. The little beast was startled by the movement outside. He opened his eyes, and saw a huge beast standing at the door looking at him. There was murderous intent in the bloodthirsty eyes. It was for Sumo. The little beast was about to roar something, but then he remembered that there was a human beside him. He jumped down lightly. The little beast walked out with its tail wagging. And the huge beast actually followed the little beast and left obediently. The house was quiet. In the darkness, Sumo opened his eyes. Still keeping the original posture without moving. Looking at the direction where the other party left, Sumo was very curious. At first, she felt that this little beast was a little familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere. Now she understood. When she went on a mission with Lu Xinglan and others before, she encountered a little beast that could command other beasts. But at that time, she was not interested and entangled with Lu Xinglan and others, so she left directly. Now it seems that Lu Xinglan did not successfully catch it at that time. This little thing looks harmless. But Sumo knows. Just the beast just now can slaughter most humans at will. The other party is dangerous. With a calm look, Sumo did not change his position. After all, the little beast did not seem to be ready to attack him. Maybe it was because of the pot of Snake King soup. Thinking about it, he laughed a little. Sumo simply let down his guard, and completely sank into his dream. Isn't it just right that someone is keeping watch at night? Sumo slept for most of the day. When he woke up, Sumo looked at the things around him. His expression was unusually dry. How does it feel to wake up and find yourself surrounded by a group of snakes? The feeling is indescribable. Fortunately, these snakes are dead. Among these dead snakes, a snow-white little beast was staring at him expectantly with his round eyes. Chapter 109. Speechless for a moment, Sumo resisted the urge to kick the dead snakes away and picked up the little beast. Want to eat? Meow. The little beast looked at Sumo with a guilty conscience. He was hungry, but what if he didn't want to eat the snake meat raw? Sumo looked at the little guy in his arms. He was lying there obediently, without any intention of resisting. Like a rag doll. He picked it up and moved its fur. The thick fur felt very soft. In the fur, Sumo saw something. Oh, it's a male. Sumo sighed. Then he saw the little male beast looking at him angrily. The little eyes were red, and a hoof kicked at his cheek. Sumo didn't dodge, because the kick was too light. After wiping off the marks on her face, she looked at the little beast that was far away from her, its fur standing up but refusing to leave, and started to work. A simple breakfast. A pot of flour tea, and roasted snake meat. The stewed snake meat was soft and melted in the mouth. The roasted snake meat was very chewy. The little beast held it with 2 paws and nodded, "Don't be too active. It's just like a human child." Thinking of this, Suemo was stunned. Then she quickly sorted out her thoughts. Since she couldn't go back to the camp for the time being, she had to find a place to stay temporarily. This place is now close to city number 3. She can go there to take a look. There are many camps nearby. Even if she wants to go into the city, she has enough silver coins on her. Suemo, who made a decision, didn't delay for too long. While the little beast was still busy tearing the snake meat, Suemo had already packed up and stood up. Her steps were very calm. The sky was bright above her. Suemo did not stop. Along the way, she met almost no one. After all, there were not many people who had the courage to walk alone in the wasteland like her. In just half a day, Suemo was close to base number 3. From a distance, you can see the tall city wall, which is no different from base number 8. The black city wall was solemn and majestic. Base number 8 was built in a place formerly known as Yin City. After the disaster, wars also broke out here. Fortunately, humans held on to their own land, and base number 3 was established. The area of base number 3 is slightly larger than that of base number 8. But the rules are similar. The major bases have always exchanged what they have, and have a good relationship. Suemo thought about it, and finally did not enter the base to take risks. With base number 8 as the center, the surrounding camps radiate in all directions. There are quite a few. Nearby villages, towns. There are many camps in them. Sumo's arrival did not attract many people's attention. On the contrary, many people looked behind Suemo. There was no way, the sneaky little beast was too conspicuous. There are many people in the wasteland who keep fierce beasts as pets. But there are not many as valuable as the one in front of him. Suemo turned a corner and quickly hid in a corner. But after a while, he saw the little beast following him. Since he left, this little guy has been following him. Is he blackmailing him? And now, the little beast lost the trace of Suemo, and he was a little anxious. He turned in circles on the spot, and the meowing in his mouth was very urgent. In the dark, Suemo looked at the other party and walked out helplessly. Meow! Facing the little guy flying towards her, Suemo could only catch it. You were bought with a meal. She knocked on the other party's head and had a headache. She pretended not to notice it on the way, hoping that the other party would leave on his own initiative. She didn't want to bring this strange little thing with her. Can something that can be targeted by the base be simple? But this little guy seems to have targeted herself. Meow? Maybe he didn't understand what Suemo said. The little beast's head rubbed against Sumo's arms. The soft touch made people love it. Suemo struggled in his heart. You can follow me, but I can't guarantee that I will sell you one day. Jokingly, Suemo threw it on his shoulder and walked in one direction. She wandered around here for most of the day not to play hide and seek with the little beast. It was to find out the situation here. There is a camp inside, which is in line with her consideration. As for how to get in, Suemo looked at an old man not far away, and a faint smile appeared in his eyes. By what camp? The leader is a capable woman. Her short hair is very cool. At this moment, she is directing everyone to do things. But her eyes look at the door from time to time. Her mother has been out for a while. Why hasn't she come back yet? Alas, I told her that she is old and she should just rest. But the old lady doesn't want to. She has to go to buy some food for the camp every day. She should be back at this time on weekdays. Thinking of this, Chiu Linghua became a little worried. That is her only relative alive. Finally, Chiu Linghua couldn't help herself and walked out. But she hadn't taken a few steps when she saw a young girl helping her mother back. Grandma walked slowly. Is this the place? Encountering an old man who fell on the road, Suemo enthusiastically stepped forward to help. Then they came here. She supported the old man with a gentle tone. On his shoulder, the little animal was still acting cute. Yes, this is the place. Xiao Su, thank you. The old man thanked her. I didn't pay attention when I was walking and sprained my ankle. Mother! What happened? Chiu Linghua hurried over and looked at Suemo with a little vigilance. Hey, I'm old, my legs and feet are not good, and I fell. Xiao Su sent me back. The old woman waved her hand, signaling Chiu Linghua not to be nervous. She even pulled Suemo. Come, let me introduce you. This is my daughter, and she is also the leader of our camp. She is amazing. Faced with her mother's flattery, Qiu Linghua was a little embarrassed. Xiao Su. Her tone was full of doubt. Su Mo smiled indifferently. My name is Su Mo. You can just call me Xiao Su. This is my pet Meow Meow. I met Grandma Qiu when I passed by, so I sent her back. Su Mo said, letting go of the hand that supported her, and said caringly, Grandma, you should rest well for a few days later, walk less, and you will be well soon. I'm leaving first. I won't bother you anymore. Said, Su Mo turned around and left. That step was without any hesitation. Afterwards, Grandma Qiu patted her daughter and spoke. Xiao Su, wait a minute. Didn't you say you wanted to find a place to stay temporarily? Why don't you come to our place? With my daughter here, they won't dare to bully you. Grandma Qiu grabbed Qiu Linghua's arm and signaled her to speak quickly. Under the tyranny of her mother, Qiu Linghua's tone was still a little awkward. If Miss Su doesn't mind, you can stay here for a while. In front. After holding down the little beast that was upset and restless because of the name Meow Meow, Su Mo turned around in surprise. Chapter 110. Thanks to Grandma Qiu's warm invitation, Su Mo successfully stayed in the Baiwa camp. However, the people in the camp did not welcome this person who suddenly appeared. In a tent, Su Mo listened to the noise outside, looked at the small environment and sighed. Speaking of which, since she came to the rock camp, she seemed to have never been treated unfairly in terms of accommodation. The sense of difference was obvious. After Su Mo settled down, she walked out. The camp was very busy at this time. It was almost time for dinner. But Su Mo did not show her cooking skills. Hey you are new here, right? Don't look at it, come and help. The uncle in the kitchen was a little irritable, pointing at Su Mo, who was passing by and yelling directly. When Su Mo approached, he saw a large pot of potatoes. Hurry up, peel them, you will use them later. The food in the Baiwa camp was very simple. Meat stewed with potatoes. But the processing was also very simple. From Su Mo's point of view, this cooking skill was not even half of Aunt Lee's. Su Mo did not say much, but started to peel the skin directly. The blade turned in the palm of his hand, and the skin fell off in circles. Su Mo's speed was very fast, like a kitchen veteran. So when the uncle cook wanted to urge Su Mo a few more words, he was silent after seeing a bowl of perfectly peeled potatoes. The skin on the ground is so thin that it is translucent, right? What kind of knife skills is this? Not far away, Qiu Linghua, who passed by here, also saw this scene. Her eyes flickered, and she was afraid of Su Mo. The moment she saw Su Mo, she knew that this woman was not an ordinary person. Although she behaved very gently, there was a bloody aura on her body. This is something that only people who have been in contact with fighting for many years will have. Now seeing her knife skills, Qiu Linghua hesitated. This person is at least a warrior. Is it okay for a warrior of unknown origin to stay here? While Qiu Linghua was hesitating, Grandma Qiu walked to Su Mo's side with a cane. Xiao Su, do you like it here? It can be seen that Grandma Qiu liked Su Mo very much. This also led Qiu Linghua to give up the idea of talking to Su Mo and let the other party leave here on their own initiative. Chatting, a meal was quickly prepared. Su Mo ate very full. The huge appetite shocked some children. And the little meow beast following Su Mo was a little depressed. So, in this world, not all human cooking is delicious, right? But this human said that if you don't eat, you can only starve. Swallowing the piece of meat in his mouth with difficulty, Meow Meow's big eyes were full of grievances. Ignoring the other party's cuteness, Su Mo tried his best to blend in here. Perhaps her knife skills were valued. Su Mo became a handyman in the kitchen. 5 silver coins a month. Chef Li was very sturdy. His bulging belly was very eye-catching. Okay. Su Mo agreed to the price and sold herself cheaply. Su Mo, who had successfully settled down, did not show her specialness. She helped in the kitchen every day, and her quick movements were highly praised by Chef Li. However, compared to Su Mo's leisure, the camp was much busier. The White Moon camp was much larger than the Rock camp, and the population had already exceeded 100. This also meant that they needed more food in winter. So in the past few days, Qiu Linghua organized wave after wave of hunting operations, and soldiers went out every day. Food was brought back and stored continuously. In the busy camp, the number of wounded was also increasing. After all, those fierce beasts were not vegetarians, and more soldiers were injured. Su Mo, who was secretly observing these, did not intervene. Days passed one by one, and in the blink of an eye, it was already half a month. This morning, Su Mo just got out of the tent and saw Frost in the camp. Hanging on the buildings and leaves, it brought a layer of frost-white coat to the world. The temperature dropped again. Fortunately, Sumo's body was strong enough, and a little cold was not a problem. Quick, quick, doctor. Call the doctor over quickly. The leader is injured. Early in the morning, the exclamation broke the silence. Xiao Linghua came back, but was carried back with serious injuries. 3 days ago, Xiao Linghua took a team out hunting. I heard that they found a group of ferocious beasts, and wanted to make a big profit. But the situation was not ideal. The stretcher passed by, and Sumo saw the wound on Xiao Linghua's abdomen. It was hastily wrapped with a bandage, but it was still bleeding. There were traces on the ground, spreading. Xiao Linghua lost a lot of blood, and had already fainted. There was no blood on her pale face, and even her pulse was weak. What should I do? The room was full of people. The doctor was checking the wound, but his expression was a little embarrassed. The wound was very serious. Almost all the internal organs were damaged. If it weren't for Xiao Linghua's strong physique, she might not have made it back. But if Xiao Linghua wanted to survive, relying on the medicines in the camp was not enough. I need adhesive. Adhesive is specially used to repair deep wounds. I heard that this thing can stimulate the human body mechanism and start repairing actively. Of course, this thing is only available in the base. 1 bottle is almost sky high. No one expected Xiao Linghua's injury. Many people were anxious and couldn't make up their minds. I heard that this kind of medicine costs 10 gold coins per bottle. That's 1,000 silver coins. So many silver coins, if you save them, it's almost half a year's expenses for the camp. Now we are facing winter. So the money is spent very quickly, and there is not much money left in the camp. It's too expensive. It's expensive, but the leader is more important. A bunch of people are arguing. Some people support it, some hesitate, but I haven't seen anyone who opposes it for the time being. Beside the bed, Grandma Chio wiped her tears. Her face was gloomy, but she never said anything. Go buy it. Since the leader needs this potion, let's go buy it. If it's not available in the market, then we go to the black market. Isn't there anything in the black market? The speaker was the second in command of the Baiwa camp. The young man's eyes were firm. Or do you think that the large sum of money is more important than the leader? Don't forget who has kept you alive until now. At the young man's reminder, some people in the room shut up. Xiao Linghua is the most powerful existence in the camp, and also a capable person. If Xiao Linghua is abandoned just like that, perhaps the Baiwa camp will be annexed by others in a short time. Understanding the seriousness of the matter, the young man began to arrange people to enter the city. Standing at the door all the time, watching the situation in the house. Sumo didn't mean to expose herself. What she didn't expect was that the young man's hand fell on her. And you, go to the black market of the base together, I go get the money first. Sumo, who was named, raised his eyebrows, but his peripheral vision fell on the unconscious Xiao Linghua. It seems that this leader is not a mediocre person. Grandma Xiao, don't worry, the leader will be fine. The injury is serious, but he can still hold on. As long as the medicine is brought back in time, it will not be a problem to survive. Sumo made a conclusion in his heart. So, the wasteland is not completely useless. At the very least, the people in the wasteland are much stronger than the world she used to live in. Chapter 111. From an intuitive point of view, there is nothing special about base number 3. On the way there, Sumo sat in the back of the car. The second in command was called San Anfu, just an ordinary soldier. He was responsible for driving, but he looked at Sumo from the rearview mirror from time to time. Facing the other party's scrutiny, Sumo just pretended not to see it. The journey was not far. Just like base number 8, the car had to stop outside. After paying the fee, the group went straight to the black market. The black market was in the lower city, and the entrance was in a casino. Crowded among gamblers, many people here look crazy. This kind of thing can lose reason at any time. There were 3 people in total, one of whom seemed to be entering the city for the first time. He looked around curiously. The inquiring eyes just happened to meet a gambler. Hey kid, what are you looking at? Believe it or not, I dig out your eyes. The gambler with red eyes who lost a lot today waved away the crowd, walked to Zhou Nian's side, and grabbed his collar. Zhou Nian shrank his head in fear. Sorry, I didn't mean it. He still remembered the purpose of this time, and didn't want to cause trouble, so he could only apologize. Is it okay if I didn't mean it? Because of that look from you kid I lost, you know? The gambler was quite strong, and he lifted Zhou Nian up directly. This was obviously an excuse for trouble, and everyone could understand it. But watching this farce, no one around came to stop it. On the contrary, Many people were watching the show. The smiles on those people's faces shouldn't be too bad. You are from outside, right? A bunch of scum. Do you know how much money you have caused me to lose? If you don't pay me back today, don't even think about leaving here. The gambler was obviously venting his emotions on Zhou Nian. Many people were still making a fuss. I say, Lao Zhou, you can't do this. Look, they are not afraid of you at all. That's right, you lost a lot today, think of a way quickly. Otherwise, you will be asked to pay back the debt later. Ha ha ha. Amid the mocking voice, Lao Zhou's face turned pale. You lost the bet yourself, it has nothing to do with me. Although he was afraid, facing this kind of trouble, Zhou Nian still refuted. The next second, his body was thrown out directly. It hit the table and broke directly. After coughing a few times, Zhou Nian got up from the ground and spit out blood. His face turned pale. It can be seen that Lao Zhou is very strong. A person with the ability of strength. Su Mo saw through this man's background at a glance. On the side, Song Lanfu obviously understood that this man was not easy to mess with. Although he was a little annoyed, he still stood up. Don't blame us if you don't have money to pay. Get lost. Song Lanfu was strong. His cold expression was also very convincing. He pulled Zhou Nian and walked deeper into the casino. The entrance to the black market was right there. TSK, it turned out to be a customer from below Lao Zhou. You can't just do it casually. The customers of the black market were stopped at the entrance. Then the casino would be in trouble. You know, this entrance alone has brought a lot of profits to the casino. If they fall out because of this, wouldn't it be a big loss? Lao Zhou obviously understood the reason behind this, and could only grit his teeth and watch the three people leave. On the steps down, there were lights all around. Zhou Nian felt a little guilty. It's all my fault. He just wanted to know how people here live. It has nothing to do with you. These people are just people after all. Song Lanfu shook his head and continued to move forward. He did meet some people on the road, but they passed by each other without bothering anyone. After walking for a while, he appeared in a very spacious place. There were rocks above his head, and the ground was flat. The roads were connected in all directions, and the traffic in the underground black market was very complicated. There were many shops and stalls, but there was no hawking. There were many people, but they didn't communicate with each other. Those who went to the black market to do business basically didn't have things that could be brought out in the open. Buying and selling were free, and no one wanted to cause trouble, so the transactions were basically very straightforward. After walking for a while, I saw a slightly lively place. The expedition team was recruiting members. If you are passing by, you can have a look if you are interested. Our pioneer exploration team just discovered a ruin of a former civilization. There are many old things preserved there. There are also many valuable things. It's just that the place is very large, and we need manpower. If you are interested, you can sign up. When Su Mo passed by, the person who shouted also handed Su Mo a flyer. In the simple painting, the ruins of civilization were vague and mysterious. Below is the gathering place. After a few casual glances, Song Lanfu lost interest. Ruins of a former civilization? Zhou Nian asked curiously. It's all a gimmick for now. The real ruins of a former civilization have actually been excavated long ago. Song Lanfu was disdainful, obviously not believing in such things. Oh! Zhou Nian nodded, and no longer doubted. Su Mo was a little curious. After all, she had not seen the brilliant civilization that once existed in this wasteland. We're here. The purpose of the group was also very clear. After turning left and right, the few people arrived at the door of a pharmacy in a short while. The black curtain blocked the view, and it was impossible to see what was inside. When the curtain was lifted and walked in, an old man was seen. His back was a little hunched, but his eyes were bright. The scar on his face seemed to have been there for years, and the color was dark. When he saw the three people, he just raised his eyelids and took a look. Boss, we need a bottle of adhesive. There were no other customers in the store. Song Lanfu quickly stated his request. 1001. The old man spit out a number to Song Lanfu, and had no intention of taking the medicine for the time being. 1001, isn't it 1000? At this point, Song Lanfu couldn't help asking. There are more hunting teams going out this season, and more people are injured, so the price naturally goes up. The old man ignored Song Lanfu's dissatisfaction, and just knocked on the table. This means that if you buy it, pay for it, otherwise get out. It can be said that the old man's attitude is firm and arrogant. But Song Lanfu could only grit his teeth and take out a bag of money. Weighing the bag of money, the old man smiled a little. He opened the cabinet, and threw a small bottle over. "Take it yourself, don't blame me if you lose it." Waving his hand, the old man has begun to drive the guests away. During the whole process, Sumo just watched. Only after the old man said the last sentence did he look at the old man deeply. Meeting a pair of impatient eyes, Sumo smiled slightly. This old man is kinder than she thought, and he even reminded her. Unfortunately, the other two people were not alert at all. Song On-fu, who had carefully packed the medicine, walked out directly. The black market street was crowded with people. It was no different from before. Zhou Nian's voice was very low. "When we go back, will the leader be saved?" Chapter 112. Of course. At the moment when Song On-fu answered Zhou Nian, Sumo suddenly grabbed Song On-fu. "What's wrong?" Looking at Sumo strangely. Song On-fu was wary and suspicious of Sumo's existence, but he also had a little trust in him. He remembered that a few days ago, the leader asked him to check Sumo's background. As a result, he found nothing. The other party was not a nearby person at all, and had never shown his face in base number 3. The leader just told him that Sumo was a dangerous person and asked him to keep an eye on him on weekdays. He observed that Sumo was very honest in the camp. Many people in the camp accepted Sumo in these few days. It was just that after the leader got into trouble, he was a little confused. Subconsciously, he wanted to bring Sumo with him, so he had this now. "If you don't want to die, don't stay too far away from me later." Sumo's answer was a bit irrelevant, which made Song On-fu frown. Zhou Nian spoke up beside them. "What are you talking about?" This time Sumo did not respond. She just looked ahead coldly. In the lively crowd just now, she found that many people made way. Some people quickly moved away from here. But after a while, the streets were much emptier. Some stood in the shops on both sides, watching them with interest. It was as if they were waiting for a good show. In front, some people walked opposite them. Those people had playful expressions on their faces. One of them put his hand on the knife at his waist. The black market allows the carrying of weapons. The eyes that occasionally looked over were naked provocations. "Hey, I'm asking you." Zhou Nian shouted again when Sumo didn't answer. But Song On-fu motioned him not to speak. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. At this moment, Sumo, who was walking in the front, suddenly drew her knife. With one slash, an arrow broke in front of her. Sumo's eyes caught a corner sharply. There was someone attacking her with a bow and arrow. The dark blue arrow was poisoned. The sense of power when it hit was very strong. The knife turned flexibly in his hand. Sumo ignored Zhou Nian's call behind him, raised his head, and squeezed someone's fist. Flesh collided. Fist to flesh. Sumo's attack speed was rapid and powerful. After the fight, the opponent immediately found that he couldn't take advantage. "Haha, I didn't expect you, a woman, to be the most courageous. Unlike those two trash, you still have to take the lead." The man mocked Song On-fu and the other man. Seeing Zhou Nian's angry expression, he suddenly bared his teeth. "It's a pity that these two rubbish are destined to die here. Who asked someone to buy their lives?" The murderous voice was very penetrating. Song On-fu's face turned ugly. Both of them were warriors. During the alert, someone attacked from behind. It was a charming woman, and her twisting waist was very seductive. But the attack was vicious. The slender nail scraped across the arm, leaving a wound. Looking again, you can find that it is not a nail, but a sharp animal claw. Sumo has encountered the ability of half-beasts before, but this time, compared with Sumo's ease, Song On-fu and the others can't resist. "Don't be distracted, your opponent is me." The man saw Sumo looking in the direction of Song On-fu, and he immediately grinned. His fist smashed down, and the air broke. All the stalls around made way. Some people were standing not far away, and clapping their hands. It can be seen that this kind of thing happens from time to time in the black market. Moreover, no one is in charge. Facing such a place without rules, Sumo's expression remained unchanged. The sharp knife was raised horizontally, and crossed in front. A wound was left on the opponent's chest. Under the wound, a beating heart could be seen. If the man had not retreated a step in time, the knife would have pierced his heart directly. Sumo was serious. And a mere power-type ability user was not enough in front of Sumo. "You?" Covering his chest, blood gushed from his fingertips. The man's face turned pale. "Get out." Sumo's voice was very cold. While the man's expression was distorted, Sumo left the two people behind him and walked straight to a certain place. In the dark corner, someone was rubbing his hands, anxiously waiting for the result. An archer stood beside him. He shot an arrow from time to time, but it was always dodged. What the hell? The archer suddenly exclaimed. Didn't you say it was just 3 pieces of trash? How could she easily get rid of Leetion first? There was a vicious look in his inverted triangle eyes. When he saw Suemo walking towards him, he questioned the man beside him. And the other party was the old Wang in the casino. Old Wang was stunned, then he looked out and saw Suemo not far away. She seemed to have seen him. She even smiled at him. The light smile made people feel like spring breeze, but Lao Wang felt the piercing murderous intent. How do I know? Lao Wang gritted his teeth and said fiercely, Since you have accepted my business, do it well for me. Otherwise, don't want money. Those bastards in the casino actually laughed at him. When he brought the heads of these 3 people back, they would naturally know that he was not easy to mess with. Lao Wang's eyes were hot. He couldn't do it at the entrance. That's because he couldn't delay the black market from recruiting customers. But several customers had already completed their business in the black market. Then dying in the black market can only be said to be the customer's bad luck. Having been in the casino for many years, Lao Wang already knew this well. So after Suemo and others entered the black market, he contacted the people inside. There are many people in this business. All of them are desperate criminals. Just give money. That's why there was a surprise attack at this moment. But who could have thought that the seemingly weak woman would have such a big change? Seeing Suemo approaching, the archer actually ran away without saying a word. What a joke, he had a long-range ability, but he was caught by that monster. Didn't you see that Leetion was lying on the ground, and didn't know whether he was dead or alive? As for Lao Wang, his reaction was not that fast. Therefore, when Suemo came in front of him, Lao Wang wanted to turn around, but a knife was put on his neck. Facing Lao Wang's frightened expression, Suemo just carried Lao Wang to the street. Over there, Song Anfu and Zhou Nian were fighting a woman with beast ability. But they had a hard time. Song Anfu had wounds on his body, but he still had to protect Zhou Nian. The woman licked the blood on her claws, her eyes seductive. Little brother, your blood is really delicious. In a seductive tone, the woman attacked again. The sharp claws brushed against Song Anfu's throat, almost tearing his throat apart. It was just a knife, but it suddenly appeared. It spun and cut the claws. Blood gushed out, blurring Song Anfu's vision. He saw that the claws that had left many gaps on his sword were broken directly. Chapter 113. After falling to the ground, the claw seemed to move a few times. Then came the woman's scream. She covered the broken part of her arm, and looked at Suemo not far away angrily. I will kill you. She exerted force on her feet, and her shoes exploded, revealing a pair of very broad feet. Like an elephant's hoof, she stomped her feet and rushed out several steps. The woman's clothes also exploded on her back, and a scorpion-like tail stretched out. The front stinger swung in the air, and attacked Suemo together. The ability of half-beast, but showed the forms of 3 animals on her body. Facing this abrupt fusion, Sumo's eyes were somewhat thoughtful. This woman is a bit strange. However, Suemo was too lazy to explore. The knife in the distance appeared in her palm in an instant. Lift the knife upward. The arc-shaped blade pierced along the gap on the opponent's tail. With just one cut, Suemo peeled off the opponent's tail alive. Under the white and tender meat, the stinger was pinched in Sumo's hand and then thrown aside. As for the hoof that kicked her heart, Suemo had no intention of dodging. The blade was raised, stabbing straight. It just pierced into the opponent's foot. The elephant's feet were broad and hard, the claws were sharp and swift, and the scorpion's tail was sharp and thorny. And these animal-like limbs were all destroyed by Suemo at the moment of the confrontation with Suemo. No! Amidst the shrill screams, the woman was lying on the ground, twitching like a bug. She was useless now. The saliva was flowing from the corners of her mouth. Her eyes were confused, and she seemed to have lost her mind. Sumo's eyes fell on the back of her neck, and he took a step forward and lifted the hair on the back of her head. A tattoo-like number appeared in front of him. C427. Just like the numbers people gave to those fierce beasts. When Suemo saw this number, he suddenly felt a strange chill. In the Wasteland, the research on genetic organisms has never stopped. Or, because of the ability and those fierce beasts, this research is more direct. And human experiments have even become legal to some extent. She has heard that some people want to have abilities, and will take the initiative to accept experiments. Of course, most of them died in the process of the experiment. But there are also a small number of people who succeeded and gained some abilities. This woman with too many abilities in front of her, could it be the product of some experiment? The other party's ability gave her the feeling of dirty and chaotic. Sticky, like a pool of mud. Disgusting. Sumo. Zonian swallowed his saliva, and his heart beat very fast at this moment. The look towards Sumo became particularly odd. Who are you? Sononfu asked Zonian's question. Putting the woman down casually, Sumo stood up and said indifferently, Save your people. She could have just left the two men to die here without intervening. But it would be hard to explain to Grandma Chio if she went back like this. Thinking of the kind face of the old man, Sumo's voice was cold. Go back. Your leader is still waiting for the medicine. This sentence immediately shut up Sononfu. Looking at Sumo with complicated eyes, the two quickly left here behind her. Someone soon came to clean up the bodies on the ground. Some people looked at the direction where Sumo left, their eyes flickering, as if they had some ideas. Some people also added Sumo to the list of people who should not be offended. Who is this woman? This question fermented in the black market. Somewhere in the black market, the escaped archer's face was livid. His two men were gone just like that. Even so, he did not dare to delay, and quickly got into a small room. A man was already waiting inside. With his back to him, he could not see his face clearly. How is it? The man spoke first, and his gentle voice was very pleasant. The archer shook his head, and realized that the other party was facing away from him, and could not see him, so he spoke quickly. As you said, we can't deal with her. Hee hee. The man chuckled and said leisurely, It's okay. It just seems that she doesn't know about our existence. Go. After a few words that sounded ambiguous, the archer bowed and left. Not a product of the experiment. There is no record of its origin. Who are you? The man murmured. The screen in front of him was actually playing the scene of Sumo's battle just now. The knife appeared out of thin air. Space? Control objects? Plus mental power, hee hee. Interesting. The archer's scream suddenly came from the yard. But it disappeared in a moment. When the smell of blood drifted into the room, the man had disappeared. Sumo, who didn't know that someone was thinking about him, had already taken Sononfu and others to the casino upstairs. Old Wang was pushed by Zonian and fell directly in front of those people. He raised his hand, and the knife fell. Before he could beg for mercy, his head had already fallen to the ground. Zonian's action was very decisive. The whole process was smooth, and he didn't say a word. The lively casino was silent for a moment, and then it was as if nothing had happened. The sound of gambling and shouting continued. But Old Wang's body was still lying on the ground, and blood flowed like a river. Looking at the indifferent expressions of those people, Sononfu held the medicine in his arms, his fingers a little tight. These people knew. It is very likely that they instigated Old Wang to do this. Even in the base, they are inferior people. But compared to these wanderers, they seem to be superior. The manifestation of this gap is that they are the fun in the eyes of these people. But this time, they did not succeed in having fun. The three of them left the casino one after another. No one dared to stop them. I think what happened in the black market has been passed on. The clothes were stained with blood. When leaving the city, the guards looked a little more serious. Sumo didn't say much until he got in the car. Zonian wanted to say something, but he didn't dare to ask questions under Sononfu's eyes. Sumo, who was alone in the back seat, wiped the knife in his hand and put it away. Spreading out the white paper, Sumo's eyes were full of thoughts. It was a leaflet of the ruins of the former civilization that he got from the black market. The paper was wrinkled, and some parts were stained with blood and became blurred. But the gathering point was still very clear. It seems that this camp can't stay anymore, Sumo sighed in his heart. No words along the way. Sononfu drove very fast, and when he came back, Chiolinghua's room was crowded with people. I'm back. Someone saw Sononfu and shouted quickly. The crowd parted, and someone noticed the blood on several people. But more of her concern was for Chiolinghua's injury. Sumo stood outside and smiled softly at Grandma Chio's grateful eyes. She turned around and caught Meow Meow. Why are you in such a hurry? Am I back? In order to avoid trouble, she did not bring Meow Meow with her when she went to the base. This little guy seemed to have been wronged, and he kept humming in her arms. Her fingers stroked the soft fur, but Sumo turned back. Good boy. Let's go to another nest. Chapter 114. As if she had slept for a long time, when she woke up, Chiolinghua saw the relieved eyes of everyone in the camp. She propped herself up and sat up, and learned what happened. Chiolinghua was also a little sad. She just looked around, but didn't see the shadow of that person. Where is Sumo? Chiolinghua asked. The pain of the wound made her unable to get out of bed. Ah, I didn't see her. What about you? We didn't see her either, a group of people said, looking at each other. They were surprised to find that Suemo didn't seem to appear again in the half day after he came back with the medicine. I go out and take a look, Zonyan said actively. But when he came back again, he just shook his head. She's not in the camp, and everything in the tent is gone. She left. This thought flashed through the minds of many people. After Song Anfu told them about their experience in the black market, they understood that Suemo was definitely not a simple person. If it weren't for Suemo, they might not be able to come back this time. Then, the leader would be gone. But Suemo, who had made great contributions, disappeared without a trace. The pet is gone too, Zonyan added, somewhat disappointed. He hadn't thanked him yet. Forget it. Xiao Linghua smiled bitterly, but waved her hand. It seemed that she was right. The other party was indeed extraordinary. But after her strength was discovered, she chose to leave, apparently not wanting to continue to have anything to do with their camp. That's a good child. Grandma Qiu held Xiao Linghua's hand and said softly. Everyone was speechless. The next morning, on the wasteland, Suemo, who left without saying goodbye, is now not far from Baiwei camp. An old crooked tree. This is the gathering place mentioned on the leaflet. She originally planned to find a place to spend these few months in peace. She still had some concerns about the things in the black market. She didn't want to cause trouble to those people, so she simply chose to leave. It just so happened that she was very interested in that pre-civilization. Just treat it as a trip. But she seemed to come a little early. There was no one here yet. Meow Meow was jumping not far away. From time to time, she looked in the direction of Suemo, as if she was afraid that Suemo would run away again. Suemo threw the dried meat and teased her little pet. She leaned against the tree and heard the sound of a vehicle after a long time. She looked up and saw a car stopped in front of her. Hey, are you also participating in the exploration? As a woman, she was alone with a weak pet. The people in the car were curious about Suemo. Well, are you too? Suemo smiled. Her expression was very kind. Her pretty face made people feel close to her. In the wasteland, it is also important to learn to disguise yourself. Yes, after all, the reward is so generous. Reward? Suemo blinked a little. She really didn't look carefully at how much the reward was for this exploration. The man jumped out of the car, and there was another person behind him. My brother, we are together. My name is Sheng Song, metal ability. His name is Miao Jingshan. He plays with drugs. What about you? Sheng Song looks very ordinary, but not ugly, and his cheerful attitude is approachable. Behind him, Miao Jingshan seemed even more silent. He met Sumo's gaze, and just nodded slightly to greet her. Suemo, Object Control System. Suemo pursed her lips and smiled. She demonstrated her ability to control the boning knife. Great. The thrown knife instantly appeared in his hand, and Sheng Song gave Suemo a thumbs up. The two chatted and laughed, and some people were gathering here. Suemo soon discovered that there were many people coming this time, but they were very mixed. Sheng Song and Miao Jingshan came out of the base. The rest of the people who came this time were almost all wanderers. Moreover, she only saw a few warriors, and there were even ordinary people among them. This was a messy team. Could it be that anyone can join the exploration team? You know, exploring those ruins of civilization is very dangerous. In addition to the possibility of facing those ferocious beasts, there are often crises in the ruins. It is difficult for ordinary people to guard against them. However, most of these people came in groups, and few of them were alone like Suemo. After arriving at this gathering point, most people just stood in groups, chatting about their own things, and rarely talked. Even Sheng Song was not as enthusiastic as Suemo towards the others. Perhaps it was because she was also a person with abilities. The prejudice of people from the base against wanderers was not so easy to disappear. Paw paw paw. The sudden applause attracted everyone's attention. The person who came was the one who distributed flyers. First of all, thank you for trusting me. This exploration will definitely not let you down, but I hope you will obey my orders during the process. No matter what the results of the exploration are, as long as you come back, the reward will be given as agreed. Everyone, let's get ready to go. Get in the car. The person who spoke was followed by a few thin and weak people, but they were also capable people. Such a powerful leader directly gained the trust of those people. In addition, the other party actually prepared a vehicle. This unexpected surprise made everyone get in the car without hesitation. Sitting on the chair, Suemo looked out the window. The vehicle was moving. She was not familiar with the surroundings, and did not know what the road conditions were ahead. Many people in the car were discussing. Sheng Tsang was sitting next to her, and was talking to Miao Jingshan. When we go back this time, we should have saved enough money. Sheng Tsang did not avoid Suemo and spoke loudly. Yeah. Miao Jingshan's response was simple. Facing Sumo's eyes, Sheng Tsang laughed. We are planning to buy a house in the upper city, but we are still short of money. That's why I came here to do some private work this time. Even if you are in the base, it is difficult to own a house of your own. But looking at Sheng Tsang, I'm afraid he is not far away. Congratulations. Suemo said sincerely. She is not used to the life in the base, but it does not prevent these people from pursuing the high end. Hee hee. Sheng Tsang smiled, and then talked about other topics. This car seems to be going to Qingchuan Town. Qingchuan Town was once a very beautiful town. The spring water gurgles in the mountains. After the disaster, it became the territory of the beasts. Later, human forces also explored it, and cleared the beasts there. But it is close to the number 2 ruins, so it is difficult to suppress it. But the resources should have been recovered long ago, so why are there still ruins? You don't understand this, do you? If it wasn't hidden so deeply, we wouldn't have to send so many people this time. Someone shouted loudly. There is indeed some truth in it. Accompanied by the noise along the way, at noon, the vehicle stopped outside Qingchuan Town. Chapter 115. Miao Miao came out from Sumo's clothes. The furry ball made many people look at it secretly. Fortunately, no one came to pick a fight. And Miao Miao was very brave. He rushed into Qingchuan Town first despite so many eyes. For him, staying in the car all the time was very annoying. Your pet is really smart. Miao Jingshan, who had been mute all the way, suddenly spoke, with a bit of admiration in his tone. Suemo smiled modestly. Everyone, the road ahead is not easy to drive, so we can only walk. Everyone, follow me closely. The leading man was called Zhu Xing, and he waved his hand to signal everyone to follow. Qingchuan Town had been ravaged by ferocious beasts and trampled by humans. There were almost no well-preserved buildings. Looking around, all were collapsed buildings. Many plants occupied the stone walls. The dense green made people feel like they had entered an ancient forest. The temperature dropped a lot. Vines spread under the feet. The ground was undulating, and occasionally some small beasts could emerge from it. But the danger was not great. With Zhu Xing leading the way, the people behind were not worried. Some of the brave ones slightly left the team and explored the surroundings. What is this? Someone brought back some things, which seemed to be jade. It was covered with mud, but after wiping it, the jade was still very good. The man happily put it away. Such pre-civilization creations can be sold at a very good price now. With this little episode, the enthusiasm of the team became high. Climbing, crossing the pits, and sometimes taking a detour. How long will it take? After walking for 3 hours, someone asked this question. We're almost there. Zhu Xing pointed ahead. They had almost crossed to the other side of Qingchuan Town. There was a low mountain ahead. There used to be a spring here, which was very famous. But now the spring is dried up, leaving only a black hole. Zhu Xing led his men to stand at the entrance of the cave and pointed down. It's here. Now you understand why no one has discovered this place for so long. Who would have known that there was another world under this spring? It was discovered by my teammates, who accidentally fell down before. Everyone, let's go. Zhu Xing's companions began to build a passage down. For those with abilities, a rope can jump down. Soldiers spend a little effort. As for ordinary people, they need to go down through those ladders. So Suemo, Sheng Tsang and others became the first group of people to come down. There was a lot of space below, and there was still some mud under their feet. It was a bit difficult to move after stepping down. The front was blasted open, and a passage appeared. The traces of artificial excavation of this passage were very obvious. After Suemo approached, his fingers brushed the wall, and his eyes flickered. What's wrong? Sheng Tsang asked on the side. This passage was a bit narrow, and at most 2 people were allowed to walk side by side. Perhaps it was male chauvinism. Sheng Tsang deliberately let Suemo walk behind him. Sheng Tsang took good care of Suemo along the way. For this reason, Suemo hesitated for a moment, took a quick step forward, and approached the 2 people. Something is wrong here. The traces of excavation of these passages are too new. If this is really a passage left by the ruins of a former civilization, these stones would have left traces over the years. However, the passages on both sides appear relatively clean, and some places can still see obvious signs of new excavation. You mean this is fake? Sheng Tsang was a little surprised and looked at Miao Jingshan, but saw that the other party also nodded in agreement with Sumo's idea. Zhu Xing and others who had been leading the way before, in order to look after the people behind, stayed where they came down. The leader in front seemed not good at speaking, and walked very fast, with no intention of waiting. "Hey, are you going to leave? If you don't want to leave, can you get out of the way?" A big man shouted at the three people who slowed down, obviously unhappy. Sumo silently gave way. Sheng Tsang and the others did the same. Seeing the group of people rushing to the front, Sumo finally raised her feet and followed them. There is a problem here. She was more curious about why these people fabricated a ruin. Could it be that they were just playing with them? As for leaving, Sumo didn't think that these people would let them go so easily after making so much effort to lead people here. We know the truth when we go forward. Sumo's thoughts were very straightforward. Are we leaving? Sheng Tsang was a little hesitant. They came here to make money, not to decrypt. We can't leave, Miao Jingshan said. There were almost no other people behind the two of them. But Zhu Xing still didn't come. Either he was delayed, or he stayed at the entrance to prevent them from escaping. And he obviously preferred the latter. This is a trap. But he couldn't guess what the purpose of this trap was. Let's go! Miao Jingshan motioned Sheng Tsang to follow. We can't let a woman walk ahead of us. The voice with a hint of laughter made Sheng Tsang a little confused. Is there anything special about her? You asked me to take care of her more on the road, but you didn't show up yourself. Nothing special. Faced with this question, Miao Jingshan just shook his head. It's just an intuition. A dangerous intuition. Miao Jingshan couldn't explain this feeling. When he first met Sumo, he looked from a distance, just on that piece of wasteland. A woman was teasing her pet, and there was no one around, but she didn't seem cramped or afraid at all. Instead, she was very light. And facing the two grown men's approach, she didn't have any scruples. Even just now, when she found the problem here, the other party's eyes were full of interest. She is either a reckless person or a very powerful person who has something to rely on. But no matter what the situation is, it is better not to offend her. Oh! I really don't know what you people think about every day. Sheng Tsang, who thinks he is a big and strong man, handed the thinking to Miao Jingshan. In front, Sumo bent down and picked up the little beast. Miao Miao has been running in front, more active than anyone else. But just now, he suddenly stopped and then hid in his arms. Is there a problem? Sumo lowered his head and said, his voice was very soft, and only Miao Miao could hear it. Rubbing Sumo's palm, Miao Miao did not respond. There was light in the dark pupils. The human world is really fun, but the human he followed seemed to be more fun. Oh my god! In front, the first person who passed through the passage exclaimed. That exclamation made the people behind speed up again. When Sumo arrived, the crowd was crowded together. This is a large cave, but it was obviously dug later. There is another hole in the front, which is dark, and you can't see what's inside. Why does this feel a little wrong? Faced with this artificial civilization ruins, someone finally raised a question. Chapter 116. Pa! It was as if the sound of glass breaking was heard. A bottle was thrown out from the hole in front. The bottle smashed on the ground and shattered, and the gas inside quickly spread. It was a sweet and greasy fragrance, and it made the eyes dark when you smelled it. What is this? No, it's a trick. Someone shouted, but it was too late at this moment. One after another, people fell down. Sumo had swallowed the food in her mouth, and these drugs had little effect on her. Footsteps could be heard in her ears. Sumo simply rolled her eyes and fainted. The little beast was covered by her clothes. The noisy meow was very quiet at this time, and even his breathing was weakened. As for Sheng Tsang and Miao Jingshan, the first moment the poisonous fog came out, Miao Jingshan's ability was activated. Playing with poison in front of the toxin ability is just a show of skill before an expert. As a result, even Sheng Tsang was intact. Only after seeing Sumo fall to the ground like the others, Miao Jingshan pulled Sheng Tsang and signaled him to pretend to faint. In a moment, everyone in the cave fell to the ground. Some people came out from the passages on both sides. Zhu Xing covered his mouth and nose, watching the people inside laughing happily. TSK, a bunch of fools, they believe it after a little benefit. Ruins, haha, real ruins will not let you idiots share the spoils. Zhu Xing was very satisfied with his disguise. When he saw the people opposite, his expression was restrained a little. Okay, don't delay, carry the people away quickly. Many people came out behind the two of them. They lowered their heads, and carried Sumo and others to another passage without saying a word. In the long passage, The voices of these people can be heard talking. Boss, what's the point of being so secretive? Why not just arrest them directly? Why are you making us act? This is Zhu Xing's voice complaining. Shut up. That place must be kept absolutely secret. Once discovered, do you want to cause trouble for the boss? Another person scolded, and it seemed that his status was higher than Zhu Xing. Because Zhu Xing did not refute. After a moment of silence, the two continued to speak. Brother Lin, what do you think is in the ruins? So many people have died, and the boss is still unwilling to give up. In order to explore the way, he actually found these scapegoats. Zhu Xing talked a lot, but Brother Lin was a little impatient. You will know when you go in. In the perfunctory answer, Zhu Xing changed the subject. Perhaps because of the distance, Su Mo could not hear clearly afterwards. At this moment, she was carried on someone's back, and her posture was a little awkward. Resisting the urge to break the neck of the man under him, Su Mo carefully observed his surroundings. When he met Miao Jingshan's clear eyes, Su Mo was not surprised. Their eyes crossed, and they both chose to continue to faint tacitly. It seems that there is indeed a relic. It's just not here. And these explorers are just tools for exploring the way. A bunch of piglets. Someone among the porters cursed. Then Su Mo felt that his body was thrown somewhere. The touch under him was cold and hard, but flat. It was inside the carriage. The door closed with a click, and the carriage was dark. Those unconscious people didn't react at all. Su Mo then opened her eyes. Oh my god, what on earth do they want to do? Sheng Tsang spoke in a low voice. In order not to alarm the driver in front, the others kept their voices low. Did you feel it? In Sheng Tsang's doubts, Miao Jingshan's question was very strange. Su Mo nodded in the dark. Yeah. More than feeling it. It was almost like a thorn in the back. When she entered the bottom of the spring, she felt that there was a gaze patrolling inside. Sharp and brutal, very powerful. Behind this group of people, there was a powerful person watching the action in secret. The opponent gave Su Mo the feeling that she might not be able to win. In addition to Zhu Xing and others, she was not rational to use brute force directly. So she chose to go with the flow. Until everyone was locked in the car, the sight was withdrawn from everyone. What are you talking about? Sheng Tsang didn't feel anything. The loud voice was lowered, which made it sound hoarse and sexy. What are you going to do? Miao Jingshan asked Su Mo. There were more than a dozen people in the group, and only 3 of them were awake. When the others woke up, they would probably have reached the real ruins. Let's take a look. Su Mo didn't dare to guarantee that the dangerous person had gone far. The other party spent so much effort just to kidnap these people, so they wouldn't let them escape on the road. In this case, it seems that we can only go to the real ruins of the former civilization first. The arms were bulging. Su Mo took out Miao Miao, who was sleeping soundly. He didn't faint from the drug, but fell asleep. The air in the car was a little turbid. In the darkness, a faint light came through the gap, dark and twisted. Su Mo leaned against the car and closed his eyes to rest. Sheng Tsang, who had been nagging for a long time, saw that the two ignored him, so he had to shut up. The car under him was bumping. Unable to see outside, Su Mo didn't know the direction of going. Just based on the time, they walked a long way. 8 hours. Miao Jingshan's voice was cold. Unable to see the other party, Su Mo always felt that the other party was still socially anxious and unwilling to get too close to others. Click, click. It seemed that something was pulled up. The sound was outside. Then, the car stopped. It seemed that they had arrived. Someone was already opening the door of the car. Su Mo simply fell to the ground again, without any flaws. The other 2 followed suit. All are here. What do you mean? Should we wake him up first or send him in directly? Zhu Xing's voice was very familiar. Send him in directly. This sentence was not said by Brother Lin, but by a strange voice. It was a little old and hoarse. The light pierced in from outside and fell on his eyelids very brightly. But Su Mo's eyes seemed to be really asleep, without any movement. His body was soft and let those people lift him up. After another long distance, Su Mo was thrown down again. This time he fell on the uneven ground. There was a plop sound around him. It was the others who were in free fall. Raising his eyes slightly, Su Mo saw that he was in a huge cave at the moment. And at the entrance, a huge iron door was closing. The sound of the mechanism sounded in the cave. Water fell on his head. It was freezing cold. Su Mo opened her eyes at the right time, and the others around her gradually woke up. But facing this unfamiliar environment, these people could not accept it. Where is this place? What happened to us? Have we been kidnapped? Hey, come here, what do you want to do? Let us go. Warning, let us go quickly, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Chapter 117. Amidst the shouting, some people collapsed, and some rushed to the door and slapped the iron door. But there was no one guarding the door. When Suemo walked to the door, he found that the material of this door was very special. He put his palm on it and exerted a little force. But the force was like a stone sinking into the sea. The iron door did not move at all. Water-sinking stone. A kind of stone discovered after the disaster, which can absorb our abilities. It is best used for imprisonment. Miao Jingshan explained in a low voice beside him. His fingers touched the door, and liquid surged at his fingertips. It was his ability. But the liquid, full of toxicity and corrosiveness, had no effect on the door. Damn it. Who is it? Come out. Some people didn't believe in evil, picked up a knife and chopped the door directly. But the blade rolled up, and the door didn't break at all. While everyone was shouting, some people hid in the corner and cried. It's over, it's over. This is a woman who looks to be in her 20s, young and good-looking. This woman who should be graceful and elegant is now unusually embarrassed. Some big men around her actually cast obscene eyes at her at this time. Where did you get your knife from? This is a sober question. It comes from a woman in the crowd. She has long hair scattered behind her, simple clothes, and a pretty face. The tone is soft, but very pleasant to hear. One sentence attracted everyone's attention. Ah. The person being asked was stunned at first, and then pointed to a box next to him. I got it there. Someone rushed over and opened the box. It was full of weapons. Machetes, daggers, axes, everything. What do you think these people did when they brought us here and gave us weapons? The delicate fingers lifted the hair and tucked it behind her ears, revealing her small ears. The woman's voice was filled with sincere doubts. But her question revealed the problem. Suemo still stood with Shang Tsung. At this moment, she looked at the woman and raised her eyebrows. She had observed that when these people woke up at the beginning, her performance was outstanding. The panic in the face of the unfamiliar environment was only a moment, and she quickly regained her composure and kept observing the surroundings. The two looked at each other, and the woman's eyebrows curved, as if she was showing goodwill to Suemo. They don't want to kill us. I don't think they want us to kill each other. Carrying such a long distance, could it be for a killing show? The woman's voice was slightly amused. At the same time, a voice came from the corner. Haha, the little girl is quite clever. It was the voice of the old man, with admiration. Everyone then saw that there was a speaker in the corner, and the voice came from there. We don't lie. The ruins of the former civilization I told you about before are real, but the real entrance is here. What you have to do is to explore forward according to the map. I can promise you that as long as you can come back alive, the money will definitely not be less. And I will let you go. Do as you say. Of course, if you want to resist, you can try to open the door. A few words, very light. But the confidence in the tone is very well controlled. Suemo can feel the attitude of the person behind him who is watching the show. Ruins? Explore if you want, but why do you use this method to force us? Someone shouted into the loudspeaker. Blushing and angry. It's a pity that the other party didn't care. Even his question was not answered. I think it's because it's very dangerous here. It's so dangerous that they have lost a lot of people here. The woman was playing with a long knife in her hand. Someone had a Tang Dao style knife, and the arc was very smooth. Looking at the other party's swinging action, it was a little unfamiliar, but the woman couldn't let it go. She walked forward a few steps, and the knife picked up something. It was half a head. There were worms in the broken head, twisting. However, the broken bones were not caused by collision, but by gnawing. Looking forward along the corpse, there is a long and narrow passage. The cave is very large, with traces of excavation everywhere, but there is only one way to go forward. Someone carefully explored it. There were lights inside, which seemed to be taken over by those people. Looking from a distance, it was too quiet inside. Some people rubbed their arms, with fear on their faces. Suemo stood at the entrance, and smelled a faint smell of blood. As the woman said, many people died here. What kind of civilization was it that was built in such a place? Suemo couldn't figure it out for the time being. It seems that we only have this one way to choose. The woman's voice was still soft, and she took the lead to step inside. Everyone, if you want to survive, follow me. Many people followed with doubt in their overconfident steps. Suemo fell in the middle. No comment on the woman's attitude of voluntarily standing up to unite everyone. At this time, if you grasp the minds of these people and twist them together, it is equivalent to becoming the leader of this small group. But it is sometimes difficult to be too prominent. These people followed with weapons in their hands. Some followed closely, while others walked at the back in a shy manner. It was as if he would turn around and run away immediately if there was any situation ahead. Suemo played with the dagger in his hand, his expression calm. The road was slightly loose. People could walk freely. The stone walls on both sides were a little wet, and the traces of time were very obvious. When I touched it with my fingers, it was cold and hard. Although there were traces of post-explosion, most of it did have a sense of history. Look, there is light. It's the exit. There was no danger along the way. And there was light ahead. Some people rushed over excitedly. Ah! Just at the moment of embracing the sun, someone screamed. Then, there was the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. The exit was a cliff. Under the stimulation of the sun, the other party did not see the road clearly, and then rushed down directly. The cliff was very high, and looking down, only jagged rocks could be seen. The man's body fell on the stone, bounced a few times and died. There were some bones in the pile of rubble with blood flowing. Obviously, he was not the first person to die in this way. In front of the cliff was a dense forest. The overly primitive environment made it difficult to see what was inside. Everyone, be careful and don't get excited. The crowd moved carefully along the cliff. There was no road on the left side of the cliff. On the right side was a steep cliff road. The naturally formed road was very steep, covered with moss, and it was difficult to keep balance when stepping on it. Fuck, I don't want to go down. I wait here. Some people backed out. Chapter 118. There are many people who want to quit. But there are also many people who want to move forward. The woman walking in the front is holding a map in her hand, which she found in the cave just now. It is a route map of the dense forest. Many places are marked. The red route on it is very obvious. And the place where they are now is just the beginning. What kind of ruins can be here? Some people wondered, but no one answered. Everyone continued. As a woman, Han Jiayue is indeed bold. She walked calmly on this narrow path. Her eyes were looking down the mountain wall, and she was falling around her at any time. When she stepped on the ground, many people breathed a sigh of relief. But looking at the shaded woods in front, they were still somewhat hesitant. The road is here. Shang Tsung's voice was carefree and quickly attracted everyone's attention. Suemo looked at the road that people had stepped on, and his eyes were thoughtful. What kind of important relics are these that people still don't give up exploring after causing so many deaths? When the grass is parted, what you see is a dry skeleton. The bones are left with traces of being eaten by something. The bones are covered with dense black holes. When you touch them lightly, some insects crawl out of them and escape twistedly. Both sides of the road are almost all bushes, making it difficult to move forward. Occasionally, you can see stone slabs on the ground. There really was a road here, but it was buried in the soil over the years. What is this? It's a wall covered with vines. But when you tear off the emerald green, you can see the stone wall covered with moss behind. The carved fonts are a little blurry. What base? In the end, only these two words could be recognized. This is really a civilization from the past. Seeing this evidence, many people became excited. Some people looked around and still found nothing. It seems that we have to move forward. But this time, the people who followed were much faster. Unconsciously, Suemo, who was already walking at the back, looked at Miao Jingshan beside him. This used to be a plant research base. Miao Jingshan's low voice was only heard by the three of them. Miao Jingshan, who was familiar with the past history, spoke with certainty. But later it was abandoned. I don't think a group of plants is worth taking such a risk. Could it be that eating them can make you immortal? With a slightly sarcastic tone, Suemo had a smile on his face. You know when you go there. At this point, it's hard to turn back. Following the map, they have not found any danger for the time being. About half a day later, they found a small camp. The remains of the campfire, and some abandoned tents. It should be left by the previous explorers. Someone searched but didn't find anything useful. Suemo stood in front of the tree stump behind the camp. The tree rings were deep, and it was obvious that the tree was once tall. The trunk on the side that fell was withered and yellow, without any sign of life. Squatting down, Sumo's fingers brushed across the trunk. The area close to the ground was covered with weeds, but there were some traces. It seemed to be a claw mark. Did you find anything? The gentle female voice belonged to Han Jiayue. Suemo turned his head, and saw the woman squatting beside him. Here. Suemo did not hide it, and pointed to the traces left by the beast. This place should have been attacked by something before. She saw someone use things in the messy tent. If they were to evacuate naturally, they should take those things away. I think so too. Han Jiayue's eyes were a pair of extremely beautiful phoenix eyes. When they were slightly raised, they were a little charming. Combined with her pure appearance, they had a different charm. I also think that you are the most reliable among these people. So can you protect me? The straightforward question made Sumo confused. Han Jiayue smiled when she met Sumo's eyes. She opened her hands to Sumo, and a trace of lightning flowed through her. I have the power of thunder and lightning. But I just awakened not long ago, so I am very weak. Here, I can't protect myself, so I need you. Of course, I'm not a freeloader. As she spoke, Han Jiayue handed Sumo something. It was a bag of gold coins. Preliminary estimates show that there were several hundred coins. Han Jiayue's movements were very careful, and only the other party could hear their conversation. I got here by mistake. Han Jiayue looked at the other people who were looking for traces, and her tone was a little depressed. I just heard that there were ruins to explore, and wanted to see the excitement, but it turned out like this. I don't lack money, but I want to go back alive. Can you help me? A large sum of money was right in front of him, and Sumo looked at the other party's serious expression and shook his head. I don't lack money either. Why would he be a bodyguard if he is not related to me? She was not that stupid to agree to the deal for just this amount of money. Well, okay. Han Jiayue was a little disappointed. But she didn't bother and left Sumo directly. When Sumo continued to study for a while and stood up, he saw Han Jiayue smiling and following Sheng Song and Miao Jingshan. It seems that a deal has been reached over there. But Sumo didn't intervene. After all, she was not familiar with those two people. Okay, everyone keep going forward. Han Jiayue's voice was clear. There were no useful clues here, so she could only keep going forward. After passing through a forest, we came to a natural ravine. There were high and narrow stone walls on both sides, and the road in the middle was very deep. Looking up, we saw a narrow sky, which was a bit depressing. The sky gradually darkened, and Sumo could see some fog floating in front. The weather in autumn is unreasonable. Hurry up. Someone shouted and urged. Now the remaining 12 people quickened their pace. The narrow gap was a bit long. After more than 10 minutes, everyone had not yet gone out. The passage ahead seemed to have no end, which made people feel depressed. What is that? A man shouted. He slapped his neck. His neck was itchy all the way, but he didn't care at first. Now there was a biting pain. He thought it was a small insect and covered it directly. But soon, his face changed. In his hand, a fingernail-sized insect was twisting its body and then died. The purple-black shell showed that it was highly toxic. The protruding mouthparts were also a bit hideous. Hiss. A muffled groan sounded, and after he slapped the insect to death, body fluids flowed on his neck and palm. But in an instant, the skin he touched turned purple-black. His face also turned black. His lips trembled, but the man didn't care. Exploration can lead to many dangers, so at least some preparations must be made. For example, antidotes. Almost everyone had these things prepared, and those people didn't take them away when they were kidnapped. Chapter 119. The man swallowed some medicine and walked forward. One step. Just one step. From the neck, the skin began to fester. It spread quickly, like water flowing into the clothes. The people standing behind him could see it. His clothes were instantly stained with blood. The spreading festering could not be stopped. When the wounds climbed up his cheeks, the man finally had pain in his eyes. Because he found that his body was in severe pain, and it seemed that something was drilling in his body. No! He shouted, stretched out his hand, and his eyes were full of pleading. Who will help him? Everyone could understand the silent request, but they retreated tacitly. Tick tick tick. This is the sound of water dripping from the top of the head. Plop! It is the muffled sound of the body falling to the ground. Sumo calculated it, about 10 seconds. An adult man was corroded, and only a pile of rotten meat was left. There was no intact part on the outside. Not only that, the other party's eye sockets had 2 sunken eyeballs. Something seemed to be wriggling inside, shaking. Puff! In front of everyone, the eyeball broke. Some purple-black bugs came out of it. They were the size of a fingernail, moving quickly. Everyone dodged in a panic. They had already seen the power of this little thing. Many people put on hats, closed their clothes, and defended themselves tightly. I have never seen this kind of bug. Is it a ferocious beast? Looking at the pile of rotten meat on the ground that was used as a petri dish, someone asked fearfully. The sound of the insects biting flesh was very light, but at this moment it resounded in everyone's ears. I haven't heard of it either. Ferocious beast, this can't be a fierce beast. The trembling voice was filled with fear. Some people looked around with trembling eyes. Let's go quickly. At present, these insects are just fine if they land on your body. But once you kill it, it will take your life in an instant. Die together. The way this poisonous insect works is strange and dangerous. Who would have thought that such a small insect would be so terrible? Swish, swish, swish. Something seemed to be crawling in the dark. Ah! Beside Suemo, a woman's scream had already torn her throat. Looking in the direction she pointed, I saw groups of purple and black rushing towards this side. Densely packed, particularly disgusting and powerful. Hurry up. Han Jiayue shouted, and everyone quickened their pace. The water drops above their heads kept stopping, and each drop seemed to be ringing the final death knell. Suemo raised his hand and pulled the woman who slipped beside him. After waking up from the cave, the woman seemed to be scared out of her wits. Although she had been following everyone, she always resisted the approach of others. Her eyes were wide open. The fear inside was like substance. In the face of Sumo's help, she subconsciously shook off Sumo's hand. Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. There was an apology in Nuonua's voice, and the woman looked at Suemo with vigilance. Thank you. With a very low voice, the woman quickened her pace and distanced herself from Suemo. Suemo didn't care about the other person's performance. It's right to be careful in such a place. What she was thinking was, why a woman who was so scared that she could slip even on a flat road still insisted on following the large group. You know, some of them did stay at the cliff. At least, when they left, those people were fine. As for now, Suemo couldn't guess. Fortunately, a few minutes later, everyone passed through the narrow gap. On this road, everyone found no less than a dozen corpses. It seemed that they were all eaten to death by those poisonous insects. Until they returned to the wide road again, everyone dared to look back. The fog was surging, and it had already covered the passage behind, and it was unclear what was inside. What could be heard was the sound of those poisonous insects crawling. Little by little, it stimulated everyone's eardrums. Where is this place? However, facing the environment ahead, no one can relax. People's perception of forests is that they are green, humid, and primitive. But the scene in front of them is too magnificent. Even in tropical rainforests, there are not such rich colors. The brilliant colors impact, as if people are in a fairy tale world. The big pink tree, looking up, can see continuous folds. That is not a tree, it is a huge mushroom-shaped plant. Like a bunch of upside-down umbrellas, covering the sky above everyone. The short light green plants below are gathered in clusters, and the blooming flowers are enchanting purple. Not big, but full of fragrance, swaying in the wind. Looking further ahead, some plants are twinkling with stars. It's like a falling star river, beautiful beyond words. It's already evening now. The strange forest in front of us has awakened from its deep sleep, revealing its enchanting side. Warmly welcome all guests. Where exactly is this place? No one can answer the sharp question. No one dares to step into it at this time. But the road shown on the map is just ahead. What should I do? The atmosphere is low in the stuttering question. Can I go back now? Someone retreated, but when he approached the narrow sky, he could hear the sound of insects surging inside. The man was so scared that he ran back instantly. Strangely, the insects no longer moved forward. The place where everyone stood was the boundary line, and the two sides had nothing to do with each other. And Suemo, standing in this peaceful area, did not feel any sense of security. The sea of spirituality opened in Sumo's mind. The green light representing plants is still there. But the outer periphery of these green dots is covered with layers of scarlet. It's like blood mist. Suemo can be sure that these things are definitely not normal plants. Let's go! Let's go! Someone threw a stone at the fantasy forest in front. The stone rolled in and stopped, and there was no movement. Han Jiayue shook her head. There was fear on her face. No, we leave tomorrow morning. The night in the wasteland is always the most terrifying. Han Jiayue's proposal has been agreed by everyone. Stay on this piece of land. No one dares to cross the line. There is not enough space. People can only squeeze together. Sheng Tsang and Miao Jingshan are back to back. Since coming here, Miao Jingshan's brows have never been relaxed. Suemo, with his eyelids drooping, looked at Miao Miao in his arms. The other party is still very honest. Just from the outside, it looks like a silly pet, not as lively as before. Suemo tentatively moved towards the fantasy forest, and felt the claws of the other party grabbing his clothes. It seems that the little cat also sensed the danger ahead. Rubbing the cat's white fur, Sumo's heart was very calm. Chapter 120. This is for you. Miao Jingshan handed something over. A box, opened, and there were some medicines inside. There should be a lot of poisons ahead. Miao Jingshan, who was very sensitive to toxins, spoke in a serious tone. These medicines can target many toxins, and it is safer to carry them with you. Miao Jingshan spoke very quickly. When he saw Su Imo frowning slightly, Miao Jingshan added, "This is not for you. I just hope that if I encounter any problems later, you can help me take care of Sheng Tsang. He is my only relative." In a sad mood, Su Imo took these things, even though she didn't need them. But Su Imo, who didn't want to expose herself in front of so many people, used these to pretend. Thinking like this, the crowd began to be silent. It was said to be sleeping, but Su Imo knew very well that many people did not sleep that night. The gentle breathing sounds intertwined together, making this night particularly difficult to endure. When the morning light penetrated the layers of forest and fell on people, everyone stood up. The color of the fantasy forest in front did not change. But the plants that glowed at night were closed. Under the peaceful sleeping face, it was particularly beautiful. These plants gave people a sense of inexplicable agility. As if they could think. Throwing away this terrible idea, after hesitating for a few times, everyone decided to go. The person who caught them said it very clearly. If you want to leave, you can only continue to explore. If you stay here, the things you carry will eventually run out. When there are no supplies, you will still die here. Of course, if you have the confidence to survive this, it is also a solution. But when everyone stepped into the forest, they all felt horrified. Oh my God! Some people wanted to shout loudly, but they quickly covered their mouths. There are almost no normal animals in the wasteland. Little white rabbits can also become hunters. But these hunters in this forest have become food or even nutrients. In Sumo's cognition, the man-eating plant is not invincible. But when the grass is pushed aside, the large area of man-eating plants that appear is daunting. The flower stems that are as high as 2 people are swaying. The huge head is purple-black. The suppressed color is bulging and squirming. Occasionally, a drop of liquid drips onto the ground, making a corrosion sound. Where these man-eating plants are, there is no trace of other plants. The land is black, it is corroded. Su Imo also saw one of the man-eating plants. The mouth opened and closed. The teeth exposed were densely packed, sharp enough to tear some prey into pieces. At this moment, half of the body of a ferocious beast fell below. The upper half was constantly chewed by the carnivorous plant. Crack. Crack. It was the sound of the carnivorous plant biting off bones. The hard bones of the ferocious beast were like melon seeds in the mouth of the other party. With a little force, the lower half of the body fell to the ground. Blood flowed. The ferocious beast had been dead for a long time. The flesh and blood on the fat body were trembling. The next second, roots drilled out from the ground and stretched towards the ferocious beast. Snap! It was like a slap. Everyone saw with their own eyes that one of the roots directly broke another one. The flexible roots were like fighting. Neither of them gave in, and they all wanted to fight for the fallen food. It was unknown who would win in the end. Someone swallowed his saliva. They looked at each other, without making any sound, and tacitly stayed away from the man-eating plants. Where is this place? Whether it was these magnificent and huge plants or the man-eating plants, everything was beyond people's cognition. Everyone was terrified of the unknown. Do you think there is a possibility that not only the beasts have evolved, but these plants have also evolved, becoming more brutal and more aggressive? Survival of the fittest. This is the simplest law of nature. Just like humans, in order to fight against those beasts, people with abilities came into being. So why can't these plants evolve on this wasteland? Maybe it was because they had never heard of such a thing before. Faced with the possibility proposed by Han Jiayue, everyone couldn't say a reason. Look there. Someone pointed to a place. There was a slight bulge there. With a slight touch, it suddenly collapsed, revealing a skeleton. On the way here, even in the narrow gap, they encountered a lot of skeletons. But after entering the forest, they rarely saw them. The colors of the surrounding plants were too rich, almost occupying all the attraction. Was that why the skeletons were ignored? Someone thought, and approached the skeleton anxiously. This place is a little far away from the territory of the carnivorous plant. But there must be other predators. If we know how this person died, we may be able to avoid some dangers. This kind of thinking is normal. And naive. The flesh and blood on the body disappeared as usual. Some of the clothes were still left. Judging from the situation, the clothes were relatively well preserved. There was only a big hole in the heart. It was as if something had pierced through it. What the hell? The one who was checking was a middle-aged man. After making sure that there was nothing wrong with the skeleton, the noise became a little louder. Go! As he was checking carefully, a call came from behind him. He remembered this voice. The two of them had acted together after entering the ruins. Call. Li Xing, right? But what was this Li Xing shouting about? He thought, straightened up, and wanted to tell everyone about his discovery. But he soon found that his head was still turning, but he couldn't feel his body. Tick, tick. It was this sound again. He had heard it too many times since entering the ruins. Is it water drops? No, too close. It's like it happened right in front of him. The man's eyes were a little dazed. He lowered his head, and he finally saw where the sound came from. Oh, it turned out that something pierced his heart. The dripping sound was blood dripping. No. When he realized the reason, the desire to survive made him control his body a little. He twisted and wanted to escape from here. But the vines that pierced him rolled him up mercilessly. Like a string, the whole person was strung up in the air. The blood dripped and flowed along the vines, but there was no waste. The vines made a sucking sound, drinking blood mouthful by mouthful. Fear cannot describe the mood of the people at the moment. The people who fled in panic forgot the direction. Faced with this shocking change, Sumo's performance was slightly calmer. When she saw the corpse, she felt something was wrong. So when the man was stabbed in the heart, she knew it. The corpse was bait, and the prey was humans like them. The vines hiding in the dark took advantage of human curiosity and placed the corpse there, hiding and dodging. Then, hunting. Chapter 121. In the primitive jungle, death and killing will proceed in a direction that no one can predict. Here, Han Jiayue shouted in front. Many people followed with pale faces. But after all, there was still a part that ran too fast and forgot to follow. Watching those people disappear in another direction, Han Jiayue had no intention of looking for them. Haha, being a saint at this time, she might as well give herself a break. Su Imo ran in the crowd. There was a woman beside her. From the beginning, she was observing the other party. The fear was real. But what she was afraid of was not the scene that just happened, but the vine itself. Before the man touched the bones, the woman had already looked away. Pity and pain struggled in her pupils. It was as if she had already predicted the other party's end. Su Imo sensed the danger, but did not know how the danger would end. But the other party is different. As if she knew. No, not knowing. If she knew, how could she end up like this? Perhaps Sumo's eyes were too sharp. The moment the woman's eyes met Sumo's, she subconsciously looked away. From the corner of her eye, she saw Sumo's calm face. The look in this girl's eyes was so scary, and so calm. Wasn't she afraid? The woman thought, a little dazed. Her pupils were trembling. That was a sign of fear. But this time, it was because of memory. Or maybe it was something that was about to happen. Be careful. The cold tone sounded, full of power. In such a dangerous place, although Su Imo followed and ran away, he seemed calm. He held the woman's body again. Su Imo then realized that the other person's body temperature was very high. Just from the feeling of the arm, Su Imo knew that the other person was having a fever. Are you sick? Su Imo asked, letting the other person shake off his arm again. No. The other person's answer was very hasty, with a stubborn denial. You have a fever. Sumo's words were affirmative. The other person's behavior was too strange. If it wasn't foreknowledge, how to explain the other person's reaction that had known for a long time? Unless it was, something might have flashed through his mind, and Sumo's eyes narrowed a little. The look he gave the woman became extremely dangerous. A storm was brewing. His fingertips moved slightly, and the dagger hanging on his waist could be taken off at any time. Are you one of them? He lowered his voice to ensure that only the two of them could hear it. After Su Imo said this, the woman seemed to be frightened and staggered again. This time, Su Imo did not make a move and let the woman fall to the ground. After a dog ate shit, the person behind her ruthlessly surpassed her. Su Imo, hurry up! Sheng Tsang, who was passing by, kindly called Su Imo. If you can't run, tell me. I have to say that Sheng Tsang's cheerful personality is very pleasing. Su Imo smiled slightly and nodded. After watching the two people pass by her, her eyes looking at the woman were cold. You are in the same group as those who arrested us. And you have been here before. She was the first to discover the swarm of insects, predicted death, and even when she was scared, she did not take the wrong path. All these actions show that this woman is not simple. The only explanation is that she has experienced it. That's why it's so familiar. No, the woman retorted again. She wanted to get up, but her body was weak. The high fever made her limbs weak. But even so, she still stood up. It was difficult to walk with trembling legs. Just a few steps, she was panting. The breath she exhaled was hot. It was very unusual in this autumn. On her red cheeks, there was a sickly weak feeling. I'm not those crazy people. She said this. Her tone was still firm. Every word was very clear. The woman who was full of resistance to Suemo, her chest rose and fell rapidly. In response, Suemo did not refute anything. She just raised her eyes and looked ahead. The main force had gone far away, and now only the backs of the last few people could be seen. But with the woman's current physical condition, she would definitely not be able to keep up. Help her? Suemo quickly rejected this idea. She just calmly accepted the other party's answer, and then took a step. Just one step, and she was already a few steps away. The display of ability made the woman's pupils shrink. It was fear, but also surprise. You are a capable person, the woman shouted, but Suemo didn't even turn his head. If you keep doing this, if you continue like this, she will die here. The woman looked around, and in the familiar environment, all she felt was death. She would die if she stayed here. She didn't want to die yet. She finally survived? No, don't. She took a deep breath, and seeing that Suemo was about to disappear from her sight, she finally shouted a word. I was captured by them. I'm the same as you. Suemo stopped after hearing these two sentences. He turned around and saw the woman struggling to catch up. Her eyes were a little bulging. Because of the high fever, her eyes looked a little blurry. But I was the last one to come in. You were not the first group to be captured to explore the way. As far as I know, there were at least 2 groups before me, but they all died here. The bodies you saw are only a part of the remaining ones. Most of them died without a body. It was a little difficult to explain. The woman didn't say anything more after saying this. She raised her chin slightly, looking a little stubborn. Suemo reached out and supported the woman. This time, the other party finally didn't refuse. With a little effort, Suemo led the woman to catch up with the main group. After keeping some distance, Suemo slowed down and looked at the woman again. This is not help. It's a deal. The other party showed his value, so he also needs to pay a certain price. But it is not difficult for Suemo to take only one person. The woman was surprised by Suemo's sharpness, but she smiled bitterly. Have you discovered it a long time ago? The question did not get any answer from Suemo. The woman paused for a while and spoke again. My name is Pei Ling, and your name is Suemo, right? I have heard people call you that. Yeah. Suemo just nodded lightly. They are walking up the mountain now. It is abnormal for stone steps to appear in such a place. But everyone has no time to care. Look! Someone is walking very fast and exploring the way ahead. When the scenery in front jumped into his eyes, the leader sighed a little. At this moment, he is halfway up the mountain. The terrain here is slightly flat, and it seems to have been artificially modified many years ago. Looking down from here, you can see those gorgeous plants. And the roofs of some buildings that emerged from the forest. This is really a relic of a former civilization. It can't be that these plants created the building. This discovery is important. Suemo stood at the edge and looked into the distance. Meow Meow, squatting on her shoulder, was as well behaved as ever. Beside her, Pei Ling, who was looking at the same scenery, had an uncontrollable fear on her face. Chapter 122. If we go any further, we will all die. The trembling voice was only audible to Suemo. Pei Ling now came close to Suemo. She pointed in a certain direction. There is a monster. The tone had changed, showing Pei Ling's nervousness. The road ahead extended down the other side of the mountain. The way down the mountain was not easy to walk, and many stone steps were broken. Carefully pulling the surrounding trees, everyone continued to explore. When the lightning flashed in front, Suemo saw that a vine was killed by Han Jiayue. Hurry up! At this moment, the road was surrounded by those slender grass leaves, and the silver-gray leaves were very lush. And in these bushes, some things were moving. The rustling sound was not from snakes. It was from the vines. This seemed to be the nest of the vines, and the twisting sound was extremely harsh. From time to time, those vines will rush out from the darkness. The lucky ones can dodge this attack. And the unlucky ones. In front of Suemo, a man's foot was hooked. The vines were just used slightly, and he fell to the ground, and then they were pulled. The whole man disappeared directly in the bushes. Suemo, who had just cut off a vine that attacked him, heard a shrill cry from there. The smell of blood was familiar to everyone present. The footsteps became more hurried. Han Jiayue, who was clearing the way, had cold sweat on her forehead. The purple lightning jumped on her fingertips, bright and powerful. Beside her, Sheng Tsang was guarding Han Jiayue. Sheng Tsang did a good job of getting things done for money. It's endless, isn't it? Han Jiayue, who had always been calm, was panting now. She lifted her hair and pointed her slender fingers at a place. There, a vine broke. But the screams in the team never stopped. Ordinary people with no ability would follow Han Jiayue closely, not leaving her side. This also made Sheng Tsang's movements somewhat restrained. But whenever those vines wanted to sneak attack Sheng Tsang, the green vines would become rotten. It was the power of toxins. Miao Jingshan's ability was not obvious, but he was extremely reliable at critical moments. With Pei Ling, Su Mo followed the crowd. There were only 9 people left in the team at this moment. The grass around was swaying, and the screams gradually disappeared. People's hearts were wavering. Some people were almost scared out of their wits. Pei Ling followed Su Mo, not leaving her side. Not yet, not yet. The murmur was very light. Some people heard it, and just thought Pei Ling was scared. But Su Mo knew that Pei Ling meant that the real danger here had not yet arrived. However, after walking these roads, there were only a few people left in the team. Can they really find the so-called ruins? Doubts are fermenting. There is no point in asking questions without answers. All they have to do is keep moving forward. When they rushed through the grass as tall as a person and rushed to a small path, they relaxed a little. Those vines did not chase them. Without the cover of the dense grass, it was not easy to sneak attack. But what he saw made Su Mo's eyes gradually solemn. After arriving here, the scarlet mist surrounding the green light spot in the Sea of Spirit became thicker. Damp and dark, this is the feeling that the world ahead gives everyone. The colors of these plants. Someone spoke weakly. In people's cognition, many colors can actually be attributed to red. For example, pink, rose red, deep red, blood red, etc. When these colors appear at the same time, the adjectives that come to mind are not gorgeous, but crowded, dirty, and filthy. Pink grass leaves. Reddish-brown tree trunks. Red leaves. Everything here is red. The overly impactful colors piled up together make people dizzy. Ugh! A man started vomiting while holding the tree trunk beside him. The smelly vomit went deep into the soil, but it still couldn't change the red color that was precipitated. Ugh! No! Help! Help! Everyone looked away, but heard the man suddenly start shouting for help. Turning his head, he saw red liquid flowing on the trunk of the tree he was holding, like blood. The other party was obviously frightened, took several steps back, and then sat down on the ground. Su Mo stepped forward, touched the liquid with his fingers, and then shook his head. It's not blood. There was no bloody smell, just the juice secreted by the tree trunk. Why is this? Someone asked. In this jungle, there is almost no color except red. The road is paved in front. Someone picked up a gun from the roadside. It seems that it was lost here not long ago, and it can even be used. It should be dropped by someone who explored here before, Sheng Tsang said, scratching his head. As a grown man, he was particularly uncomfortable with this color. Let's go, Han Jiayue said calmly, taking a deep breath. But the drooping fingers were tightly clenched. It seemed that she was also under pressure. The first step into the forest was nothing, and it was peaceful to continue forward. There was a faint sweet fragrance at the tip of the nose, which belonged to those plants. The roadside was full of purple-red mushrooms, which looked round and cute. When I stepped on them, the flowing liquid made a corrosive sound. These plants are not simple, but it seems that as long as you don't touch them actively, there is almost no problem. Su Mo, who was holding Miao, was pulled by Pei Ling's sleeve. Be careful. We had an accident here last time. Su Mo raised his eyebrows, and said in a faint tone. You haven't told me yet. How did you escape? Pei Ling has no ability, let alone a warrior, so how did he survive until now? Pei Ling gritted his teeth and smiled bitterly. There were only 5 of us who arrived here at that time. We got lost here. No matter which direction we went, we couldn't find a way out. The food was almost gone. We had no choice but to find a direction to continue. Until we met a creature here, and it was that thing that took us out. Su Mo, have you seen a blood-colored butterfly? The blood color flows in the transparent wings, which is really beautiful. It was the butterfly that took us out of the forest. Then, they also turned into butterflies. The story ended with a thrilling development. Faced with Su Mo's doubts, Pei Ling's body trembled. Those butterflies are monsters. It used those people's bodies as nests and laid eggs in them. Did you know? In just a few seconds, countless butterflies flew out of those people's bodies. Right in front of me. Perhaps recalling that memory, Pei Ling's body became stiff. She grabbed Sumo's arm with red eyes. Chapter 123. We should run away. They are dead, and those people will not give up. As long as we can escape to the entrance, we can get enough supplies. We can survive, really. The stubborn eyes were full of urging, as if they were trapped in some chaos, and their thoughts became unclear. The arm was a little painful. It was Pei Ling's nails that pierced it. Suemo frowned and looked at the other party's hand. His tone was very light. So every time you bring those people in here, and then feed them to those monsters. Then you took their supplies, fled to the starting point, and continued to wait for the next batch of explorers? What are you talking about? Faced with Sumo's question, Pei Ling's turbid eyes suddenly became bright. There was a sense of fear in it. She unconsciously let go of Sumo's hand. The tone was a little awkward. But under the eyes that moved away, there was a murderous intent. So, every time you wait for someone to notice your abnormality and listen to your story. In the end, did you feed those people to the monsters yourself? Pei Ling, in order to survive, have you ever thought about finding the real ruins and leaving here? Suemo felt that perhaps her idea was naive. But compared to Pei Ling's practice of using other people as sacrifices, it might be more reliable. I don't understand what you mean. Pei Ling still shook his head. But he distanced himself from Suemo. You said you were one of the people who came in before me. But Pei Ling, there were no women in the previous batch. When she and Sheng Song were abducted, she had been awake. Occasionally, she could hear some loud voices talking. It was intermittent and unclear. But one sentence was very clear. The last batch of rubbish. We're all grown men, but none of them could. Not even a woman can do it. This time we. At that time, these words passed by, and Suemo didn't even take them to heart. But when Pei Ling began to tell her story, Suemo realized something was wrong. Pei Ling had been here for a long time. You? The suppressed anger made Suemo smile a little. I think you want to use me to lead us to those monsters, while you hide in the dark. After we die, you can take our things and leave. Don't point the gun you hid in your clothes at me anymore. I can guarantee that I can cut your neck before you shoot. The clothes knife appeared beside Pei Ling's neck in an instant. The cold blade was placed on the skin, which was very scary. Pei Ling slowly took out her hand from under her clothes. The woman who had been acting all the way finally showed her true face. The distortion on her face was not concealed. Why do you have to expose me? Can't we live together? At this time, the others finally noticed the problem between the two people behind. Especially at this time, Suemo looked like he was about to kill someone. What are you doing? Someone questioned, staring at Suemo with a warning. Obviously, he regarded Suemo as a threat. Compared to the strong Suemo, the weak-looking Pei Ling is more trustworthy. Seeing those people defending her as a weak person, Pei Ling laughed. There is no way out here. Many years ago, there was no way out here. You are all dead, you know that? This is hell. How can you escape when you are in hell? The hoarse tone of the weird words attracted the attention of some people. What are you talking about? Have you been here? Han Jiayue came over and asked quickly, with a sharp look. Have you been here? Hee hee. The curve on her face was a little hideous. Pei Ling took a step back and left Sumo's knife. She looked at Suemo with particularly praise. You know, you are really good. In fact, some people have discovered my problem, but they think they can use me. The result? Licking her lips, the sick smile never faded. They all became food for my little babies. To be honest, I was surprised when those people found this place. I should have died, but those people gave me hope. It's really fun to play with you. Things are developing beyond expectations. Some people are getting impatient. What are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense. Are you crazy? Amidst a bunch of doubts, Sumo's voice was very calm. You are from here. It was still an affirmative sentence, but it made Pei Ling laugh. Congratulations on your answer. To be precise, I was a test subject here. Pei Ling raised his hand and compared the size. I was still a baby at the time, so I don't know what happened at the beginning. It's just that when I started to remember things, this place was abandoned. And I, as a monster, was also thrown here. Fortunately, I have friends to accompany me. The long tone rose, with a little pride. Rustle. Rustle. It seemed that the wind was blowing, but the leaves around were not shaking. And Suemo saw that butterflies floated out from the surrounding bushes. Just as Pei Ling described. Red was flowing in the transparent wings. Dazzling like flowing light. 1, 2. Butterflies danced in front of their eyes, and the scales they dropped were red. The sweet fragrance was stronger. Some people looked at the beautiful butterflies infatuatedly, then raised their steps, and followed the butterflies to continue forward. These things are not guides, but messengers of the underworld. No, it's poisonous! Miao Jingshan shouted. He even stuffed pills into Sheng Tsang and Han Jiayue's mouths. As for Suemo, he stuffed the biscuits in his hand into his mouth, and the slight dizziness completely disappeared. The scale powder of these butterflies seems to be able to induce people's spiritual power. But now Sumo's spiritual power is very strong. Under the blessing of the sea of spirituality, these butterflies have no effect on her. But Pei Ling was very dissatisfied with the scene. How can you be okay? At this time, the two were a few meters apart, and a butterfly was perched on Pei Ling's shoulder. The flapping wings were very psychedelic. Are human experiments being conducted here? Suemo frowned. In her previous world, this kind of experiment was forbidden. The rules of the Wasteland are different. And when those people with abilities appeared, countless ordinary people wanted to change themselves. Human experiments have never stopped in the Wasteland. Could it be that this is the case here, and Pei Ling is the product of the experiment here? No. Pei Ling denied Sumo's guess. She shook her head, hatred in her eyes. The experiment subjects here are not human. Chapter 124. In the dreamlike scene, Pei Ling pointed to the side. There were dense trees there. The butterfly landed on the tip of the leaf, and the leaf trembled. Pei Ling's voice sounded again. The test subjects here are these plants. In the resounding words, there was a smile that Suemo could not understand. Of course, in their words, everything is for humans in the end. Pei Ling's expression was particularly mocking. If you want to know the truth, just keep going forward. The premise is that you can still walk there alive. The butterflies all flapped their wings. Scales fluttered down. In just a trance, Pei Ling, who seemed to be a little abnormal, disappeared. Where are the people? Someone shouted and rushed to the place where Pei Ling had just stood. There was nothing when the bushes were pushed aside. Even the butterflies disappeared. But the scales left on the ground showed that Pei Ling was real just now. What is going on? What do those people want us to find here? Li Xing's voice was filled with incomprehension, and he shouted, come out quickly, you must be spying on us, right? How can those who caught them judge their situation here? Spy, yes, there must be a spy in our team. Turning his head suddenly, Li Xing's eyes were bloodshot, and his expression looked a little demented. What are you talking about? A woman muttered and looked at Li Xing. Stop exaggerating. I think you are a spy. The woman's rebuttal was Li Xing's instant look. You must be in the same group with those people, right? Li Xing seemed a little abnormal under the stimulation of the series of events. The woman whose arm was caught pushed Li Xing hard, but she couldn't resist the other party's strength. Seeing that the two were about to fight, Han Jiayue frowned and said in a low voice, enough. Let's think about what to do now. The leaves exploded as soon as the words came out. But Suemo was sure that no one used their abilities. Let's go! After a sound, Suemo quickly left the place. Overhead, the tall tree hung down thousands of threads. But if you look closely, you will know that it is a plant with extremely slender leaves. The dark red leaves are hidden in the tree canopy and cannot be detected. Perhaps disturbed by the voices of the crowd, it finally revealed its figure. The hunt began. The slender leaves fell, automatically without wind. The long and soft leaves looked very ethereal and dreamy. But no one dared to touch her at this time. Li Xing pushed the woman away and staggered away. The woman who fell to the ground was in pain, and she screamed continuously while looking at the leaves that appeared in an instant. Ah, ah, ah. The sound seemed to pierce the eardrums. The woman's body was completely entangled by the leaves. With a slight pull, the other party was directly lifted into the air. Han Jiayue took a step forward, lightning flashed at her fingertips, and it seemed that she wanted to save people. However, when the blood gushed out like a fountain, Han Jiayue could only get out of the way. The woman was dead. Her body was cut into pieces. The broken meat fell to the ground, and the blood penetrated into the soil. The bones and some pieces of meat were still hanging in the air. The leaves that had eaten and drunk enough became more and more enchanting, and their bodies twisted in the air like graceful girls. From all directions, the leaves in the tree canopy came one after another. The crowd was running wildly and scattered. At this time, people's instinct would choose the most familiar direction. The route on the map was remembered by almost everyone. Everyone ran in that direction subconsciously. Everything seemed to be still on track. Li Xing, who shouted that there was a traitor, ran very fast. His legs and feet were not like an ordinary person. It's the wind. Miao Jingshan looked at Li Xing's legs and whispered. The wind ability has always been a great escape. Are there so many people with abilities among the remaining people? Suemo, with a slight frown on his face, turned his head and saw that the way back was completely blocked by the leaves. Once you enter here, is there really no way back? Sighing, the route at this moment is going down. The way down the mountain is not easy to walk, but fortunately, several people are extraordinary, so it is not troublesome. When everyone stood still, they found that they were already at the edge of the magnificent forest. Out, are we out? Someone wiped his sweat and spoke in a staccato tone. The panting sound was very obvious. Look, there is a house over there. The trees here were a little sparse, and someone saw a corner of the dilapidated building through the gap. I hurried out and saw the building covered by weeds. The cement soil in front had cracked, and many vines were growing inside. It can be said that this place is a plant kingdom. The eyes were full of fresh green, but after what happened behind, no one dared to underestimate the scene in front. In the sea of spirit, the scarlet mist behind was continuous into an ocean. Recalling the scene when Pei Ling disappeared, Sumo's heart suddenly tightened. The other party deliberately lured everyone here. Now is the real way to retreat. It seems that there is no problem here. Approaching carefully, everyone saw the front of the institute. The gate had collapsed long ago, and the words biology could be seen on the remaining stones. It seemed that they had found the right place. In front of them, the left side of the 5-story building collapsed completely. Although the right side was still supported, it was covered with creepers. It was impossible to see the situation inside. The broken glass windows let in air, and occasionally made a whistling sound. Walking on the uneven ground, everyone approached the institute. The security door had already exploded, and it was easy to enter. The ground was paved with plants. The gravel was mixed in it, and it was difficult to step on it. With a splash, Li Xing stepped into the air. Where his left foot stepped out, it turned out to be a pit. Just as he was about to fall, Sheng Tsang beside him grabbed him. Thank you, thank you. Li Xing, who was scared and sweating, said gratefully. Everyone explored the way more carefully. The environment inside was a bit humid. Some tables and chairs were rotten and rusted. The stairs are here. The first floor was just the front desk and the lobby, and there was almost nothing worth studying. After going up the stairs on the far right, everyone found that this floor seemed to be a data room. The paper materials were naturally weathered. The scattered papers were extremely black and yellow, and many of the handwriting was unrecognizable. After searching through the boxes and cabinets, only some things that could be studied were found. People gathered around the materials on the table. It seems that they are really studying plants here. I can't see what the problem is. Someone muttered. Most of the materials they looked through were descriptions of some plants. However, unlike the plants known to the outside world, the colors and shapes of these recorded materials were a bit strange. It looked exactly like what they had encountered on the way here. Are those things outside the product of this research institute? Could it be that some genetic experiment was conducted to change the genes of those plants, making them so weird? Someone made a hypothesis. Chapter 125. A reasonable hypothesis is the beginning of proving a possibility. But at this moment, facing incomplete information, everyone could not make a conclusion. There was no danger in the research institute. Pei Ling had never appeared. After searching the entire 5 floors, nothing useful was found. Too many materials had been destroyed. Some laboratories were also empty. No corpses, no specimens. It was as if this place had been cleaned up before it was abandoned. Are they trying to hide something? Han Jiayue asked everyone's doubts. Suemo stood at the window, on the 5th floor, and could see the red jumble not far away. Looking around, it was the same. Those strange plants, like guard belts, tightly wrapped here. Is it protection or hunting? Suemo couldn't tell for a moment. The people who arrested us should be looking for this place, right? Li Xing held a bottle covered with stains in his hand. The liquid in the bottle was not completely dry. The remaining ones were dark red, which looked unlucky. Now we have found it, then, how do we leave? If everyone had expectations for the discovery here at first, now they felt it was boring. It was too empty. It was so empty that the value of paying so much was not equal at all. Hey, come out! Li Xing was shouting at the window, and he looked a little out of control. Basement. Suemo suddenly said. Her eyes were on Li Xing. The sharp eyes made Li Xing speak uncomfortably. What do you want to say? Why are you looking at me? The first floor leads to the basement. After saying this, Suemo went downstairs quickly. Han Jiayue followed with a twinkling look in her eyes. The rest of the people could only follow. When Suemo returned to the first floor, he walked to the place where he had just entered the door. There is a pit here, and the diameter is not wide. A slightly fat person will get stuck in the hole. And before, Li Xing almost fell here. There is another layer below, but has anyone found the passage to the underground here? Suemo pointed to the dark hole and asked. The gravel was thrown down, and soon there was a sound. It means that it is not deep below. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. I didn't find it. I haven't seen it either. In a few words, several people understood what Suemo meant. A building with an underground space, but there is no way to go down. The only possibility is that the things underground cannot be seen by anyone. I do it. Shang Tsung walked out and signaled everyone to step back. It's easy to go down. Isn't there a ready-made path? Shang Tsung, who was strong enough, punched down. The floor cracked and collapsed instantly. Shang Tsung fell directly down along the hole. Are you okay? Miao Jingshan shouted nervously amid the sound of rolling down at any time. It's okay, come down. Oh my god, what's that smell? Shang Tsung's loud voice was easy to catch, and it sounded like nothing was wrong. Everyone jumped down. Suemo also wanted to follow, but he felt the movement of Miao Miao on his shoulder. The claws penetrated through the clothes and pierced into the flesh. It hurt a lot. There was a little moisture in the clear black pupils. The small body nestled beside Suemo, trembling slightly. It seemed to be afraid. Suemo, who saw Miao Miao in this state for the first time, looked at the cave entrance with some hesitation. Suemo didn't speak until the others went down. Do you want to stay here? Arriving here, she naturally wanted to go down and find out. Meow. Miao Miao shouted, but shook her head, and then went straight into Suemo's arms. She could only hold the other party. Suemo jumped down. The light shone below. But Suemo found that what he was stepping on was not a hard cement board, but soil. The soft soil was very moist. The dark color was even more weird. Walking inside, the footsteps gradually became heavy. What a hell of a place, it stinks. Someone complained, and Shang Tsung laughed in agreement. Suemo moved his nose. There was indeed a very unpleasant smell in the air. It was as if something was rotting. Oh my god! Someone shouted in front. The source of the odor has been revealed. It was a huge pool. The pool was surrounded by piles of bones. Most of them were from ferocious beasts, but there were also human bones. In the middle of the pool, there was a living person who was still shaking slightly. It's that kid. Li Xing's tone was a little horrified. That was the person who was captured with him. It was just that they were separated when they were escaping. I thought those people were still outside, but they met here. The other party was not dead yet. He also saw the arrival of the crowd. His face, covered with blood, was in extreme pain. His lips were trembling, and the man seemed to want to say something. But the sound coming out of his mouth was inaudible. I go and take a look. Shang Tsung was very brave, and jumped in directly. The soil in the pool was particularly soft and rotten. He stepped on it, and sank a calf directly. It was difficult to move forward. Suemo stood by the pool, looking at the mud in the pool, with a cold look in his eyes. No, that's not mud. It's rotten meat. There was too much rotten meat, piled up together, and even bacteria couldn't quickly decompose those things. Over time, this situation was formed. So, what Shang Tsung was stepping on at this time were corpses. Suemo didn't tell the truth in the end. What he saw from the corner of his eye was Miao Jingshan's solemn face. It seems that he also discovered it. Hey, what are you talking about? Finally approached the man. Shang Tsung wanted to pick up the man, but found that he couldn't pull it. He exerted force with his arms. He only heard the man's slight groan. The other party was already at the end of his strength. When he saw Shang Tsung, the despair in the man's eyes almost overflowed. Go. One word seemed to have used up all his strength. After the words fell, the light in his pupils completely extinguished. He's dead. Go, what do you mean by go or beat? Shang Tsung asked without knowing why. Come up first. Miao Jingshan spoke quickly. The tone was a little helpless. Sometimes, he was also embarrassed by Shang Tsung's brainlessness. Oh! Shang Tsung, who didn't like the current environment, nodded. It was still difficult to take a step. As he approached the shore, Miao Jingshan's face gradually relaxed. With his hands already on the shore, Miao Jingshan bent down and was about to pull Shang Tsung up. Be careful! Suemo suddenly shouted. At the same time, she threw the dagger in her hand directly. The sharp blade brushed Shang Tsung's head and cut off something behind him. Is that a tentacle? Shang Tsung was about to speak when his body suddenly sank. Something is pulling my feet. He finished the sentence quickly. Shang Tsung's muscles bulged, and he was about to force himself to get up with his hands on the ground. Suddenly, countless tentacles emerged from the rotten meat. The black and red ones merged with the rotten meat, bearing their fangs and claws, and stabbed Shang Tsung. Chapter 126. Fuck. Shang Tsung was swearing and trying to fight back. But the rotten meat mud under his feet stopped him from moving. Don't move. Suemo stepped forward and held Shang Tsung's head. The slender fingers made Shang Tsung's face flushed at this moment. How can a woman touch a man's head casually? But Suemo didn't have any ambiguous thoughts. The boning knife appeared at his hand and slid down Shang Tsung's back. The cold blade made Shang Tsung's back stiff. He felt like the meat on the chopping board, letting Suemo fiddle with him. Luckily, Suemo didn't have any quirks. The blade pierced into the mud and cut something off. Liquid splashed, and the stench was abnormal. Quick! Sumo shouted, and he and Miao Jingshan worked together to pull Shang Tsung up. The tall Shang Tsung was sweating on his forehead. Everyone saw that the flesh on his legs was rotten. It was as if something had torn it off alive. Miao Jingshan's hands were steadily sprinkling medicine powder on Shang Tsung, doing emergency treatment. And Suemo still stood at the edge of the pool, quietly looking inside. Perhaps because the prey was stolen, the thing inside was furious. The tentacles stretched out, getting closer. Suemo finally saw clearly what that thing was. It was not an octopus tentacle, but a tree root. It was just that these tree roots on the outside looked like the texture of jelly. Countless suction mouths were coiled on the roots. The tree roots, as thick as thighs, swung in the air. The fallen meat mud polluted the air. What is this thing? A combination of an octopus and a tree? Someone behind him asked, and the panic in his voice could not be concealed. Han Jiayue came over to Sumo's side. She gritted her teeth and looked a little scared. Could this thing have undergone some kind of genetic modification and mutated? Are the genes of animals and plants mixed together? This possibility also flashed through Sumo's mind. In this crazy wasteland, this kind of thing seems to be possible. Struggling, the thing finally pulled its body out of the meat paste. A dozen roots almost filled the space. What is more eye-catching is the main body. The branches and leaves are lush on the jelly-like trunk. There are even some fruits hanging. Those black and red fruits are the size of a fist. But the lines on each fruit look like a distorted human face. Oh my god! Han Jiayue's breath was choked. And Suemo also saw one of the fruits. The face that appeared on it was the person that Shang Tsung wanted to save just now. As the roots twisted, the fruits were also swaying. Distorted, chaotic and weird, this is what Suemo felt at the moment. What exactly is this place? Along with the question, Suemo swung the knife mercilessly. The knife directly pierced the root and nailed it to the ground. But the thing twisted, allowing the blade to cut it off, and then pulled out the root. At this time, one of the fruits dried up instantly. The root injured by Suemo recovered quickly. What human face fruit? Is it the energy stored by the other party? Destroy those fruits first. Han Jiayue said. Lightning flashed underground. Some people trembled and dared not approach. Fortunately, not everyone was so cowardly that they lost their ability to move. The power of the bow and arrow was terrifying. The arrow hit a fruit accurately. It was Shang Tsung. At this moment, he was sitting against the wall, and his legs still had not recovered their ability to move. But his upper body was intact. He also took the bow and arrow from another person. The ordinary arrow showed extraordinary power in his hands. Woo! Woo woo woo! Suddenly, a sound similar to crying came from the body of the strange tree. Like a baby, noisy and sharp. The source of the sound was the fruit hit by Shang Tsung. The fruit fell to the ground and was still bouncing, as if it were a living thing. Shang Tsung's face turned pale again after taking a breath of cold air. Miao Jingshan's expression was also a little ugly. He pointed his finger in the air, and a thin mist appeared. It was the poisonous mist created by his ability. The mist enveloped the strange tree. But in the poison, the other party was safe and sound. Sumo's eyes fell on the rotten meat, but he understood. That pool is probably already poisonous. The strange tree that has been hiding here for many years is immune to the toxin. Miao Jingshan, who noticed this, was a little discouraged. Let's cooperate. Han Jiayue's voice interrupted. The lightning moved on the tree, leaving some charred marks. The jelly-like limbs seemed to have solidified. The opponent's movements became slower. The lightning worked. Han Jiayue's eyes were full of joy. I will control it, and you go and kill her. Close-range killing is undoubtedly more dangerous. Facing Han Jiayue's proposal, Suemo did not refute anything. Just glanced at the other party. After seeing the awkward emotion in the other party's eyes, Sumo smiled calmly. Pick up the knife and face the challenge. The blade shuttled through the dancing roots. Every time the sharp knife fell, it cut off a root. Even if that thing has the ability to recover, it cannot gather again in a short time. The activity space became larger. Sumo, who was agile, wandered around the strange tree, looking for an opportunity to kill it with one blow. The black hair was flying. The hem of the clothes brushed the roots, still clean. Sumo's fighting style was really eye-catching. Clean and decisive. And all this can only be practiced in constant killing. There was contemplation in his eyes. Miao Jingshan walked to Shang Tsung's side. At this time, because the roots were dancing wildly, it was difficult for arrows to hit. Fearing that Sumo might be hurt by mistake, Shang Tsung had no choice but to let go. The two looked at each other, and saw the horror in each other's eyes. At first, they just thought that Sumo was similar to them, so they took the initiative to greet him. But now it seems that Sumo's ability is above theirs. No, it is above everyone here. And in the center of everyone's eyes, Sumo is not struggling. Fighting is already commonplace. After cutting off one root after another with the thin blade of the boning knife, she successfully approached the body of the thing. The sticky liquid wrapped around the tree trunk, which looked a little chilly. The knife stabbed down successfully. But the feedback was like being stuck in a quagmire. A suction came, and Sumo's feet were unstable. Let go quickly. Then the boning knife was sucked directly into the tree trunk. It is a taboo in battle to let the weapon fall out of hand. It was not good news for everyone that such a big change happened just when they were about to succeed. The body of the strange tree seemed to be able to absorb people's abilities. Sumo kept jumping and dodging the opponent's attacks. His thoughts turned rapidly. The body was a weakness, but if he approached the weakness, the attacker's abilities would be sucked dry. So how could he do it? The problem was in front of everyone. Han Jiayue's movements were a beat slower, and the control failed to keep up, and the roots were pulled directly towards Sumo from the side. Chapter 127. At the critical moment, a knife appeared out of thin air in Sumo's hand. Shang Tsung and the other two were not surprised by the scene. Han Jiayue's emotions quickly subsided. Be careful, she shouted. Sumo jumped up. With Sumo's current strength, high jump is not a problem. Stepping directly on the soft trunk of the strange tree, Sumo cut off most of its crown with a knife. Not only did he fail to kill Sumo, he was even injured. The roots of the thorns on the outside of the strange tree quickly closed, directly trapping Sumo in it. From the outside, a black and red sphere was formed. And this ball was still wriggling, as if it were alive. The vision became dark. The stench almost polluted Sumo's entire mind. Sumo forced himself to calm down and took a step forward. The knife was handed out lightly. A smooth cut, without any skill, but the blade trembled like an afterimage. One cut after another, swiftly cut through the sticky matter. After each cut, a large piece of limbs was dug out by Sumo. The knife skills of butchering an ox were used to the extreme at this moment. When he saw the light again, Sumo's speed did not stop. The rapid screams of the human-faced fruit were in his ears. However, Sumo's knife passed those things and stabbed directly into the roots of the strange tree. Plants absorb nutrients through roots. And the weakness of this thing in front of him is at the root. Those thick and wild roots are just to cover up their fatal points. This knife seemed to stab into a hard stone. There was no jelly texture. The arm exerted force. The knife went deeper. Crack, something broke. The twisting tree stopped attacking instantly. The huge body was swaying, and the roots fell to the ground, hatching into a pool of mud. The trunk collapsed. The fruits on it shrank quickly. The fallen core rolled to Sumo's feet. She could see it clearly. It was part of the human spine. Sumo kicked it away and jumped out of the pit. Looking at the dirt on her body, Sumo frowned. This thing is really disgusting. You are awesome. The rude praise came from Li Xing. Li Xing, who was very dissatisfied with Sumo before, came over and looked at Sumo eagerly. As if he regarded Sumo as his savior. Many people had the same attitude as Li Xing. Looking over the crowd, Sumo's eyes fell on Han Jiayue, but his eyes were slightly cold. Sorry, I made a mistake. Perhaps sensing Sumo's displeasure, Han Jiayue came over and bowed her head in apology. Han Jiayue had been leading the group all along the way. After this battle, those people seemed to have identified Sumo and ignored Han Jiayue's existence. However, there was no embarrassment on Han Jiayue's face. Instead, she admired Sumo sincerely. Their eyes met, and Sumo's eyes were extremely sharp. Be careful next time. Was that mistake intentional or deliberate? Under the circumstances at the time, Suemo could not tell. But it did not prevent her from putting Han Jiayue on alert. Suemo, who left at the wrong step, directly bypassed the meat mud pool and walked deeper. What exactly is here? You will naturally know when you go in. Hey, wait for me. Some people shouted and hurriedly followed. Let's go! Miao Jingshan looked at Han Jiayue. After receiving the money, he still cared about the employer's thoughts. Have you and Suemo known each other for a long time? Han Jiayue asked with a smile. No. We met because of this incident. Shang Tsung answered. At this moment, the wound on his leg stopped bleeding temporarily, but it was still a little difficult to walk. But with the support of his strong physique, Shang Tsung was fine. Is that so? Han Jiayue sighed and changed her tone, looking at Miao Jingshan. Don't forget what you promised. Only when I leave here safely, I will give you the subsequent remuneration. Yes, I know. Miao Jingshan glanced at Han Jiayue, and he was still calm. One was carefree, and the other seemed to have no feelings for men and women. Facing these two men, Han Jiayue's eyes twitched a few times. Not long after the group left, a familiar figure appeared here. Pei Ling looked at the strange tree that had been solved, with pity in her eyes. I'm sorry. She stroked the trunk, her tone steaky. Don't worry, I will avenge you. The butterfly on the shoulder flapped its wings and flew into the cave. The scattered scales were dreamy. Pei Ling also went there with a flash. In front, Suemo led the way. After a fight, her emotions were intensified. After leaving the blood pool, there was a long passage. The soil on both sides of the passage was very thick, with traces of post-explosion. There seemed to be no cement here. Soil was everywhere. Some buildings that were occasionally seen were also clay sculptures. After passing the long passage, Suemo braked. In front of him was an extremely empty underground space. There were vertical wooden ladders on both sides of the place where the club was located, and they needed to lie down. But everyone had no time to care about it at this moment. Sky. This word represents the rebirth of everyone at this moment. Below, there is a dazzling sea of flowers. The flowers are in full bloom, beautiful beyond words. The blood-like color blooms enchantingly in this underground cave. Each flower is about the size of a palm. From a distance, green leaves are mixed in, and the two colors overlap, which makes people imagine for no reason. So beautiful. The double-petaled flowers are slightly curled up, like a sleepy beauty. The fragrance is overflowing. Some people have resisted the urge to climb down the ladder to observe further. Just as Suemo was about to make a move, a sense of crisis came from the direction behind him. He quickly lowered his head, and a strong wind passed over his head. It was an arrow. The hair broken by the arrow was flying. Suemo, who was half kneeling on the ground, looked up and saw some people appearing in the direction he came from. And in the middle of those people, there was an old man. I'm here. I'm finally here. The old man looked at the blood-red sea of flowers with excitement. And the faces of those people guarding him were all excited. Suemo sighed in his heart after looking at the clothes of those people. As expected, the people who caught them were those predators. But what did these people want to do with these flowers? Too beautiful. The old man's voice was trembling. He took a step forward, ignored the existence of everyone, and went directly to the sea of flowers. Zhu Xing walked over and smiled when he saw Suemo and others. You did a good job. But it's enough. 2 sentences were enough to make everyone feel cold. What do you mean? Didn't they say that as long as we find this place, we can leave? Until now, who doesn't know that these people's purpose is here? Not only that, they actually followed us all the way. But no one in the team noticed. Chapter 128. Hoo, stand up for me. Shang Tsung's brain turned faster this time, and he immediately realized that there was a spy in the team. Otherwise, how did those people show up so promptly? A pair of big eyes swept over the remaining people, but no one showed a guilty expression. Brother Shang Tsung, stop shouting. How could a spy stand up at this time? Sneering, Li Xing was directly grabbed by the arm by Zhu Xing. Hearing a bone crack, Li Xing's face turned pale. What are you shouting for? Kicking Li Xing away with one foot, Zhu Xing's expression was extremely arrogant. Don't worry, I will let you die very happily. With a voice, those behind Zhu Xing all took a fighting posture. Holding the knife in his hand, Suemo narrowed his eyes, and was about to take action, but heard a voice from below. It was from that old Gong. Wait! Below, Mr. Gong raised his head. The distance was too far to see what was in the other person's eyes. Keep them first, they are still useful. Yes! Zhu Xing agreed, but was a little unhappy. Lucky for you. Be obedient, otherwise. The sight swept over everyone and finally landed on Sumo. Zhu Xing, who knew Sumo's strength well, chuckled, his eyes showing malice. Don't think you can run away from here just because you are powerful. Try now, can you still hold your knife? This sentence made everyone terrified. Shang Tsung, who had the most bad temper, was the first to discover the problem. My ability. As a power type, Shang Tsung actually showed a weak state at this time. Not only Shang Tsung. Han Jiayue's face also turned ugly. The light of lightning disappeared from the fingertips she raised. The ability was locked. How did you do it? Sumo asked, feeling the solidification of the power in her body. In an abnormal state, the ability seemed to be sealed in the body and could not be used. But toxins should also belong to an abnormal state. Healing food can solve toxins, so what about this situation? Sumo, who could not try it for the time being, cooperated and showed a surprised expression. Hee hee. Mr. Gong's ability is beyond your imagination. I advise you to do it well. If you are appreciated by Mr. Gong, you may be able to be the same as me. After a few words, Zhu Xing waved his hand directly. Then someone escorted everyone down. After going down the stairs, they went deep into the sea of flowers at close range. What they felt was even more shocking. There was a fragrance at the tip of their noses. Such a large sea of flowers. The fragrance of the flowers is not greasy, but very pleasant. Walking in the sea of flowers, Sumo could see that the leaves were exceptionally soft. When passing by, the leaves were dancing. Let them be responsible for harvesting these flowers in the future. Everyone came to the side of Gong Lao. At this time, the other party was wearing gloves and playing with a flower. Do you know what it is called? It seems that this is not the first time that Gong Lao has seen this kind of strange flower. His fingers stroked the delicate petals, and his movements were unusually gentle, as if he was treating his most beloved person. The flower of mad blood, this is its name. Gong Lao asked and answered himself. Gong Lao, who put the mad blood flower to his nose and smelled it, looked normal. But then he threw it at his feet. Let's start. More people entered the passage they came from. Some of them brought instruments and quickly set up camp around. Their well-prepared posture made people look at them sideways. Sumo looked at the basket in his hand and lowered his eyes. It seemed very simple to just pick flowers. The people who were deprived of their power started their work humiliatingly with such thoughts. There was no skill in picking flowers. The other party did not even ask for a complete flower to be picked. It was hard to imagine how many lives they had spent to get here with such a rough treatment. Flowers were placed in the basket by Sumo. There was a coughing sound in his ears. Cough, cough. Covering her mouth, the woman looked a little pale. As an ordinary person, it is not easy to survive until now. Perhaps because of another shock, the other party's body had problems since coming to this sea of flowers. Are you okay? Shang Tsung asked. The wound on his leg was still bleeding, but he was concerned about others. It's okay, I just feel a little stuffy in my chest. The woman shook her head and looked at Shang Tsung gratefully. Shang Tsung saved many people along the way. Miao Jingshan did not comment on this scene. His eyes were on Shang Tsung's legs. According to Shang Tsung's physique, even if the wound could not heal, the bleeding should be stopped. But the gauze had been stained red. Shang Tsung, I will rebandage you first. Those people did not discipline him too much. Zhu Xing looked at this slacking off behavior from a distance, but did not come over to scold him. Bending down, Sumo carefully observed after picking a flower. The petals are very delicate, layered together, with a complex beauty. It seems that there is no difference. As for the effect of this crazy blood flower, Sumo does not know. And that old man Gong did not seem to be kind enough to explain it to everyone. Hey, your wound seems to be bleeding. Han Jiayue squatted beside Shang Tsung and said. The tone was a bit strange. Sumo also looked over. The blood from the wound was bright red, and after the gauze was removed, it directly dyed the ground red. The amount of blood loss was not too large, but it was continuing. This is not a solution. It's okay, it should have just been pulled. Jingshan is here. Shang Tsung, who has 100% trust in Miao Jingshan, doesn't seem to care. I'm not studying medicine, I'm playing with poison. Miao Jingshan frowned. When the ability awakened in him, he seemed to have a natural perception of toxins. But here, he couldn't feel the existence of toxins. Logically, this place should be safe. But the situation in front of him is not right. But even so, he could only apply medicine and bandage as usual. The wound was covered, but the gauze was soon stained red. But it seems that the bleeding is a little slower. Let's do this for now. Shang Tsung helped Miao Jingshan up. Let's find a way to leave here first. Leave? Li Xing's reply was a little sharp. Humph, let's think about how to solve the problem of the drug in our bodies. With their abilities suppressed, it can be said that they are all ordinary people now. How to leave here? It's relaxing in the sea of flowers, but there are not too many predators stationed at the entrance. Those crazy people. Cursing, Li Xing crushed a blood-mad flower with one foot. Hey, what are you doing? Someone shouted at the other end. It was Zhu Xing. Looking from a distance, the other party's expression was very unfriendly. Li Xing could only lower his head and continue to bend over to work. During the whole process, Su Mo did not speak. Under the mechanical movement, the power in Su Mo's body was a little strange. Unlike the other few people, they seemed to have completely lost their abilities. Her power was flowing. Even the sea of spirituality could be used. But the obscure feeling was still there, as if the ability was reduced by half. Chapter 129. Time underground seems to be day and night. This is the third day that everyone has been collecting here. It is also the first day that a new batch of tools have arrived. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Zhu Xing pushed one of them. His tone was irritable. In the sea of flowers, Su Mo looked at the captives, who had just arrived here, his eyes calm. Perhaps because of their success, it would be much easier to enter here next time. This means that their plot may be bigger than she thought. Su Mo, what should we do now? Li Xing walked to Su Mo and asked in a low voice. Do you want me to win over those people? We are weak now. If we win over more people, it may be easier to escape in the future. Li Xing's low voice avoided the newcomers. While the newcomers were still at a loss, even shouting and venting, the people in Su Mo's group were still working hard. Escape? Su Mo seemed to not understand what the other party meant, and her face was confused. Yes, escape. Are you planning to stay here forever? No way, you haven't planned to escape yet, have you? As he spoke, Li Xing looked at Su Mo's puzzled expression, and his expression was a little awkward. Su Mo, you are the most capable among these people, and the one I trust the most. There are spies in this team, but you can trust me. If you have a plan, you must tell me. I promise I will stand by you. After all, my life is yours to save. Rubbing his hands, Li Xing's attitude was very positive. Okay. Su Mo smiled awkwardly, still looking confused. Wait for me later, I go discuss it with Sheng Tsang and the others. You're right, we can't just wait here to die. I believe Sheng Tsang, I tell you my plan later. Is it a perfunctory or a plan? Looking at Su Mo, who seemed to be playing dumb and didn't understand his hint, Li Xing's mouth twitched. Okay, then I leave first. He simply left and walked to the newcomers. I don't know what Li Xing said. Many of the flustered newcomers calmed down, and even followed Li Xing to get tools. He followed the trajectory of those people, secretly observing Li Xing's existence. Su Mo's eyes were bright at this moment. But the murderous intent in them was also shining. Quickly restraining his expression, Su Mo bent down and continued his hard work. Sheng Tsang, Sheng Tsang. Are you okay? After a while, Su Mo straightened up amidst the shouts, and saw Sheng Tsang being supported by Miao Jingshan. Such a big guy, he has lost a lot of weight in these 3 days. Your wound. Beside him, Han Jiayu's voice was trembling. 3 days. 3 days in total, the wound is not healed, and it is even bleeding. Not only that. Squatting down to take off the gauze, the flesh around the wound has begun to rot. It emits a fishy smell. Redness and swelling spread to the legs. Sheng Tsang's forehead has already developed a high fever. And the medicines prepared by Miao Jingshan can't work here at all. Damn it! Cursing, he slapped the red flowers beside him. The blood-mad flower that looked stunning at first glance was now so gorgeous that it made people sick. Feeling a little dizzy, Miao Jingshan shook his head and stumbled and almost fell. It was Su Mo who appeared and supported him. Thank you. Miao Jingshan thanked him, but Su Mo just shook his head. Looking at Sheng Tsang's wound, Su Mo's eyes were full of confusion. Miao Jingshan's ability was beyond doubt. But this wound was really problematic. Looking around, those predators were just monitoring outside the sea of flowers. She could see clearly these days that those people rarely entered the sea of flowers. So these flowers. His thoughts turned rapidly, and Sheng Tsang, who was still holding on, fainted directly. His body fell into the flowers, and the petals flew. But no one was going to appreciate the beautiful scenery at this moment. Miao Jingshan rushed over and held down Sheng Tsang's twitching body. Sheng Tsang, Sheng Tsang. Hold on, you be fine. Comfort couldn't stop Sheng Tsang from twitching. His limbs were twisting, and his facial muscles were pulled strangely. Blood foam came out of his mouth. His breathing was disordered, and his pulse quickly became weak. He looked like a dying man. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Countless damn words couldn't describe Miao Jingshan's panic at the moment. Save him, please, save him. I'd do whatever you want us to do. Please. With nowhere to go, Miao Jingshan rushed directly to the tents of those people. Xu Xing, who was guarding the perimeter, kicked Miao Jingshan away. What are you doing? Go back and continue. A kick hit Miao Jingshan's chest, and blood came out of the corner of his mouth. But even so, he still climbed up and hugged Xu Xing's thigh. I know you have a way to save him, right? As long as you save him, I will do whatever you say. Every word came from the heart. Sincere Miao Jingshan completely lost his composure when Sheng Tsang fell into a coma. The face that used to be silent was now filled with cold sweat and fear. But in the face of Miao Jingshan's plea, Xu Xing just sneered and kicked him again. Save him? He's already dead. What else is there to save? Maybe you be gone with him soon. What's the hurry? If you dare to come again, I send you to see him now. Under Xu Xing's arrogant attitude, the weapons raised by those around him were as if Miao Jingshan dared to move again, he would be sent to the west directly. Miao Jingshan, who fell to the ground, had bloodshot eyes. His chest rose and fell. The murderous intent and hatred in his eyes were like substance. He clenched his fists, like a trapped beast, and lost his direction in despair. Sheng Tsang is awake. Suddenly, a shout awakened Miao Jingshan's consciousness. He turned his head, and saw Sheng Tsang sitting up with the help of Su Mo. Although his face was still a little ugly, he stopped twitching. The pulse gradually stabilized. It's okay. Surprise burst out in his heart. Miao Jingshan stumbled back. Kneeling beside Sheng Tsang, after a good diagnosis and treatment, Miao Jingshan was relieved. I'm fine. Looking at the pale appearance of his good brother, Sheng Tsang felt a little apologetic. Don't worry, I'm lucky and I won't die. While speaking, he grinned for a while, and it seemed that there was nothing wrong. Su Mo thoughtfully bandaged the wound again. After doing all this, Su Mo got up and gave time to the two people. Su Mo, who returned to the sea of flowers, looked quite solemn. There is something wrong with these flowers. Whether it was the fragrance or some other reason, it affected their bodies. Even for her, with the presence of the biscuits, the feeling of shackles in her body still did not disappear. 260/5000 This is the energy value she has accumulated now. Some of them are the biscuits she used, but some of them are increased without any reason. It must be over there in the camp. She left a lot of the healing biscuits there. Something must have happened. Just looking at the consumption of the biscuits, it's not a big deal. Chapter 130. Thinking, Su Mo sighed. It seems that we really need to think of a way to leave this broken place. And the first step. Su Mo glanced at Sheng Tsang with anticipation in his eyes. Everything will soon be clear. It was night. After a busy day, people finally got time to rest. Several people squeezed into a tent. Fortunately, they were divided into men and women. At this time, Su Mo was sitting with his legs propped up, and Han Jiayue beside him was also very energetic. Her gaze on Su Mo was particularly scorching. It's you, right? You saved Sheng Tsang, right? When Miao Jingshan went to ask for help, her attention was also there. But when Su Mo spoke, Sheng Tsang, who was in a very wrong situation, recovered. Of course, it is also possible that Sheng Tsang survived. But in this situation, she is more inclined to believe that Su Mo did something. Facing Han Jiayue's question, Su Mo did not answer. Waiting for something, she lowered her eyes. The long eyelashes trembled, casting a silhouette in the light. Su Mo's appearance can only be described as delicate and pretty, and it is also very attractive. Her facial features are not outstanding, but they are also delicate. Put together, there is a kind of cold beauty. But at this moment, Han Jiayue looked at it, but felt as if she was staring at a beast ready to attack. The beast with claws hidden, the pair of animal eyes finally raised, looking at the door. After a shiver, Han Jiayue silently moved a little. This woman is indeed problematic. While Han Jiayue was brainstorming, there was movement in the tent. Can I come in? It was Miao Jingshan's voice, but judging from the shadow, he was not the only one. Sheng Tsang and Li Xing entered the tent. Just looking at Li Xing, it seemed as if he was doing something sneaky, which was a bit shameful. Su Mo, could it be? Li Xing was very excited and squeezed directly to Su Mo's side to express his unreasonable support. Su Mo ignored Li Xing's hint and looked up at Miao Jingshan. Miao Jingshan had regained his composure at this moment. He stared at Su Mo with deep eyes, which were puzzled and grateful. Plop! Miao Jingshan suddenly knelt on the ground. The sound of his knees hitting the ground was crisp, and this action surprised the others. "Hey, what are you doing? Are you uncomfortable?" Shang Tsung asked, trying to pull Miao Jingshan up, but Miao Jingshan pulled Shang Tsung backhanded and made him kneel down. "Jingshan thanks Miss Su for saving his life." A very light sentence made the tent silent for a moment. What do you mean?" Li Xing was a little out of his element. He scratched his head blankly, not understanding the situation. Su Emo smiled a little. "It seems you have made a decision?" she asked, and the conversation between the two made the others confused. Especially Shang Tsung. Looking at his friend, and then looking at the oppressive smile of Su Emo, he spoke. "What are you talking about? Jingshan, what do you mean by thanking Su Emo for saving your life? When did he save you?" Miao Jingshan felt a little disappointed with his friend's reaction. "Su Emo saved your life." Han Jiayue suddenly spoke, and looked at Shang Tsung with a speechless look. "You are pretending to be stupid on purpose, right? No matter how stupid you are, you can feel that there is something wrong with this matter. But how come you think that you can pretend to be stupid and let Miao Jingshan pretend that nothing happened? Shang Tsung, you owe Su Emo this favor for sure." A few words exposed Shang Tsung's little thoughts. Shang Tsung's face changed. He lowered his head as if embarrassed. His voice was a little suppressed. "I, Shang Tsung, thank Miss Su for saving my life. If Miss Su has any request, just tell me, I will definitely do it. But this matter has nothing to do with Jingshan. He owed Su Emo. How could he let Miao Jingshan pay the debt together? It's a pity that he can't play any calculations. It's obvious that pretending to be stupid won't work. You?" Looking at Shang Tsung's expression, Miao Jingshan was stunned, and then smiled bitterly. "Do you really think that she saved you without a precondition? And the precondition is probably me." Miao Jingshan shook his head, and his eyes became serious when he looked at Su Emo. "I believe Miss Su. I also believe that Miss Su will not harm us." The sonorous tone tells of Miao Jingshan's recognition of Su Emo. Speaking of which, Su Emo has always liked to deal with smart people, because it saves trouble. The smile on her face became more and more intense. Su Emo stood up and helped the two of them up. "Neither of you can do without me. I need your strength. As for you..." Su Mo's eyes were on Han Jiayue. "Have you thought about it? It is undeniable that this is also a smart person. Know how to protect yourself and how to take advantage. From the beginning, she used her advantage as a woman and won the recognition of everyone with a strong and straightforward attitude. And after I stole her limelight, she didn't complain at all. She was very good at observing people's words and expressions. And for such people, Su Emo was willing to respect them. If I say no, can you let me go?" Han Jiayue made a joke, but her face was very serious. "My wish has never changed from the beginning, that is to leave here alive. Whoever can let me leave alive, I will listen to him." "Very good." Su Emo was very satisfied with the other party's answer. "No, what are you talking about? What about me? I believe in Su Emo too." Looking at the few people eagerly, Li Xing was a little anxious. What's going on? He was obviously here, but he felt excluded. "Su Emo, what on earth did you call me for?" Li Xing asked bluntly. It was Su Emo who called him. He thought Su Emo really had some escape plan to discuss with him secretly. But who knew? They are all here. "You?" Su Mo's tone was a little strange. Raising an eyebrow, a knife appeared in Su Mo's hand. The knife was immediately placed on Li Xing's neck. She made a silent gesture and successfully blocked Li Xing's shout. "You, what are you going to do, Su Emo? We are companions." The voice became trembling. Li Xing looked at the sharp blade and was a little afraid to move. There was panic in his eyes, and also anger at being betrayed. "I have to say, your acting is pretty good." The blade was pressed against the skin, and blood oozed from the skin. The stinging sensation was very weak, but the pressure on Li Xing expanded to the maximum at this moment. "You, what do you mean? What acting?" Muttering, Li Xing's eyes were a little erratic. He passed the door, but Shang Tsung took a step forward to block the way out. He wanted to shout, but his mouth was hoarse. Some powder fell from Miao Jingshan's fingertips. Woo woo woo. A sobbing sound was heard. Li Xing stood up suddenly, and was about to rush out. But Su Emo twisted Li Xing's arm with his backhand. That crisp sound was really painful. But the rest of the people in the tent just watched coldly. Chapter 131. Cold sweat has already appeared on his forehead. Li Xing, lying on the ground, looked at everyone with a terrified look in his eyes. "Woo woo woo," he sobbed rapidly. "You want to ask why we are like this, right?" Han Jiayue squatted on the ground and sneered at Li Xing's pitiful appearance. "You are right, There is a spy among us. The rest of those idiots don't have this ability. Then you are the only one left that I need to suspect. Li Xing, you have been jumping up and down for us all the way, which is really considerate. Patting Li Xing's cheek, Han Jiayue said in a scolding tone. Tell me, if I crush you to death now and bury you under those flowers, will anyone find you? As she said that, Han Jiayue took out a dagger directly from under her quilt. The polished dagger moved on Li Xing's limbs. The considering eyes made people feel cold in their hearts. Woo woo woo. No. Whimsing, Li Xing suddenly found that he could speak normally again. When the knife fell on his vitals, Li Xing gave up the idea of shouting. I didn't. You misunderstood. How could I be the spy? How could I betray you? Li Xing, who was still stubborn, shook his head frantically. The denial looked particularly sincere. In that case, then explain to us, what are the effects of the drugs in our bodies? Su Mo emphasized the 4 words drug effects. If it is said that at the beginning, he just simply distrusted Li Xing. So before, after hearing Li Xing say these 4 words, it was completely certain that Li Xing had a problem. After all, this is a wasteland where any ability may appear. Why did Li Xing directly affirm that their power temporarily disappeared because they were drugged? Su Mo, who didn't have time to think about it, didn't intend to strangle Li Xing to death at this time. Taking away the dagger, Su Mo's eyes were slightly cold, and the smile on the corner of his mouth made Li Xing tremble a little. At this moment, Li Xing knew that his defense was useless. There was regret in his eyes. Disguised all the way, avoiding everyone, leaving clues for the team. But who would have thought that after coming here, he was excited at the last moment and left a flaw? At the beginning, you wanted to choose a spy from among us. His eyes fell on Han Jiayue, and Su Mo's tone was smiling. Should I cooperate with you? These days, Li Xing has been hinting at himself intentionally or unintentionally. Li Xing, speechless, opened his mouth, but gritted his teeth. After a while, he spoke angrily as if he was discouraged. I want to accuse Han Jiayue of being a spy. Han Jiayue rolled her eyes when she was named. Do you think she didn't notice? Stupid. This was Han Jiayue's evaluation of Li Xing, which made Li Xing angry, but he didn't dare to refute anything. What do you want to do if you catch me? Even if you kill me, as long as I don't show up tomorrow, they will find out, and then none of you will be able to escape. It has to be said that Li Xing is now confident. He raised his head, looking invincible. Facing the other party's arrogance, Su Mo did it very simply. The knife in his hand was cut along the opponent's heart. A light cut, only a little blood seeped out, just like a layer of skin was broken, and it was nothing to worry about. But at this moment, Li Xing clearly felt that his heartbeat frequency had changed. It got lower and lower. It was as if the heart was gradually losing its function. From the outside, he was intact. There was no wound, and it had healed under the strong body. What did you do? It became difficult to breathe, and the chest kept rising and falling. At this moment, Li Xing's face was already bruised. If you die naturally, it's not our fault, right? It was not a threat. It was just a straightforward sentence. But it made Li Xing tremble. He raised his hand with difficulty, and grabbed Su Mo's sleeve. No, don't. Save me, as long as you save me, I'm willing to do anything. It was a very familiar sentence, and Miao Jingshan next to him had a sarcastic look in his eyes. Su Mo's eyes curved, and she smiled like a girl next door. Really? The soft tone made people feel itchy, but Li Xing, whose world began to darken, had no thoughts of romance. Really? He nodded, and his heart seemed to stop beating in the next second. Li Xing's eyes bulged, and there was a sense of fear in his eyes. He opened the other person's mouth and stuffed a small cookie in. As 10 energy points arrived, Li Xing's heart began to beat. It was a magical scene. Su Mo's hand speed was very fast, and everyone couldn't even see clearly what Su Mo gave the other person to eat. Miao Jingshan, on the other hand, had a thoughtful look in his eyes. It's not a pure healing ability, so is it a special medicine? Did she rescue Sheng Tsang in the same way? Of course. When the cookie crumbs appeared from the corner of Li Xing's mouth, Miao Jingshan and the others fell silent. Cookies, are they snacks for coaxing children? Faced with the inquiring and strange eyes of the few people, Su Mo did not explain. Speaking of which, she seemed to have wanted to research a more convenient healing food a long time ago, but she never found the time. Then let's make do with it. Thinking about it, Su Mo raised her eyebrows as she watched Li Xing return to normal. What you have to do is very simple. She didn't even need to discuss it with Li Xing again. The tone of the command made Li Xing swallow his saliva frantically. First, tell us, what are these flowers, And what is your purpose in finding these flowers? This is the question that everyone wanted to know urgently. And under Sumo's gaze, Li Xing couldn't say the 3 words I don't know. After a long pause, Li Xing silently put his heart in his palm, and his heart was beating happily under his palm. But the feeling of dying just now was also real. Li Xing, who dared not underestimate Sumo's means, spoke up. Flower of mad blood. The research institute above was supposed to study some plant genes, but it was actually for these flowers of mad blood. But this experiment was forbidden. After being discovered, this place was closed, and all the flowers were burned. But what those people didn't know was that this kind of thing has extremely strong vitality. Finally, in this ruin, the sea of flowers reappeared, and it was even stronger than when those people cultivated it. The curtain of the tent fell, and at this moment Li Xing's eyes seemed to be on the sea of flowers outside. The juice of these flowers will gradually change human genes and cause collapse. Bleeding is just the first step. Next, you will find that your bones will become soft, like a sponge, and even break with a pinch. Later you're here. Li Xing pointed his finger at his head. It will gradually melt inside and turn into a paste. Of course, you are not dead at that time. You just become a fool. At this point, Li Xing's tone became excited, and his eyes were filled with bloodthirstiness. Chapter 132. At that time. After Sumo stared at him expressionlessly, Li Xing suppressed his emotions and spoke again. I will bury you in the ground and use you as fertilizer to feed the flowers. Oh, I forgot to tell you. At the beginning, when they cultivated the flowers, they only gave them nutrient solution. But those flowers seemed to be malnourished and died at any time. Later, a researcher accidentally cut himself during the experiment, and blood fell into the flowers. In that batch of experiments, only that piece of flower survived. Later. This is the ruins of number 5, right? Miao Jingshan suddenly spoke and interrupted Li Xing. Yes, you know this place? Li Xing's response prompted Miao Jingshan to add, look at these buildings. Although they are old, they are not considered pre-civilizations. If I remember correctly, the ruins of number 5 were a city more than 20 years ago. Later, a beast tide broke out here, causing heavy casualties, and the city could no longer be built. The people here moved away, and the current number 5 base was built. This research institute should be a product of that time, since this place was once controlled by the base. How did you find it? The catastrophe has been going on for a long time. But human civilization has been going on. It is normal to leave such relics during the transformation of the base. What he doesn't understand is why these predators know all these things. Guess where the blood of these flowers came from? Sarcastically speaking. The sneer on Li Xing's face made Miao Jingshan silent. Do you really think that your base is an iron barrel that cannot be invaded? In places you don't know, the bigwigs in those bases are doing deals with us. Those shameful jobs, with us here, they certainly can't get their hands dirty. But that was in the past. Since this place has become a no-man's land now, why can't we take it down? No. The smile on Li Xing's face suddenly widened. Maybe you should ask, what happened to the beast tide back then? Don't you want to know the effect of this flower? You can guess. As he spoke, Li Xing seemed to have forgotten his situation. A knife cut out, the sting was unbearable. Pressing his bleeding thigh, Li Xing's face turned pale. Sumo, who was holding a knife, wiped the blood off the knife calmly. Don't talk nonsense. Faced with this forced coercion, Li Xing could only admit his weakness and continue. Those people originally extracted a substance from this flower. They wanted to use it for humans and create people with special abilities. But later they found that this goal was a bit far-fetched. During the experiment, they accidentally discovered that the substance could be used on those ferocious beasts outside. The difference is, once powerful ferocious beasts are injected with this drug, they will fall into a frenzy. That's how the beast tide appeared back then. Many years ago, those ferocious beasts completely trampled this place, leaving only ruins. After humans evacuated, this place became a paradise for ferocious beasts. Even the predators, who were called crazy, did not dare to fight these beasts head-on. With the cleanup of humans, and the migration of those beasts in recent years, the ruins of number 5 have become less dangerous. So, they asked people to come and explore here. The first batch was their predators. Some good players even came in, but only one person returned alive. That person brought back the news that the blood flower was blooming again. And he died before he could say a word about the strange environment here. After too many people died in the subsequent exploration, the people above decided to find pathfinders. So, after a while, someone in each base would go to promote the so-called ruins of the former civilization. As long as someone was fooled, they would be sent here, There were still batches of deaths, but the route map was also being improved with the accumulation of human lives. According to the forecast, this time should also be a failure. At that time, his task was to leave the new route map. But who could have known that it would succeed? Do you know what's going on with those plants outside? Sheng Tsang interrupted. Those beautiful plants really don't look like they were naturally generated. Don't know? Li Xing shook his head and said, but we have a guess. The mad blood flower can react with humans and beasts, so it should be able to react with plants as well. The state of those plants outside should be caused by the mad blood flower. This guess is very likely. Su Mo sank his eyes. Was Pei Ling one of the experimental subjects here? Pei Ling said she was a product of this place. That being said, it is understandable. In fact, before this, we didn't notice anything wrong with her. To be precise, who would care what these people who are destined to die look like? Pei Ling sneaked in a few times, but they didn't notice it. Heh! The mocking smile made Li Xing grit his teeth, and he looked at Han Jiayue with a very unfriendly look. You have no ability now, and you are poisoned by the blood madness. You can't leave here. You? As he spoke, Li Xing's face became a little strange. He looked at Su Mo, and then at his body. In order to avoid being discovered, he actually used the medicine of Mr. Gong. But he carried the antidote on his body, and he could restore his ability at any time. But now, although he is not fully recovered, he can feel that the power in his body is slowly flowing. The big river turned into a stream, which seemed crowded, but at least it could produce water. In other words, Su Mo's ability can be used. Li Xing, who understood this, lost all his arrogance. Who are you? It's not a healing ability, but he can do this. What kind of existence is Su Mo? Facing this question, Su Mo didn't answer. So, you come here to collect these flowers, and then create a beast tide? She asked the core question. Beast tides are very common in the Wasteland. The walls of the base are strong enough to resist the attacks of some ferocious beasts. But if it is a huge beast tide, it will also create pressure. As far as she knows, there was once a small base that was destroyed by the impact of a beast tide. So people in the Wasteland pay much attention to the beast tide. Once there is a sign, people will be sent to clean it up in advance. But if one day, the beast tide is controlled by humans, how should the people in the base prevent it? Su Mo doesn't think that these predators will be peaceful neighbors after mastering this technology. She didn't care about the future of the base, but for the rock camp, she had to be fully prepared. Chapter 133. No, this is only part of it. Li Xing's answer was puzzling. The research on the beast tide has achieved results decades ago, otherwise how did the beast tide come about? The slightly sarcastic answer turned into anger under the gazes of several people. This time, they want to use the mad blood flower to complete the original purpose. That is, artificial ability users. After going around in circles, they finally got to the beginning. This answer was depressing. This kind of experiment is definitely not rare everywhere. But if those people in the base still care about human relations and laws, and act in a secretive manner, then for these predators, it is a waste of life and death. They may not dare to attack the base. But outside the base, it is a place where they kill at will. Then the first to suffer must be the major camps. The wanderers in the camps are not protected by the base, not affirmed by the predators, and are just meat. As a weak person, Su Mo is very calm at this moment. After being in the Wasteland for so long, she readily accepted the cruelty here. If you are right about the Pei Ling you are talking about, old Gong should have caught her soon. As a person who survived the experiment, she is very valuable for research. Perhaps to verify Li Xing's words. Outside the tent, the lights were bright, and suddenly there was a noisy sound. Rustling. Like a butterfly flapping its wings. It turned out that Pei Ling came to kill herself. After leaving the tent, Su Mo saw Pei Ling standing above, looking down. You deserve to die. For words, like a judgment. Under the lights, Pei Ling's expression was a little blurry. But those cold eyes pierced through the shadows and reached everyone's heart. Then, they saw what Pei Ling had scattered. The seeds that fell with the wind took root and sprouted quickly. They grew into meat mushrooms. The palm-sized mushrooms were still dreamy colors. They swayed, plump and cute. But the gorgeous colors brought Su Mo an extreme sense of danger. Hold your breath. She shouted, and her breathing became slow. The same was true for the others. The old man also came out from where the predators were stationed. When he saw Pei Ling, his old face was aggressive and full of naked desire. Take her down. At the command, the predators took action one after another. Many abilities bloomed underground. But the mushrooms bloomed faster. Puff puff puff. Waves of spores were spit out by the mature mushrooms. Tiny spores fell on people with the wind. They were as light as nothing, and seemed to have no killing power. The predator was alert at first, but soon laughed mockingly. Pei Ling above was expressionless. On her shoulder, the butterfly was still resting. The butterfly flapped its wings, like a signal. Ah! A scream came from one person's mouth. The man scratched his face frantically. I saw countless red tentacles. No roots, squeezed out of the flesh of those people. The roots pierced the skin, brought out a large amount of blood, and also destroyed the man's face. On the roots, flesh mushrooms grew rapidly. And those who were parasitized were sucked dry in an instant. All the blood in the body disappeared. The mummy fell to the ground, and there was no sense of weight. Fire! But old Gong did not have too much sense of crisis, but calmly gave orders. The flame suddenly appeared. Those spores floating in the air, and trying to spread were burned clean. But those who were hit were screaming and tearing their skin. Or on the face, or on the chest. Countless mushrooms broke out of the ground. The scene was bloody and magnificent. Suemo and others who watched this scene from afar had no intention of stepping forward to intervene. The invisible wind blew up, and swept away the spores. Li Xing, who said he surrendered but never gave up the opportunity, took the initiative to help a few people. If nothing else, this way of death was too miserable. But the matter was not over yet. The spores disappeared, and the mushrooms began to swell. One by one, they swelled up, and then exploded. The rumbling sound was heard underground. Amid the flames, Suemo stared at Pei Ling above. On his face, there was a happy smile. That was the satisfaction of revenge. Has the other party been waiting for them to come here? This is the grave that Pei Ling prepared for them. Suddenly Suemo understood Pei Ling's thoughts. Just looking at Gong Lao, Suemo knew that things would not end so easily. Sure enough, when the smoke settled again, the vision became clear. Gong Lao and others were still standing there. The ripple-like cover slowly disappeared. Defensibility, spiritual coat, Suemo had seen it on those who attacked the camp. But this person's ability was even better, and the coverage range was very large. Under the hood, those people were safe and sound. Only the cracked land in front of them told of the thrilling moment just now. Grit your teeth. Pei Ling looked at those people below and clenched her fists tightly. Waving unwillingly, the butterfly on her shoulder flapped its wings and took off. In an instant, countless butterflies emerged from behind her and flew towards the crowd. The flying butterflies in the sky were spectacular and terrifying. But when the flames were blown out with the help of the wind, the beautiful bodies of the ignited butterflies could only fall. Sure enough, these predators were well prepared. Do you have any other moves? Old Gong spoke to Pei Ling at this time. It was obviously a posture of looking up, but the momentum was overwhelming Pei Ling. You humans deserve to die. Why do you destroy the tranquility here? If it weren't for you, my friends wouldn't have died. The angry narration caused old Gong to laugh. His chest was shaking, and Gong Lao's expression was full of amusement. Friends? Are you talking about your evolved plant friends? But have you forgotten that you are a human being? In their eyes, you are also an alien. You don't belong to them. And it just so happens that I need you. Take her down. After these two words, Gong Lao's eyes were particularly sharp. Chain suddenly appeared above Pei Ling's head, blocking her. The black iron chain looked very heavy, but now it was shaking flexibly in the air. Dodge. Counterattack. Pei Ling's speed was not slow either. Pei Ling at this moment did not look as pitiful as when she was following the team. But Pei Ling, who was strong enough, was still no match for Gong Lao. The butterfly that had always been by her side had its wings torn and fell to the ground. No! In Pei Ling's unwilling scream, her limbs were locked. The chains pulled in all directions, as if they wanted to tear her into pieces. The pain invaded her nerves, but Pei Ling seemed not to feel it, and just looked at Gong Lao with hatred. A moth to a flame, looking at Pei Ling trapped above. Suemo thought of this phrase. But a moth to a flame is doomed to self-destruction. Chapter 134. The pulling of the chain continued. Mr. Gong didn't want Pei Ling to die now. She was put down. But her body was as soft as mud, and she collapsed on the ground. Someone walked over and tied the chain around Pei Ling's neck. The attitude was as if he was treating his own pet dog. Pei Ling was sent to Mr. Gong. Carry her in. Mr. Gong looked at Pei Ling carefully, and was very satisfied. At this time, the screams appeared again. But this time, the man was not injured. Suemo recognized that the man was a captive who came in with him. At this moment, he was holding his head, shouting, and looked crazy. Looking closer, You can see saliva flowing from the corners of his mouth. His eyes were confused. When he saw his companion, he smiled foolishly and grabbed the man's arm, then put it to his mouth and chewed it directly. Another scream. Someone rushed forward to pull the two apart. But even so, he was still a step too slow. A piece of flesh was bitten off the man's arm. Are you crazy? He turned pale in pain and covered his arm, but found that he couldn't stop the bleeding. Arteries are naturally not that easy to be bitten. But even so, a pool of blood had already gathered on the ground. The man sat down on the ground with his buttocks in the midst of bleeding. As for the man who suddenly went crazy, he was still grinning foolishly and rushed towards the others. Hee, food, big rats. Delicious. He muttered in a daze, having long lost his mind. You can't stop the bleeding, what's wrong? The person who helped stop the bleeding was now stained red with blood. But the blood from the wound was still gushing out like crazy. I don't know. The injured man answered intermittently, with some choking. He felt his head was very dizzy. He was blurry in front of his eyes. He subconsciously stretched out his hand, but found that he couldn't grab anything. There were ringing in his ears. He looked at the madman in a daze. It seemed something was wrong. He thought in a trance, but the whole person fell to the ground. The blood on the wound accumulated into a small pit, and the people around were shocked. How is it possible? Isn't it just a bite? How can you die? Someone shouted, grabbing his hair, and his mood was a little wrong. All the people with problems were the same group as Sumo. And this is what Li Xing said, the toxic effect of the crazy blood flower. Some people became fools. But the first to die was the poor guy bitten by the fool. Looking at this scene, several people felt a little heavy. Ah, I forgot to say it. At this moment, Li Xing suddenly added a sentence. The smug tone showed his intention. According to the records, the poison of the mad blood flower will take effect in 3 days at the earliest, and in a week at the slowest. This means that in a few days at most, you will be like them. Li Xing's voice was still full of malice. Sumo knew very well. For a person like this, even if you find his weakness, he will still not become a good person. Compromise is temporary, but this malice will not subside. A fist hit the opponent's abdomen. Sheng Tsang made the move. Seeing Li Xing vomiting, Sheng Tsang held him up attentively. Li Xing, are you okay? Don't let anything happen to you. He said this, but his hands were moving hard. Sumo was so close that he could hear the sound of Li Xing's arm being torn off. No sympathy. Sumo, who was watching the scene indifferently, saw Zhu Xing and his men coming over. Those people were cursing. You can't hold on so soon, a bunch of trash. Hurry up and solve it. What are you asking? Kill them and bury them. The knife was unsheathed, and the fool who was still shouting about the big rat was beheaded. Blood spurted. Some newcomers, who were watching the scene, screamed continuously. What are you shouting for? If you shout again, you will die now. Go back to me. Under the vicious threat, the newcomers rolled back to the tent in a mess. Then, they saw that someone dug a few pits in the ground and threw the bodies of the 2 people into them. The soil covered the corpse. For no reason, Sumo felt that the blood-mad flowers in the grave seemed to be blooming more brilliantly. Dragging Li Xing back to the tent, the atmosphere was a little depressing. You can deal with this poison, right? When the accident happened, Gong Lao and his men didn't even come out to take a look. Looking at Zhu Xing's handling method, it is obvious that they had expected this. And they who are surrounded by flowers every day, can they really escape? Or in other words, is Sumo's ability reliable? No. Sumo shook his head bluntly. Hearing this, several people were surprised. What about me? Sheng Tsang, who had already learned from Yao Jingshan that he was in danger at the time, asked directly. It's very simple. The food I gave you can only heal your wounds. Although the toxin can cause bleeding, if the wound heals, the toxin will naturally not work for the time being. The function of the biscuits is to heal injuries, and ordinary toxins are no problem. But Sumo knows that the toxin of the crazy blood flower is different. In short, her healing food can only treat the symptoms, but not the root cause. It's useless for a fool like that to eat it. After all, the other party is not injured at all. As for the vitality food, it can't work at this time. What should I do? Sheng Tsang asked, a little anxious. Li Xing, who was tortured, didn't interrupt again, but you can tell from his expression that he is happy. One of the synonyms of plunderers is death. When this kind of death is created by their own hands, they can get enough excitement from it. The physiological experience, like climax, is constantly pursued by these lunatics. It's very simple. Sumo glanced at Li Xing and raised her lips. We need to find a way to leave here. But before that, I need a pot. The system's definition of special food was very simple. It was born under her strong emotional resonance. So she wanted to know whether the food she made could dissolve the poison of the frenzy flower under the current situation. Huh? Even Li Xing was stunned by Sumo's suggestion. What did you say? Han Jiayue's eyes were full of suspicion as if she heard a joke. A pot. Of course, there are many pots in her space. But there is no need to expose her power at this time. So I need you. We are all dying people. And you, as our companion, have a little sympathy, so you helped us apply for the right to cook alone. It's not difficult, right? Sumo asked Li Xing, with a faint smile in her tone. The watercolor in her eyes was shimmering. At this moment, several people felt the strong confidence from Sumo. Li Xing hesitated. But after seeing the eager look of several people, he could only nod. Okay. Chapter 135. It must be said that the identity of the insider is useful. In the morning, Sumo had already set up the pot. Meow Meow, who had been hiding in the tent since coming here, finally came out. This little guy is not dead yet. Shang Tsung's words were very straightforward. Hearing this, Meow Meow looked at him angrily. But fortunately this little guy is not a fierce beast. Otherwise, it would have been stimulated to be crazy. Shang Tsung didn't care, picked up Meow Meow and started to stroke it. Sumo always felt that the other party was very skilled in that technique. To be honest, Sumo was also curious about Meow Meow's condition. When she knew the truth about the crazy blood flower, she first thought of Meow Meow's existence. But through observation, she found that the other party was just a little sick, but not stimulated. Is it because this little guy has wisdom? After rescuing Meow Meow from Shang Tsung's hands, Sumo has already started. It has been a long time since I cooked, but I didn't feel strange. These captives didn't have any good ingredients for her to cook. She chopped a small piece of meat into mincemeat and added some vegetables. The steamed buns were heated up and cut. The meat was put in and sandwiched. Well, the Rigiamo that made Sumo feel a little painful was born. Dish name, Rigiamo, S-level. Introduction. The chef said that this is probably a Rigiamo. Effect of consumption, enhances the physique of the eater. Evaluation of the diners, strange and a bit delicious. What an S-level. Should we say that these people have never eaten good food, or that the system made a mistake in judgment? The most simple S-level delicacy in history was born in Sumo's hands, but Sumo didn't feel too much surprise. Energy value plus 10. The prompt jumped 5 times in a row, earning 50. Sumo suppressed the weird feeling in her heart. But it was obvious that this experiment failed. No new special food was born. Could it be that she was not pious enough when she made it? After self-mocking, Sumo raised her eyes, but saw the bright eyes of the others. Can I still eat this for lunch today? Licking his fingers, Shang Tsung looked a little worthless. Sumo was silent for a moment, then shook his head. This thing really damaged his reputation. I feel a little hot in my body. The effect of the food was obvious. Shang Tsung waved his fists, full of energy. Even Li Xing, who was tortured yesterday, was now curled up in the corner, and his face looked much better. As a good partner, Li Xing would naturally act together at this time. Li Xing, who was forced, was somewhat willing at this time. Is this your ability? Han Jiayue's eating manner was a little reserved. She asked Sumo with some curiosity. In the Wasteland, the two abilities are relatively rare, but they are not non-existent. And one appeared in front of him. And this ability is so strange. Using food to produce some effects. What kind of strange ability is this? Yeah. Sumo nodded. What he saw from the corner of his eye was another group of newcomers, many of whom were looking at this side eagerly. Speaking of which, the food given to them by the predators was not too bad. Steamed buns with meat and green vegetables. It can be said to be a combination of meat and vegetables. But after Sumo changed the way he cooked, the fragrance pierced his nose and made him a little greedy. But after yesterday's excitement, the newcomers were a little nervous. As the most popular one, Li Xing no longer wanted to disguise himself and try to get close to others. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and get to work. A gunshot sounded, which was the signal for work. Sumo stood up and walked towards the sea of flowers. The wet ground under his feet was the same as always. There was plenty of water underground, and the soil was very moist when he pinched his fingers. However, according to Li Xing, these things were nourished by blood. So how did these things bloom in groups after it became a ruin? Paidling, blood pool. When the names and words flashed through his mind, Sumo thought of something. Turning to the other side of the sea of flowers, near the entrance. As expected, he saw a pipe. His fingers scraped across the pipe, and what remained was not mud, but meat paste. The blood pool with strange trees outside is the source of nutrients for these crazy blood flowers. Pei Ling is responsible for hunting. This place was created by Pei Ling. Pei Ling's ability seems to be related to plants. Many clues are connected in his mind. Su Mo looked at one of the tents. Since Pei Ling was arrested yesterday, there has been no movement. Old Gong is very shrewd, but did Pei Ling do so much just to fall into the trap? A bunch of new doubts arose, but Su Mo could not answer them. What are you looking at? Go quickly. The whip in the air hit, and Su Mo dodged sideways. The whip fell to the ground, and Su Mo remembered that the person who used the whip was Brother Lin mentioned by Zhu Xing. At this time, Brother Lin was bringing people to carry the picked crazy blood flowers in. A corner of the tent was lifted. Su Mo saw that in a round transparent glass container, petals were floating up and down. The blood-colored liquid was particularly dazzling. What are you looking at, bitch? Be careful or I dig out your eyes. Another whip came over. The whip with power was as fast as lightning. Su Mo was about to dodge, but then he thought of something and stood there and took the blow. Yes, I'm sorry. I go right away. The pain in his shoulder made him grit his teeth. Su Mo apologized in a low voice with a pale face, then turned and left. Tui! Spitting in the direction Su Mo left, Brother Lin frowned. He recalled the whip that Su Mo had just caught, and always felt that something was wrong. He was aiming at the other person's cheek, but it landed on the shoulder. A strange feeling emerged. Brother Lin frowned, and waved to Zhu Xing not far away. You, keep a close eye on that woman these days. If there is a problem, solve it directly. He pointed at Su Mo, who was bending over to work, and his tone was completely without any mercy. Okay, Brother Lin. Zhu Xing responded, but inexplicably felt guilty. Last night, Li Xing came to his room and asked for a pot for a strange reason. But when he knew that there was a special ability among those people, he readily agreed to Li Xing's plan of double agents. When he found out what was going on with that woman named Su Mo, he would bring her to Mr. Gong, which would definitely be a credit. Maybe. Looking at Brother Lin's back as he left, Zhu Xing's eyes were full of ambition. Sooner or later, he would also be able to bully the other party. Hey, do you really believe in Li Xing? In the sea of flowers, Han Jiayue found Su Mo and asked softly. He glanced at the wound on Su Mo's shoulder. Red and swollen, but no wound appeared. Her physique is so strong. Her eyes flashed with horror, but Han Jiayue was sensible enough not to ask anything. If he tells us off, we'd be in trouble. Why don't we find a chance to kill him? Han Jiayue made a gesture of wiping her neck, but saw Su Mo shaking his head. Chapter 136. He is a smart man. And smart people, after showing their value, will not think of crushing themselves to death, but make full use of themselves. The existence of healing food is the signal she gave to Li Xing. Obviously, the other party understood. As for whether the other party told some of the plunderers, Su Mo didn't care. All she wanted was this time. But it was obvious that Su Mo didn't have much time. The underground labor was boring. But the situation was not optimistic. In the afternoon, someone fainted again. The one who got into trouble was not the old man in Su Mo's group, but a middle-aged man among the newcomers. The body that looked strong was weak and curled up. The whole person was twitching abnormally, but his eyes were wide open, and he was talking nonsense. Don't be afraid, Dad is here, Dad is here. He? Bower, my little Bower. It was hard to understand the meaning of the mumbling. And this was a sign of confusion in the brain. The other party still retained some clarity. When Su Mo arrived, there were many people around, and those people looked angry. Those beasts. Are they really going to watch us die one by one like this? Did those people trick us here just to let us die here? It's better to kill us directly. No matter how much they cursed, it would not make those predators soft-hearted. Su Mo then changed the angle, and stuffed a piece of biscuit into the man's mouth. But the effect was minimal. I remember you. The man pulled Su Mo's sleeve and laughed. I remember you. He looked at Su Mo, then at Shang Tsung, and smiled secretly, as if he had learned some secret. But I can't help you. Su Mo was stunned, and then he knew that this man might have noticed something when he was helping Shang Tsung. I remember you. You are a good person. But the other party didn't respond to Su Mo's words, but just continued to talk to himself. He let go of his hand, and then looked at other places. Abeo, Xiaobao, Dad is coming to see you. Wait for Dad, wait for Dad. Every word was heavy. Unable to see the story of this man, Su Mo stood up. There was a bit of loneliness in her drooping eyebrows. Her ability is not omnipotent. She has always known about this matter. She did not feel guilty about the man's accident. It's just that she still feels a little powerless. If she can't find a solution sooner or later, she will eventually follow in his footsteps. The power in his body surged more and more difficultly. And when his mental power returned to nothingness, perhaps he would also be affected by this strange poison. Thinking about it, Suemo heard someone shouting, "I don't care. If I want to die, I die outside. It's nothing to die here. Fuck you." The man took a shovel and rushed directly to the private place of the looters. But before he got close, the sound of bullets rang out. Hot weapons are still fatal to these ordinary people. The rotating bullet hit the man's shoulder, exploding a blood flower. The man's body was shaking, his expression was a little hideous, and he was still rushing forward. "You murderers, I'm going to fight you." The so-called fight is always the last resistance of some weak people. And those predators obviously look down on this kind of resistance. "Ha!" Zhu Xing sneered and raised his voice. "You want to die? I will grant you your wish." The gun turned a circle in his hand, and then fired again. Very handsome posture. Even when he put the gun away, the other party blew the smoke from the muzzle. This shot directly hit the man's forehead. There was a red spot on the forehead, and then it expanded. The man's body shook and fell directly into the sea of flowers. Petals were flying all over the sky. The funeral given by the crazy blood flower was weird. Who else wants to die now? Come on, I will grant you one by one. Zhu Xing sneered, his eyes were full of contempt. It seemed that he was not looking at people, but a group of insects that could be trampled to death at any time. Anger, sorrow, it eventually turned into hatred and anger. Ah! When a shout sounded, many of the newcomers rushed towards Zhu Xing with weapons in hand. Why should they be treated like garbage and abandoned here to die? The resistance was fierce and grand. There were many people in the second batch, and after experiencing these few days, they became relatively united. Maybe some of them wanted to live in peace, but under the stimulation of this emotion, they also joined in. A group of people rushed to where Zhu Xing was. Suemo and others stood still. "Hey, what are you doing? Come back!" Sheng Tsung shouted, and even grabbed a person who ran past him. "It's useless, don't go and die. Even if these people are all capable people, they are just useless now. Not to mention using their bodies to fight hot weapons. But there are still capable people among those plunderers. Obviously, those people have drugs that can resist the effects of the mad blood flower. While ensuring their abilities, for these tool people, they are absolutely the god of death. Get out of here!" The captured people did not appreciate Sheng Tsung's kindness. After waving Sheng Tsung's hand away, they followed the large army directly. Bang bang bang. The gunshots continued. Suemo did not even see those people using their abilities. The corpses were piling up. The trampled mad blood flower, scattered among the scattered, covered the entire ground. At this moment, the shouts and killings continued. Suemo saw those people fall one by one. The last emotion in their eyes was despair. But is this the end? No, it is not over. Her sight was at the entrance, where the third group of people had arrived. As soon as the third batch of unlucky people arrived here, they saw the crazy and tragic scene of the predecessors. This is a show of force. Looking at Zhu Xing in the slaughter, Suemo knew the purpose of those people. Not distributing drugs to resist the toxins of the crazy blood flower is not because those drugs are precious and should not be used by cheap lives, but because they need people to pick tools and blood food. Because the people whose crazy blood flowers are disabled just happen to become the food of these flowers. Isn't it killing two birds with one stone? Anyway, what this wasteland lacks the least is people who take shortcuts. Just like them, and just like those who just arrived. In the third batch, some people turned around and wanted to escape, but were pushed directly to the front. Watching those people's heads explode, in the disgusting scene, the predator's purpose has been achieved. There were more than 30 people in the second batch, and now there are only about 10 people left, including the middle-aged man who was sick. Kill another one. Zhu Xing pushed the other's body away and pulled out the knife from his abdomen. To some extent, the excitement brought by cold weapon close combat is very strong. And for the predators who seek excitement, most of them are good at close combat. White knife in, red knife out. The blood filled the entire underground space. Chapter 137. Come on, keep going. He wiped the blood on the blade with his finger and licked it. Zhu Xing narrowed his eyes and looked at the remaining people. Under Zhu Xing's intimidation, those people kept retreating and finally dropped their weapons. Heh! A bunch of trash. It was obvious that they were spitting, but no one dared to refute at this moment. Get lost. At the command, the remaining few people could only roll back in disgrace. The scene was dead silent for a while. When the third group of people were pushed down, they walked over the corpses. They were all silent. They were well behaved. It must be said that those people were very good at taming the pets they kept in captivity. Hee hee. This was Han Jiayue's sneer. Good means, good schemes. There was reluctance in her eyes, but Han Jiayue did not dare to act impulsively. Even if she wanted to be kind, she had to have the strength. And at this moment, isn't she also one of the lambs to be slaughtered? The charge came suddenly and ended quickly. But the subsequent treatment was even more frightening. Under Zhu Xing's shouting, the newlyweds set up several racks in the sea of flowers. Then some corpses were hung on them. The blood of those who were not dead yet flowed quickly. It gathered little by little under their feet, and then merged into the soil. As for the rest, they were thrown into the big pit and buried at random. 2 racks. 2 corpses. Just placed in front of everyone. If you get close, you can even hear the sound of blood. Tick, tick, the sound hurts your eardrums. Hiss. Sheng Tsang took a breath. He wanted to hit him with his clenched fist, but Miao Jingshan held him back. Hold on. Those people did it on purpose. To satisfy their perverted desires, or to provoke them. The predators did this, so they were not afraid that someone would get excited and cause friction again. Perhaps those people were waiting for someone to get excited. Suppressed crying sounded in the back. They were the people who had just been frightened. Although those people did not die. But they were all injured. One of them was particularly serious. The wound on his abdomen was bleeding heavily, and it looked like he would not live long. Come on, someone, save him! The crying person was a woman. They were a couple. And now, the husband, who was the pillar of support, was about to die. But in the face of the woman's plea, the people around them looked away. So what if they sympathized? They could not help. Who would dare to take the risk? Let me see. When the woman was about to despair, she heard a gentle female voice. She turned her head, and saw a gentle woman smiling at her. That smile seemed to have the power to calm people's hearts. Somehow, the woman gave way. Fortunately, the bullet went through. Sumo's method was not gentle when checking the wound. The man was in so much pain that he was fainting. Hey you. She kept saying you for a long time, but she didn't dare to say anything serious. She stared at Sumo. At this moment, Sumo was her only life-saving straw. You want to live, right? The biscuit was in her palm, and she could feed it to the other party at any time. The other party's body has been affected by the toxin, but fortunately, it is only in the stage where the bleeding cannot be stopped. As long as the wound can heal, the other party can still hold on. In the face of Sumo's unnecessary question, the man looked at his wife, who was crying and almost collapsed, and nodded. I want to live. I still want to take care of her. He brought his wife here to make a fortune and live a good life. But who knew that he would send himself to hell? As long as you can save me, my life and her life will be yours from now on. He knew Sumo. He was one of the old people, and he didn't like to interact with them, the newcomers. But he looked carefully. Those old people were centered on her. Especially just now. Sumo didn't move, and none of the old people followed him to charge. He didn't know what Sumo was capable of. But he had to take a gamble. As for giving his life to Sumo. Haha, so what, it's better than dying now. At this moment, the man's eyes burst out with a desperate ruthlessness in order to survive. Very good. For such a person, Sumo likes it. He opened the other's mouth and stuffed the biscuit into it. Then he began to bandage the other's wound. The blood quickly dyed the gauze red, but it did not continue to seep. It was as if the bleeding was really stopping. But the man knew very well that it was not stopping the bleeding. It was that the wound was forcibly healing. It was as if there were 2 terrible monsters in the body, pulling and biting. Neither of them would give in. The man's expression was distorted in pain, but he gritted his teeth and said nothing. It's okay, it's okay. The woman held her husband's hand tightly, and refused to let go. Sumo smiled a little at this act of affection. To some extent, people with weaknesses are easier to control. And people who put their weaknesses in front of everyone dare not take risks at will. First of all, I can't guarantee that you will survive. The other party was injured too badly. Whether her healing food can overcome the effects of those toxins remains to be tested. It is undeniable that Sumo saved the other party to prove this point. Everything is precious material, isn't it? His eyes swept over the other injured people. Those people seemed to be a little moved. His eyes kept looking at him, sneaking and hesitant. Do you want my help? Suemo asked proactively, her eyebrows and eyes curved like a female bodhisattva. I think it's a bit creepy. Han Jiayue rubbed her arms and whispered. Is Suemo a good person? Maybe. But she is definitely not an unconditional good person. The other party must be calculating something. If there is no benefit, she will never take action. In the face of Han Jiayue's words, Miao Jingshan stood silently by the side. He and Sheng Tsang have already sold themselves, and there is nothing wrong with having more companions. In the following hour, Suemo helped a lot of people one after another. As for why the medicine tasted like biscuits, Suemo did not explain. She and Dr. Zhang had learned the technique of wound suturing for a few days, and it was barely enough. However, because of this, these people's lives were saved. At least, by the morning of the next day, these people were still alive. As for what happened to these captives, although these people tried their best to conceal it, but the traces were still obvious. Strangely, no one came to ask. For this, Li Xing got a thumbs up from Sheng Tsang. Laughing dryly, Li Xing frowned. He knew what Zhu Xing was planning, but rather than raising Suemo, he suggested killing this woman right now. The other party was too dangerous. And he always felt that the other party was playing something big. Unfortunately, his boss was Zhu Xing. Go past Zhu Xing and find the others. But once he was discovered, he would definitely die. As a fellow predator, how could he not know the cruelty of his companions? Chapter 138. The three groups of people get along relatively well. The newest group of people seemed to have received some news, and they would show their presence in front of Suemo whenever they had something to do. Suemo! The young couple came over. The man's name was Wang Yu, and his wife's name was Yang Donglian. Wang Yu was still a little weak, but he could walk on his own. Although there was still some dull pain in his abdomen, the surface of the wound had healed, and at least it would not bleed again. The two were particularly grateful when they saw Suemo's eyes. Suemo, I have basically found out the identities of those people. Like us, most of them are ordinary people, but there is a warrior and a person with special abilities among them. He has a fire ability, named Ling Hung, that's him. Wang Yu pointed to the man, who was bending over to pick fruits, not far away, and lowered his voice. They were all deceived. Don't worry. I will make them believe you in a few days. When the time comes, you can do whatever you want. He glanced at Zhu Xing's group not far away. Wang Yu was a little worried. He always felt that something was going to happen. Yeah, Suemo responded. He didn't tell Wang Yu to do anything, but she liked his proactive attitude. At this time, of course, the more people the better. But sometimes, good things don't come, but bad things are never absent. There are a few more people infected by the toxin. The fool was dealt with as usual. The two wooden frames have never been empty since the day they were erected. It is still morning now. Two more people were dragged away. There was not even a scream. The bodies of the two people have become an irrigation system. The pot was bubbling, and Miao Miao in the tent poked his head out, looking unhappy. This was Sumo's undecided nth experiment. But no matter how much emotion she put into it, the thing she made could not solve this toxin. All she saw was the red sky. Suemo was a little absent-minded. Was it because the ingredients used were wrong? A good dish must have good ingredients. But in a place like this, those people would not find any delicacies for themselves. No, no, Suemo quickly refuted her idea. She could make healing food with rice and vegetables, so there was no reason why she couldn't do it now. There must be something else. Suemo, Suemo! An anxious shout sounded. Suemo looked up and saw Sheng Tsang carrying Miao Jingshan on his back. As the oldest group of people, they were the only ones who were still strong. But today, Miao Jingshan's condition was not right. He's talking nonsense. Carefully placing Miao Jingshan in front of Suemo, Sheng Tsang was anxious and didn't know what to do. Miao Jingshan fell into a coma, but he was mumbling something like no, no. He didn't dare let those people find out that Miao Jingshan was different. Sheng Tsang blocked Zhu Xing's sight with his body. But this is not a long-term solution. Those people didn't care about their life or death, but they would count the number of people. Suemo was somewhat helpless when checking Miao Jingshan's situation. After observation, she found that, as a person with special abilities, he can resist the poison of the mad blood flower more than ordinary people and warriors. Possible resistance does not mean that he will not be infected. In terms of physique alone, Miao Jingshan is the weakest among the few, even worse than Han Jiayue. It was reasonable that he was the first to have problems. Suemo, what should I do? Sheng Tsang grabbed Sumo's arm with a little too much strength. But Suemo could only shake her head. As long as she had no results, there was no way. How could this be? Shang Tsung's tone sank, and his eyes were full of worry. What are you doing? Hurry up and work. Not far away, Zhu Xing was already urging with a whip. The newcomer's eyes were on Su Mo. There were about 50 captives now, and Su Mo became the center of these people. Put him in my tent first. Su Mo gave an order, and then stood up and walked towards the flower field. Shang Tsung could only do it because he couldn't think of any other way. When Zhu Xing found that Miao Jingshan was not there a few minutes later, his eyes turned cold. Where is the other person? He asked, and his raised hand could fall at any time. Once that hand falls, it means that Miao Jingshan will become the nutrients of this flower field. He is a little uncomfortable and is resting. Let's do his share. Su Mo spoke, looking directly at Zhu Xing. Their eyes were clashing, full of gunpowder. With his eyes narrowed slightly, Zhu Xing stared at Su Mo with ill intentions. The arc of his mouth was full of meaning. Really? Zhu Xing suddenly smiled with a long and faint tone. That's fine, but if he doesn't go to work tomorrow. The subsequent words are self-evident. Zhu Xing actually let it go. But did he really let it go? In the crowd, Li Xing's eyes intertwined with Zhu Xing's, and he nodded imperceptibly. A bunch of bastards. On the side, the frightened Shang Tsung could only vent his anger by grabbing the flowers. The torn flowers fell at Su Mo's feet. Pick them up. Liquid oozed out from the edge of the petals, which was a bit cool. Speaking of which, in some places, flowers are also food. Su Mo thought about it in a daze, but the next second, Su Mo's eyes lit up. A smile appeared on her face. She tightly grasped the petals in her palms, and there was an excitement in her eyes. Maybe. It can work. You mean, use these words as ingredients? When night fell on the wasteland, everyone was able to rest. Where the captives were, Shang Tsung looked at the strange flowers in front of him, and shook his head vigorously. No, this thing is poisonous, how can it be eaten? There is quite a bit of truth in this. To be honest, Su Mo has considered it. This method is like fighting poison with poison, but it is too risky. And the result requires a sacrifice. And the chosen victim is Su Mo herself. No, I don't agree. Han Jiayue also rejected it outright. If something happens to Su Mo, then they will have no hope at all. Su Mo shook her head. It's not that she is being stubborn, but just this morning, she could no longer feel the power in her body. This also means that her current body is no different from that of an ordinary person. Even a small wound can kill her. Under her arm, there is a thick gauze wrapped. Even so, the gauze has been stained red. But can you imagine that this is just a wound cut by a leaf that broke a layer of skin? She doesn't have much time. I do it. No, I do it. The former is Shang Tsung, and the latter is Miao Jingshan. A weak voice came from the tent. Miao Jingshan woke up. But his face was very ugly. He coughed, and there was a dark blue under his eyes. It was like a last glimmer of hope before death, with a sense of powerlessness. Let me try. Miao Jingshan's tone was affirmative. We can't wait any longer. But Su Mo, you can't take the risk. So let me do it. The same words, with an irrefutable stubbornness. Chapter 139. In the corner, Li Xing curled up, holding his abdomen with a fierce look in his eyes. Just now, he was threatened to ask for some flour. Yes, you read it right, it was flour. The oil and flour were mixed together to form a smooth water-oil skin. Wrapped with the petals of the mad blood flower, it was put into the oil pan. The smell of oil attracted many people's attention. The method of making flour cakes is not difficult. The cakes turned over several times in the pan and soon became golden. It exuded a faint fragrance of petals. When the flour cake was put in Miao Jingshan's hand, Shang Tsung was nervous. Looking at each other eagerly, Shang Tsung's forehead was sweating. Don't worry. Miao Jingshan smiled soothingly, broke off a piece, and put it in his mouth. Just chewed it gently for a few times, and his eyes lit up. It was not that he recovered from the illness, but that he was conquered by this delicious food. Is this the flour cake? He sighed. The cake was soft and glutinous. The blood-mad flour inside had harmed many people. After being made into food, it actually had a sweet taste, which neutralized the greasiness of the cake. Just out of the pan, the burnt shell on the outside made a crackling sound when bitten. It was a bit hot, so Miao Jingshan took the cake in his other hand, but did not stop eating. He looked particularly satisfied as he could not stop eating, and his face seemed to be a little rosy. How is it? When Miao Jingshan wanted to have another piece, Shang Tsung snatched it away and asked anxiously. It's delicious. Miao Jingshan's answer made Shang Tsung speechless for a moment. Under Shang Tsung's glare, Miao Jingshan felt it carefully, and then shook his head at Su Mo. Still not working? Su Mo was a little disappointed. But it seems that there are no side effects. Miao Jingshan said, his eyes met Su Mo's, and he comforted her. It's okay, I can continue to try other methods. Su Mo smiled bitterly despite her overly optimistic attitude. She looked at the cake in her hand and took a bite. The sweetness of the flowers bloomed in her mouth, but her expression was gloomy. Think of other ways. As she said, she was about to throw away the remaining cake, but Miao Jingshan snatched it away. Don't, it's such a waste. It's delicious, give it to me. Miao Jingshan's face was filled with a little smile. But Su Mo knew that the other party was comforting herself. Many people around him had disappointment in their eyes. Li Xing was the same. He stared at Su Mo and clenched his fists. I thought Su Mo could make a big move, but this is the result. The promise made so solemnly before, can't be fulfilled now? Tell her not to be too greedy. This sentence came to his mind, and Li Xing remembered Zhu Xing's attitude. These days, Su Mo has been asking him to ask Zhu Xing for something. From the beginning, Zhu Xing thought he had found a big fish, but now facing Su Mo's annoying requests, he seems to be unwilling to serve. This is the last time. Zhu Xing said it very clearly. And Li Xing is also sure that Su Mo is definitely not finished. Let's all go. On the side, Wang Yu called the others. The expectant crowd left dejectedly. There are not many people left. Su Mo looked at Li Xing. I need you to help me prepare the rest of the things. Miao Jingshan is right, he can't give up yet. Facing Su Mo's burning eyes, Li Xing's eyes were dark, but he nodded. I know. Can you give me the antidote? The severe pain in his abdomen continued. The cramping feeling made him want to rush to the toilet. These people poisoned him, but it was not a deadly toxin, but a laxative. In the process of rushing to the toilet again and again, he still compromised. Yeah. Throwing the medicine over, Su Mo's eyes turned cold when she saw the other party covering his butt and leaving. Have a good rest. She turned her head and looked at Miao Jingshan and said. The eyes of the two intertwined again, as if there was a deep meaning. Okay. Smiling weakly, Miao Jingshan returned to the tent with difficulty under the support of Sheng Tsang. And Su Mo, staring at the pot, continued to fiddle with something. On the other side, in the predator's tent, Gong Lao looked at the screen in the surveillance with interest. There, everything Su Mo had just done was presented. It's a good seedling, but it's a pity that his ability is unstable. Healing ability is extremely rare in the Wasteland, but old Gong is sure that healing ability cannot fight against the poison of this crazy flower. Otherwise, wouldn't the research over the past few decades be in vain? Of course, if Su Mo can really develop an antidote, then for such a talent, he is willing to give the other party a chance. On the side, Zhu Xing bowed respectfully, facing Brother Lin's cold eyes, but hiding the pride in his eyes. When Zhu Xing came to him again, this time, he told old Gong everything about Su Mo, including the healing of Sheng Tsang and Wang Yu's wounds, and how Li Xing was coerced. It successfully aroused the interest of Mr. Gong, and there was a good show just now. Although Su Mo's performance was a little disappointing, Mr. Gong was in a good mood, which also meant that he was right. You did a good job, keep doing it in the future. As expected, he received Mr. Gong's praise. Yes. He answered again, and then left with Brother Lin's eyes. The tent was quiet for a moment, only the instruments were ticking. Mr. Gong lifted the curtain inside and walked in. Pei Ling was lying quietly in the large glass pool like a coffin. With her eyes closed, she seemed to be dead. Only the occasional rise and fall of her chest told everyone that she was still alive. One tube after another pierced into Pei Ling's body, drawing her blood. Countless instruments were doing analysis. Mr. Gong walked to the side of the glass coffin, looking at Pei Ling with an obsessed look. Let's start. With his order, Brother Lin took out an injection from the box beside him, and stabbed it directly into Pei Ling's heart. Bang, 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 bang. A strong heartbeat sounded. It even passed through the glass coffin and reached everyone's heart. And this sound came from Pei Ling's body. The sleeping woman in the coffin suddenly opened her eyes. It was just the red eyes that told that something was wrong with Pei Ling. She woke up, but seemed a little dazed. She stared at the top of the tent, motionless, like a puppet. And on the side, the various instruments connected to Pei Ling had increased their values a lot. It's done! Someone exclaimed. Teacher, please name this medicine. Brother Lin beside him was also happy. He looked at old Gong and said, Name it? That's right. The finger passed in front of Pei Ling's eyes, and the other party's eyes moved and followed automatically. The expression was too dull and lifeless. Let's call it Crazy Blood Potion. This is a treasure born from the crazy blood flower. Get up, Elder Gong suddenly ordered. Then, Pei Ling, who was lying in the coffin, stretched out his hand to push the glass coffin open. The glass coffin locked on both sides did not move at all. The blood-red eyes were like agate, and at this moment, they were red and dripping with blood. Bang! This was the sound of Pei Ling smashing the glass coffin open. Chapter 140. Amidst the noise, Brother Lin looked at Pei Ling warily. But after the other party came down, he stood in front of Old Gong. What's your name? Old Gong asked Pei Ling, signaling Brother Lin not to be nervous. Pei Ling? Pei Ling spoke, her voice cold and hard, even a little hesitant. She looked at the person in front of her, and the emotions in her eyes suddenly became very strong. It was as if there were two personalities struggling in her body. One was clamoring to obey the orders of the person in front of her, and the other was shouting, "Kill him! Kill him!" Very good, who am I? Old Gong continued to ask, looking at Pei Ling with expectation. Kill. A very low response, almost just a breath in the throat. Old Gong didn't hear it clearly, so he moved closer and asked again. Who am I? Waiting for a response with burning eyes. The next second, Pei Ling looked up. His eyes were bloodshot, but he bared his teeth and bit towards Old Gong. At the critical moment, an arm came across. It was Brother Lin's. The bite finally bit Brother Lin's forearm. Even though it was through the clothes, he bit off a piece of meat. Spit out the meat. Pei Ling's expression was a little distorted. Human, kill! Kill, kill, kill! With each louder shout, Pei Ling's eyes were filled with extreme hatred for the two people in front of him. Very good, very good. But facing such a crazy Pei Ling, Old Gong applauded. That's it. Yes. Humans are enemies. They should all be killed. In his excited words, Old Gong stepped forward and directly stabbed a potion into Pei Ling's neck. As the injection continued, Pei Ling's mood seemed to stabilize, and she rolled her eyes, and then fainted. Pei Ling was put back into the glass coffin by Brother Lin, looking like a sleeping beauty. Brother Lin, who was covering his wound, did not complain at all. Go and treat the wound. Old Gong said, Thank you for your hard work. It's all my job, teacher. I go out first. Brother Lin also left. Old Gong walked to the side of the glass coffin and stared at Pei Ling, as if he was looking at an exquisite work of art. The potion was ready. He didn't need to control those aliens. What he wanted was the extreme hatred of aliens for humans. Only in this way could the human bases be drowned in the anger of these aliens. Use blood and war to change the situation in this wasteland. Then, he will eventually become a god. A beautiful idea emerged in his mind, and Old Gong looked at it for a while, then turned and left. But what he didn't notice was that in the glass coffin, Pei Ling's eyes moved, as if she was about to wake up. The lights were dim. In the tent, the exhausted Li Xing looked at Zhu Xing's arrival and smiled flatteringly. Boss, if you have any instructions, please tell me. The way he nodded and bowed, he was not as tough as he was in front of Suemo and others. Then Suemo will be a disaster if he stays. Let's find a chance to solve it tomorrow. Don't worry, the higher-ups have spoken. Zhu Xing came over and patted Li Xing on the shoulder. After this matter is resolved, you can come back. Now the situation has stabilized. You don't have to stay in these garbage anymore. Hearing this, Li Xing's eyes burst into surprise. Okay. He nodded vigorously, watched Zhu Xing leave, turned his head again, and looked in the direction of Sumo's tent. When he thought of the way these people bossed him around, Li Xing's desire for revenge became stronger. Wait! Sneering, Li Xing's face showed a distortion. This night, the dark color floated. Far away in the Baiwei camp, the leader Qiu Linghua sat on the left, peeking at the man at the top, and was a little afraid to look up. The room was quiet. No one dared to speak. The man at the top seemed to be thinking about something, tapping his fingers on the table, making a crisp sound. One by one, for the people in the Baiwei camp, it seemed like a countdown to death. Until Grandma Qiu pushed open the door and walked in. She was holding tea in her hand. But what was floating in the teacup was not tea leaves, but some round green leaves. The fragrance was fragrant. Come, drink tea, drink tea. Granny Qiu placed the tea in front of the man, and added some for his men. Try it. Xiao Su told me this. It's called mint, and it can be used for cooking and making tea. When the word Xiao Su appeared, the atmosphere froze for a moment. Beside her, Qiu Linghua winked at her mother. The old family members seemed to be blind, and continued to introduce with a smile. Xiao Su said that this mint tea can relieve stress and promote digestion. Granny Qiu kept muttering. Xiaolinghua's fingers trembled at her nagging. She kept her eyes on the man at the top. He was intimidating without anger. It was hard to tell what she was like under that handsome face. Grandma? Lu Xinglan looked at the old woman. A little softness appeared in his eyes, and even his voice became steady. Is she happy during the few days she stayed here? Strange question, even a little embarrassing. But Grandma Chiu answered seriously. Happy, but I always feel that the child has some concerns, and her heart is not with us. She also saved my baby. Grandma Chiu pointed at Xiaolinghua and smiled kindly. She is a good child. Hearing these words, Lu Xinglan seemed to smile a little. If she heard you say that, she would probably laugh at herself. Is Suemo a good person? No, he never thought Suemo was a good person. There has never been a pure good person in the Wasteland. But she is a woman who is not stingy in helping others when she has the spare energy. Boss. At the door, Dingqi walked in. I found out that Suemo left with an exploration team. But the report received from the base is that none of the people who went to the exploration team have ever come back. It should be. What should it be? Everyone knew the answer without asking. There is never a lack of danger in this wasteland. And many times, some dangers come from humans. There is something wrong with the exploration team. What else? Asking back in a calm voice, Lu Xinglan had already stood up and walked out. Those people should be looters. After tracking them, the last trace disappeared over the ruins of number 5. Miss Su should be over there. While the two were talking, Lu Xinglan had already reached the door. But he suddenly walked back and drank the tea. Thank you, mother-in-law, he said, then strode forward and never looked back. After the team left, Xiaolinghua found that her back was already wet. Falling softly on the chair, Xiaolinghua smiled bitterly. Fortunately, I didn't use any means to deal with Suemo. While thinking in a trance, someone broke into the door. Xiaolinghua sat up subconsciously, and then found that it was not Lu Xinglan and others who had returned. Leader, those people are saying that we have offended a big shot. They also said, give us one more day at most. If you can't come up with enough money, let us leave here. The person who came was Song Anfu from the camp. When he mentioned this, his tone was angry. That group of bastards. Chapter 141. All the people who stayed here were furious. A few days ago, a group of people suddenly appeared and said they wanted to collect protection fees, otherwise they would drive the camp out of here. This place is close to base number 3, and the surrounding area is very safe. For everyone, if there is a choice, it is impossible to leave here. It sounds like this matter was decided by the big shots in the base. So many camps obediently handed over the protection fees. But Baiwei camp couldn't come up with this money for a while. Previously, because of Xiaolinghua's injury and buying medicine, most of the camp's funds had been consumed. If this protection fee is paid again, it can be said that winter can only wait for death. Negotiation is useless. Those people were very tough and directly threatened, giving 3 days. They had to leave after 3 days. As a result, because of the arrival of the Xingchen team, those people thought that the camp had offended Lu Xinglan and others. They actually issued a final ultimatum directly. It's really ridiculous. He slapped the table, but Song Anfu was just helpless and furious. Fight? Haha, if they dare to fight, they will have to gamble the future of the entire camp. No one dares to take this risk. First, some people in the camp are discussing the matter of changing the camp. Zhou Nian said in a low voice on the side. In the past few days, there has been endless debate about this matter. Things have fermented to the extreme, and the appearance of Lu Xinglan and others is the final trigger, which has already exploded. Xiaolinghua was speechless for a moment, and her eyes were full of struggle. After a long time, she exhaled and looked at the people next to her. Do you remember that Captain Lu just said where Sumo's camp is? After asking this question, she seemed to feel much more relaxed and leaned back in her chair. Chief, do you mean that we should go to Sumo's camp for help? Song Anfu asked, but saw Xiaolinghua shaking her head. We don't have the face to ask for help. Instead, we should ask them to accept us. What? Song Anfu exclaimed. He understood Xiaolinghua's meaning, which was to go directly to the rock camp. No, it was more prepared to merge and become part of the rock camp. Su girl is a good child. Her camp must be good too, Grandma Chiu said on the side. And Xiaolinghua nodded in agreement. Sumo's strength is strong enough, and there are many good players in the camp. Plus Lu Xinglan's protection. It can be said that almost all the camps here can be beaten. As long as the other party accepts their camp, then perhaps they don't have to suffer here. But this also means that when she sees Suemo in the future, she will have to bow to her. Isn't this the attitude of asking for help, Listening to the discussion, Xiaolinghua's expression became more determined. She was willing to take a gamble. Suemo, who was far away under the ruins of number 5, didn't know that Lu Xinglan had already rushed to the ruins of number 5 to find her. On the second day after the failure of researching new delicacies, Miao Jingshan couldn't get up. The weak body only retained the last clarity. It seems that the brain has not completely become stupid, but it can't hold on for much longer. It was Zhu Xing who opened the curtain. He smiled at Miao Jingshan's weak appearance. "Oh, it looks like he's not going to work. Bury it." The 3 words were too light, but what greeted him was Sheng Tsang's fist. But Sheng Tsang, who had lost all his abilities, was no match for Zhu Xing. He took a step forward and kicked Sheng Tsang on the kneecap, making him unable to hold on and kneel on the ground. The knee knocked loudly. Sheng Tsang, with his eyes wide open, wanted to get up, but was held down by Suemo. "We will return twice his workload today. Please, you, don't touch him for the time being." The change of address made Zhu Xing's face show that arrogant smile. Recalling Sumo's attitude a few days ago, Zhu Xing nodded. "Okay, I give you this chance." For Zhu Xing, it was exciting to make such a wild woman bow her head. He gave her a chance and left with her people. Suemo stood there with his head down, and his profile looked stubborn and painful. Li Xing, who was huddled in the corner, watched the scene coldly. There was sarcasm in his eyes. "I really thought you could keep dragging it out. It's tonight." A fierce look flashed across his eyes, and Li Xing walked up with a smile. "I help too." "Okay." Suemo looked up and glanced at Li Xing, with a hesitant look, but still agreed. There was no difference in the daily work. The only difference was that Miao Jingshan never left the tent that day. Until night fell, the 2 men were allowed to rest. During the chat, Li Xing revealed one thing. The next batch will arrive tomorrow. When he looked at Suemo and others, he had a little meaning. There is not enough space here for too many people, and the old ones will eventually be replaced by the new ones. As for the ending of the old people, seeing those people still eating with relish, Li Xing swallowed the antidote in his mouth. Wouldn't it be better to die quietly? There are no entertainment activities underground. After chatting, everyone returned to their tents. The lights above their heads were turned off, and they could only vaguely see the surroundings with the help of the light from the looter's base. In Li Xing's tent, he couldn't sleep, holding the dagger in his hand, and was eager to try. Time ticked by. At a certain moment, Li Xing suddenly jumped up and walked out directly. His goal was clear, which was Sumo's tent. Without any worries, he opened the curtain and broke in. According to the plan, Suemo should be lying on the bed at this time, begging for life but not death. But he begged Zhu Xing to let him do it first. The light in the tent was so dim. The first thing Li Xing saw when he came in was a small bulge on the ground. "Is it Suemo?" Thinking, he thrust the dagger in his hand directly. It's not the vital part. He had to torture Suemo. But after the dagger pierced into the quilt, the feeling was a bit strange. Soft, like a doll. Hee hee. A light laugh sounded in the darkness. Like a ghost, Suemo appeared at the door of the tent. He looked at Li Xing, who was panicking inside, and raised his hand, and slashed lightly. Tear the other's throat with one knife. He pressed the other's mouth with his palm, so that Li Xing didn't even make the last scream. "Are you wondering how I did it, right?" she asked softly close to Li Xing's ear. The power in his body flowed, and in Li Xing's terrified eyes, Suemo didn't explain the other's doubts. Let the other fall to the ground, and the blood soaked the quilt. Sumo's eyes lit up slightly, and he looked outside. Sheng Tsang and others were already waiting. Dish name, flower cake, S-level. Introduction, flower wrapped in flower petals, you deserve it. Effect of consumption, enhance the physique of the eater and eliminate all negative effects. Evaluation of diners, it is wrong to lie, but the cake is delicious. Level 5, 780/5000. The information displayed by the system, the increase in energy value, has already explained everything. Who can't act? Chapter 142. It was already early morning, and most of the looters had fallen asleep. But on the captive side, everyone was ready to go. "Suemo, we are ready." Sheng Tsang's voice was particularly excited. I thought everyone was finished, but who knew that it was just a show? He still remembered that on the day when the flour cake was made but was useless, he was anxious to see Miao Jingshan so weak. Yesterday, Jingshan did not appear in front of people. I thought things had reached a point where they could not be reversed. But now such a big change has taken place. Everyone was in high spirits. A pair of eyes looked at Suemo with sparkling eyes. "Let's start." Sumo's voice was crisp, glancing at Li Xing's body on the ground. All the compromises were just to paralyze Li Xing and the looters. Otherwise, how could we find the opportunity at this moment? The moment the flour cake worked, things changed. This was a play she and Miao Jingshan had discussed in advance. Now it seems that everyone was successfully fooled. On the side, Han Jiayue was a little silent. Su Mo did not greet her during the scene. Even so, she followed the action now. There were not many people on duty there, and when they found that Su Mo and others had arrived, it was too late. The blood-killing knife showed no mercy. The boning knife turned in the palm of the hand, and the sense of security it brought was not comparable to that of the dagger. Some predators wanted to shout, but they could not make a sound. Behind Su Mo, Miao Jingshan followed closely. He did not show up yesterday because he was not really recuperating, but because he was poisoning. After eating the flour cake, he regained his ability, and it was no problem for him to poison and mute these people. The fight appeared again underground, but this time it was not those crazy people who dominated the victory. With the high morale, everyone's hands were very fast. The ability users rushed to the front, the warriors finished, and the ordinary people covered their mouths sensibly without making any howling sounds. The blood dyed the ground red, like the wild blood flowers blooming behind everyone. And when those people reacted, it was a little too late. The combat power on the periphery had been cleared. After all, not all the predators were ability users. How is this possible? Xu Xing, who received the news, looked at the corpses on the ground, and those people who were like killing gods, and the doubt on his face was too obvious. Just Su Mo gave a look, and Sheng Tsang walked over. Sheng Tsang, who was in full state, was full of confidence. A punch hit, directly making Xu Xing retreat continuously. Such a big commotion finally alarmed Brother Lin, and that old man Gong. Under the protection of Brother Lin, old man Gong stood behind the crowd and met Su Mo's eyes. When he saw the coldness and arrogance in the eyes of the girl, old man Gong suddenly smiled. It was an angry smile. It seems that we have all been brushed by you. From the voice of old man Gong, it can be known that he is in a very subtle mood at this time. Take her. It is naturally referring to Su Mo. After the rage, his eyes looking at Su Mo are full of plundering desires, just like when he looked at Pei Ling before. Facing the covetousness like a poisonous snake in the dark, Su Mo looked at Brother Lin, who came obediently, but faced him personally. Speaking of which, she hadn't moved her hands and feet for a long time, so it was just a good opportunity to test whether her strength had declined. After all, she had lived a peaceful life for so long. Thinking about it, Su Mo's kung fu was not slow. Brother Lin was also a close combat expert. When Brother Lin took out the bayonet, Su Mo's breathing was extremely stable. The close combat produced metal sparks. A knife cut across the opponent's heart, but in the end, it only left a wound on the opponent's shoulder. Shaking off the blood on the boning knife, Su Mo's bright eyes were a little excited. Stepping back half a step to accumulate strength, he made another knife. Su Mo's knife speed was extremely fast, but his technique was very simple. One knife after another came, perfect without any flaws. The very aggressive Su Mo brought a great shock to Brother Lin. What he said was contemptuous at the beginning, but Brother Lin had to be serious now. The initial ridicule of Su Mo disappeared completely. Brother Lin, who had used all his strength, fought Su Mo head-on. They met and separated at the first touch. They rushed forward again. Their speed was so fast that in the eyes of some ordinary people, they could not keep up with the rhythm of the two people's battle. As time passed, Su Mo's breathing became heavier, but Brother Lin's breathing was so rapid that it made Old Gong frown. At this point in the battle, Su Mo had the upper hand. This also meant that Su Mo's goal had been achieved. What should I do now? Old Gong heard the question from the people around him. This place was just established. Could it be that we just give up like this? With a fierce look in his eyes, Old Gong spoke again with a cold tone. Kill her. At any cost. The two sentences seemed to carry a powerful force. It stopped in Brother Lin's ears, and his body became sluggish for a moment. This also caused him to be injured by Su Mo again. Brother Lin took several steps back to distance himself from Su Mo, looked back at his old master Gong, and nodded. Teacher, don't worry, I won't let you down. At this moment, the plunderers were actually crushed by many captives. Sheng Tsang's people were also very powerful. Han Jiayue's lightning was flashing. Not long after the battle, she put those troubles aside. I have to say, the feeling of returning strength is really great. And there is another person who shines. That is Ling Heng, who was mentioned several times by Wang Yu. The ability of the fire system has always been powerful. Cooperating with Han Jiayue, The combination of thunder and fire actually produced a surprisingly good effect. It can be said that Sumo's rear is very stable at this moment. She didn't need to worry too much, and Sumo, who was fully focused on the situation, looked at Brother Lin's face and raised her eyebrows. The feeling that the other party just gave her was that he was powerful, but he had not reached the peak. A sense of emptiness. At this time, the two did not fight, but Sumo felt the momentum of the other party rising. Little by little, like a tiger that had been dormant for a long time, about to show its power. Creak, a very strange sound, but it came from Brother Lin. Starting from the back, the other party's body changed. The original height of more than 1.7 meters was instantly stretched to nearly 2 meters. At this time, Sumo had to look up to see the other party's expression clearly. And under Sumo's attention, in addition to the height being elongated, even the bones became thicker. The strong arms, like pythons, gave people a full sense of oppression. But the changes are more than that. The mane gradually grew on the huge body. Yellow and black mane covered Lin Ji's body. His clothes were stretched open, but under the cover of the hair, nothing indecent could be seen. In just a few breaths, a living person turned into an orc in front of Sumo. Beast transformation ability? No, Sumo quickly denied it. Chapter 143. Beast transformation ability is just a part of the body becoming like a beast. It's like the winged enemy he encountered before. And the one in front of Sumo felt that the other party was a beast. The body that should have been upright suddenly fell to the ground. From walking upright to a beast on all fours. The legs turned into hooves, stepping on the ground silently. The other party paced beside Sumo. The beast's eyes were full of wild light. And Sumo, who was stared at, felt the change of the other party's identity. From prey to hunter, Sumo thought, with a knife in front of him, he didn't panic. Brother Lin, with a long face and hairy, rushed directly at Sumo. Even the way of attack changed. He met it with a knife. He cut directly on the opponent's claws. The impact was very loud. Sumo's knife only left a white mark on the opponent's claws, and no wound was seen. The defense is also very strong, but even so, Sumo's knife did not stop. After the man and the beast fought together, Sumo clearly felt that the opponent's speed became faster. Even if Sumo beat him back, his limbs fell to the ground, and he could quickly release the force, and then pounce again. The hooked claws brushed Sumo's cheeks several times. There was even one time when he almost ripped her heart out. I couldn't feel the fluctuation of power. It was as if the opponent had become a purebred beast, and at this moment, he was just using such a barbaric fighting method. But the effect was significant. Brother Lin, whose combat power had increased a lot, successfully delayed Sumo temporarily. Fortunately, the rest of the people didn't need Sumo to distract them. Zhu Xing, who led the battle, was entangled by Sheng Tsung. Although there were many people on the plunderer's side. But Miao Jingshan's poison ability was not vegetarian. Without seeing the opponent's movements, some plunderers' bodies were sore for no reason, and some even had symptoms of vomiting. And Han Jiayue and others chased them directly, not giving those people any room to fight back. The fierce battle continued. Seeing that Sumo's side completely suppressed everyone. Looking at Brother Lin, he didn't get the upper hand at this moment, and the look of Old Gong became ugly. For no reason, Sumo felt a sense of urgency at this time. She was sure that Old Gong had no ability. But now she was facing Brother Lin's fierce attack, and she didn't feel as threatened as Old Gong. What happened? While thinking, Sumo slid over, with the tip of the knife facing up, and directly stabbed Brother Lin's abdomen. The wound was bleeding. The blood with the thick hair, and stuck together. The roar of a beast squeezed out of Brother Lin's mouth. Just looking at his eyes and posture, there was no trace of humanity in Brother Lin. That Old Gong was really cruel, using his own apprentice as an experiment. The thought flashed through her mind, and the moment Sumo twisted her waist and stood firm, she exerted force on her lower body and jumped up directly. She landed steadily on Brother Lin's back. One hand grabbed the thick hair, and the right hand holding the knife pierced Brother Lin's neck mercilessly. She felt resistance. It was as if her muscles were squeezing her knife outwards, resisting. The power surged and entered the boning knife. The blade rang lightly, and with the force of Sumo's wrist, she successfully broke through the opponent's defense and pierced Brother Lin's neck. The knife barely reached the handle. The tip of the knife could be seen flickering slightly on the other side of the huge beast's head. As Sumo pulled out the knife, the blade cut through the flesh and blood, and even the bones were cut off. He held down the opponent's back. As the opponent struggled violently, Sumo turned over, and with it fell the head of Brother Lin. The beast, like Brother Lin, with a head as big as a basin, was held in Sumo's hand. Blood spurted from the broken end, soaking Sumo's clothes. There was incomprehensible fear in his eyes. He might still be wondering why he couldn't defeat Sumo. With a flick of his arm, his head rolled directly in front of Old Gong. The knife stained with blood was dripping. Sumo just held the knife like a killing god, approaching Old Gong. Step by step, the steady and fast pace forced Old Gong to retreat. But after a few steps, he bumped into the pillar of the camp and almost fell down. Gong! Gong Lao! When some subordinates saw Brother Lin being solved, their voices trembled. Who is this woman? Are you willing to sacrifice for our cause? Facing the shouts of his own people, Gong Lao looked ugly, but there was a madness in his eyes. He asked the other party with a cold voice. Yes. The subordinate answered without hesitation. And in the next second, the needle pierced his neck directly. As the medicine was injected, his eyes became manic. Go kill him! Pushing the man, Gong Lao looked at Sumo, and his facial muscles twisted. Just use you to experiment with my masterpiece. Seeing that Mr. Gong seemed to be fearless, Sumo slowly put his eyes on the man. The man who was lowering his head suddenly slapped his head hard. But it was only a few times. When he looked up again, his eyes were red as blood. A frenzied expression occupied the man's face. Staring at Sumo, the man suddenly grinned. Human. Kill! After just 3 words, the man attacked Sumo directly. The speed was like a ghost, and Sumo's first knife was dodged by the other party. Feeling the fluctuating air around, Sumo suddenly stepped back and turned sideways. The other party's hand passed through her waist, leaving a wound. It was not deep, and the wound stopped bleeding quickly. But even so, Sumo also noticed the change of things. Looking at the other party's loss of reason, Sumo knew that Mr. Gong's research was still successful. But this medicine, that was supposed to be used to control the beast, was used on humans first. No, perhaps this was the purpose of Old Gong from the beginning. Thinking about Sumo beside him, he looked at Old Gong with murderous eyes. The power completely flowed through his body, and Sumo's speed also became faster. Every time the opponent appeared, Sumo could always predict that the landing point would be a blow. Even with the blessing of the potion, the opponent's power surged, but the opponent's Sumo at this moment was still unable to do it. And this also means that it is only a matter of time for Sumo to defeat the opponent. After understanding this, Old Gong was still very calm. He walked directly to the back. Before the curtain fell, several test tubes were smashed out. The glass fell to the ground, but the liquid inside evaporated directly. The red mist enveloped the underground space. Roar! The strange beast roar appeared, but it came from the mouths of those human predators. Crazy, all the predators were affected by the potion at this moment and fell into a frenzy. In the bloody battle, the plunderers' desperate fighting style of exchanging injuries for injuries still caused some trouble for Sumo. The catalysis of the potion turned these people into ferocious beasts, who only knew how to kill. The battle situation escalated. Chapter 144. Sumo didn't know what Mr. Gong was doing in there. She wanted to chase him, but those crazy looters blocked her way. These people were used as sacrifices. Sumo knew clearly the cruelty of Mr. Gong. But isn't this what these looters deserve? Facing this situation, Sumo's mentality did not waver. Every time a knife fell, there would be one more corpse on the ground. Sumo's fighting was clean and neat, but full of power and beauty. It was like dancing on the tip of a knife, approaching the dance steps with threats, and each time it was accompanied by the shadow of death. Some people in the crowd had bright eyes. Han Jiayue looked at Sumo like this, and the trace of dissatisfaction that had been hidden in her eyes for a long time finally disappeared. She was so powerful. Don't be distracted. Shang Tsung's words made Han Jiayue turn her head, and she saw a dagger brushing her cheek. But the man's attack was frozen in front of her. The opponent had a broken knife stuck in his chest. Shang Tsung spoke, but Sumo, who was far away, took action. Sumo always paid attention to the overall situation, and his eyes just passed over Han Jiayue, without saying anything more. She frowned as she looked at the situation in front of her. It has been a principle since ancient times to capture the leader first. You go leave this to us. Miao Jingshan shouted. The cooperation of several of them was enough to stabilize the situation. And Sumo had more important things to do. Yes. Sumo nodded lightly, then killed a predator and rushed directly to the tent. If I remember correctly, Pei Ling was also brought into the tent before. As she got closer, it was very quiet inside, and she could faintly hear the ticking of some instruments. She lifted the curtain, and there was no one in the outermost room. In the deeper part, there seemed to be a figure swaying. The calm Sumo approached quickly, and when she lifted the second curtain, she felt the murderous aura. The long and sharp nails brushed against Sumo's heart. The blade was raised, blocking the attack. Sumo took a step back, looking at Pei Ling with bloodshot eyes in front of him, and knew what was going on. It seemed that the other party was also controlled by the old man Gong. Kill her! Behind Pei Ling, the voice of the old man Gong came. There was even some expectation in that voice. For the old man Gong, those people outside could be abandoned. And the Pei Ling in front of him was his best work now. The product of the past experiments could adapt to his medicine better. Unlike those waste outside, their brains were directly burned, and they could not obey his orders. Pei Ling, who received the order from Mr. Gong, twisted her neck. A stiff expression appeared on her face. Under the mechanical appearance, the other party's thinking did not belong to her, and she did not recognize Sumo. Yes. A very dull answer. The attack followed. If Pei Ling was a mage before, she played long range, but now she has become a bloody warrior who is advancing, and every move is deadly. Her limbs are flexible and fast. Her body is unbelievably soft. Sumo's knife rubbed the opponent's abdomen. The moment Pei Ling bent down, her waist twisted and directly pulled herself from Sumo's knife. But this is not over yet. The power of the body has not been exhausted. He kicked his feet, jumped up, and rushed towards Sumo. His nails were like sharp weapons, colliding with Sumo's boning knife, and he was able to hold up. However, facing Sumo's sharp blade, Pei Ling did not dare to let the rest of his body fight. Pei Ling's fighting style was very flexible. There was no rules, as if everything was aimed at killing Sumo. Each move was simple and deadly. And Sumo was no less impressive. The knife cut and took away a strand of Pei Ling's hair. Sumo's attack frequency was very fast. After a knife was delivered, it did not hit, and he stepped back, and the boning knife turned a circle at his side. He changed the horizontal pull to a straight stab, but the opponent barely dodged it. The fight between the two was magnificent. But for Gong Lao, it was obvious that Pei Ling still could not suppress Sumo. This made him look irritable, and his eyes looking at Sumo became more and more hot. For him, Sumo's body is more suitable for this research. The stronger the experimental subject, the better the final result. He has been pursuing this kind of experimental subject all his life. Unfortunately, he has no way to take it down even though it is right in front of him. Teacher, if it is teacher, Gong Lao muttered, and the fanaticism in his eyes almost overflowed. That tone seemed to be worshipping his own god. Bang! Just when Gong Lao was distracted, Pei Ling was kicked out by Sumo. His body hit the table, and the instruments on it instantly fell to the ground and shattered. Sumo took advantage of the victory to pursue. His speed was directly increased by a lot, and he appeared beside Pei Ling in an instant. The knife was placed on Pei Ling's neck. As long as he moved forward a little bit, he could directly cut the opponent's throat. With his palm on Pei Ling's shoulder, Sumo's face was full of murderous intent. At this moment, Sumo was facing the direction of Gong Lao, while Pei Ling had his back to Gong Lao. There was a sudden fluctuation in her red eyes. She looked at Sumo, full of struggle and pain. Her lips opened and closed, as if she was saying something. Sumo's face remained unchanged, and the knife even cut a little deeper. The two people were so close together that Sumo could clearly capture Pei Ling's subtle voice. Help! Help me, please! Kill him. Human. I hate. Ah! Pei Ling's voice was almost inaudible in the intermittent words. That pretty face was full of pain and anger. Tears flowed from her eyes, but they were bloody. Pei Ling's nails pierced into her palm, and blood oozed from the corners of her mouth. It seemed that under Sumo's pressure, she finally found her spiritual wisdom. She spoke out her plea with difficulty. The look she gave Sumo was full of hope, pitiful and sad. This was the feeling Pei Ling gave her. Sumo listened to the conversation calmly, and then slightly shifted her gaze. She saw that when old Gong saw that things were not going well, he finally moved his steps and wanted to leave. Watching the other party's small movements with cold eyes, Sumo's face suddenly showed a gentle smile. It's better to avenge yourself. No one is obliged to help you. Isn't it? After asking a question, Sumo suddenly cut the other party's neck with a knife. As blood gushed out, she pushed Pei Ling directly in the direction of old Gong. The broken body fell to the ground, scaring old Gong. Seeing that Sumo was about to approach, old Gong's face showed a fierce look. Do you know who I am? Facing this routine of self-explosion, the smile on Sumo's face became even stronger. She didn't answer, but turned around and left the tent. Seeing Sumo's strange behavior, Gong Lao felt something was wrong. How could she not kill herself? While Gong Lao was confused, he didn't see that Pei Ling, who was already a corpse in his eyes, moved his arm on the ground. Chapter 145. Sumo came out of Gong Lao's tent alive, which undoubtedly laid the foundation for the victory of this battle. With Sumo's joining, those crazy looters were easily dealt with. There was a pile of corpses on the ground. The blood gathered into a stream, flowing in the gully of the flower field. The rack where the corpses were hung had been pushed down at some point. When the last person was beheaded, Sumo looked at the crazy blood flowers and considered. It's not suitable to stay here for long, let's go. At this time, Miao Jingshan was directing everyone to leave quickly. Although the looters here were dealt with. But from their point of view in the past few days, this place is connected with the outside world. The batches of new people added in are evidence. If they stay here any longer, they may wait for new enemies. The people who got free did not dare to delay at this time, and all rushed to the exit. In the crowded crowd, Sumo followed closely. At this moment, there is a piece of land in her space, which is full of these mad blood flowers. On the land moistened by yellow mud, the size of the mad blood flowers is even larger than that in the sea of flowers. These are all transplanted by Sumo in the past few days, when no one is paying attention. As for why he did this. System, you said that at the time when you were researched, the ferocious beasts were completely out of control and destroyed the human defense line. Is the appearance of those ferocious beasts due to these mad blood flowers? A few days ago, when Sumo heard Li Xing talking about what was done here, he guessed. Perhaps in the timeline known by the system. Someone once used the mad blood flowers to research a potion and then control the ferocious beasts. It even caused the beast to destroy the existence of mankind. This assumption is valid. Yes. Everything started because of the existence of a drug called mad blood. But those who created me did not trace the source to this incident. So, when they found out, it was too late. The system's voice was a little turbulent and less mechanical. Since she came to the Wasteland, Sumo has been doing everything to survive. From beginning to end, she did not express her intention to help the system fulfill its wishes. But who would have thought that Sumo would get involved by mistake and even destroy such an important experiment? Sumo's eyes were heavy and dark as ink after learning the answer. In fact, as her abilities improved, she realized that she and the system had become inseparable. How could she escape the system's mission while using the system's power? Going around in circles, it was as if she was destined to fulfill the meaning of the system's existence. Just as Sumo was thinking, a violent explosion sounded in the cave behind him. The sound was deafening. The entire camp of the predators was blown away. When Sumo turned around, he saw a woman in the firelight, holding a human corpse and smiling in his direction. The bright smile was like a dancing butterfly. But butterflies are afraid of fire. The butterfly, which spread its wings in the raging fire, finally chose to die together, leaving itself and the enemy underground. As a result, the entire sea of flowers was covered by flames. Those enchanting flowers turned into ashes in an instant. Sumo still doesn't know what Pei Ling has been through. And this woman doesn't seem to want to tell her story to others. A woman who has survived here until now hates humans. Even for Sumo, who gave her a chance, Pei Ling's last look was full of hatred. Pei Ling can't integrate into the human world. In Pei Ling's cognition, everything here is the same kind. Sumo can be sure of this. The fire is burning, on the cliff. Everyone watching this scene feels sad. But when the flames pounced on them, there was no leisure to continue sighing. The crowd gathered and left here quickly. When they got out of the underground of the laboratory, what they saw was still the colorful forest outside. It was night at this moment. The luminous plants in the forest were swaying their bodies, beautiful but full of danger. But even so, many people laughed at this scene. Come out, we're out. I thought we were dead. Oh my God, God bless us. Someone cried bitterly amid the shouts. Sumo stood at the door, listening to the noise behind her, with a gentle expression. Today, it has been nearly a month since she left the camp. In another month, she can go back. I don't know what happened to everyone in the camp. Little Bean, do you still remember me? A gunshot rang out amid the noise. Sumo raised his hand and caught the whistling bullet. The palm of her hand was a little burned. Sumo looked up, looked at the forest in front of her and sighed. Sure enough, things are not so easy to end. What's wrong? Enemy? Are there any more enemies? The celebrating crowd suddenly panicked. Sumo was very calm. Follow me. As she spoke, she threw the knife in her hand and hit the enemy hiding in the forest. After the body fell, the boning knife appeared in Sumo's hand again. But the sense of urgency did not disappear. In such an important place, there must be someone guarding outside. And since that person discovered their escape, it means that the changes under the ground are also known. So, the enemy's pursuit is coming. After a while of happiness, everyone followed Suemo and began the final escape. Suemo remembered the way they came. Because of the raiders' back and forth sweep, the surroundings became much safer. It was easier to get out. Passing through the colorful but silent forest, Suemo led everyone to the narrow sky. The thick fog covered everything, as always. Entering the fog, Suemo could hear the insects hissing in the dark. But now, the capable people were escorting, and the flame stirred the fog, almost boiling it. The burning smell was very bad, and the bodies of the insects fell to the ground, as if warning the aliens who were ready to move in the dark. Save me. In a panic, someone almost fell into a tight cave. And under the cave, dense insects were surging. The result of falling down can be imagined. Suemo, who tightly grasped the other person's arm, lifted him up with force. Be careful. After a cold word, Suemo's pace quickened again. Thank you very much. The man looked at Suemo with admiration. People passed by one after another. The man suddenly clenched his fists and chased after Suemo's back. As long as we follow her, we will definitely be able to get out safely. And in the entire team, there is not only one person who has such thoughts. The food made by Suemo has a healing effect, and can also remove negative effects. More importantly, it tastes delicious. Suemo's own martial arts value is still very strong. Even if it is Shang Tsung, Suemo can suppress him. Suemo. At this moment, countless people are chanting Suemo's name in their hearts, as if they can gain some power by doing so. In front, Miao Jingshan looked at the fanatical expressions of those people, and hid the smile in his eyes. It's done! Chapter 146. Inside the familiar iron gate, a group of people were hiding behind the stone wall with their waists bent, looking forward. The exit was right in front of them, but they didn't dare to move. From here, they could see that there were many people holding weapons outside to guard. The predators who had learned about the underground changes were waiting for their arrival here. Faced with this situation, the crowd was a little panicked. What should we do now? Someone asked, looking at Suemo, hoping that she would make a decision. Leave it to me. Shang Tsung applied for a fight, shaking his arms, eager to try. I break the door open, and then you can just rush out. The words were rough, but the truth was true. As long as you can rush out, there will always be a place to run in such a big world. Suemo also gave Shang Tsung an affirmative look. A few seconds later, Shang Tsung, who had touched the door, suddenly appeared and punched the door. There was a creaking sound. The door railing sank apart, but it did not collapse. The moment those people outside saw Shang Tsung, they opened fire without saying a word. Shang Tsung could only hide temporarily due to the firepower coverage. Looking at the door, Suemo held the knife and squinted slightly. The door, made of water-sinking stone, was to prevent the escape of those with abilities. The special stone born after the catastrophe can absorb power. So Shang Tsung's punch didn't seem to hurt. Bullets were still pouring. The place where everyone was hiding was temporarily safe. But looking at the postures of those people, it seemed that they didn't want anyone to get out alive. Just break in? Suemo looked behind him. Some people turned pale under the high mental tension, and even their hands and feet were a little weak. Most of them are ordinary people. Letting these people charge is no different from sending them to their deaths. After escaping from the underground, some people's fearlessness of death disappeared. After all, freedom is right in front of them. Who wants to stop here? Facing the expectant eyes of those people, Suemo looked at Miao Jingshan. Follow the plan. After saying this, Miao Jingshan nodded. What is the plan? That is, Suemo went out to lead away those enemies, and Miao Jingshan led everyone to leave from another direction. Among the group of people, only Suemo's knife can break the door. Only Suemo is strong enough to find flaws under the firepower. Weakness capture. When the host opens the Sea of Spirit, he can capture the enemy's weakness and break it. This skill was obtained by Suemo in the lottery given by the system after making the flour cake. I have to say that it came at the right time. The Sea of Spirit has already lit up. She could see the dense red dots outside. Those were where the enemies were. In the crowded red, there were still some gray dots floating around. That was where the enemy's defense was weak. Using mental power to capture weaknesses was a huge drain on Suemo. After Miao Jingshan was ready, Suemo exerted force from his lower body and shot out directly. The speed was extremely fast, but he arrived at the door in an instant. With a knife, the bullets aimed at Sumo were split apart. The body twisted flexibly. For people with special abilities, it is not impossible to dodge bullets. The knife cut horizontally and penetrated into the water-sinking stone. The obstacle was very obvious. But when the spiritual power was poured into the blade, a crack appeared just like cutting tofu. When Sumo opened the door under the firepower, she saw the surprised expressions of those people outside. She raised her foot and kicked a gap. Sumo's body was as agile as a leopard and rushed out directly. The predators also reacted quickly. Some people directly entangled with her. Others tried to attack Sumo from behind. But before they touched Sumo, they saw a furry head sticking out from Sumo's shoulder. The claws that were raised were particularly sharp. Meow Meow's claws directly tore the face of the predator. Amid screams, Sumo killed him with one knife. Meow Meow, who had been depressed for half a month, became excited directly after leaving the underground. Stepping on Sumo, he jumped into the crowd. Relying on his petite body, he moved left and right, and those predators had no way to do anything to Meow Meow. Meow Meow's attack was beyond Sumo's expectation. However, with the help of Meow Meow, Sumo's pressure was indeed reduced a lot. With the boning knife in hand, Sumo was like the god of death, harvesting lives in the crowd. Every time he changed his position, many attacks missed directly. Close combat made hot weapons ineffective. Many people directly fought Sumo with cold weapons. But the fighting style of those people was full of flaws in Sumo's eyes. In the sea of spirituality, the light spots changed, and the red light spots turned into the shape of villains. And the villain in front of him was gray all over. Those were the flaws. He stabbed the opponent's side with a knife, and watched the opponent fall down directly, and kicked him again. Hitting the stone wall, the other party spat out a mouthful of blood, and went straight to see the king of hell. Kill her! The order was urgent. Sumo looked at the man who spoke, and suddenly smiled. I found you. With a soft voice, she approached quickly. The knife was thrown out, and stabbed directly into the man's brow. Leaning back and retreating, the man dodged Sumo's attack. The next second, he found that the knife appeared in Sumo's hand again, and now it had stabbed his chest. Bang! It was the sound of metal hitting each other. The blade was ringing lightly, and the tip of the blade seemed to have stabbed a piece of metal, making it difficult to move forward. Under the torn clothes, the golden body could be seen. It was a metal ability. He metallized his entire body to improve his defense. Humph, you can't break through my defense. The man sneered when he saw Sumo fail. He even reached out to grab Sumo. An iron ball rolled in the palm of his hand, and then it condensed into a short knife, slashing towards Sumo's neck. The battle was triggered, and the knives collided, and the metal clanged. But Sumo was just one person, with at most one meow. And the opponent was not a reckless man, and he did not do any stupid one-on-one things. While the leader was fighting Sumo, the other predators were also watching covetously. As long as they found an opportunity, they would attack. It can be said that it is hard to defend against. After a while, Sumo was also injured. Coughed. Blood flowed from the mouth. Sumo seemed to be injured a little, but it was not obvious on her face. She frowned and stared at the leader, flipped the knife in her palm, and attacked again. The fierce attack did not achieve much effect. The defense of the metal system is more powerful than the earth system. It seems to have some restraint on Sumo's knife. Will Sumo be defeated? In the cave, the people hiding in the cave watched this scene and whispered, worried about Sumo. No! Miao Jingshan shook his head. He looked at Sumo with burning and admiring eyes. She is deliberately showing weakness. Chapter 147. What? Some people didn't understand what Miao Jingshan meant, and wanted to ask again, but they saw Wang Yu's disapproving eyes. Just trust Sumo. Well, just trust Sumo. Yang Donglian, his wife, followed. The couple watched Sumo's movements without blinking, and they all trusted Sumo. But Sumo, who was trusted by everyone, was a little embarrassed at this time. There was a wound on his face, which was a little itchy. The arm holding the knife became sore after continuous slashing. Sumo's breathing gradually became heavy. The ups and downs of his chest seemed to tell that Sumo was not in good condition. He clenched his fists, and his bones creaked. The leader looked at Sumo's weak strength and smiled. You are the one who instigated them to defect, right? The man spoke with an arrogant tone and murderous intent. So what? Sumo's answer was very calm, but the raised eyebrows showed his rebelliousness. Haha, you still don't surrender. In that case, I will beat you into surrender. His eyebrows were raised, with a fierce look. The opponent attacked strongly, and his aggressive fighting style was very similar to Sumo. But it seemed that Su-emo was suppressed. As the fight went on, Su-emo retreated again and again. The injuries on his body were increasing. At this moment, Su-emo covered the wound on his abdomen, his face a little gloomy. "What else do you have?" The leader, who was becoming more and more confident, approached Su-emo with a grim smile. It seemed that he wanted to take down Su-emo in one go, but before he made a move, he saw Su-emo baring his teeth at him. Then, he picked up the little meowing beast and turned around and ran away. Yes, Su-emo ran. That speed, it seems like he is really running for his life, not careless at all. The leader was stunned, then the muscles on his face twisted, and he chased after him without saying a word. Chase! Not only him, some predators also followed. Su-emo, who entered the forest, did not seem to be fast, and his figure was always looming in front. But no matter how they chased, Su-emo was so slippery that they could not touch him. In front, Su-emo, who was running, looked past those people and looked in the direction from whence she came. She was looking forward to their choice. Don't let her down. With a faint smile, Su-emo glanced at those who were chasing and narrowed her eyes. It seems that it's time to kill them. At the same time, in the cave. When Su-emo attracted the large army away, Miao Jingshan made a gesture, and the people who had been ambushing for a long time rushed out. All the firepower was attracted by Su-emo before. When so many people rushed out directly, they caught the predators off guard. Several people with special abilities opened the way in front, and the predators could not stop them at all. After a while, the defense line collapsed. This also means that the gap has been opened. Like a little chicken, he picked up a person. Shang Tsung's face was ruthless, and he directly broke the man's neck. Beside him, Han Jiayue's lightning and Ling Heng's fire still cooperated, and directly blasted an unstoppable road. "Let's go!" Miao Jingshan waved his hand, and a group of people followed him and rushed in another direction. Miao Jingshan, who was running in the opposite direction of Su-emo, looked at the direction where Su-emo left with some concern on the way, but did not go back. There was no mention of going to find Su-emo. Time goes back to 3 days ago. That was the day before the flour cake was developed, and it was also the day he fell ill. Su-emo came to him and made a plan for this escape together. First, he acted a scene to make everyone think that the flour cake was useless. Then he helped Su-emo win people's hearts and let those people trust Su-emo completely. Only by uniting these people into a rope can there be no mistakes when taking action. All of these were done very well. It was just the last one that Miao Jingshan refuted at the time. At the exit, I will lead those enemies away, and then you can take the rest away, and don't worry about me. No! This was his answer at the time. But Sumo's attitude was not to be rejected. Looking at the current situation, it turns out that Sumo's plan is perfect. Even at that time, where you want to go is up to you to decide. You are free. These were Sumo's original words. At this time, Miao Jingshan retracted his gaze. Freedom. If this freedom was exchanged by Su-emo, then it means that they will be entitled to freedom only in Sumo's territory. He clenched his fists. He knew that Su-emo was using their guilt to completely subdue them. But this was a direct and obvious calculation, and he was convinced of his defeat. He admitted it. A group of people ran out for a long time, until there were no pursuers behind them. Miao Jingshan signaled everyone to stop. Where is Su-emo? What about her? Yes, should we go back to find her? We can't leave her behind. Jingshan, what do you think we should do? Did Su-emo tell us where to meet? Some people looked at Miao Jingshan, expecting his answer. It seemed that as long as he said he was going to find Su-emo, everyone would agree. Listening to these people's voices, Miao Jingshan's expression gradually became firm. Su-emo asked us to go first, and said we were free and could go wherever we wanted. But I'm going to Sumo's camp. During the past few days, Su-emo occasionally mentioned the fun of cooking in the camp. In the few incidents, Miao Jingshan could see that Su-emo attached great importance to the camp. Then as long as we go to the camp, we will definitely be able to wait for Su-emo to come back. This idea was extremely clear. I won't force you. You can decide for yourself. If you are willing, just follow me. After leaving this sentence, Miao Jingshan identified the direction and took a step directly. Now think about it, maybe Su-emo mentioned her camp just to win over himself and others. Sumo's mind is deep. Such a calculation seemed to have been foreshadowed long ago, but he didn't hate it. On the contrary, admired it. Why is it like this? Some people panicked. But Shang Tsung directly followed Miao Jingshan's pace and hugged Miao Jingshan's shoulders. TSK, I thought so too. He couldn't play tricks, but he liked Sumo's character. How could he just let it go when he hadn't repaid the favor yet? Wang Yu and his wife followed consciously. What was unexpected was that after hesitating for a moment, it was Han Jiayue who finally caught up first. Several people smiled at each other, and the backs moving forward did not hesitate. And those who were left behind. Some people still hesitated and left. After seeing that no one stopped them, they directly quickened their pace. And more of them caught up with Miao Jingshan and others. Most of them were the first and second batches of people sent in. Those people had seen Sumo's performance and magic. In a subtle way, in their hearts, they regarded Sumo as a strong man. Then, following the strong in the wasteland is the best way to save your life. Chapter 148. About a quarter of an hour after Sumo and the other party walked in the opposite direction, several cars stopped here. Someone jumped out of the car and looked at the mess on the ground with anger on his face. Someone was immediately sent to the laboratory to check. But when the people who checked came back, they only brought back some broken flowers. All burned, no body intact. The report made the leader grit his teeth. Damn it. It was still too late. Such an important experiment, those wastes. He was still about to curse, but suddenly a voice sounded in the car. It was from the communicator. The leader quickly answered the call, not knowing what the other party said. His face twisted several times before answering. All dead, the underground was also destroyed, and we only recovered a small part. Your student. Sorry, my fault. You never admitted that it was your student. He is dead too. His fingers brushed across his forehead, taking away the cold sweat. Although the person on the other end was not in front of him, he subconsciously bent down. His humble attitude was surprising, but everyone around him bowed their heads. Yes, okay, I'll be back soon. The communication was hung up. The man let out a long sigh. Go, send a team to bring back all the things collected underground, quickly. Yes. His subordinates waved their hands, and took a few people to carry out the task. The rest of the people checked around to see if there were any survivors, and made the final arrangements. But within a few minutes, the sound of a vehicle was heard. Could it be that something was forgotten? When the leader looked up, he saw two cars parked on the side. The dark vehicle was like a steel giant. When the door opened, he did see a beast approaching slowly. The pace was steady. Even facing the Shura field, the man had no expression on his face. He walked up to the leader and spoke softly. Where is Sumo? Only Ding Qi and others, who had followed Lu Xinglan for a long time, knew the suppressed emotions of Lu Xinglan at the moment. After tracking them in the wasteland for so long, they finally found the hiding place of these people. But as soon as they arrived, there were corpses all over the ground. How could they not worry? Sumo? Who is it? The leader asked back. His fingers moved, which was a signal, and his men took action directly. The predators were brave and good at fighting. But to some extent, they were still not as good as the few people trained by Lu Xinglan himself. Even without Lu Xinglan's action, Ding Qi and Li Ha had already solved most of those people. A part of the team left to escort the remaining samples. The plunderers, whose strength was greatly reduced, were suppressed not long after the fight. But when the leader learned that Lu Xinglan was looking for those imprisoned people, he immediately laughed in anger. Don't you know that the situation here was caused by those people? The dead are all our people. As for the woman you mentioned, I really don't know whether she is dead or alive. At that time, only the news of the change came from underground, and there was no response when asked about the specific situation. And when he rushed over, this place had become like this. Maybe you can go underground to collect her body. The last sentence may be useful for a while, but the consequences are very tragic. At this moment, Lu Xinglan's eyelashes trembled a few times. Eyes seemed to appear in the dark pupils. The low temperature was spreading, and ice spikes condensed on the heads of everyone. Li Ha was more direct, punching the opponent's abdomen with a fist, and sneered at the other party, vomiting blood. Don't worry, even if your body is rotten, Sumo will not die. Die? Hee. A cautious person like Sumo would not lose her life here. There are so many people waiting for her to go back. Boss, there are traces here. Someone left from here. Song Kai said while standing in the forest. The large number of chaotic footprints here are enough to prove that many people left here alive. Those people can survive, so there is no reason for Sumo to get into trouble. Let's go, keep chasing. Lu Xinglan turned and left. But the ice spikes on the top of his head fell directly. It was like rain. But this rain was full of murderous intent that could not be avoided. There were a few more corpses. The bloody smell spread, and after Lu Xinglan and the others left, the beasts hiding in the dark finally dared to come out for a feast. The forest was dark. Suemo hid in the shadow of the tree, her body tightly pressed against the tree trunk. The thick tree trunk was enough to cover Sumo's entire body. In her drooping right hand, she held a boning knife dripping with blood. And beside her, there was a corpse that had just closed its eyes. There are only 3 left. Her breathing was rapid but very low. Suemo calculated. There were more than a dozen people chasing after her, but after making sure to buy time for Miao Jingshan and the others, she started her own hunting. Now, there are only 3 left. The status has changed. Suemo, who has changed from prey to hunter, is like a fish in water in the forest. On the other hand, the remaining predators thought they had a sure win. But at this moment, those people were hiding in the forest and dared not come out. But will this work? In the Sea of Spirit, there were several red dots flashing in the green all over the ground. And one of the light dots was approaching. Suemo pulled the red dots apart to form 3-dimensional little people. The little person closest to Suemo bit over and moved towards her position little by little. Tick tick. The blood on the blade fell into the blood pit at the feet, making a sound. This sound was telling the other party that Suemo was waiting for him behind, about 10 meters away. At the moment of catching this subtle sound, joy appeared on this person's face. He pointed his finger back and gestured to his companions. He would become a bait to attract Sumo's arrival. And the remaining companions had to seize this opportunity to take down Suemo. As long as they succeeded, the death of the other companions would be worth it. In the forest where the undercurrent was surging, this person crawled forward in the bushes, even deliberately making some noises. He was waiting. Time passed slowly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. But Suemo hadn't come yet. Doubt appeared in the eyes of this person. Judging from Sumo's performance, 10 seconds was enough for the other party to catch his presence. Why? Could it be that she had left? Thinking of this, he was about to call his companions to check, but what he saw when he turned his head made his pupil shrink instantly. Dead. A few steps away, the body of his companion was lying on the ground, his eyes looking in his direction. When death came, the last emotion on the other party's face was fear. That fear was enough to plunder all his mind, and wrapped him tightly at this moment. How could it be possible? Could there be other enemies nearby? No, that's not right. Looking in another direction, it was on the treetops, where the last companion was hiding. The heavy leaves blocked his figure, so he couldn't see the other person's movements. But something was flowing down the tree trunk. The gurgling liquid flowed on the brown tree trunk, dark as blood. That was blood. Chapter 149. Dead, all dead? The man suddenly realized that the hunter from the beginning was Suemo. Tick! A familiar sound came from above. He looked up and saw Suemo squatting on the tree trunk, showing him a cold smile. The girl's face was beautiful and clean, at this moment, like the bright moon hanging high in the night. Beautiful and cold. When the head fell, Suemo also stood firm. After dealing with all the pursuers, Suemo did not plan to chase Miao Jingshan and others. If she returns to the camp now, then wouldn't the efforts of this month be in vain? There are only 2 of us left. Suemo caught the meow that jumped down from the tree and stroked the other's fur, and said softly. After finding a direction, Suemo set off again. The temporary journey has to continue. In the distant rock camp, Shirqing looked at the people from Baiwei camp, who had come from afar, and was very confused. You mean, you want to join our camp? Looking at Qiu Linghua, Shirqing was a little confused. If the other party hadn't mentioned Suemo, he would have driven them away long ago. It's inexplicable. Yeah. All of us are willing to obey all the commands of the rock camp. From today on, Baiwei camp will no longer exist. Qiu Linghua expressed her thoughts with unusual determination. After a long journey, she finally found this place with the team. In terms of the environment, this place is much worse than where the camp was before. But there is enough vitality here. The captive beasts have become meat that can be slaughtered at any time. In the wasteland, it is difficult to overcome the problem of planting. Unsuitable soil prevents many crops from maturing, but here, those green vegetables are enough to make people swallow their saliva. Especially. It's time for dinner. The aroma wafting from the kitchen not far away made Qiu Linghua feel that it was worth staying for that bite of food. I think we should agree. Suddenly someone spoke, and it was a woman. Moreover, it was not someone from the original rock camp. I think our camp needs manpower now. We can't rely on Suemo for everything. There is still a month. If something happens, or if Suemo doesn't come back. As the woman spoke, she suddenly saw the angry expressions of the others, but she didn't stop. Suemo is not your Nani. This sentence made many people speechless. Yes, When Sumo was here, they always wanted to rely on Sumo. Even now, they hope to keep it the same, wait for Sumo to come back, and let Sumo decide. Are they really unable to do anything if they leave Sumo? I am willing to help you too, after all, you took us in. Next to the woman, there stood a little girl. Her soft and sticky appearance was very likable. Behind her, a young couple also nodded. They are a family of 4. Just half a month ago, someone went out hunting and accidentally encountered this family being chased by a ferocious beast, so he brought them back. But the reason they stayed was because the woman named Luo was a teacher. They had heard of the profession of teaching and educating people. In the base, those children can not only live a stable life, but also read and learn various skills. But these are beyond the reach of the children of the wanderers. But Luo came. She taught the children to learn calligraphy for free, and brought many interesting stories. The children who followed the camp all the way have been laughing constantly these days. So the camp accepted their family of 4. And this time, it was the first time that Luo intervened in such a matter in the half-month since she came to the camp. We must be independent, otherwise what is the point of learning? Her eyes fell on the children in the camp. One day, they will also have to take up the responsibility, but at that time, will they also rely on Sumo? Sumo will be tired too. When this sentence was said, many people in the camp showed a guilty look. Yes, Sumo is also a human being. Along the way, Sumo almost took on everything. They believed in Sumo like a god, but forgot that he was also flesh and blood. Even Shurqing was a little shaken at this moment. Don't worry, we are not here to fight for power or anything. I just hope we can also be protected. It's safe here. Xiaolinghua's words came from the heart. Just a simple look, there are so many people with special abilities here. There are not many people, but their strength has already been comparable to those large camps. Her choice was indeed right. Okay. But we need to observe for a while, and if there is no problem, you can join our camp. Shurqing finally made a decision. Okay. Xiaolinghua agreed immediately, and breathed a sigh of relief. Unconsciously, the number of people in the camp has doubled since Sumo left. In the distance, a group of people stood together and laughed and talked, without intervening in what happened just now. Do Ding followed Mu Yuyu obediently. At this time, Mu Yuyu asked with a smile, "What did Teacher Bai teach you?" Qi Ling carried a fawn on his back, and was also waiting for an answer. These days, under Shi Yan's arrangement, several children in the camp all followed Luo to learn. Well, Teacher Bai told us a lot of knowledge about fierce beasts, and how to deal with them. He also told us that as long as we work hard to become stronger, we can be as powerful as the people in the base. Little Do Ding said, but pinched his fingers. But what she said, Sister Su has told me before. And Sister Su also said that we are who we are, and we can be strong without comparing with anyone. Only a few people could hear Do Ding's voice, and a fawn also nodded. I like Sister Su. The clear childish voice had no malice, just simply expressing his own feelings. Mu Yuyu laughed. Little brat. After slapping Doubting on the head, Mu Yuyu and the others looked at each other, as if conveying some message. In the corner, Wu Zixi nestled in Fu Zhao's arms, looking at the situation in the camp, smiling deeply. Sure enough, it was right not to choose to leave at the beginning. This is too fun. What's fun? Wu Zixi didn't say it directly. Fu Zhao looked at Wu Zixi dotingly, ignoring the occasional look from Luo. Mental suggestion, ha! Hey, do you think you will be happy when Sumo comes back and sees such interesting things? When the real master of this family is outside, there are always some people who want to occupy the magpie's nest. Anyway, I like Sumo more. Wu Zixiao, who asked and answered himself, obviously didn't need Fu Zhao's response. Something was changing quietly, and those who wanted to flee were not just Xiaolinghua and her group. And Sumo, who was far away, knew nothing about all this. Chapter 150. Dead leaves were all over the ground, piled up very thickly. In the wasteland not far away, a ferocious beast was hunting. Its ferocious posture was daunting. The prey under its feet was a type of ferocious beast, which was struggling with its limbs. Seeing that the bloody mouth was about to bite down, fear appeared in Type A's eyes. At this time, a cold light flashed. A knife appeared out of thin air, and directly ended the life of the Type B ferocious beast. The huge corpse fell down with a bang, and a human woman stood up in the dead leaves. The thin body was wrapped in a thick coat. She walked calmly and leisurely to the side of Type B, and peeled off the skin with a knife. The best animal skin is best used to keep warm in winter. The autumn wind was biting, and Sumo looked at the air floating around her mouth and thought. While she was packing up, the Type A beast that was trapped underneath and dying suddenly pounced on her. It bared its teeth and was about to bite Sumo. The saliva at the corner of its mouth told of its desire for Sumo, who was squatting on the ground, seemed not to see the danger that was so close, and was still fiddling with the corpse on the ground. In an instant, a furry thing flashed by. The basketball-sized beast stepped on the Type A's body, and its claws went straight into its head. A shrill scream sounded. It was the Type A. Sumo frowned, seeming a little dissatisfied, too noisy. This is already the outskirts of Ruins number 2. Since killing those pursuers, she has been traveling in the Wasteland. She only arrived at Ruins number 2 in recent days. Numbers have always been used as various codes in the Wasteland. The smaller the number, the more dangerous it is. Compared to the places she had been to before, Ruins number 2 is a forbidden place for humans. She had already seen too many beasts just outside. The killing never stopped here, and the loud noise would easily attract the attention of other beasts. Hearing Sumo's complaints, Meow let out a cry, and then used her claws to pierce the head of the A-type. It looked small, but it had extremely powerful strength. Sumo smiled as she watched Meow squat on the body of the A-type to ask for credit. Want to eat barbecue? Meow. Eat. In an instant, Meow's eyes lit up, and she immediately helped Sumo to be on guard around. In the Wasteland, as long as you are strong enough, there is no shortage of food. After cutting off some of the better meat from the two beasts, Sumo quickly left here with Meow in his arms. The two of them settled in a cave. Ruins number 2 is a mountain range. It is very undulating, but the forest is not dense, mostly stone mountains. Especially now it is late autumn, and you can see everything from a distance. The dark gray color of the mountain is a bit depressing. After Sumo set up the trap outside the cave, he started a fire inside. The barbecue arrived as promised. Meow ate with a mouth full of oil. With a round belly, he fell asleep in the quilt with satisfaction. The man and the beast are already quite harmonious. Leaning against the mountain wall, Sumo fiddled with the fire a few times to make it go out faster. It was already evening, and there was not much light outside. Although the cave can keep warm, the temperature drops very quickly as night falls. Fortunately, Sumo's physique is strong enough. The winter in the Wasteland is colder than she thought. Thinking about it, Sumo also fell into a dream. The night was shrouded in the earth, and it was extremely cold. Deep in the ruins of number 2, there was a shrill cry. Waves of screams pierced the space and reached the periphery. In the middle of the night, Meow, who should have been asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. He stepped on the cat steps, stepped over Sumo, and walked out of the cave. Staring at the ruins, Meow's eyes were a little irritable. Meow! The low roar of Meow sounded a little depressed. He paced restlessly for a while, until he calmed down in the depths, and then he returned to the bed. During the whole process, Sumo did not react. The next morning, when Sumo woke up, he saw Meow was a little listless. Facing his favorite food, he also seemed to be uninterested. Throwing the opponent on his shoulder, Sumo continued to walk along the periphery of Ruins number 2. Not many humans have set foot here. Danger also means there are many unknowns. At this moment, Sumo was lying on a small hilltop, looking at a ferocious beast in the valley below. It was small in size and very fast, so it should be Type A. But looking at the opponent's claw, it had the momentum to directly crack the earth, and its strength was close to Type B. A 003, just looking at the code name, you can know how dangerous the opponent is. The opponent is square like a bird, but the body is more like an ostrich. The long tail is colorful, and it is very gorgeous floating behind. At this moment, the bird's beak is attacking a centipede under its feet. Both are Type A, but the centipede-like beast cannot be compared with a 003 at all. After just a few strikes, blood flew. A 003 satisfiedly tore the shell with its claws, enjoying the snow-white meat inside. Sumo, who was watching secretly, frowned. A 003 is known as the king of A-type. Under the beautiful appearance, it has terrible power. But according to human records, the breeding of a 003 is extremely difficult. Not many A003 have been found so far, and this kind of beast lives in the deep mountains. In other words, it should be in the depths of the number 2 ruins. Why is it here on the periphery? Not only that, Sumo can see clearly. The other party is still injured. Those wounds are on the back, and large pieces of feathers have fallen off. Make A003 look a little embarrassed. That position cannot be caused by the centipede. This is because A003 was injured before. But who can hurt A003? Could it be the first few among the B type? But the smaller the code, the stronger the beast is, and the more serious its territorial awareness is. There can't be too many kings in the same area. And A003's miserable appearance of defeat proves that A003's opponent is even more terrifying. Suemo held her breath and didn't expose herself. She observed the other party carefully. She didn't touch the other party until he finished eating and left. The ground was a mess. The torn body was still bleeding. But there were no feathers left on the ground. Almost all the bloodstains were from the centipede. So her guess was right. A king was injured and stranded on the periphery. Could it be that something happened inside the ruins number 2? Guessing, Suemo didn't have the courage to go and find out. She came here for another purpose. She wanted to use the beasts here to develop another special delicacy. Healing, vitality, and removing negative effects are the special food she has made now. But these are all auxiliary effects. What she wants is a delicacy that directly enhances strength. And when it comes to strength, the beasts living in these ruins are undoubtedly the most authoritative. This behavior is commonly known as Suemo, who is still cautiously looking for inspiration in the periphery. Chapter 151. What surprised Suemo was that, in the afternoon, she met a group of people. It seemed to be a professional team, well trained to move in the ruins. The two sides were a little far away. From a distance, she could only see that the other party was holding an instrument and seemed to be looking for something. Suemo, who didn't know the details of the other party, was about to leave, but suddenly felt that she was locked. "Friend, since you are here, come out." The shouting penetrated the stone forest and reached Suemo. It was a man's voice. Looking up, she saw that the other party was staring at her. She was not exposed, but someone over there caught her existence. The sea of spirituality quietly opened, and all the villains now appeared gray. In Sumo's cognition, the other party was not an enemy yet. But even so, the ability to capture weaknesses was quietly activated. Suemo walked over slowly. The leader was a woman. A very beautiful woman with short hair raised her eyebrows in surprise when she saw Suemo. Then her big red lips lifted up, revealing a charming smile. "Oh, it turns out to be a powerful little sister. Little sister, if you want to make friends, come to me directly. It's not good to peek in the dark." The woman smiled and waved, and the sense of being locked disappeared at this moment. Sumo's eyes glanced at the middle-aged man next to the woman. A pair of eagle eyes were extremely sharp. When they met, Sumo's eyes felt a stinging feeling. Is that the other party's ability? Suemo thought about it and smiled. "Sorry, I just passed by here, no offense." "It's okay, you're not the enemy. My name is Shy Man, what about you?" The woman who called herself Shy Man signaled Suemo not to be nervous. The confident look made Sumo's eyes darker. The other party gave her an unpredictable feeling. Powerful and restrained. On the surface, they can't be compared, but it's best not to confront each other head-on. Suemo. She spit out the name, but didn't see the change in the other party's expression. It seems that the other party is not a member of the plunderer. "Sister Suemo, it's like this, we are a team from the base, and we are carrying out a mission here. Just now I mistaken you for those crazy people. Sister Suemo, I see that you are here alone, you must be capable. But it's too dangerous ahead, you better not go any further." The friendly reminder from Shy Man made Sumo's face ease a lot. "Thank you, I know." Suemo nodded. This place is gradually approaching the middle. But she plans to stop here. Although there is still no inspiration for the time being, it is best not to take too many risks. In another half a month, she will be able to go back. "Sister, take this. See you again if we are lucky, goodbye." After Shy Man threw something to Suemo, she waved and led the team away quickly. The speed of the march was too fast and orderly, as if they were carved from the same mold. Army? A thought flashed through Sumo's mind, but Suemo did not pursue it. He looked at the thing in his palm. It was a beautiful bone. The bone was curved, like a hook, and it still exuded a faint smell of blood. If you look closely, you can see the blood stain on the bone. It is fresh. And Suemo can recognize it. This is a bone on A003's claw. A003 is dead? Surprise flashed in his eyes. Suemo understood that this was Shy Man's warning to him. A003 died here, which shows how dangerous this place is. Suemo, a mere Suemo, is nothing. Suemo, who figured it out, smiled. The other party is kind. But, looking at the direction those people were heading, Suemo felt that his guess had come true. There was a problem deep in the ruins of number 2, and it was a big problem. All the official personnel in the base appeared here. Looking at Shy Man's momentum, He might have a special status. Weighing the bone, Suemo was about to bypass it, but Meow Meow in her arms suddenly jumped out. Meow! After a sound, Meow Meow rushed in a certain direction. The figure was a little anxious. Suemo, who had never seen Meow Meow like this, followed. Fortunately, they didn't go deeper in that direction. They were still going in circles. After a while, Meow Meow finally stopped. Suemo, who had pounced into the dry grass, stared at Meow Meow with anger. Even so, she didn't dare to speak. It was because in front of her, she saw a ferocious beast washing by the river. Yes, washing. It looked like a leopard. But its body was 2 or 3 times larger than a normal leopard. It looked as burly as a small hill. Its hair was yellow-brown, flowing like silk in the sun. Its appearance was extremely elegant and agile. At this moment, the other party was washing the blood on his body with his wet claws. The slow posture seemed to be enjoying it. This made Suemo see himself bathing. A sense of weirdness flashed through his mind. Suemo narrowed his eyes and looked at the humanized beast, with some thoughts in his eyes. Could it be that the other party, like Meow Meow, already possessed a certain amount of wisdom, and the reason why Meow Meow came here was that he was attracted by his own kind? While Suemo was guessing this, he found that Meow Meow stared at the other party with murderous intent. If he hadn't held him down at the end, Meow Meow would have rushed out to fight the other party. It was hostility. Suemo, who had used his arms to hold Meow Meow up, rushed out again the next second. Without looking back, he raised the knife and struck directly. There was hair falling in the air, but there was no wound on the other party. The beast that was still by the river just now had arrived in front of Suemo at this moment. Seeing the other party up close, the ferocious appearance was suffocating. B005, nicknamed Leopard King. Like the king of leopards, full of deterrence. The opponent's actions are like ghosts, approaching silently. Suemo held the knife in one hand and held Meow Meow in his arms with the other hand. The huge animal eyes stared at Suemo, seeming a little confused. The claws were wet, and the flowing water was pink. That was diluted blood. Suemo then saw a corpse lying quietly not far away. It was the corpse of A003. His eyes trembled slightly, and the knife flew out of his hand and went straight to B005. But Suemo turned around and ran. But the thrown knife was like a stone sinking into the sea, without any effect. Instead, she felt the breath of death. As a B-type beast, it has the speed of A-type. After combining the two, the B005 in front of him is something that Suemo cannot match now. But the opponent does not seem to be ready to let Suemo go. B005's eyes were filled with a kind of human interest for this little bug that dared to disturb him. His steps were still graceful. With just a small jump, he had already reached the top of Sumo's head. He smashed down heavily like a mountain. Suemo just dodged it by falling forward and rolling. But when the heavyweight body landed, it was light and fluttery, and the hoof stepped on the ground without making much noise. The opponent's control of power has reached a terrifying level. Chapter 152. When this unrivaled force hit Suemo, Suemo hugged Meow Meow, and did not turn his head. The strong wind behind him was still there, and the other party was chasing Suemo. In the ruins of number 2, the trees were sparse. In late autumn, many trees were left with only bare branches. At this moment, the branches were directly exploded by the impact. Some were uprooted, and could not welcome the next year. Lowered his head. The debris of the trees passed over his head. Facing the furious B005, Suemo maintained the frequency of breathing and kept circling around the periphery. Occasionally fighting back only slowed down the opponent's speed. But she was not familiar with the terrain here. When she was blocked in front of the cliff, she looked back and saw that B005 had also stopped. The animal's eyes narrowed slightly, as if to say that you can't run away. There was blood on the bared teeth. A faint fishy wind blew in Sumo's face, and Suemo tightened the knife in her hand. Just when Suemo was ready to fight again, Meow Meow suddenly struggled and jumped out of her arms. The small body stood in front of Suemo. The furry little head was raised, and the wet eyes were wide open. Roar! The roar from Meow Meow was still immature, but it was not lacking in the sense of danger. The low roar echoed around. Suemo saw that the B005 in front of him seemed to be a little irritable. He stepped on his hooves on the spot, whimpering in his mouth, but dared not make any sound. Suemo could not understand the communication between the two beasts. What he could see was that B005 actually lowered his head little by little. Staring at Meow Meow's thin back, Suemo recalled the day he met Meow Meow, which seemed to be the same scene. But at that time, it was just an ordinary B-type beast. The other party was willing to surrender to Meow Meow, But it did not mean that the one in front of him would do the same. Roar! As expected. As if being forced into a corner, B005 suddenly took a step forward and bared his teeth at Meow Meow, as if threatening. Meow Meow, contrary to Sumo's expectations, jumped up directly. Very fast. In the air, a claw slapped directly at B005's head. It was a strong claw, and B005 seemed to hesitate for a moment, resulting in failure to dodge, and was injured. However, this also stimulated B005's ferocity. Not only did it not surrender, it took the initiative to attack. Meow Meow's body moved flexibly in the air. In terms of strength and size, Meow Meow was at a disadvantage. But the agility of speed was enough to deal with it. But when B005's claw tried to slap Sumo, Meow Meow was also angry. With a leap, he landed directly on B005's head. Then he opened his mouth and bit the flesh on the back of the opponent's neck. That action was very much like a superior beast punishing a subordinate. Although Meow Meow's bite broke through B005's skin, it did not cause much damage. Not only that, B005 also took the opportunity to throw Meow Meow away. The small body hit the cliff, and the gravel rolled down. Meow Meow, who fell to the ground, stood up, shook his head, bared his teeth, and growled again, revealing his ferocity. But B005 looked at Meow Meow with contempt, and then attacked Sumo again. Compared with this fellow with little meat, B005 was obviously more interested in Sumo. Sumo stood still, holding a knife and moving forward. The opponent's attack was fierce, but Sumo was not weak either. Using the soft human body, Sumo directly fought with the opponent. However, after several collisions, Sumo felt that he could not match the fierce beast in front of him in terms of strength alone. The spiritual power was raised, and the spiritual sea was opened. There was no flaw in the Scarlet Beast for the time being, which showed how powerful the opponent was. The Leopard King was not a compliment, but deserved the title. Landed, jumped up, and shot. B005's movements were smooth. Seeing that Sumo was about to fall into a disadvantage, Meow Meow on the side was anxious. Looking closely, he seemed a little annoyed. The boning knife was raised to block the claws. When Sumo thought the opponent would retreat, a whip like steel bars whipped Sumo directly. Even if he turned around, he was still hit on the back. Sumo's forehead was in pain and sweat broke out. He took a few steps back and looked at the other party with vigilance. This was the first time that the other party had used his tail to attack him. Hiding one's weakness, Sumo suddenly thought of this word. At this moment, a smile seemed to flash across B005's eyes. The overly human expression made Sumo's heart beat faster. These beasts. To what extent have they evolved in places unknown to humans? The swinging tail was particularly leisurely. The strong body could not break through. Sumo and the other party were in a stalemate. He chopped down with a knife, passing by the other party's flank. He cut off a large section of hair, leaving only a shallow wound on it. Under the powerful healing power, the wound stopped bleeding quickly, and was not a problem at all. Seeing the battle continue to stalemate, B005 seemed to be a little impatient. He roared and observed Sumo's situation with his beast eyes. When Sumo's breathing became heavy, his attack seemed to come to an end. Under the sharp claws, a piece of flesh was hooked away. Sumo pressed the wound on her shoulder, and swallowed the biscuits in her mouth with difficulty. The wound was healing, but B005 proudly threw the piece of meat into his mouth. In front of her, he devoured her flesh. Sumo tightened his grip on the knife, his eyes were heavy, and the dark color flowing in his eyes almost overflowed. This thing is provoking and insulting himself. Just when Sumo was about to continue, suddenly, a beast roared as if it was shaking the earth. Roar! Roar! The gravel rolled down from above. In the distant mountains and forests, birds flapped their wings and left. And near Sumo, B005's body suddenly stagnated. Sumo did not give up this opportunity despite the strange action. He raised his knife and stabbed the opponent's neck. The tail swung over, as if trying to whip Sumo away. B005 was a little panicked at this moment. Sumo grabbed the tail and pulled it hard. It was difficult for Sumo to win in a fight of strength. However, he took advantage of the opponent's counterpull and slid directly under B005. There was an empty door under the tall body. The muscles in the abdomen tightened instantly. The opponent seemed to have noticed Sumo's intention. But it was still a little late. Sumo's knife was flashing with cold light, and his mental power was completely infused into it. The indestructible boning knife pierced into the abdomen without bone protection. Then, he pulled hard. Suemo almost used up all his strength and directly cut the opponent's belly open. The internal organs mixed with blood fell on Sumo's body. The stench was suffocating. Sumo's half arm was almost deep into B005's abdomen. The knife continued to move forward until it completely pierced into the fast-beating heart. Chapter 153. After a while, Suemo, lying in the blood, looked at the sky above her head and wanted to laugh. At this moment, her expression was still calm. She just felt that this scene was a little familiar. It seemed that on the first day she came to the Wasteland, she also killed a beast in this way. At that time, she was panicked and relied on the help of the system to succeed. But today, Meow. Meow Meow was shouting on the side, a little anxious. Suemo waved to the other party to indicate that she was fine. One hand pressed on the abdomen, which was the wound caused by the tail piercing from behind when the other party was struggling. It hurts. As the healing food took effect, the flesh and blood of the wound was squirming. Suemo gradually recovered against the cliff, and his face was a little pale. And the body of B005 was in front. The glittering hair was wet with blood, clumped together, and became dull. The light in the animal's eyes gradually disappeared, and the brilliance was gone. B005 was dead. But Suemo knew that the most important thing was the roar of the beast. And that voice was not from B005, nor was it from Meow Meow. It came from the depths of the ruins number 2. She saw it clearly. When the voice appeared, B005's face showed an expression similar to horror, fear, and awe. In this way, the action was flawed. It was hard to imagine that such a complex emotion appeared in a beast. But in fact, she was definitely not wrong. That roar affected B005 and gave her a chance. And what she was thinking was, what was the king of B-type, the beast with the serial number 005, afraid of? A003's appearance also appeared in her mind. A 003 was seriously injured, and should have died at the hands of B005. Two powerful beasts. Could it be that they came to the periphery to fight each other? And that shy man. Take out the bone from the space. It belongs to A003. Since Shy Man got it, it means that she should have met B005. The other party seems to be paying attention to this matter. Maybe the answer lies in the depths of the number 2 ruins. Suemo thought, and his expression that had just relaxed became a little solemn. Even Yummy beside him began to dig the ground angrily. Here they come. A large group of beasts are rushing here. What makes Suemo helpless is that if she wants to return to the periphery, she can only pass through those beasts. That is tantamount to seeking death. Just watching vaguely, at least dozens of beasts are running wildly. As if receiving some orders, they are anxious to join. Thinking of the beast roar, Suemo had a guess in his mind. But he had to stand up and hurriedly throw the body of B005 into the space. After Suemo walked around the cliff, he looked at the forest in front of him, sighed, and walked in. He wanted to leave, but there was no way to retreat. If he wanted to avoid the beasts, he could only choose to move forward and choose another way. Suemo, who had been on the periphery for a long time, was forced to go deep into the ruins. At this moment, he was still in the gap between the middle layer and the deep layer. Even so, Suemo also found that many beasts were restless. 1 or 2 groups, or 1 or 2, were all surging towards the depths. Suemo, who wanted to change his way, continued to go deeper step by step in order to avoid a head-on conflict with those beasts. It was hard to understand Sumo's mood at the moment. Suemo, who couldn't leave, found a stream on the way and washed the blood on her body, reducing the possibility of being discovered by those beasts. Not long after she left the stream, several beasts ran there. The blood in the river was fading. Several beasts roared, as if they were communicating, and then crossed the stream and continued to move forward. On the thick tree trunk, several people were squatting. Shy Man looked at the large group of beasts in front of her, with caution in her eyes. And around her, the rest of the people almost held their breath and dared not breathe. These beasts gathered earlier than she thought. Shy Man was anxious. Base number 1 received a message not long ago. It was said that in the ruins of number 2, the beasts moved abnormally. It seemed to be gathering at one point. And some beasts with higher numbers appeared inexplicably on the periphery. For the bases that paid special attention to the beasts, several teams were sent to check after this happened. But those teams almost never came back. Shy Man didn't know whether they were alive or dead. But this time, she was ordered to lead a team here to find out the truth. After exploring here for many days, she found that the number of beasts in the periphery was less. But it was not because they disappeared, but because these beasts were surging into the depths. Normally, this would be absolutely impossible. There is also an absolute food chain among the beasts. These low-level ones go to the depths to deliver food. Although the beasts only know how to kill, they are not so stupid. Look at the high-sequence beasts that came out. There was a problem in the ruins of number 2. In order to find out the reason, she led the team to wander here for many days. But the conclusion was not good. King, a real king. Not the so-called leopard king, like B005. But the king of the entire race of fierce beasts. The real beast king. A king capable of commanding all fierce beasts. This can explain the departure of those high-level beasts, and the submission of low-level beasts. Some special beast groups, such as rat groups, can easily give birth to rat kings. But it is different from what she thinks of the king now. When a fierce beast can command the entire fierce beast group, it means that this fierce beast has absolute strength and a certain wisdom. The latter is what she is worried about. In fact, the news about intelligent fierce beasts has been heard in several cities. It seems that base number 8 also sent people to capture the so-called intelligent fierce beasts before. The one who went out was still the famous Captain Liu. But in the end, he failed. As for the truth of the existence of the intelligent beast, the news from base number 8 was mixed, and could not be trusted. And now, the truth seemed to be in front of her. Looking at the beasts gathering under her feet, and looking into the depths, Jai-Man had a belief in death. She had to verify her guess. If it was false, it would be the best. If it was true, then this news must be brought back no matter what the cost. Once a beast king with wisdom and command of all beasts is born, it will mean disaster and destruction for humans. Fierce beasts are scattered, free, and do whatever they want. And when they have discipline and organization, humans will be more difficult to resist. Let's go! Jai-Man lowered his voice and followed the beasts after they left. And not far from this group of people, they were also in the tree canopy. Suemo looked at Jai-Man and others leaving and raised his eyebrows. These people really came for this matter. At this time, she didn't get too close, so she wasn't caught by the eagle-eyed man. In the sea of spirituality, the flashing orange light represented Jai-Man and his companions. Suemo hesitated for a moment and followed. At this point, there was no point in leaving. After all, there was no way out. Chapter 154. It is a good place with mountains and water. But this mountain is occupied by ferocious beasts, and the ones swimming in this pool of water are also ferocious beasts. On a huge rock by the river, a ferocious beast squatted. The smooth body lines are very beautiful. The slightly raised head is like a king. And beside it, many ferocious beasts gathered together, lowered their heads, as if listening to the guidance of the past. Low roars came and went. The communication of ferocious beasts is violent and strange, but humans can't understand it. Not far away, Jai-Man and his group were lying on the ground. Dead leaves covered their limbs, and breathing was reduced to the minimum. Several pairs of eyes looked at the gathering in front, with sad expressions. The equipment next to them filmed this scene. Captain Jai, what should we do now? The man asked Jai-Man, and the voice was very small. Hawkeye stared at the front, trying to find some clues. Jai-Man shook her head. Following all the way, they arrived at this place. As she guessed, this group of beasts gathered together because of the order of the beast in the middle. That should be their king. And it seems to be a female beast. The snow-white hair is very fluffy, the body is slender, and every move is very elegant. It is hard to imagine that the word elegant would be used to describe beasts in the wasteland. But the scene in front of us is indeed. The shouts continued one after another. The people who could not understand the beast language could see that the beasts that had been rampant in the wasteland for many years were unusually well behaved at this moment. Roar! An impatient voice sounded. Then the king beast raised his paw and pressed it down. The agile movements are very much like humans. Then the narrow eyes glanced at the group of beasts below, slightly narrowed, and looked a little lazy. The appearance of this king beast is very much like a white fox. It's just that the size is not a little different. The tail is swinging behind it, looking very leisurely. Under the beautiful skin, the majesty of the king beast seems to be unquestionable. With just that one sound, all the beasts stopped shouting. Only the king beast can be heard making sounds, and the ups and downs of the tone seem to be telling something. Several people are a little anxious. How can they understand the language of these beasts? However, this scene did not last long. The king beast in the middle was seen swinging its tail. The furry tail brushed the head of the nearest beast. The beast became excited and roared even louder. After the sound that resounded through the mountains and forests, the other party stood up directly, and then went out. The herd of beasts separated, and a road appeared. Then, more beasts followed behind. This scene seemed like a general, who was about to go to war, was selecting his troops. The army was taking shape. One beast after another followed behind the general, some with ferocious expressions, and some could not help but dig their claws. A murderous aura was gathering. Roar! The king beast roared again. With this roar, the general ran directly and rushed to the outskirts of the forest. And behind it, the herd of beasts followed. Regardless of AP, speed or strength, the herd of beasts continued. The surrounding trees were directly knocked away. The ground was even cracked. The herd of beasts walked very fast. Smoke and dust rose up, blocking the view. But Jai-Man and others knew very well that if they continued forward in that direction, they would reach the human base. Could it be that this army of beasts was really going to launch a massive attack? When this question came to mind, Jai-Man's eyes became even more anxious. He looked at the king beast inside with fear and gestured. A group of people quickly retreated and left here to take this news back. Not far from Jai-Man and others, Suemo, who also saw the scene clearly, was in a dilemma. Not all beasts followed the expedition. Beside the king beast, there were several beasts that looked very ferocious. And her position at the moment was very awkward. Any slight movement would likely be captured. A feline beast was pacing. Its long and pointed ears stood up, listening to the movements around it, and occasionally trembled. It walked in front of the king beast and growled a few times. Suemo didn't understand, but she felt that Meow Meow beside her quickly tensed up. The danger came in an instant. The king beast that was dozing on the stone appeared in front of Suemo the next moment. Suemo didn't even catch any trace, and the other party appeared out of thin air. Teleport? Spatial ability? Various thoughts flashed through her mind, and Suemo couldn't find the answer. Her back was stepped on by the king beast. Her stiff back didn't dare to move at this moment. The sharp claws pierced into her skin. The pain kept Suemo stable. She raised her hands and tried to look into the other's eyes. The narrow and long fox eyes looked a little charming at a close distance. The water flowing in them was more moving than that of humans. At this moment, the other party lowered his head. His head was close to Suemo. Under the fur, Suemo could even smell the faint fragrance of the other party. The sweet fragrance was very strong and also very greasy. At this moment, the king beast squeezed out an ambiguous sound from its throat. It was humming. Suemo could not understand, but could see the malice and inquiry in the other party's eyes. The king beast tilted its head, opened its mouth, and bit down directly at Suemo. It regarded Suemo as a delicious food and was about to enjoy it. At this moment, a knife appeared in Suemo's hand and stabbed directly into the other party's eyes. But the other party dodged very quickly. The blade brushed past, leaving only a red mark on the other party's brow. The wound was fleeting. But a small action angered the other party. The other party's claws exerted force instantly. At this moment, Suemo felt that his waist seemed to be broken in half. The biscuit was crushed in his mouth. Suemo risked being seriously injured, and aimed a knife at the hoof. Wagging its tail, the other party jumped away. But because of this, the sharp claws hooked off a piece of Suemo's flesh. The back was completely stained red. Suemo coughed a few times as the pain came, and her face was as white as paper. Even so, she stood up. The knife flew out of her hand, but the person ran away. Beat? Haha, didn't you see that the knife didn't hurt the other party at all, but I looked like I was dying. This female beast, under the elegant appearance, hides terrible power. And Suemo's behavior made the king beast raise his head. The chin was raised and a scream was issued. It was harsh and unpleasant. But it was an order that was enough to take Suemo's life. Because beside it, several fierce beasts, who had been waiting but had not taken action, rushed directly to the place where Suemo left. The boning knife returned to his palm, and Suemo held it very close. Meow Meow's body and his arms was also a little stiff. The back was still bleeding. Suemo's eyes were a little dizzy. In the mountains and forests, the smell of wild animals was particularly strong. And the blood of humans was the best guide here. Chapter 155. Running wildly in the forest continued. There was a cliff ahead. But Suemo rushed directly over and jumped down. On the way here, she had observed the area and imagined some running paths. The cliff was not high, and more importantly, there was a cold pond below. A layer of mist covered the water above the pond in late autumn, hazy and dreamy. But the water was icy cold. When Suemo jumped down, her limbs were so cold that she almost lost control. Fortunately, in a second, the mental power flowed through her limbs and bones, and the warmth brought by it allowed Suemo to hold on. The blood dyed the water red. When Suemo climbed to the shore, he threw off his outer coat. Then he smeared himself with mud, and even Meow Meow was not spared. Meow Meow, who usually loves to be clean, let Sumo dirty it at this time. Just after doing all this, there was a sound of something falling in the cold pond behind her. Plop, one after another. Those were the beasts chasing after her. Sumo simply wiped off the bloodstains and gritted his teeth and headed forward. The pursuers behind him were chasing him relentlessly. Sumo had no intention of fighting. But not long after, Sumo found that she was lost. The current route was not in her mind. And looking at the surrounding trees again, she was still going deep into the ruins number 2. Turning her head, she could not see the beasts. But she could see the spreading smoke and dust. And the trees that kept falling. Rushing towards her direction like a shadow, unable to get rid of. Death was chasing behind her. Sumo did not say anything and continued to move forward. By the way, she casually threw some things behind her. Hot weapons are not very useful in the Wasteland. The strong bodies of those beasts are difficult to break through without the help of their abilities. But they are not completely useless. And those that Sumo dropped were some grenades. The small gadgets fell to the ground and rolled a few times. And when those beasts chased after them, they exploded. Shrapnel flew, and one piece directly pierced into the eyes of a beast, making it one-eyed. One of the beasts had a hoof shattered by the explosion, rolling in the mud, covered in blood. The other party was injured, but not fatal. The shrapnel and stones on the hoof were squeezed out by the muscles. The wound was healing quickly. The bodyguards who could follow the king beast were naturally extraordinary. A few grenades only slightly delayed the pace of those beasts. Sumo in front did not look back. But the Sea of Mind clearly told her that those beasts did not pause for a while, and continued to close the distance with her. The road she ran was now drawn in her mind bit by bit. Then it merged into the Sea of Mind. It was like a three-dimensional map. According to Sumo's current estimation, she was moving deeper into the ruins of number 2. The route was tortuous. He made a leap by holding on to a stone. Sumo, who was half squatting on the ground to break, rolled to the side, and then raised his knife to stab. On the side, a beast came down from the tree. It was not big, even smaller than Sumo. But the tail was slender and sharp. It was covered with something like scales, opening and closing. Sumo blocked the attack. However, the slender tail whip left a wound on the back of Sumo's hand. The wound opened like fish scales, hideous and terrifying. Bones can be vaguely seen. Fingers are trembling. Blood wets the boning knife, but the finger bones are tightly holding the handle of the knife without loosening. This is a very strange beast. Lying on the tree with 4 limbs, it looks very much like a giant lizard. There is murderous intent in the cold vertical pupils, as if announcing to Sumo, "I'm targeting you." Due to this delay, the other beasts are about to arrive here. Sumo can only continue to sprint forward at the risk. There is a sound of wind above his head. It's the giant lizard. The knife is raised and blocked the opponent's bloody mouth. At the same time, a grenade is thrown into the opponent's mouth. Kicked it away with 1 foot, but Sumo hit the tree trunk next to him under the recoil force. The wound on the back cracked again. Sumo groaned, holding onto the tree trunk, stamped his feet, and sped up again. It exploded in just 2 seconds. But the grenade did not explode in the monitor's mouth. Before the explosion, the monitor lizard dropped down and spit out the grenade, curling itself up into a ball. Its scale-covered body easily blocked the explosion. It looked even unscathed. Not only that, the opponent spun on the ground, like a high-speed spinning ball, and ricocheted, directly hitting Sumo. Like a cannonball. It was very fast. It was so fast that Sumo only had time to throw Meow Meow out, and then the boning knife was across his chest. Sumo, who had to take the knife head-on, spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood flowed down, and Sumo's chest was sunken. The bone of his left arm was directly broken and stabbed out. The blood-stained bones had a strange whiteness. But the energy of this ball has not been exhausted. The boning knife did not break, and it was rubbing against the ball. Sparks were produced by the collision. The temperature was rising, and Sumo's arm showed signs of burning and smelling. Her hair became curly. "Get out!" Suddenly, Sumo glared, and her right leg stepped back half a step, sinking into the mud. She used more force on her arms, and the force hit her arms, forcibly pushing the ball back. Sumo succeeded. But her other arm was almost useless. Sumo was half disabled. But the giant lizard returned to its original shape after landing, but there was no visible injury. The tail was raised, staring at Sumo, and it was about to continue attacking. Death was approaching again. Sumo's face was as cold as iron, but there was not much to spare in his eyes. And at this time, the meow that was thrown out by Suemo and fell to the ground in a daze suddenly rushed to Suemo. Ah! Woo! The tortuous shouts roared out. The sound waves were vibrating. The voice of Meow was still childish, but it was full of great anger. The voice was transmitted very far away. Far away on the stone, the king beast lying on the ground waiting for good news from his men suddenly opened his eyes. There was confusion and fear in her charming eyes. She paced uneasily, as if thinking about something. Then, there was another low roar. She even looked at the last guarding beast beside her. In this way, the beast also stood up and rushed in the direction of Suemo. At the same time, Shy Man and others who were about to reach the periphery turned around. The voice of Meow was transmitted to the periphery. It stopped in the ears of several people, and was equally shocking. What is the king beast shouting again? Someone in the team muttered. Shy Man frowned. It's not it. The voice was wrong. It wasn't the king beast that roared this time. Let's go, we talk about it when we get back. With a call, a group of people quickly evacuated. Inside, Suemo, who didn't know that there were more pursuers, saw the scene of fighting with B005 again. The body of the giant lizard was stiff for a moment. Suemo rushed out. He used his body as a mountain and pressed down heavily. Under the effect of the healing food, the fragile bones that had just been matched cracked again. But the knife in Sumo's hand pierced into the connection between the giant lizard's head and body. This is the only weakness of the opponent. Chapter 156. The blade cut through the tendons and bones. The upward boning knife shaved the spine of the beast directly. The moment the other party stopped struggling, Suemo drew his knife and ran. The giant lizard successfully waited for the arrival of his companions. The crisis has not been resolved. His arms hung at his sides, dripping with blood, and fell to the ground. The dry biscuits made Suemo thirsty. Swallowing saliva, his throat was sore and smelled fishy. Suemo, who had his bones forcibly connected, looked pale. He squatted on her shoulder and meowed in circles anxiously. His big eyes were full of apology. I don't blame you. Sumo's hoarse voice was a little comforting. As soon as the words fell, the tree trunk he leaned on exploded. A strong wind blew, and at the same time, there was a biting cold. Suemo, who had withdrawn, saw the tree that was broken in half, and the broken part was covered with a layer of frost. Ability. His pupils trembled. Looking at the beast that came leisurely, Suemo thought of the bears hunting in the Arctic. But this bear had ice blue hair on its body, which stood up like ice spikes. It was very painful to glance at it. The beast could actually use abilities? The beast would not pay attention to Sumo's thoughts. The hoof stepped on the ground, and the frost condensed. It spread towards Suemo little by little, as if trying to freeze her. The meow on his shoulder was growling. The beast turned its head to look at Meow. There was a look in the beast's pupils. The bare teeth told of hostility towards Meow. There was no roar, no big movement. Just an ice spike suddenly appeared under her feet. It brushed past her calf. The wound was bloody. The sea of spirituality was fluctuating violently. The red mark dripping with blood represented the frost beast in front of her. But no matter how Suemo looked at it, she could not catch the opponent's weakness. Is it useless to catch the weakness? No. When the opponent changed his position again and jumped over, Suemo discovered it with a flash of gray. But that position was under the opponent's body. And under the cover of the ice ridge, she could not touch it. Fight hard? The idea was just a flash, and was rejected by Suemo. She was seriously injured at this time. Although the wound was gradually healing, the lost blood would not come back so quickly. Thinking of this, Suemo took the initiative to attack again. The short knife fell, and cut off the ice ridge on the opponent's body. Catch it, the arm was frozen stiff. Suemo continued to swing the knife, and the knife brushed the opponent's nose. The cold air exhaled from the opponent's nostrils covered the boning knife with a layer of frost. He shook his hand, and his mental power was shaken. At this moment, Suemo seemed to be trying her best to take down the opponent. The power hit the boning knife. Suemo, with bloodshot eyes, rushed forward. The fierce posture made the beast hesitate for a moment. That was just a moment. The knife flew out. But the man retreated quickly. With Sumo's power, the boning knife stabbed into the beast's back, but it was frozen after only a little penetration. At this moment, Suemo completely distanced herself from the opponent. From the beginning, she was just looking for an opportunity to escape. Looking back, the boning knife appeared in her hand again. The beast that was played with roared angrily at this moment. The speed suddenly increased, chasing Suemo. The ruthless intention to fight to the death was frightening. Suemo stumbled and ran in one direction. Suemo, who had no intention of distinguishing the direction, ran into a building after bypassing a stone forest. Building, yes, there are some human buildings deep in the number 2 ruins. Although it has become a ruin now. Judging from the degree of damage, it seems not long ago. Was this once a human territory? Suemo took a quick look and was ready to pass through here. But he found out from the corner of his eye that the beast stopped after chasing to the periphery of the ruins. Break. Suemo held the knife and looked at the other party, looking carefully. She was not wrong. At this moment, the other party was walking around the periphery restlessly and in a bad mood. Even though Suemo had stopped at this time, it had no intention of chasing. Fear, awe, and hatred. The emotions revealed in the pair of beast eyes were too complicated. Suemo couldn't read it. She looked at the other party vigilantly, slowly retreated, and still didn't see the other party's movement. What is the other party afraid of? Look around. Broken walls, covered with moss. The exposed gaps in the building carried the traces of time. Kick something. Suemo looked down and found that it was a safe. The door was still intact on the rusty metal, and there might be something inside. Thinking of it, Suemo put it in the space. After taking another look at the beast, Suemo simply ran deep into the ruins of the building. Suemo stopped until he could no longer feel the presence of the beast. Looking at the Sea of Spirit again, the light spot representing the beast did not move forward. After hesitating for a while outside, the other party turned around and left. What on earth is the other party afraid of here? Suemo thought, sat down against the wall, and got a moment of respite. Meow Meow, who is also a beast, did not behave strangely. It licked Sumo's wound, feeling a little depressed. It's okay. After touching the other party's head, Suemo bandaged his own wound before taking out the safe. The safe is naturally used to store valuables. The solid metal is just tofu dregs under the boning knife. Open it, and there are some materials inside. But after taking it out, the handwriting on the yellow paper is so faint that it is almost unrecognizable. Looking through some, there are only a few words that can be seen. Experiment? Reading this word, Suemo suddenly thought of the research on the mad blood flower by those predators. Could it be that this place was also a forbidden research institute a long time ago? Thinking about it, he took out a sealed box from inside. After opening it, Suemo was a little disappointed. The glass tube inside had been broken. No matter what medicine was placed here at the beginning, it could not be identified at this moment. The two things in the box testified to each other, as if confirming Sumo's guess. Suemo, whose breathing gradually stabilized, simply stood up and continued to walk around. This place was almost destroyed. All the houses collapsed. Occasionally, some broken equipment can be seen from the ruins, but not much. After a careful search, there is no underground space. But looking at the stone forests around the buildings, they are intact. If it was a natural disaster, how could it be that only these buildings were destroyed, unless it was man-made? No, it could also be beast-made. The performance of the frost beast just now is still vivid. Perhaps the experiments here were once aimed at these beasts. This can explain why the beasts are afraid of this place. She had no way to confirm the details. Until the place was completely searched, Suemo could be sure that a large number of people had been stationed here. There were experimental sites, residential areas, and even living areas. Although these were all destroyed now. Chapter 157. Also, when Suemo was checking the surroundings. On that stone, the king beast also became agitated. It stepped down. The front half of the body was slightly raised, and the eyes were somewhat dissatisfied. One claw slapped the body of the frost beast, and a low roar came out of its mouth. Hearing this sound, the frost beast took a step back, and then crawled on the ground to express its submission. The claw stepped on the head of the frost beast. The speed of the king beast's tail swinging became faster. It looked in the direction of Suemo, and suddenly a strong hatred burst out in its eyes. Without saying a word, it took the initiative to walk over there. Behind it, one beast after another followed. Another hunt is about to begin. In the ruins of the building, Suemo looked through a lot of safes. After piecing together, the conclusion is that the experiments that have been conducted here are indeed about beasts. But it is different from the experiment of the crazy blood flower. It was not to create a beast hide, but to test the limits of the beast's abilities. That frost beast seemed to be one of the products of these experiments. Then, was that king beast also one? Guessing, Suemo collected all the information. This place had undergone a very spectacular destruction. Rolling rubble was everywhere. Suemo buried his head in it, while Meow Meow was playing with stones on a broken wall. At a certain moment, Miaomiu's eyes suddenly locked on a certain direction. It was also at this time that Suemo stood up. Put the things into the space. Suemo sighed. She was still greedy. If she hadn't wanted to find out where this place was, she wouldn't have been surrounded by these beasts again. This time, there were ferocious beasts everywhere. These ferocious beasts seemed to want to completely cut off their retreat. System, if I get out alive, you have to compensate me, she said in her mind, with a faint smile in her tone, but her expression gradually became solemn. This wasteland will be destroyed by ferocious beasts in the future, and the emergence of the system is to change this ending. All the way, until now. After being trapped in it several times, Suemo knew that he could not get away with it. In this case, it is better to take the initiative to figure it out. But this behavior is obviously very risky. Just like at this moment, there are ambushes on all sides and murderous intentions are overflowing. Host, be careful. With a slightly gentle and caring word, Suemo began to move his hands and feet. Roar! The voice of the king beast is very close. When he looked over, he saw only some stone forests. It seems that the king beast is hiding nearby. As for catching the king first, Suemo felt that he did not have this ability at the moment. A fierce beast attacked without saying a word after hearing the order. The body of a beast has particularly smooth muscle lines. This also represents strength. When the two sides began to collide, Sumo's knife pierced the chest of the fierce beast. In the sea of spirituality, many light spots began to disappear, leaving only the eye-catching red. And the gray flashing on the red. The role of weak point capture was brought to the extreme at this moment. Suemo, covered in blood, rushed into the fierce beasts. Flying in the sky, running on the ground, and even rushing out from underground. It can be said that it is impossible to defend against. A knife stabbed the ground, the soil was dyed red, and the screams underground were very sharp. A punch, and then a kick. Suemo stepped on the wall to gain leverage, raised his leg high, and smashed the head of a beast directly to the ground. A whistling sound came from above his head. The boning knife was thrown out, and pierced the opponent's wings. Suemo turned sideways, feeling the pain in his waist and abdomen, and broke the neck of a beast expressionlessly. The beasts continued to kill each other. While Suemo was responding with all his strength, he was also constantly looking around. He was looking for a gap, and was also alert to the king beast. The opponent never showed up. Occasionally, a low roar could be heard, issuing orders. And every time this happened, the formation of the beasts attacking Suemo would change. If Jai-Man and his people were here, they would probably be able to completely confirm their guesses. Suemo smiled self-deprecatingly, and swallowed the blood in his throat. The wound on his back hurt. There was even some numbness. Is it poisonous? The flour cake doesn't taste good at this time. Maybe one day, we can research a 3-in-1 delicacy. Thinking in confusion, Sumo's eyes were burning fiercely like flames at this moment. There was no fear in the bright pupils. A knife pulled horizontally, and a foot kicked back. After repelling an enemy, Suemo looked at the claw that pierced his shoulder. His eyebrows moved, and he cut the claw off directly with a backhand. Steaming his best. Looking at the claw on the ground, Suemo muttered. The smiling voice seemed to anger the king beast in the dark. At this moment, it finally came out. The snow-white fur is very perfect. The elegant figure should be considered a great beauty among the fierce beasts. The spiritual beast's eyes looked at Suemo with hatred and doubt in them. But the doubt was directed at Miaomiu. Miaomiu was not feeling well at this moment. Its small body was already injured. Even so, it was still fighting. But its emotions were a little silent. When the king beast came out, Miaomiu instantly bared its teeth. The two beasts, meeting like enemies, were both growling. Perhaps she needed a translator at this moment. Suemo, who was trying to have fun in misery, did not give the king beast time to slack off. With a knife in his hand, a great head fell. When he had time, Suemo threw the bodies of the beasts into the space. These are all top-notch ingredients. Suemo thought optimistically, but the arms hanging by his side were shaking slightly. It was not fear, but the muscles were a little out of control after high-intensity use. The breath was bloody. In front of her, there were enemies staring at her. At this moment, Suemo was a real trapped beast. As for the chance of a comeback, to be honest, Suemo didn't see it. Could it be that she was going to die here? The raised lips told of Sumo's arrogance. She looked at the king beast with a provocative tone. You can understand me, right? Then you know that I really want your fur? After all, it's winter. Mist came out of her mouth, and Suemo pointed the knife in her hand at the other party, looking very serious. Facing Sumo's provocation, the king beast did not respond. But looking at the swinging amplitude of the tail, It can be seen that the other party is very concerned. Twisting his head, the king beast looked at the bodyguards around him. Among them, the frost beast that had just had a fight with Sumo moved forward again. The ice fog became more and more cold in this late autumn. A huge beast that was 5 meters tall came out from behind the king beast. Its gray-brown body was like a stone mountain. Its red eyes were not as cruel as those of ordinary beasts. It was as calm as an old man, but this old man was still strong. A turtle, looking at the pattern on the shell behind it, Sumo guessed secretly. As a long-lived turtle, it looked like the Xuanwu beast in the Oriental story. Chapter 158. Furious, angry, and overwhelming. This is what Sumo felt from the beasts in front of him at this moment. For a moment, these beasts seemed to fall into a violent state. The dripping saliva told of their desire for Sumo. The frost beast still rushed to the front this time. But the frost invaded the ground, and the place where Sumo could stand was gradually shrinking. The blade went down and stabbed directly into the soil. With the knife as the dividing line, a space was separated. Sumo twisted his body, exerted force on his waist, and forcibly pulled himself to a slightly farther place. The ground where he was standing was like quicksand at this moment, and anything that fell into it disappeared instantly. This was the ability of the Xuanwu beast. After the earth-yellow beast eyes stared at Sumo, she felt that there was no way to escape. The imminent murderous intent entangled Sumo tightly, refusing to let go. Sumo stood with a knife in hand, trying to stay calm, but her heaving chest told of her current stress. With a step of her hoof, an ice wall appeared in front of her. The crystal-clear color was cold, almost freezing Sumo inside. With a stab of the knife, the ice wall cracked, but the changes on the ground did not end. Stepping on the heavy ice, Sumo jumped directly onto the back of a beast. Before she could stand firm, the beast under her began to resist. The same kind around her also attacked. Sumo kept moving and changing positions, and was forced to give up several times when she wanted to attack. There was almost no space for her to perform. There were too many. There were so many attacks that she was already a little tired just to avoid fatal injuries. Sweat slid down her forehead. Sumo pursed her lips. Her eyes were still stubborn, constantly scanning the surroundings, looking for opportunities. But this time, God seemed to be not favoring her accurately. The opportunity did not come. What came was a ruthless attack. Sumo, who was hit on the back, rolled on the ground for a circle before she could stabilize her body. As soon as she looked up, she saw that the hooves of the black tortoise beast moved and rushed directly towards her. In an instant, Sumo felt not a mountain, but a cannonball coming towards her. Sumo, with his hands on his chest, resisted the attack. But his weak body kept retreating. The mud under his feet splashed. Sumo spit out a mouthful of blood. His arm was almost completely broken at this moment. The power of healing food continued to work, which prevented Sumo's body from collapsing. The collision stopped until her body hit the boulder. The internal organs were in great pain. Her limbs were so numb that she couldn't even feel the existence of her body. Cough, cough. Coughing violently, Sumo didn't dare to neglect it. She supported her elbows on the boulder, and used her feet to resist the force in front of her, with the help of the force behind her. Then, she used the force to relieve the force, and led the arm holding the beast's head to the left. The other party hit the boulder. The boulder exploded in an instant. The broken stone scratched Sumo's cheek, but the stinging feeling was so insignificant. Sumo took the opportunity to step back, but held the knife with his backhand. One hand pressed on the beast's head. The hand holding the knife was as fast as lightning, piercing into the gap between the other party's head and the shell behind. As a connection, this seems to be the opponent's weakness. But this knife seemed to pierce into steel, and could not go in an inch. The opponent's defense is as strong as his appearance. His mental power is running wildly. Even the boning knife is trembling slightly. Perhaps it echoes the strong emotions of its master. The boning knife rang softly, and the cold light on the tip of the knife condensed. Under Sumo's strength, it penetrated into the texture. At the moment of piercing the opponent's defense, the opponent also woke up from the feeling of dizziness from hitting the boulder. When it wanted to struggle to throw Sumo out, Sumo left first. Looking up, I saw the frost beast on the opponent's back facing me. As if it used the beast under it as a mount, the slightly blue pupils of the frost beast were as crystal clear as snowflakes. In an instant, scattered snowflakes appeared around Sumo. One by one, as beautiful as a dream. But those thin snowflakes are powerful killing weapons. When it fell, it tore the tree trunk and cut Sumo's skin. Retracting her arm, looking at the deep wound that could be seen through the bone, Sumo tapped her toes and pulled at the fastest speed. Those snowflakes only fell within the range, and they would follow her after she pulled a certain distance. The range covered by the ability of this frost beast is limited. This is good news, Suemo thought, and saw that the black tortoise beast had adjusted itself and rushed towards Suemo again. This kind of powerful beast seems to like to face the enemy head-on. Perhaps it wants to crush itself with strength. During the fight, Suemo was always at a disadvantage. The occasional counterattack would be quickly resolved by the two. Not to mention the surrounding beasts, as long as they find an opportunity, they will pounce on Suemo and bite him. The wounds on her body were increasing. The blood loss made her head heavy. Suemo, who was black in front of her eyes, bit her lips. Pain makes people sober. Panting, Suemo, holding a knife, looked as if he had been fished out of blood. His pretty face was covered with dirt, but his eyes were still bright. But Suemo knew that he couldn't hold on for much longer. If he continued like this, he would definitely become a meal for these things. In fact, the other party seemed to think so too. He didn't give Suemo a chance to breathe. The attack followed. As soon as he killed an ordinary beast with a knife, the sense of crisis behind him exploded directly. His back was torn open, and his teeth penetrated deep into his flesh, perhaps taking away a piece of his flesh. When Suemo's elbow knocked the other party out, he analyzed it. The bloody mouth opened at this moment. The Xuanwu beast actually had a circle of sharp teeth in its mouth. Needless to say, the chewing function must be very powerful. The shoulder was bitten, and the pain was excruciating. Suemo's hand trembled, and then he stabbed the knife into the opponent's neck. It was the same place, and it was easier to penetrate this time. But Suemo's strength seemed to be a little weak, and he did not really hurt the opponent. Meow! An angry howl sounded behind Suemo. The sharp claws directly grabbed the eyes of the beast, forcing the other party to open his mouth. Blood was pouring from the shoulder. Meow Meow wanted to jump onto Suemo's shoulder, but turned in midair and fell to the ground. Since the battle, Meow Meow has been helping. This time he is not in a good situation either. The snow-white fur was wet with blood. He was dirty all over. Compared with the king beast, he was like a little wild cat in a garbage dump. But this little wild cat ignored the king beast's order, and the low roar squeezed out of his throat was frightening. A pair of eyes stared at the king beast. A strange wave emerged from Meow Meow's body. His limbs had changed to a certain extent. Elongated, taller. If Meow Meow was really the size of a cat before, now he is the size of an adult large dog. A larger body also means an increase in strength. Meow Meow, who was biting the flesh and blood of the beasts angrily, ate raw food again because of Suemo's picky appetite. Chapter 159. The power of the beast comes from constant hunting. The prey may be human or the same kind. Constantly devouring, constantly becoming stronger. The energy provided by flesh and blood allows them to run rampant in this wasteland. But this is the first time that Meow Meow has shown such a wild and brutal side in front of Suemo. The teeth bit down and directly toward the throat of a beast. The blood-stained Meow Meow kept growling. It was not an emotional catharsis, but sounded like an order. At this moment, he stood in front of Suemo and blocked the attack of the frost beast. The changed appearance of Meow Meow can be called handsome. The drooping tail protected Suemo behind him. Meow Meow's sharp claws stabbed out and almost scratched the face of the frost beast. However, Meow Meow's change stimulated the king beast. Like a dog whose tail was stepped on, from the elegant shouting at the beginning to the loud shouting at the top of his lungs now. Suemo didn't understand the order, but he could tell that the other party was furious. It was as if he was questioning why Meow Meow dared to question her authority. In response to this question, Meow Meow gave the same roar. Two forces were colliding. Nothing could be seen on the surface, but the surrounding beasts seemed to be in chaos. Sometimes they obeyed the king beast's order and wanted to continue attacking Suemo, and sometimes they stood still, looking very confused. Meow Meow tried to compete with the other party for control of these beasts. When Suemo figured this out, he also saw Meow Meow's eyes. It was urging him to leave quickly. His eyes moved slightly, and the airtight encirclement just now had a hole under Meow Meow's interference. Suemo didn't hesitate and rushed in that direction. Most beasts were affected. The frost beast still tried to block Suemo's way. Meow Meow jumped up, reached the opponent's head, and stepped down with his claws. The slap with the majesty of the king made the frost beast subconsciously bow its head. Then, it heard the angry voice of its queen. The frost beast reacted and wanted to take Suemo down, but it was too late. At this moment, Suemo had reached the outermost edge of the encirclement. Seeing the opponent chasing him, Suemo made an emergency break. He drew out his knife and went straight to the opponent. But the frost beast didn't expect Sumo to dare to stop. With this knife, it hit hard. The knife stabbed a little below the chin. The knife rotated in the muscle. He exerted force with his arm, and the blade was pointing downward, intending to directly rip the opponent's belly open. But a layer of frost appeared on the wound. It froze the wound and stopped the blood from spraying, and also blocked Sumo's attack. But Sumo was not surprised by the opponent's reaction. He swept his eyes coldly over the opponent, and pulled out his hand. Then he punched out. When the opponent retreated to defend, Sumo punched hard. This punch directly knocked the opponent back. The hand that was put down was constantly spasming. Sumo bent down, picked up Meow Meow, who appeared on the side with his other hand, and then ran away. The frost beast could not kill itself. The reason for the hard fight was to attract attention and let Meow Meow retreat. Fortunately, this little beast was indeed smart. The figures of the man and the beast disappeared in the forest again. The angry howl came from the mouth of the king beast. She jumped directly in front of the frost beast. Seeing the other party's miserable appearance, she suddenly lowered her head and bit the other party's wound. The king beast stopped venting until the wound expanded and the other party wailed a little. Ignoring the other party's weak appearance, the king beast raised its head and howled. The figures of countless beasts disappeared into the forest together. Humans, you deserve to die. Catch that beast. These are the 2 orders received by many beasts. In front, Sumo, who knew that everything was not over yet, went to the south of the ruins number 2. She remembered that there was a big river there. The turbulent river water could wash away some traces, and it could also take her forward. The pain in the lungs was unbearable. Sumo did not dare to look back. Meow Meow, who had recovered to his previous state, lay in Sumo's arms, looking a little dying. His breathing became light. Sumo stumbled and almost fell. Holding the tree trunk to stand steady, before the bloody mouth behind her attacked, Sumo fell out. She rolled down the slope. She supported herself with her slightly intact left hand, and then threw herself directly into the river. The icy cold water instantly poured into her lungs. Sumo coughed. She tried to rise and fall on the water, but it was a bit difficult. She had done her best to catch Meow Meow. Her head was dizzy. The river water almost froze her. The last thing she saw was the beast standing by the river, not daring to move forward. Before her consciousness fell into darkness, Sumo seemed to hear a voice. It came from the system. In the Qingmu Basin, in late autumn, the land was green. The little doubting who was taking care of the vegetables suddenly looked up in the direction of the river. His brows were furrowed. Although he was not very old, he looked as serious as an old man. Doubting, come here. In front, Bailuo smiled and waved to Doubting. Seeing that Doubting did not respond, he took the initiative to come over. It's cold. Why are you still wearing this? Remember not to catch a cold. The warm palm on the cheek should be heartwarming. But Doubting took a step back and looked at Bailuo with a somewhat stiff tone. Thank you, Teacher Bai. Facing Doubting's resistance, Bailuo's eyes were dark. Then he smiled again. Why are you so polite? We are a family. When he said this, a group of little radish heads came over. They held Bailuo's arm and were very enthusiastic. Sister Bai, Mom asked you to come over for dinner tonight. No, Sister Bai should come to our house today. You're talking nonsense. It was your house yesterday. The little kids' voices were a little harsh, and they looked at Bailuo with special admiration. And these looks were not only on the children. Many adults in the camp also smiled at this scene. The expression was solemn and pious. Fuck. The swear words appeared in the corner. The original people of the rock camp stood beside Mu Yuyu, but not all of them. Qi Ling was still holding Afong, but he was muttering something. That's a bad person, don't believe her. I know. Afong's eyes were still clear. Tizi must have been deceived by the sweet words, and believed those people. Wang Qing's voice was a little muffled. Zhang Taiwei, who had always been a good brother, has become weird recently. Calling by girl all the time, don't be too enthusiastic. And began to be wary of them. Oh! People's hearts change easily. It seemed like a sarcastic remark. Wu Zixu sat in the corner and mocked, but no one refuted at this moment. Yes, how can people's hearts change so easily? Looking at the camp again, the people who should have been one were divided into 2 parts. One part, led by Bailuo, was learning the so-called power of faith. And the other part was guarding the things that Sumo left behind, stubbornly believing in her return. Chapter 160. God is above. In front, the crowd, led by Bailuo, made such a unified voice, like a devil's voice filling the ears. The strange scene made some people particularly excited, as if they firmly believed that it was the source of power. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have taken them in at the beginning. Shirqing's annoyance at this moment seemed unable to change the changes in the camp. It's not that he didn't try to drive Bai Luo out, but many people in the camp seemed to be brainwashed and insisted on supporting each other. Not wanting to split, the camp has become the current style of these two factions. Sister Su will come back. The childish voice from Doubting was unusually firm. Alma said that it doesn't matter if you have a nightmare, just wait for Sister Su to come back. The downstream river beach gradually became flat. There were birds circling overhead, sometimes diving into the water to catch the fish that dared to jump out of the water. On the river bank, a human was lying on the ground. Facing the mud, her appearance could not be seen clearly. Her tattered clothes told of her previous experience. The wound on her back was swollen and red from the river water, emitting a bloody smell. The bird above her head seemed to have received some signal. It swooped down with a scream, aimed at the piece of meat, and was about to peck it. Just when it was about to succeed, a hand suddenly raised and pressed it to death on the riverbank. She coughed a few times, and stars appeared in front of her eyes. At this moment, Su Mo could not even see clearly what was in front of her. The turbulent sea of spirituality told it that there was an attacker, so the ferocious bird died in her hands. But she was not feeling well at this time. Looking closely, the arm was swollen, and the bones inside were healed under the power of food. But it was a little dislocated. The arm couldn't move normally. One leg was in a similar situation. After finally getting up from the ground, she almost fell down after walking a few steps. The strength in her body was a little weak, and she needed time to recover. At this moment, she couldn't even hold the knife. Meow meow. She looked around and called a few times. I vaguely remembered that she caught Meow Meow when she fell into the water, but now there was no trace of it. The surroundings seemed quiet. The birds above her head had left. Maybe they were afraid of Su Mo. Su Mo, who was limping, looked a little helpless. It had been a long time since he fell to such a state. There was a movement not far away. It seemed that something was running towards this side, and the sound was a little loud. Are those beasts chasing after us? Su Mo thought, took out the boning knife, and was about to mobilize his strength, but saw a snow-white beast running over with prey in its mouth. Meow? Su Mo's voice was a little confused. Looking at those eyes, it should be Meow. But now Meow is a little bigger, like an adult lion. Under the hair-covered body, there are muscles. After seeing Su Mo wake up, Meow put down the food in his mouth and nudged Su Mo's palm with his head. Su Mo smiled. You are sensible now. The beast on the ground was a rabbit-like beast, which looked very fat. Meow. Meow growled and lowered his body. Seeing this, Su Mo understood it very well. After putting the food in the space, he jumped directly onto Meow's back. But after Meow moved for a while, Su Mo found that Meow's limbs were also a little uncoordinated. After probing the bone with his fingers, he found that it was also dislocated. However, with a powerful healing ability, the dislocated wound healed. And at this moment, looking around, Su Mo found that she seemed to have left the depths of ruins number 2. Not only that, she seemed to have drifted far along the river. The extremely risky life-saving method was effective. Su Mo was not happy for the time being. Until Meow Meow brought Su Mo to an abandoned house. Leaning against the wall, Su Mo waved to Meow Meow. Come here. Meow Meow was very obedient and put the injured leg in front of Su Mo, and then saw Su Mo suddenly exert force and directly break the leg. The pain made Meow Meow roar, but it did not hurt Su Mo. There was softness in the dark pupils. After breaking the bone abruptly and putting it in place, Su Mo took out small cookies for Meow Meow after making sure that the position was correct this time. Only at this moment, Su Mo found that his biscuit stock was actually very few. Think about it, when she was in the ruins of number 2, she relied on biscuits to hold on for a long time. It's okay. Touching Meow Meow's head, Su Mo's eyes became fierce. 2 clicks. She broke her leg bones. The severe pain made Su Mo, who was very weak at this time, sweat profusely. After panting against the wall for a long time, Su Mo started to work on her arm again. Even if it was corrected, the arm was still limp at the side of her body. Chewing the last biscuit, Su Mo's eyes were a little blurry. The forehead was hot. She felt weak all over, but had to force herself to stay awake. Su Mo's condition gradually improved until the effect of the healing food gradually took effect. After a wipe, the back was completely wet. Mixed with the blood from the previous wound, the whole body exuded a foul smell. You don't despise me. Meow Meow recovered faster than her, and now leaned beside her. One person and one beast, they shared the same pain. Su Mo couldn't help laughing as he watched. After the limbs recovered a little, Sumo found some firewood and lit a fire. The meat was cleaned and skewered by the fire. The cumin and chili powder sprinkled on it became more fragrant as time passed. Sumo watched the flames rise, and his thoughts were also ups and downs. I thought my strength was enough. But this time, the situation clearly told me that she was not strong enough. The dangers in the wasteland will last much longer than I thought. Gaining a foothold in the human world does not mean that you can thrive in the entire wasteland. She needs strength, stronger strength. Rich emotions wander in her mind. Sumo's movements were orderly. The meat gradually showed an attractive color under the flame. Meow. Suddenly, the cry of meow woke Sumo from his meditation. He found that the fire was overheated. The meat was charred. This was an imperfect food. Just as he was about to throw it away, Sumo was stunned. The system's information was jumping, and it seemed a bit hurried. Spiritual power level 5, 3600/5000. This was the report given by the system before he jumped into the river. During this period, the energy value increased a lot intermittently. It's just that there is still some distance to the breakthrough. But now, a new one has been added. Congratulations to the host for successfully making power food. Host, congratulations. The system's tone was happy, less mechanical. Sumo looked at the charred meat in his hand. Power food, that's it? For a moment, Sumo couldn't understand it. She had been wandering in front of ruins number 2 for so long, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make a dish. Now it was done. It didn't look good. She had never made such a dish even when she was an apprentice. Chapter 161. Host, please rest assured that this delicacy is non-toxic and harmless. The system finally came out to stabilize Sumo's mood. With a sense of urging. Finally, Sumo tore off a piece of meat and put it in her mouth under Meow Meow's disgusted eyes. The taste is indescribable. Bitter and spicy. The meat was overcooked and became stiff, making it difficult to chew. But when she swallowed the meat with difficulty, the information from the system kept flashing. Dish name, Wasteland Barbecue, S level. Introduction. This is a chef's failed creation. Effect of consumption, improvability level. Evaluation by diners, unpalatable, but delicious. Energy value increased by 200. Congratulations to the host, the mental power level has been improved, and the information is being updated. Name, Sumo. Age, 18. Mental power level 6, 0/10,000. Weapons/tools, boning knife, yellow mud. Abilities, space, healing food, butcher's knife technique, sea of vitality beauty, weak point capture, ability food. The information became richer. But the sudden jump made Sumo a little confused. Just one bite, from level 5 to level 6. So, Sumo took another bite tentatively. But soon she felt that this behavior was a bit stupid. At the same time, the system's explanation followed. Ability food, the first time you eat it, it can make a qualitative leap in your strength level, so it only works the first time you eat it, right? Sumo asked. At this moment, she was full of energy, and the fatigue she had just felt was swept away. The limbs moved very flexibly. The power surged in the body, like a boiling sea, endless. The spiritual sea was completely stable, and even expanded a little. The light spots inside gradually took shape. Flowers, trees, stone ruins, and even those flying insects and animals all had their own images. A real three-dimensional painted map gradually took shape in Sumo's mind. She seemed to have experienced what a qualitative leap was. Yes. The system's answer made Sumo's breathing a little faster. She clenched her palms. With this delicacy, it can be said that she can easily create a strong team. She couldn't help but think of the people in the rock camp. Speaking of which, calculating the time, she seemed to be able to go back. But before that, there were still some things to do. Bending over to look at Meow Meow, he directly opened the other's mouth and stuffed the remaining meat in. Meow Meow was resisting. But when the power was full in the body, Meow Meow's eyes also brightened. He imitated Sumo and took a second bite, and then spit it out in disgust. In conclusion, it can be eaten, but I definitely don't want to eat it a second time. Hee hee. Looking at Meow Meow's crazy drinking of water, Sumo smiled. After making a normal barbecue again, and taking Meow Meow to eat and drink enough, Sumo began to identify where she was now. Meow Meow took her to a small village. In the ruins, she found the road sign of the village. Shopping village. Comparing with the map again, Sumo was surprised to find that she was washed by the river to the vicinity of base number 8. Yes, this place is very close to base number 8. Sumo, who had an idea, went to base number 8 after resting. Half a day later, they had already reached the city gate. It was no different from the first time. Due to Sumo's shabby appearance, even though she paid, the guards looked at her with contempt. Fortunately, Sumo didn't care. It was still the same tavern. When she pushed the door open, there was a lot of noise. For an uninvited guest like Sumo, many people looked over at her instantly. "Hey, where did you come from, beggar? Is this the place you can come to?" The person closest to Sumo covered his nose with a look of disgust. And the only thing that greeted the other party's provocative attitude was Sumo's fist. The punching speed was faster than before. The 6th level mental power was enough to crush everyone in this tavern. Sumo looked around and didn't find the person she was looking for. "Has anyone seen the acting captain?" she asked, and threw the rude young man to the ground. His body hit the table, and the wine glass on it was smashed. The young man groaned in pain on the ground. Faced with Sumo's rude behavior, no one responded to her question for the time being. "Little girl, do you know where this place is? How dare you, you reptiles?" A big-bellied man frowned and stared at Sumo, lecturing like an experienced person. After looking over, Sumo directly pulled out the sword from the waist of a man next to him, and threw it directly. The sword hit the man's hair. There was a Mediterranean on the other person's head. "The hairstyle suits you very well." Sumo's tone did not change, and he spoke again. "Has any one of you seen Dai Yufeng?" As she asked, she pressed the man who had been taken away from her weapon, and tried to resist her onto the table. Her hand was very strong. The man's face was a little distorted. He couldn't hear clearly what he said with his teeth bared. With just a few moves, several people fell down. The fat man was now covering his head with his face ashen, which was extremely ugly. He didn't see clearly how Sumo did it. He even couldn't react at all. It would be easy for the other party to kill him. I know. In the corner, a little girl raised her hand. Sumo looked over and smiled, and made a gesture of invitation. "Please take me to her. Don't worry, I will pay you." Sumo, with a kind tone, turned around and caught a flying knife that attacked him. The flying knife was as long as a finger, poisoned, and flashed with a faint blue light. Sumo looked up and directly caught the owner of the dart. With a flick of the finger, the dart returned directly along the original path. The trajectory was almost unchanged, but it gave the other party a feeling that it could not be avoided. The sense of crisis was clamoring. Fear appeared in his eyes. But his body was motionless and stiff in place. Until the dart pierced his eyes. The poison spread instantly. The man's face turned black, and the blood on the wound was black. The body twitched a few times and fell directly to the ground. Either bright or dark. At this moment, all the eyes gathered on Sumo were filled with awe and timidity. "Let's go!" Sumo, who did all this, looked at the little girl as if nothing had happened and said with a smile, "Ah. Oh!" The little girl shivered and ran out quickly. Sumo, who came to base number 8 again, was arrogant and flamboyant. Leaving behind the noise and fear, Sumo greeted the unchanged gazes of those in base number 8 with a frank look. Her existence did not need to be evaluated by those who hid in the base, and had never seen blood and fire. Sumo walked calmly, knowing that the news of her return would soon be heard by some people. Fortunately, she was originally planning to deliver a message and leave. Chapter 162. A small room in a residential building was a little messy. A woman inside raised her messy hair and looked at the same-sex woman standing at the door in a daze. "What did you say your name was?" Dai Yufeng asked, grabbing his hair that hadn't been washed for who knows how long. "Sumo." As soon as the door opened, the smell of alcohol hit her face. Sumo looked at the environment in the room and raised her eyebrows. She remembered that Dai Yufeng seemed to be doing well in base number 8. How could a dealer of intelligence become so sloppy? "Sumo." The voice suddenly became much louder. Dai Yufeng rushed to Sumo, and the tone was a little strange. "How dare you appear here? Ordinary residents may not know." But she knew very well that 2 months ago, the Bay City Lord launched an action against Sumo. Although this action seemed to fail in the end. Of course, there are also rumors that it was the City Lord's daughter, the eldest lady, who acted privately. But no matter what, Sumo is still on the wanted list. As a result, this Sumo came here quite a lot, and even came to find me. "What do you want to see me for?" Pulling his clothes, Dai Yufeng was a little embarrassed. "I give you some information free. Do you want it?" Without waiting for Dai Yufeng to call, Sumo pulled out a chair and sat down. The relaxed attitude made Dai Yufeng a little crazy. "I guess the news has spread by now. Isn't she going to run?" "No, it seems that I should run too." I don't do intelligence now. Like a discouraged person, he sat in front of Suemo and waved his hand to signal the bewildered girl outside the house to leave quickly. Why? Suemo was really curious. Dai Yufeng was not as high-spirited as he was when they first met. It's very simple. All the team members are gone. Shrugged, but the pain in Dai Yufeng's eyes was hard to ignore. After seeing Sumo's eyes, Dai Yufeng smiled bitterly. About 2 months ago, I took the team to search for news of some ruins outside. It turned out to be a trap. They all died for me. Without them, what can I accomplish? Took a bottle of wine from the ground, poured a glass, and placed it in front of Suemo. After seeing Suemo shook his head, Dai Yufeng picked up the glass and drank it all in one gulp. He even burped. The window suddenly opened, and the smell of alcohol rushed out. Dai Yufeng glanced at Suemo, but didn't care about Sumo's domineering behavior. So no matter what information you have here, you can find other people to sell it. If you can't find it, I can give you a few business cards, but I can't do more. Dai Yufeng, who was in a state of decadence, lay on the table, squinting his eyes, looking a little intoxicated. It doesn't matter, this information is for you. You can do whatever you want with it. In the ruins of number 2, a king beast appeared, with an IQ like an adult, and a group of fierce beasts gathered under his command. If nothing unexpected happens, the other bases should have sent people there. It seems that Jai-Man is not from base number 8. Although several bases in this wasteland are said to coexist in cooperation. But there has never been less competition among them. In addition, I will give you another exclusive news. There are several powerful beasts under the King Beast. It should be the product of an experiment conducted in ruins number 2 that year. The meow on the shoulder, which had returned to normal size, nodded in cooperation when Suemo said this. It was this action that attracted Dai Yufeng's attention. Her wide eyes showed her surprise. You are also a wise species? Her fingers trembled as she pointed at Meow. Dai Yufeng, who knew some secrets, naturally knew what the wise species among the fierce beasts meant. These wise species, when they were born, were almost born to become king beasts. They can lead the rest of the fierce beasts. Once they grow up, they will definitely become a disaster for mankind. Yes, there are more than one king beast in the fierce beast tribe. Only those who really stand to the end can become the king of the entire tribe. But now it seems that the one in ruins number 2 has grown faster. Suemo just acquiesced to Dai Yufeng's question. Standing up, Suemo walked outside. The message has been delivered, which can be regarded as repaying the favor Dai Yufeng had given her. As for what happened later, it has nothing to do with her. The door was closed, and Suemo completely disappeared from the room. But the bloodiness and murderousness brought by the woman have not disappeared. Dai Yufeng knew that Suemo was now more powerful and more awe-inspiring than a few months ago. Hesitated for a moment, and then looked at the wine bottle in his hand. Dai Yufeng gritted his teeth and smashed it to the ground. Fuck you. She admitted that she was moved. After leaving the house, Suemo went to the downtown area. The trading market was still bustling with people. Many wanderers crowded here. Those pairs of eyes were terrified. And the people in the base had not changed their gazes. I found the small shop where Uncle Wolf took me. Even if the gangster thing happened at the beginning, it seemed to have no effect on Boss Zhang. The other party was still doing business here. Hey, what do you want, customer? Boss Zhang asked subconsciously when he saw the figure in front of the counter. But when she saw Sumo's appearance clearly, her cheeks twitched a few times. She is not dead yet. Didn't she say that she left the camp alone? A woman has been living alone in the wasteland for so long? I need a car. Suemo took out a silver coin and threw it on the table. Her tone was very light. Is it enough? Pushing the silver coin over with her fingers, Suemo stared at Boss Zhang with a little smile on her cheeks. But what Boss Zhang felt was that if he dared to say it was not enough, his head would fall to the ground in the next second. Enough, enough. Enough. Boss Zhang nodded quickly. He turned around and told the employees in the store to make arrangements. You can tell how scared he is at the moment by the way he wiped his sweat. No matter how scared he was, he seemed to have the leisure to inform the news. He watched from the corner of his eye that a person slipped into the alley and disappeared on the side of the store. Suemo did not react. Until a very good car drove in front of Suemo. Guest? Guest, is this one okay? Boss Zhang bent over, his tone a little stiff. God knows his store does not sell cars. This is his own car. After so many years of cheating and robbing, his treasury is very sufficient, and the car he bought is naturally the best. Yeah. He responded, opened the door and sat on it, and started the car. When the engine started to roar, Boss Jean looked at Sumo's appearance of preparing to leave, and then breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, boss, thank you for your care before. When the car started, Sumo lowered the window and said this. Chapter 163. The vehicle roared away. In the market, many people who were watching the excitement suddenly became chaotic. Screams rang out. Boss Zhang, who was standing in the open space, was a little confused. I always feel that something is wrong. There is an itch on my neck. It's like being bitten by an insect. He touched it with his palm, but it was a sticky liquid. He lowered his head, and the severe pain came slowly. In the blood-filled eyes, Boss Zhang covered his neck and made a gurgling sound. No. The almost inaudible words disappeared in the blood. The body fell to the ground, and the screams almost covered the excitement here. But Sumo, who had already driven to the gate of the base, seemed very calm. Meow Meow sat in the co-pilot, wagging his tail, looking very happy. The guards at the gate of the base seemed to have not received the order yet. He was still stunned when he saw Sumo driving out. But he still let him go. The cars outside these wanderers cannot enter, but the goods bought from inside are vehicles, so they can naturally leave. After all, it also drives consumption in the base. TSK, I guess she is supported by someone. A guard muttered, otherwise how could a woman be so generous? The people next to him also joked. Stop her. In the small house next to him, a guard who was resting rushed out. His expression was anxious. But it was still too late. Sumo's car had already driven away. The other two guards showed puzzled expressions. What happened? In just half an hour, the meeting room of base number 8 was already full of people. The middle-aged man in the lead had handsome features, and was full of vigor. But he was in a bad mood at the moment. Where did the information come from? There was an urgent document in front of each person. Just now, this document was sent to the city lord's mansion. I heard that it came from an intelligence dealer. A man answered in a low voice, but it attracted the city lord's cold eyes. The other party shivered a few times and gritted his teeth. But the intelligence dealer named Dai Yufeng had just met Sumo before. Sumo, an interesting name. As a wanderer, she was known by many people here. Of course, some people admired her, admiring her for daring to challenge the entire number 8 base alone. Some people despised her. How could a mere wanderer dare to challenge the authority of the base? But no matter what, there were many people who were familiar with this name. Especially the city lord Feng Tianen. He remembered clearly the farce caused by his daughter 2 months ago. In order to deal with a wanderer, the Feng family's armed forces were dispatched. The key is that it has not succeeded yet. Is the news true? In this case, even if Sumo and base number 8 are not hostile, they must be unfriendly. Why bring this information here? What I know is that there has been some movement in the ruins of base number 2 recently. As for the details, no news has been received yet. There are more or less rumors about the other bases. The first person at the bottom spoke. Feng Tianen nodded at the steady voice. In this case, organize a team to check it out. Also, pass this news to all major cities. As the saying goes, there is no smoke without fire, no matter what base number 1 wants to do. This kind of thing must not be concealed. The calculation flashed in his eyes, and Feng Tianen's majestic voice made everyone below nod. What if? It's fake. Is that woman named Sumo playing tricks on us? But some people still raised doubts. Feng Tianen smiled. Have you forgotten what happened to those who dared to provoke the base like this? He could ignore the children's little fights. But if Sumo dared to provoke the entire base like this... Ha! The coldness spread, and the man shook his body and stopped talking. The meeting ended, many people left, but Feng Tianen sat on the chair. There seemed to be some movement in the darkness. One person came out. It was Wenruzhou. At this time, Wenruzhou lowered his head, his eyes respectful and pious. Tell me about the previous situation again. Feng Tianen waved his hand to signal Wenruzhou to sit down. A gentle voice sounded, and he recounted the action against the rock camp. But most of the time, he was in a stalemate with Lu Xinglan. Even Sumo, he only looked at her from a distance, and didn't know what she looked like. Miao is making trouble. There was not much sincerity in the sigh. Feng Tianen spoke again. Follow Miao these days, and tell her not to do anything stupid again. Yes. When Wenruzhou agreed, hesitated for a moment, but said softly, What about Lu Xinglan? Captain Lu, although he is in the base now, his heart is not there. After these years of consumption, there is nothing left in the base that can keep him. Feng Tianen fell silent, leaning against the back of the chair. After a long while, he suddenly smiled. He still has weaknesses, doesn't he? The vague words made Wenruzhou laugh. Yes. Autumn is dry and cold. On the wasteland, all the leaves are withered and yellow, leaving only some evergreen trees with green. The car was speeding on the avenue, a little bumpy. Suemo put one hand on the car window, driving with one hand, very free and easy. Exhaling a breath of cold air, Suemo calculated the time. It is estimated that it will take until noon tomorrow to reach the vicinity of the camp. I have been waiting for 2 months, and it seems difficult to wait for only 1 day. Suemo laughed at her own hypocrisy, and her expression was very relaxed. She had thought it through. When she returned to the base, she would use the power food to improve the level of all the ability users. As for ordinary people, they will gradually awaken their power later. These special foods will help her support the entire camp. Then this winter, I think it won't be so hard to bear. Wait until next spring. Suemo, looking forward to the future, has an extremely gentle expression on his face. Not far from the rock camp, a group of people are squatting here. Everyone is a little embarrassed. The eyes are alert and tough. This is a shallow cave, and the wind from the door pours in casually. The fire is teasing, bringing some warmth and dispelling the cold. A person walked over to the cave entrance. How is it? Miao Jingshan looked up and asked Sheng Tsang, but saw the other party shaking his head. I still haven't seen her come back. Sheng Tsang was a little disappointed. Since they separated from Suemo, they have come all the way here. They should have gone directly to the camp and waited for Suemo to come back. It's just that the situation in the rock camp is a little wrong. That Bai Luo has won over many people now, and the camp is divided into 2. I think we'd better not rush over. Sheng Tsang, who doesn't like to use his brain, said something very reasonable at this time. They believe in Suemo and follow Suemo, not the camp without Suemo. God, haha, only ghosts believe in that stuff. No hurry, wait a little longer. Miao Jingshan said in a deep voice. In the cave, dozens of people nodded. In the bright eyes, the enthusiasm did not diminish. Chapter 164. Annie Wang, is your waist still hurting? It was lunchtime in the camp, and most people came out. Annie Li was busy in the kitchen, and Xiao Xingho could cook now. The 2 of them provided 3 meals a day for the entire camp. Of course, there were people who helped. Auntie Bai was one of them. Auntie Bai asked the women around her at this time, very concerned. Much better. After Teacher Bai came last night, my waist is completely healed. Auntie Wang responded happily. Teacher Bai is really amazing, just press my head with his hand. No need to take medicine, no need to do anything, it's alright. Auntie Wang seemed a little excited, and her tone of voice was a little higher. Auntie Li, who was serving the dishes, frowned directly. Let's talk later, come and help first. It's cold, and everyone has to eat hot food, so time is even more urgent. Hey, I'm here. Aunt Wang shouted, seeming a little embarrassed. Aunt Bai also followed, her tone still gentle. Aunt, I heard that Xiao Doubting has been feeling uncomfortable these days, with a headache, and the medicine doesn't work. Do you want us to let Xiao Luo go to see Doubting? Perhaps out of good intentions, Aunt Bai took the initiative to ask. No, it's just a minor cold. Don't worry about it, Teacher Bai. Aunt Li quickly refused, and then directly picked up the plate and placed it in front of Aunt Bai. Bring it over. Aunt Bai followed the instructions, and did not seem to be dissatisfied with Aunt Li's attitude of command. Smiled, and left with Aunt Wang. The kitchen was much quieter. Aunt Li snorted coldly. Who knows what method she used? Just touch it, and it will be fine, hum. She really thinks she is God. No, it's God. Beside him, Xiao Xingho answered seriously, but the disgust between his eyebrows was very obvious. Uh-huh. Aunt Li was amused by Xiao Xingho. If the things left by Suemo had not been used up, would it be her turn to show off? Aunt Li didn't like Bai Luo very much. Looking up, through the kitchen window, you can see that not far away, Bai Luo is also walking towards the dining room. And behind her is a group of people. There are men, women, young and old, all with warm smiles on their faces. Following step by step, but not daring to surpass Bai Luo's pace. Very weird. A bunch of idiots. Looking at this scene, Aunt Li threw the rice spoon down directly. There was a bang. Bai Luo suddenly looked over. After seeing Aunt Li's expression, he turned his head and said something to the people around him. Soon a man and a woman came over. They were a middle-aged couple. Aunt Li, Teacher Bai said you've been busy all morning and are tired. Leave this to us and let you go and rest. Such caring. Aunt Li glared. I'm fine, you guys go eat yours. After that, she continued to cook the next pot. The stubborn look made the couple frown. Teacher Bai also cares about you. Aunt Li, How can you have this attitude? We are a family now, and a family should take care of each other. If you get tired, wouldn't it seem that we didn't take good care of you? She kept saying take care of me, but it made people's scalps numb. Antley, with a gloomy face, picked up a bucket of water, not knowing whether it was a mistake. Her hand shook and the water splashed out, just splashing on the man. Oh sorry, I didn't hold it. Your clothes are all wet by me, go change quickly, don't catch a cold later. Antley, who was pinching and emphasizing, was now sarcastic. You? The man was a little angry. He raised his palm directly, as if he was going to take action. Xiao Xingho stood up next to him, with a cold tone. What, aren't we a family? Are you going to hit someone for a small mistake? Why didn't your teacher teach you well? Are you so uneducated? Xiao Xingho, who still has no ability, stood in front of Antley with a tough attitude. These people really thought they could dominate the mountain without the master. Do you think you can bully the old people in the camp after getting Bai Luo's approval? Dream on. Haha, it doesn't matter. You will accept Mr. Bai's teaching sooner or later. Resisting his anger, the man's face twisted for a while, and he turned and left after saying something. The whole process was quite noisy. But many people watched this scene and did not intervene. No one came over until the two left. Impulsive? Xie Yang asked, hooking his arm around Xiao Xingho's shoulder. I just can't stand the attitude of those people. Xiao Xingho bared his teeth, showing disdain. Be patient. The one who said this was Uncle Wolf. He scratched his head, a little annoyed. A rough man who didn't know how to play tricks didn't know how to stab back at those soft knives. It's been 2 months. Su Mo will definitely come back. Wait until she comes back, and then think about what to do. Uncle Wolf's words made some people look gloomy. Will she really come back? A very quiet question made Wang Qing stare. Su Mo will definitely come back. This is her home. Home? This is Bai Luo's home now, right? Mu Yu raised her lips and said sarcastically. How long do we have to endure it? Those idiots believe whatever others say. As long as you have enough faith, you could awaken your power? What a joke. Mu Yu now doubts whether it was a wrong decision to bring the camp directly to the rock camp. After Su Mo left, who knew that the situation here would change so quickly? A later outsider has now won the hearts of most of the camp. Openly, those people said they were looking forward to Su Mo's return. Who doesn't know secretly that those people have long disobeyed Su Mo's discipline? But, because those people are all the older generation who followed Su Mo, they can't make a big fuss. If it drags on like this, things will get worse. Oh my god! It's done, it really works. Power, I have power. Suddenly, a shout came from the cafeteria. Several people looked at each other and walked over. In the middle of the room, a man was holding his palm, his face full of excitement. And in his palm, a small flame was floating. Is this awakening ability? Facing this scene, several people frowned at the same time. How is it possible? The awakened ability is not stable yet. Be careful, put it away quickly, don't hurt anyone. Bai Luo in the room was very happy about this, but still reminded gently. Teacher Bai, it's really the same as you said. Teacher Bai, you are so awesome. Teacher Bai. Amidst the voices of praise, the man who awakened the ability was also a little excited. The flame in his hand jumped, and suddenly became larger. Oh, I can't take it back. He shouted, and saw the flame rushing out like a snake, and its target was the people at the door. Chapter 165. Just when the flame was about to hurt Antley, a hand reached out from the side. There were some thin calluses on the slender fingers. The wrist was very thin, but it stood firmly in front of Antley. After holding the flame, it just exerted a little force, and the flame suddenly went out. A very cold voice came immediately. It's better not to use the newly awakened ability randomly. The cold female voice, the tone was calm, the slender body was wrapped in clothes, but it was majestic. A pretty face. When turning to look at some people, a little softness appeared in the eyes. Antley, are you okay? The woman asked with concern. Facing the surprised eyes of the people in the room, the woman seemed calm. Su Mo. Antley's lips trembled, and even her voice trembled. She suddenly grabbed Su Mo's arm. Her voice became anxious. Is it really you? Are you really back? Yes, I'm back. Su Mo let Antley pull her, and comforted her. She looked up, glanced at everyone, and finally set her sights on Bai Luo. I, Su Mo, am back. This sentence, without too many ups and downs, was like a bomb that exploded in an instant. Su Mo. Damn, it's really Su Mo. She's really back. Oh my god, am I seeing things? She's back, woo woo woo. Some shouted happily, while others sobbed and wiped their tears. Everyone's emotions were aroused. Sumo's shoulder was hooked by someone. It was Wang Qing. You are finally back, do you know? Wang Qing wanted to say something, but saw the eyes of several people around him. His mouth drooped, and Wang Qing stopped talking. Forget it. It's good that you are back, and we will talk about the rest later. Facing Wang Qing's hesitant attitude, Sumo did not intend to ask. Sorry, I kept you waiting. He came back a few days later than expected. But, where is Chief Shi? Many people came here after hearing the news, but Sumo did not see Shi, although the position of chief was handed over to her before Sumo left. It was just that Sumo still called him chief. My father. It was Shi who took over, gritting his teeth, but his expression was a little embarrassed. Chief Shi should be meditating in the room. It was Bai Luo who answered Sumo. The beautiful woman walked through the crowd to Sumo's side. Her attitude was as if she was the master here. But after meeting Sumo's two calm eyes, Bai Luo took a step back and bowed his head slightly. Hello, my name is Bai Luo, and I am now a teacher for the children in the camp. Are you Sumo? I have heard a lot of stories about you from them. I am glad you are back. They all miss you very much. The woman's tone was elegant, and her words were not sharp. But the people around him became nervous. Some people walked to Bai Luo's side. Most of them were strangers. It seems that after she left, the camp has recruited a lot of people. I will come back naturally. Sumo was locked in a faint hostility. Sumo looked up and saw some people behind Bai Luo looking at him warily. It looked as if he was here to mess things up. But this place, shouldn't it be his own? Sumo suddenly laughed softly and walked through the crowd to sit down at the top. Antly, I'm hungry. Hey master, let me tell you, most of today's meals are made by me. I bring them to you. Wait for me. Xiao Xingho instantly became excited and rushed out directly. Hey, you've lost weight. Antly said with a choked voice after carefully looking at Sumo. It was like a child coming back from a long journey. Seeing Sumo's thin cheeks, Antly felt distressed. You walk too much. Sumo smiled. There was a sudden movement at the door. What is that? A fierce beast. It's a fierce beast. Hurry up and come. Catch it. Oh my god, it's catching people. It's going to eat people. What a courageous beast. The chaos happened in an instant. The commotion at the door attracted attention. What's going on? Bai Luo asked before Sumo. Through the door, a snow-white fierce beast suddenly rushed over here. Quick, stop it. Is that Doubting on it? The crowd saw that there was a baby on the other side's back, and it was Xiao Doubting. At this moment, Xiao Doubting was lying on the other side's back, shaking, and seemed to be very scared. Doubting. Antly immediately became nervous, and took a few steps outside, but someone pulled her sleeve. Then he saw Sumo shaking his head at him, as if to say don't worry. Antly was stunned. Don't worry, I'm here. Go take it. Bai Luo looked directly at the person next to him, and cast a reassuring look at Antly. But Antly hesitated for a moment, but still stood beside Sumo without moving. She believed in Sumo. As for Antly's choice, Bai Luo's eyes were a little dark. The man walked over, his arms bulged, and he was a power-type ability user. When the beast rushed over, the man stretched out his hand directly, as if he wanted to catch the beast directly. However, the other party jumped very flexibly, and then jumped over his head. In the end, the beast stopped in front of Sumo and lowered its head. Why are you so naughty? Didn't I tell you not to scare Do Ding? Sumo touched Miami's head. This little guy, perhaps because he felt that his current body was very majestic, refused to become smaller. With Miami's body, it was no problem for him to carry a little kid to play. Meow. Miao shouted, and squatted down with his tail swung. The little kid on his back finally let go of his hand, and threw himself directly into Sumo's arms. Sister Su, Miao is so awesome. I'm not scared, I'm just so happy. The little kid's face was very excited, red and happy. Then can we play again next time? Rubbing the little kid's head, Sumo's eyebrows were curved, very doting. Okay. The little kid nodded directly, and stood obediently by the side. Then he stuck out his tongue at his mother. Mother, I'm the first one to see Sister Su. This little look, especially proud, made some people laugh. The so-called crisis turned out to be a very warm scene. The Meow, who disdains to interact with people, squatted beside Sumo, looking harmless. As for the man who was ignored despite his aggressive attitude, his face was livid. Is this your pet? Fortunately, It was just frightened. Bai Luo came over, still speaking gently. But it sounded a little weird. Miao is my friend. Su Mo's voice suddenly rose after glancing at the other party. By the way, did Miao scare anyone? She looked around, as if looking for an answer. But Wang Qing and others who followed her shook their heads. Chapter 166. It's good that you're fine. Bai Luo said this reluctantly. She looked at Su Mo, who had caused such a sensation when she came back, and clenched her fists. Sure enough, the time was still too short. If she was given another month, not half a month, she guaranteed that even if Su Mo came back, no one would welcome her here. No matter how dark her thoughts were, they would not show on her face at this moment. The smiling face was gentle, as always. The camp was completely noisy. Those people surrounded Su Mo and asked her about her experience in the past 2 months. She picked and chose and said something. Many people followed and exclaimed. But will those people continue to come and make trouble? Su Mo remembered the person who asked the question. The other party came from Baiwei camp with Qiu Linghua. Speaking of which, these people have not been here for long. As for the sense of belonging, there is more or less. After all, the environment here is really good and there is enough food. Even after staying here for more than half a month, I was completely idle. Enough safety? But if Su Mo's return brings back those dangers, then can this place still be so good? What do you mean? Do you think Su Mo shouldn't come back? The question was from Wang Qing. With a cold face, he was about to take action. Don't forget whose camp this is. You can go back if you want. The words were harsh enough, and the faces of those who were also in the Baiwei camp became somewhat ugly. At that time, Qiu Linghua brought everyone here. In the end, some people were just unwilling. Contradictions have always existed, and many people have not really identified with the people in the rock camp. Moreover, Su Mo was absent for 2 months under such circumstances. 2 months in the Wasteland can bring about too many changes. I know you never considered us a family. The man was attacked by Wang Qing, and he immediately stood up as if he was angry and laughed. His expression was angry. I tell you, if our leader had not insisted on coming at that time, do you think I would care about you here? As the former leader, Qiu Linghua pushed through the crowd and walked in front of the people. It was a slap. The crisp slap made the man stunned. I said at the time that those who want to leave can leave, and those who follow me, who dare to say no, I will never tolerate it. This is the rock camp. Don't forget your current identity. Qiu Linghua put her identity very straight and smiled apologetically at Su Mo. You? The man who was scolded stared at Qiu Linghua with resentment in his eyes. Okay, we are all from the same camp, so let's not talk about the two families. Everyone, let's eat. What was unexpected was that it was Aunt Bai who spoke up. She brought some people and food up. She even walked directly to Su Mo and put the things down. Su Mo girl, you are finally back. We were all worried about you. It's good that you are back. Come on, let's eat and drink, today is a good day. Aunt Bai's voice was loud enough, and after she shouted, she received enough flattery. Some people clinked their glasses. Su Mo looked at the other person's smiling face and smiled as well. You are? 2 words, light and airy, but Aunt Bai didn't care. Ah, I am Xiao Luo's mother, you can just call me Aunt Bai. Don't worry, I know who is in charge here. Although I am the elder, I also understand the truth. Elders, understand the truth, who is in charge. Putting these words together, it is particularly interesting. Really? Su Mo held the wine glass and looked at the various performances below, sighing a little. I didn't expect that in just 2 months, someone would come here to take advantage of the loophole. The place that I built with my own hands, I gave it up. Ha, the cold spread, freezing people. Some people who were very close to Su Mo lowered their heads with guilt. And Aunt Bai, her face froze, and then she went to greet the others as if nothing had happened. That posture, that attitude, isn't it the mother of the camp owner? But Su Mo is an orphan. Some people feel comfortable, while others feel aggrieved during a meal. Some people have no appetite at all. After the meal, Su Mo opened the curtain and came to a room. The cave was very dry. The temperature dropped, and some people who were afraid of the cold put a brazier in the room. The firewood was burning, and the room was warm enough. And the person sitting cross-legged on the bed looked a little thin. Leader. Su Mo looked at the stone rock in front of him and shouted. The destroyed right hand was empty, and the sleeves were hanging down, with a sense of desolation. The other person's face looked even older. When he opened his eyes and looked at Su Mo, he seemed to be in a trance for a moment before he saw clearly who was in front of him. Su Mo, you're back. I'm glad you're back. I'm glad you're back. Yin walked to Sumo with his arms and legs spread out, and looked at Sumo for a while. Judging from his mood, he was happy. "Yeah, I'm back," Sumo responded, and then looked at the closed environment around him and said, "Why don't you go out and have dinner with them? Wasn't this room used to store things before? Ventilation is very important in a cave. After staying here for a long time, it's stuffy. Hey, I'm old, and I don't want to join in the fun with young people. It's quiet enough here. I like it very much." "No problem, Sumo, now it's all your young people's world. I'm fine here. The meditation method that the white girl taught me is very useful. My heart has finally calmed down." Yin talked about his situation cheerfully, and it seemed that there was nothing wrong. After chatting for a few words, Sumo went out. At the door, Shirqing and others were already waiting. "Go ahead." These two words made Shirqing full of annoyance. A group of people, one after another, told the situation after Bai Luo arrived. At first, a teacher came, which was a good thing for the children in the camp. But soon, the people in the camp found that the knowledge possessed by this teacher could be used not only by children, but also by adults. And the effect was very good. Gradually, more and more people in the camp followed Bai Luo to practice. But if it was a good thing, Shirqing and others would not be so repulsive. But they found that those who stayed with Bai Luo for a long time regarded Bai Luo as the center of their words and deeds. Eating, doing things, and even going out hunting, etc., all had to ask Bai Luo's opinion. They would only deal with it if the other party allowed it. When Shirqing and others noticed this weirdness, it was already a little late. Those people seemed to be brainwashed and would not listen to anything. As for expelling Bai Luo to solve this matter, it's not that he hadn't thought about it. But just as he expressed this idea, a group of people shouted that the camp couldn't be without Teacher Bai, and if it left, they would follow him. So, it became what it is today. Chapter 167. You mean, some people's condition has improved after practicing with Bai Luo? Some ordinary people have become warriors? Sumo raised his eyebrows. If Bai Luo can really do this, it is indeed amazing. You should know that it is also with the existence of the system and special food, and after so much research, that I have made food that can increase strength. If this ability is innate, it is indeed rare. Yes. It was Wang Qing who responded. Taizi also followed her to practice before, and after a long time, his strength has also improved a lot. Now he talks about Bai Luo all the time. Even when talking about Sumo, he was a little impatient. Wang Qing didn't say the rest of the words. Fanatical believers are the current state of those people. Of course, they have not reached the level of fanaticism, but he cannot agree with the attitude of treating Bai Luo as the center of the camp. Is there any physical problem? Sumo asked. Intuitively, those people didn't seem to be brainwashed. They all had their own ideas, but when it came to Bai Luo, their emotions would fluctuate greatly. Just now, when I was slightly at odds with Bai Luo, I felt a lot of hostile eyes. But when things were peaceful, those people looked at me with admiration. It was as if Bai Luo was a switch. Once turned on, those people would be affected. No. Shirqing shook his head. Not only that, some people's bodies did get better. Just like his father. Speaking of practicing, he looked a little thinner. But since losing his right hand, his father's strength has been greatly reduced. After practicing with Bai Luo, his strength did not return to the peak, but it was indeed much stronger. His mentality was also more peaceful. It was precisely because of Shiyan's changes that some people were full of confidence and believed that Bai Luo's practice method could help them transform. In short, with the help of this unique practice, Bai Luo not only gained a foothold here, it also made some people in the camp take Bai Luo as the leader. In the days before Sumo came back, Shirqing and his prestige were weakening. Fortunately, you are back. Wang Qing scratched his head, and it was obvious that he was still very excited. Sumo was back, and no matter what kind of person Bai Luo was, he would not succeed. They only recognized Sumo. Sumo did not respond. Not far away, Miao Miao was playing with Doubting and Afong. Qi Ling watched from a distance, occasionally looking over. Wu Zixio and Fu Xiao, the two were still inseparable. The identities of these two people had been exposed long ago, but they were very safe here. Mu Yu was walking with her grandmother. Grandma Mu and Grandma Qiu hit it off right away, and the old sisters were happy together every day. The entire camp has expanded a lot. The sheepfolds are farther away. Many buildings have been built. There is even a special martial arts training ground. Salted fish are drying in the open space. There is constant laughter. It can be said that everything here is quiet and beautiful. Just as she expected. It's just On the other side, Bai Luo is playing games with a few children. The adults next to them are very satisfied. The children's laughter is crisp and innocent. Su Mo lowered her eyes. She didn't expect that when she came back, she would be greeted by such a scene. Su Mo, I'm sorry, I didn't like this place. Shi Qing lowered his head. Su Mo left for them. And now, Su Mo finally came back, but they couldn't keep this place. Don't blame you. She is not the only one with strange abilities in this wasteland. It's just that this person also happened to like this place. It can only mean that the other party is Vision. No hurry. There are 2 voices in a camp, which is not a big problem. She is not someone who can't tolerate other voices. The premise is that she doesn't touch her bottom line. Su Mo, who was relieved, walked around the camp for a long time. He got some information about the camp. In the field that was opened up, the vegetables were green. These vegetables are very resistant to freezing. We were discussing whether to build a shed, but it frosted before, and the vegetables were fine. Antley is in charge of the kitchen in here. Fortunately, growing vegetables is not an easy job, so not many people are eager to do it. Most of the people who take care of this place are our own people. Digging up the soil, Su Mo saw some yellow mud in the soil. It seems that the yellow mud she buried has completely changed the planting environment here. As long as these plants can survive the cold winter, they will only need to rely on themselves to cultivate the land next year, and there is no need to worry about vegetables. Everything is thriving. This day, the night came in the lively atmosphere of the camp. The middle of the ruins number 2. A team was advancing. But when they arrived at the place Su Mo mentioned, they did not see the enchanting king beast. Is it really false information? Someone was talking in the communicator. Search first. The leader issued an order. A group of people scattered around to check. But no trace of the king beast was found. The stone was empty, and the surroundings were very quiet. Too quiet, the leader thought, and then realized that something was wrong. Quick retreat. He issued an order, and wanted to lead the team away. You know, this is ruins number 2. Even if there is no king beast, this is an extremely dangerous area. They came in too easily along the way. But when they reached the central area, it was too quiet. How could it be quiet here? Thinking of something, the leader's tone was a little flustered. Send a message back immediately, saying that this place is really... Before he finished his sentence, a crackling sound came from the communicator. Captain, Captain. A team member shouted. The team members who were closer to the captain saw a frost beast stepping on their captain. The sharp teeth had pierced the captain's neck. The blood was flowing. The captain's body twitched a few times and then softened. The frost beast raised its head and threw the corpse far away. There, a king beast came over with its tail wagging and began to enjoy its dinner. Quick retreat. Fire, fire. Do it. Defend, quickly defend. A bunch of orders were intertwined. But at the moment the captain died, the team was still in chaos. The number of people responding in the channel was getting smaller and smaller. This ruin was like a huge abyss that easily swallowed people. The number of people dropped sharply. One of them ran out desperately. As long as he rushed out, there was hope. There were people waiting outside to help him. He thought, his forehead was covered with sweat, and his eyes were filled with despair. 1 step, 2 steps. The wind was howling behind him. He took the 3rd step and went out. But only his legs went out. A tail covered with scales cut him in half at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 168. Somewhere in the Qingmu Basin, the newly reclaimed field smelled of soil. Su Mo squatted in the field, planting a plant. Dewdrops fell on the bright red flowers, delicate and beautiful. The extremely bright color was the crazy blood flower. Before leaving, Su Mo transferred some crazy blood flowers to her own space. But after all, they were living plants and needed nutrients from the soil. No matter how fresh the space was, it could not provide the nutrients needed for growth. So she needed to open up a space for these flowers to be cultivated. Since the potion made by the crazy blood flower was related to the beast tide that eventually destroyed the wasteland. Naturally, it had to be brought back for some research. Su Mo did not think that he had succeeded after destroying the research of the plunderers. Such a huge plan could not be carried out in only one facility. In places that he could not see, those experiments had never stopped. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you find the possibility of breaking the deadlock. These flowers are one of the key factors. So she brought them back. But this kind of flower is very dangerous. This field is a little far from the camp. No one usually comes here, so it is safe enough. Meow Meow, who is on the lookout, is also a little far away. As his body grows, Meow Meow's resistance to the crazy blood flower becomes more and more obvious. Although he has no tendency to be violent, he never gets close. He even dislikes Suemo, who is stained with the smell of the crazy blood flower. Suemo is also helpless about this. System, do you have any information about the ingredients of the crazy blood potion? She is not proficient in this industry, and it is almost nonsense to study it from scratch. It is not recorded in the data. The disaster came too quickly. Humanity had no power to resist. The humans who were left in the end had almost reached their limit in developing the system. As for tracing the source, it was impossible. The system's answer was a bit heavy. Suemo listened and suddenly asked, "What if you can't complete the task in the end? Perhaps, this time, there will be one more you and me destroyed." The overly human dialogue expressed a sense of sadness. Humanity is too small in the wasteland. If the method you have tried your best to come up with still cannot save the destruction, then how can you talk about the ending? Suemo fell silent. Looking at the blooming blood flowers in front of him, he finally sighed. "I will try to figure it out. At this point, there is no more words that have nothing to do with me. Thank you. I will do my best to help your host." The mechanical sound tape fluctuated, but Suemo felt that the existence of the system was getting closer to humans. But it was more rational than most humans. "Meow!" Meow Meow shouted impatiently. Suemo got up. She had already cleared all the beasts around here. In addition, the ingredients in the mad blood flower stimulated the beasts, so most beasts would not set foot here. Let's wait and see in a few days. After all, this is also an experiment. It's better not to let the people in the camp get involved in this kind of thing for the time being. Stories are stories. If they get involved, it will become an accident. When Suemo brought Meow Meow back to the camp, the sun just set over the camp. The rare warm sunshine in autumn was very bright. Some people were chopping wood to prepare for the winter. Salted fish and smoked meat filled the open space. "Suemo, where have you been? You're finally back." Suemo had just taken a few steps when he saw the person who had rushed over and shouted. It was Muyuyu. "What's wrong?" Suemo, who was pulled, followed Muyuyu to a house. The door was crowded with people. "My grandma suddenly fainted, and the biscuits didn't work. Muyuyu was very anxious. It was only when the two squeezed in that they found that there was a Bailuo standing by the bed. At this time, Bailuo's palm was placed on Grandma Mu's forehead. There was no light or fluctuation. I saw that Grandma Mu's complexion was recovering, and the situation was much better. It was a magical scene. From an outsider's point of view, there were not all kinds of brilliant colors when most people used their abilities. The performance was ordinary, but the effect was outstanding. Before Muyuyu even finished speaking to Suemo, she saw Grandma Mu slowly waking up. Muyuyu rushed over immediately. "Grandma, are you okay? You scared me to death." For Muyuyu, Grandma Mu was her only relative. But Grandma Mu was old, and the weather was getting colder, so her health was getting worse. This sudden fainting naturally scared Muyuyu. I'm fine. Grandma Mu smiled and comforted. "It's amazing. I feel it's amazing after watching it several times. Is this the power of practice?" Many people were discussing in a low voice. This situation was not the first time it happened in the camp. Bailuo would do this when some people in the camp were unwell before. There was no big noise, and no need to take any medicine. It was fine just like that. "Thank you." After making sure that Grandma Mu was fine, Muyuyu looked at Bailuo. Her tone was a little awkward after all. After all, she didn't support Bailuo's faction. "It doesn't matter, we are all family." Bailuo smiled, with a bit of holiness in his eyes. Suemo, who was standing at the door, seemed a little inappropriate at this moment. There was no expression on his face. Suemo, who was watching the scene quietly, still didn't feel any fluctuations of power. "Suemo, come back. I have something to discuss with you, okay?" After seeing Suemo, Bailuo took the initiative to speak. His slightly raised chin looked reserved. At this moment, Bailuo's attitude was not arrogant, but he had a kind of imposing aura of a superior. "Okay." After looking at Grandma Mu, Suemo walked out first. In the room, the door was ajar. Suemo sat on a chair and poured tea for Bailuo, who was sitting opposite him. "Speaking of which, I still have to thank Teacher Bai for taking care of everyone in the camp during my absence. Thank you for tea instead of wine," Suemo said politely, raising the teacup very solemnly. "It should be. After all, if the people in the camp hadn't saved me, I would have died." Before he finished speaking, Bailuo's eyes were slightly moist. "For me, this is my home. I hope everything in the camp is fine." The simple words expressed by Luo's true heart. Suemo smiled at the motionless teacup on the table. Teacher Bai's ability is very strange, and I've seen it for the first time. I just don't know why Teacher Bai didn't use this power to deal with those beasts. Do people with such strange powers need to be rescued? This is the question Suemo asked. She asked Her Qing. However, the people who brought Bai Luo and others back at the beginning could no longer explain what happened that day. And those people are now Bai Luo's loyal followers. Chapter 169. I've heard them tell a lot of stories about you, Miss Su. Actually, I envy you. Bai Luo did not answer Sumo's question directly, but said this instead. I've always wanted the same power as you, so that I can protect myself and the people around me. But I can't. My power can't be used to kill. So, what I can do is to use this power to make others stronger. In this way, I don't seem to be such a waste. A bitter smile bloomed. Bai Luo's sad look is really distressing. There is sorrow on the pure face. The eyelids drooped, and the eyelashes trembled. It's a face that men like. Suemo thought. Her eyes were calm. I wonder if Teacher Bai can tell me how to use your power, she asked, turning her hand holding the teacup. A cup of hot tea, now only warm. As time passed, it gradually turned cold. It tasted bitter when she drank it. The quality of tea leaves in the Wasteland was mostly poor, so she used to like to use mint tea instead. When she was in the camp before, she always used mint tea in her room. And there are still a lot of dried tea in the warehouse now. But now, the tea in the pot is ordinary tea leaves. Suemo didn't like this taste. Just put it down. Bai Luo hesitated for a while, and spoke. It's actually very simple, it's faith. As long as you have enough faith, you can use this power. I call it the power of faith. For example, I firmly believe that Grandma Mu will be safe. As long as this belief is strong enough, it will definitely come true. And that's what I taught them. Believe in yourself, believe in everything, as long as you are sincere enough, you will definitely get rewards. This is the gift given to us by God. Bai Luo said this with sparkling eyes, a kind of fanatic emotion. God? Suemo picked out these two words. Ah! Bai Luo exclaimed, then smiled apologetically. Sorry, I forgot you just came back. Actually, I told the people in the camp the story of my awakening of power. About half a year ago, our family of 4 lived in a camp. Most of the people in that camp were old, weak, sick, and disabled, so there was no good place to camp, and the place where we camped was a bit remote. Many times, supplies could not be exchanged from the base because there were not enough silver coins. And we were often attacked by some ferocious beasts, and even the other camps thought we were easy to bully, and would always exploit us. All of us lived very hard. When talking about the past, Bai Luo's tone was a little choked. Just half a year ago, in one camp, they provoked a terrible beast. They couldn't defeat it, so they led the beast to our camp and made us scapegoats. I watched so many people die in front of me. I couldn't do anything. Fear, pain, and even hatred. At that moment, I really wanted to have the power to destroy those beasts. So at that moment, I heard a voice. It was the voice of God. He told me that as long as I prayed sincerely, everything in the world would respond to me. So I knelt on the ground and prayed all the time. Later, a team from a base happened to pass by nearby, heard the noise, and killed the beasts. So our family survived. But the camp was gone, and we started wandering again. After a bumpy 6 months, we finally came here. Even when I was in danger in the basin that day, I was saved by praying, and the people in the camp showed up. For me, all my strength now is given by God. This is a gift. This is a gift that cannot be squandered or easily obtained. It requires day-to-day practice, sufficient piety, and an unfailing faith. One day, God will come again. At this moment, Bai Luo had a faint smile on his face. The gentle eyebrows and eyes were overly pious. And Suemo felt that he had seen this face before. The world she lived in also had some fanatical religious believers. God, Satan. There were many beliefs, but at that time, what was said more was that if you believed, it existed, and if you didn't believe, it didn't exist. However, the Wasteland was different. The abilities that existed here were enough to subvert her cognition of the world she had lived in. It was like the future in a science fiction world. So, in this world, perhaps there really was a so-called godlike figure. Then, was the practice that Bai Luo talked about desirable? Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Come in. Suemo shouted, but it was Zhang Taiwei who walked in. When he saw Suemo, Zhang Taiwei frowned slightly, just because he saw Bai Luo's red eyes. Teacher Bai, is there something wrong? His drooping fingers clenched into fists. Sumo's eyes slid down, looking at the other party's fist, and a little coldness appeared in his eyes. No, Sumo flatly denied his previous thoughts. There is no practice that allows people to abandon their past selves. The so-called new life. Could it be that everything is based on Bailuo? I'm fine, I just talked about some past events and felt a little emotional. Is there anything you want to talk to me about? Bailuo shook his head and asked. Zhang Taiwei seemed a little worried about the weak expression. That's good. He responded and shook his head again. I just came to see. Is it to see, or do you think that I will be bad for Bailuo? Sumo understood the meaning. I wonder what Mr. Bai wants to talk to me about. Sumo changed the subject and took back his gaze from Zhang Taiwei. A long time ago, Zhou Wu's death had a great impact on Zhang Taiwei. That was his brother. Since then, Zhang Taiwei has been much more silent and has become gloomy. Wang Qing said that since Bailuo came, Zhang Taiwei seemed to have found a new goal and became more energetic. It's just that. He doesn't like to associate with old friends like them anymore. Ah yes, I was thinking, should we hold a banquet? As if he had just remembered, Bailuo suddenly became happy. The frozen atmosphere gradually flowed. Zhang Taiwei consciously left the room, but the door was not closed. Banquet? Sumo raised his eyebrows, a little confused. It's like this, I've discussed it with them. Sumo, you're back, it's a happy event, we should hold a banquet to celebrate. It's just right to celebrate our harvest this autumn. And I heard from them that everyone hasn't had a lively time for a long time, so they really need to relax. What do you think? Chapter 170. Bailuo's proposal seemed reasonable. Sumo did not refuse. After Sumo nodded, Bailuo looked overjoyed and even held Sumo's arm. By the way, Sumo, I heard from them that you are younger than me, only 18. As for me, I really like it here. Sumo, I won't compete with you for anything. Believe me. The swinging arm was a bit coquettish. Looking at Bailuo's transformation, Sumo was a little confused. But the footsteps outside increased. Oh, you are here. I didn't expect you two to be so close. Some people laughed and talked after seeing the intimacy of the two. Sumo didn't clarify anything with a happy face. After all, he couldn't spoil everyone's fun, right? Of course. We must be close. In my heart, Sumo is like my sister. Bailuo answered without hesitation. Speaking of which, Bailuo's little sister, who was about 10 years old, didn't seem to have much presence in the camp. In the crowd, a little girl looked at her sister and Sumo's friendly attitude. Although she had a smile on her face, she was a little disappointed. Interesting. Looking at this scene, Sumo thought, I just don't know what Bailuo wants to play. But since it was agreed to hold a banquet, Sumo naturally gave the order seriously. Early the next morning, the whole camp was noisy. Many people put on new clothes. Some women were dressed very beautifully, and the men in the camp whistled continuously. The hooligan was beaten and scolded by the woman again. In the kitchen, Sumo was busy. After 2 months, Sumo, who made his own food, attracted a lot of expectations. Many people gathered outside the kitchen, as if they were watching some grand event. Is it really so delicious? But there were also people in the camp who had never tasted Sumo's cooking. They were mumbling and asking. After all, Aunt Li's cooking skills were already very good. Even Xiao Xingho could handle it on his own. Of course. The generous praise came from Uncle Wolf. I tell you, I am the first person in our camp to eat the delicacies made by Sumo. It was also me who brought Sumo back. You should all thank me. Seeing Uncle Wolf's attitude of seeking credit, everyone laughed. Master, what is the theme today? Xiao Xingho's face was full of seriousness, and the questions he asked were also very interesting. How about a full meat feast? After several months of accumulation, her space was filled with a large number of beast corpses. The corpses were still fresh in the space. When a big snake was thrown out, some people were excited, while some people were slightly silent. That snake was one of the pets of Wenruzhou and his men when they attacked the camp 2 months ago. At that time, Sumo promised to make a snake soup for everyone. After 2 months, I didn't expect Sumo to really fulfill his promise. Some sentimental people would have tears in their eyes. What happened that day was still vivid in their minds. They owed Sumo. Not only that, this emotion spread quickly. Many people were affected. Zhang Taiwei was following Bailuo and arranging the banquet for today. The smiling face faded slightly when he saw the snake's corpse. The complex emotions in his pupils flickered several times. What's wrong? Bailuo's gentle voice sounded. Zhang Taiwei was stunned, looked up and smiled again. Nothing. Bai Luo didn't know much about what happened that day. Or rather, many people avoided what happened that day. After all, no one wants to admit that they betrayed Suemo, right? But Suemo didn't think too much. The snake was almost intact. It was very difficult to handle. When the snow white meat slices were peeled off, some people began to swallow their saliva. A plate of raw meat accelerated the secretion of saliva, which showed that everyone was looking forward to today's dishes. Under Sumo's command, the affairs in the kitchen were carried out in an orderly manner. Many of them were started by Suemo, and then handed over to Antli or Xiao Xingho to finish. But this snake soup, Suemo made it himself. It was a little different from the one he made for Miao Miao before. The pot was heated with hot oil. The meat pieces of appropriate size were thrown into the oil pan and fried first. When the snow-white meat gradually turned golden, Suemo took it out. Then put it into the soup pot prepared earlier. A snake king, the bones are also huge. The snake meat was added to the bone soup and simmered slowly over low heat. There were no extra side dishes, just some shredded radish to make the soup more delicious. The heat was not yet reached, and the hot steam coming out of the lid made some people sniff hard. I think I can finish 5 bowls of rice. TSK, what's that? I can eat with a pot. Uncle Wolf patted his belly to show his ability. The people in the camp never get tired of competing with each other on such things. This atmosphere seems to have returned to the past. Suemo smiled, his eyes slightly warm. The movements of his hands were very crisp. When each dish came out of the pot, it would be brought to Suemo. After Suemo nodded, the dishes would be served. In the open space of the camp, the tables were stacked together. Very long. The wine was ready. Some people couldn't wait to drink it. In the enclosed open space, the woman was dancing. The graceful dance was enjoyable. And with Sumo's applause, the dishes began to be served one by one. After a busy morning, the highlight came on stage. Bai Luo, who had a special status in the camp, was arranged to be below Suemo. On the other side of Bai Luo was Mu Yuyu. Shi Yin still had no intention of coming out to eat. Suemo did not force him. Damn, this is the taste. Some people just took a bite and started eating with their bowls. Those who had experienced this situation started snatching without hesitation. Some even started eating directly. Most of these were people who had followed Suemo all the way. As for those who came from other camps, they saw the crazy attitude of the old people in the rock camp and started eating half-believingly. Just one bite. Those people also went crazy. Get out of here. My. Damn it, who lied to me before, saying that Aunt Li's cooking skills were already superb. Ha ha, I didn't lie to you. Aunt Li is a master, but I didn't say her cooking skills can surpass the master. Oh, you are still right, you kid, put down that piece of meat. A bunch of people shouted, and some even fought. Of course, there is still a sense of propriety. Suemo, who was sitting at the top, looked at everyone with a smile. They said your cooking is delicious, it turns out it's true. Bai Luo's voice sounded. Suemo turned his head to see the other party and smiled. Thank you. But this sentence was full of calm confidence that Bai Luo ignored. Chapter 171. After a good meal, the last dish is Sumo's masterpiece. Dish name, snake soup, a great introduction. A late but still good dish, which is filled with the chef's emotions, but has no special effect. Effect of consumption, enhances the maker's physique. Evaluation by diners, 1 pot. Not possible, I lose if you eat one more piece a dish without any special effect. Even the grade is only A. For Suemo, the income of 100 energy points is better than nothing. It tastes very good and is very delicious. Some light golden oil floats on the milky white soup, decorated with chopped green onions. A sip warms the heart and stomach. Refreshing. Uncle Wolf is satisfied with a long sigh. He leans back on the chair, but his hand is holding his bowl tightly. Just kidding. Those little wolf cubs have learned to be smart now, and they don't respect the old and love the young when it comes to eating. Sister Sue, I've finished drinking. The little doubting who licked the bowl clean raised his head, looking like an honest child. Suemo handed the bowl in front of him to the other party. Drink more. Touching Doubting's head, the doting on Sumo's face was not false. Okay. The voice, that tried to pretend to be calm, was filled with unconcealed joy. The little Doubting raised his head and glanced at those people. The proud little eyes seemed to say, you are all younger brothers. Damn, someone cursed in a low voice. They actually lost to a child. But they didn't have the face to act like a spoiled child in front of Suemo. Sister Sue, I finished drinking too. Some shameless voices came from Wu Zixu. The woman who was older than Suemo looked at Suemo with a pitiful face. This time, next to Wu Zixiao, Fu Xiao couldn't help covering his face. It's a bit embarrassing, what should I do? There's more over there. Pointing to the direction of the kitchen, Su Mo said. The next second, the long table was empty. If you ask where people went, of course, they were scrambling in the kitchen. No. It's not completely empty. Bai Luo held the bowl with a smile, but the snake soup in the bowl was not eaten much. Next to her were her parents. Aunt Bai looked a little ugly at this time. As for the male owner of the family of 4, he ate silently. When he met Su Mo's eyes, he smiled politely, but there was no hostility. As for the little girl, it seemed to be called by Ruoru, sitting upright on the chair, looking well-behaved, but with a little panic in her pupils. Miss Su is indeed extraordinary. This kind of scene even attracted those who had just joined not long ago. And she had worked so hard for so long, but it seemed that she had not reached the level of mobilizing the atmosphere. Didn't Teacher Bai say that it should be more lively? Su Mo tilted her head and asked, with a bit of innocence in her eyes. You? She uttered a word, but saw that some people had already walked back. Those are the winners. Although these people's faces were bruised and purple, they still smiled. Su Mo waited for Bai Luo's next words. But she saw that the smile in front of her, which should have been flawless, was distorted for a moment. Miss Su is really good at tricks. But I won't lose. The voice was so soft that only a few people at a close distance could hear it. Ah, you won't lose? So Teacher Bai can cook. Do you want to try? Su Mo suddenly raised her voice. Why don't we compete? There's so many days, right? Su Mo admitted that she had bad intentions at this time. It was just that seeing Bai Luo's broken eyes, it was very refreshing. As for the others, looking around, those people were immersed in a joyful atmosphere. The so-called influence of faith exerted by Bai Luo on those people seemed to have decreased. Miss Bai is really good at joking. His facial muscles became stiff, and Bai Luo laughed dryly. Some people's eyes suddenly became disappointed. So, it's better not to set up a perfect personality, right? It seems that Teacher Bai's power of faith is not omnipotent. The crisp words seemed to be a slap in the face. But Su Mo didn't wait for Bai Luo's answer, and turned to talk to the others. That attitude was a bit contemptuous, as if he didn't take Bai Luo seriously at all. Bai Luo didn't move, but Aunt Bai's face flushed. She wanted to stand up, but was held down by Bai Luo. No! He spat out 2 words, his tone heavy and cold. But to the rest of the people, Bai Luo still smiled. The banquet proposed by Bai Luo lasted from noon to night, and the guests enjoyed themselves. After all, only a few were unhappy. When the moon was hanging overhead, some drunk people reluctantly went back. Some people even lay on the ground and fell asleep. The bonfire burned more vigorously. Su Mo was also drunk at the banquet. But her eyes remained clear. The noise did not stop until late at night. The camp returned to silence. A room in the cave was very dark. The curtain was lifted, and the little light outside made people vaguely see inside. It was the house where Shi Yan lived now. Someone sat up on the bed, and the voice was a little excited. You are here. Shi Yan stood up and wanted to light the candle, but was rejected by the other party. That's it. In the darkness, the woman's voice was too cold, even with a little anger. But it can still be heard from this voice that the person coming is Bai Luo. Okay, listen to you. But my hand, when can it be restored? Shi Yan moved his right arm. It was difficult to lift it, not to mention holding the axe. But he always felt that it was much better than before. All this changed after Bai Luo came. What Su Mo couldn't give to him, Bai Luo could. Come here, Bai Luo said coldly. She stood in the darkness, watching the other person kneel in front of her. Her slender fingers touched Shi Yan's brows, with a slight chill. Shi Yan became excited. Here it comes, here it comes. The Lord told me that he would help you recover your hand. But you need to help the Lord do something first. The voice was a bit weird, as if he was suppressing the resentment in his heart. Listen to the Lord's teachings. Shi Yan didn't mean to refuse at all. It's very simple. That is, kill Su Mo. The last sentence was full of murderous intent and grudges. Bai Luo, whose face couldn't be seen in the darkness, pressed Shi Yan's head down with a little force. The great Lord has only this one request. Can you do it? The question was in a persuasive tone. Bai Luo bent down. His breath was like orchid. You know, if you want something, you have to pay for it, especially for the great Lord. After all, the Lord will only bestow gifts on those who are useful. Can you prove your own value? Chapter 172. Value. Yes, he is valuable. People without value will be ruthlessly abandoned in the wasteland. Looking back on his previous life, he was not free and easy, but he had power in his hands. And now he is half a useless person. Sumo. Yes, it's all Sumo. Since Sumo came to the camp, everything has changed, and the disaster has begun. They were forced to leave the former camp. His arm was disabled. Now she even occupied the camp, and became a god that everyone fears. Why? Yes. Hoarse words squeezed out of the dry throat. Just one word, full of resentment. In the dark night, Yan's eyes were suppressed and strange, with a kind of paranoid piety. Look forward to the coming of the Lord. When he looked up again, Bai Luo had left. He stood up from the ground in a trance. Yan slapped his head, feeling something was wrong. It seemed like he had forgotten something important just now. Muttering, Yan climbed onto the bed and went back to sleep. After this night, everyone in the camp on the second day was refreshed. After 2 months of absence, the alienation she felt when Sumo came back completely disappeared. Early in the morning, Sumo was surrounded by a group of children. They were clamoring to line up and play with Meow Meow. Meow Meow, who didn't like to deal with people, was patient with these children. With Sumo as the center, the camp seemed to be reunited. And this scene was naturally not what some people wanted to see. Aunt Bai, who was shaking the quilt, was not in a good mood. Beside her, several women were chatting. Every word and sentence was about Sumo. Actually, our camp has only gotten better since Sumo came. We didn't dare to hope that we could be so rich during the winter. The several warehouses in the cave were all filled to the brim. In addition to the bacon, there were also sheep in the sheepfold. As long as the leading sheep were not moved, the beasts would be as obedient as lambs. But I heard that things in your camp have been going on since Sumo came. And what? Isn't the feud between base number 8 and you also because of Sumo? Aunt Bai looked at the others with a puzzled look. When she said that, the others looked strange. Sumo is? One of the ants seemed to want to explain something, but was suddenly interrupted by Aunt Bai. It's all for you. Aunt Bai sneered after saying this. If it's really for you, wouldn't it be better if she didn't come back? Wasn't the camp fine during the 2 months she was away? Now that she's back, who knows if that base or predator will come to trouble us again? By then, someone will die again. If it's someone from your family. Shutting up suddenly, Aunt Bai looked apologetic. Sorry, that's not what I meant, and I didn't say Sumo was a disaster. I just think that we can't ignore the role of others just because Sumo did what he did, right? And the others are also people, and this camp doesn't belong to just one person. After saying this, Aunt Bai smiled and left quickly. The people left behind looked at each other, with a somewhat ugly expression. Just after turning a corner, Aunt Bai was suddenly pulled by someone. It was Bai Luo. At this moment, Bai Luo lost his gentle and kind appearance in front of others, and looked at Aunt Bai sternly. Who told you to talk too much? This sentence was a question. Aunt Bai's face turned pale, and she seemed to be in awe of Bai Luo. But she still said stubbornly, I just can't stand them saying anything and bringing that Sumo with them. What's so great about her? Look, as soon as she came back, those people didn't even look at us straight in the eye. Enough. Bai Luo scolded in a low voice. Do you want me to fail? Suddenly stretched out his hand, and pinched Aunt Bai's neck directly. After pressing her against the wall, Bai Luo's eyes were fierce. There was a cold loneliness on his face. Don't forget your identity. I asked you to come here to act, not to treat me as your parents, and certainly not to take advantage of me. Don't blame me if you dare to do it again. Squinting slightly, cruelty flowed in her pupils. I know. Aunt Bai responded weakly, her hands were shaking. I'm just for your own good. The last few words were said very quietly, but Bai Luo still heard them. Put it down, shook his hand, and snorted coldly. Is it for my own good, or do you want to protect your own status? Be obedient, I promise, and you will naturally have to do it. If you do this again, you will never let her come back. After saying these words, Bai Luo left. After a while, Aunt Bai came out from the corner. But her face was still a little gloomy. Back in the house, Aunt Bai looked up and saw her husband's expressionless face. She was immediately angry. What are you looking at? I did all this for our daughter. Why don't you react at all? Don't you want her to come back? Shouting, Aunt Bai went forward and slapped her husband. Uncle Bai, who was sitting on the chair as steady as a rock, let his wife vent her emotions. He didn't raise his hand to hold Aunt Bai until the slap began to greet his face. Bai Luo is dead and can't come back. Now she is a monster using our daughter's body. You have to believe in monsters. But don't force us. Pushing Aunt Bai away, Uncle Bai still sat back in the chair, holding the cup in a daze. Aunt Bai, who almost fell down, had tears rolling down after hearing this. She sat on the ground, muttering, "How could my little Luo die? She is still alive, alive." At this time, the curtain was lifted. A little girl walked in. It was Bairuoro, who was only 10 years old. Seeing her mother in this state, Bairuoro turned a blind eye. "Dad." She called Uncle Bai, and her little face was particularly well behaved. "Well, you're back. Are you tired?" Uncle Bai's expression also eased, and he stroked his daughter's hair and asked. "Not tired." The little girl shook her head. Suddenly, her arm was pulled. It was Aunt Bai. Grabbing Bairuoro's shoulders, Aunt Bai's state was a little wrong at this time. Her eyes were red, and her expression was fierce. "Why don't you die? Why don't you die? Why not you, why my daughter?" It seemed that in Aunt Bai's heart, Bairuoro was not her daughter. Hearing these words, Bairuoro's young face showed a sad mood. But it disappeared quickly. She freed herself from Aunt Bai's restraints. The little person's tone was cold. "Mother, you are tired. It's time to rest." Chapter 173. The voice of the 10-year-old child was too calm, but Uncle Bai was not surprised. Aunt Bai pushed Bairuoro away and stumbled inside. Her soul-destroying look was a little pitiful. Bairuoro looked coldly, still expressionless. "Dad, I don't want a monster to be my sister." It was a very light sentence, but it was full of anger. Uncle Bai's eyes moved slightly, and then he sighed. "But your mother." She was about to say something, but she said it all. "When she gets what she wants, she will definitely let us go. Just bear with it for now." Bairuoro, who was being persuaded, had a determined look in her eyes. "I like it here very much, Dad." In the ambiguous words, Bairuoro let Uncle Bai hold her in his arms. But this warm scene did not last long, and was interrupted by a scream. Someone rushed out of the cave covered in blood. Screams continued. But in the center of the crowd were Suemo, who was also covered in blood, and Bailuo, who was lying on the ground. At this moment, Bailuo seemed to be dying. His chest rose and fell slowly. Blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth, but he looked at Suemo with a smile. "I'm glad you're okay." He almost squeezed out a sentence, but he finally finished it. Then Bailuo fainted. Sumo's eyes moved, and he looked up not far away, where a person was pressed to the ground. Dad, what's wrong with you?" Shirqing's voice was panicked. He never thought that his father would do such a thing. The bystanders who witnessed the whole process were terrified and scared. Everything went back to a quarter of an hour ago. At that time, when Suemo was handling some affairs in the room, Shi came over. As the original founder of the rock camp, Suemo has always been respectful. But this time the other party was a little rude and barged in without knocking. "Suemo, I have something to discuss with you." Facing such words, Suemo asked the other party to sit down and prepare to talk in detail. The man who has always been steady seemed a little hesitant in front of Suemo. Sometimes he was in a daze, and his expression was trance. Facing such Shi, Suemo did not urge him, but waited. "Suemo!" Until the other party called her again. "Well, what's the matter?" She responded and put down the thing she was handling. Then, she met a pair of eyes that were too scary. It was as if he had not rested for a long time, and was full of red bloodshot. The dark blue under his eyes settled, making Shi's whole person gloomy. "I remember what I wanted to say." Shi stood up and walked to Sumo's side, his voice low and painful. Suemo looked up and saw a cold light flashing. It was the sword on Shi's waist. For Suemo, fighting was not unfamiliar. It would be difficult for anyone to sneak attack her. What's more, the one in front of her was just a warrior who still had no awakening ability. Suemo dodged easily, and then saw the other party's red eyes, holding a knife and chasing directly. That crazy look was as if someone was controlling his mind. Yes, Suemo did not doubt Shi at the first time. But facing the other party's pursuit, she still took action. With her strength, she easily pressed the other party down. "I wanted to use food that can remove negative effects, but at this moment, someone suddenly broke in. That person was Bailuo. What happened next became interesting. Oh my god! Bailuo seemed a little bit unbelievable in front of the scene. She covered her mouth and shouted, her expression moving. It was just this one word. Shi, who should have stopped struggling, stiffened his body, and then his strength suddenly increased. The sudden change allowed him to break free from Sumo's restraints. In the fierce fight, he scratched Sumo's arm. Just when Shi was about to chop Sumo's head with a knife, Bailuo rushed over at this time. She pushed Suemo away, and then blocked the knife that would not hit Suemo. Someone happened to pass by here, and screams rang out. Sumo had to subdue Shiryan. So there was the scene in front of him. Scanning the expressions of the people around him, Sumo squatted down and pried open Bai Luo's mouth. The pill was stuffed into the other person's mouth, forcing him to swallow it. This was a portable healing delicacy she made after she came back. Doubting likes to call it a sugar pill. The healing effect of the special delicacy is still as good as before. The wound on Bai Luo's chest was healing visibly. He took off his coat and covered Bai Luo's body. At this moment, almost all the people gathered. And through the witness's narration, everything seemed to be clear. Shiryan suddenly attacked Sumo for some reason. At the critical moment, Bai Luo stepped forward and blocked a knife for Sumo. It was like a thrilling story, but it always sounded like a superficial illusion. Sumo, what's going on? Dr. Zhang asked Sumo. As a doctor, she could see that Shiryan was not in the right situation. His crazy look was really scary. Even facing his son Shirqing, Shiryan was still struggling. He was shouting something. Kill her, kill her! She is a disaster. The vague words could give rise to more speculation. Some people trembled and looked at Sumo with a little doubt. It was as if they were asking why the camp, which had been peaceful for 2 months, had an accident as soon as Sumo came back. Silent doubts were the most deadly. Although the situation was under control, it was not over yet. Lock him up alone first. Sumo pointed at Shiryan and said. On the side, Shirqing looked panicked. As for Bai Luo, although he was still unconscious, he was not seriously injured. This made many people feel relieved. Teacher Bai is working too hard. She really wants the best for the camp. No one wants those two to become enemies. Someone sighed, but was reminded. Don't talk nonsense. No matter how many people were talking secretly, none of them would consider Sumo's plan. There was not much light in the dark room. Shiryan, who was locked up, was kneeling on the ground, confused. And when Sumo pushed the door open, the sudden killing intent was not an illusion. You are a disaster star, it's all your fault. He shouted, and his right arm, which was not flexible to begin with, was a little twisted at this moment. Sumo ignored the other party's words, and stuffed the food directly into the other party's mouth. The slightly bitter pill is used to eliminate all negative effects. As the pill rolled down his throat, Shiryan's body stiffened, his eyes widened, and then he swung more wildly. The chain was pulled loudly. Shirqing, who followed Sumo in, stepped forward and seemed to want to say something. But someone held his shoulders. It was Uncle Wolf. Trust Sumo. These 4 words were as heavy as 1,000 pounds at this moment. Chapter 174. Shiryan's pain in his struggle was unbearable to watch. His body trembled for a long time before gradually stopping. At this time, Shiryan was sweating profusely, panting, and his voice was almost incoherent. What is this? He looked up in a trance, looking at the person in front of him, a little confused. But facing the puzzled Shiryan, Sumo and the other's eyes became deeper. What did Bai Luo do? Shirqing punched the wall with one fist, and the dust fell, but it was useless. Sumo believed in his food. The negative effects were definitely eliminated. Then why did Shiryan not remember what happened before? And according to Shiryan's narration, he just remembered that he rested in the room, as if he went to sleep. Everything after that was muddled, and he couldn't remember it at all. Mental suggestion? Hypnosis? Mental control? These are all possible. It must be said that Bai Luo seemed to have thought of his own way out. Or maybe, Shiryan's situation was not a negative effect. Sumo, who helped Shiryan up, has not yet made a conclusion. But the incident has already happened. Those people have become wary of Shiryan. When Shiryan followed Sumo out, some people questioned him. How can he be released? The person who spoke should have come with Muyuyu. He muttered at this time, and after seeing the eyes of some people, he increased his voice. Who knows if he will go crazy again? This question made Shirqing clench his fists. Whatever he wanted to do, he was stopped by Uncle Wolf. Sumo is here, someone said, expressing support for Sumo. Is she omnipotent? Sumo was attacked this time, and it was Teacher Bai who helped her. The man shook off his companion's hand. He looked at Sumo with annoyance. He then turned and left. The words he left behind were quite meaningful. Does Sumo still need Teacher Bai to save him? You know, Teacher Bai can't fight. Not everyone has seen Sumo's power. Many people hid their doubts in their hearts and didn't vent them. The atmosphere in the camp became serious again. Lock me up. Shiryan stood up and said softly to Sumo. No matter what the reason is, it's not appropriate for me to show up now. And I can't guarantee whether I will be attacked again. The tone was full of guilt. He never thought that he would draw a knife against Suemo. Okay. Suemo agreed. Finally, Shi Yin was imprisoned. Not in a cave, but in a small wooden house near the camp. Thus, the situation was slightly calmed down. As Suemo was helped, it seemed right for her to visit the kind-hearted Bai Luo. The house of the Bai family of 4 was not small. As Bai Luo's status rose, the Bai family had changed their residence in the camp several times. The house was spacious and clean. There was a light inside, very bright. When Suemo arrived, it was the little girl Bai Ruoruo who poured her tea. Thank you, Suemo said. Bai Ruoruo nodded, but secretly looked behind her. Turning around, I saw little Doubting winking at Bai Ruoruo. Doubting followed Suemo over, and when he saw Suemo's eyes, he stuck out his tongue in embarrassment. Sister Su, Ruoruo is my friend. Little Doubting tilted his head and said cutely. This word friend made Suemo raise his eyebrows. Then he saw that Bai Ruoruo's face turned red, and even her eyes became shy. This? Suemo suddenly laughed a little. Who would have thought that these two children had such a good relationship? But from Suemo's observation, Bai Ruoruo and her sister were different. At this time, the curtain inside was lifted. It was Aunt Bai who helped Bai Luo out. It was also after these two people appeared that the smile on Bai Ruoruo's face disappeared. Standing on the side, like a wooden man. Looking at Doubting again, it seems that he is used to Bai Ruoruo's performance. Suemo's eyes moved slightly, but she didn't say anything. Uncle Bai was not here at this time, and there were only the mother and daughter. Suemo, thank you for coming to see me, but I'm fine now. Those pills of yours are very useful. Bai Luo's face turned pale as he said this. It's just, I've never done anything like this before, so I was a little scared. Perhaps he saw Suemo's thoughts, and Bai Luo explained thoughtfully. You don't have to worry about me. Suemo smiled as he spoke sensibly now. Anyway, thank you for your help. Bai Luo raised his teacup and smiled. You're polite, it's what I should do. After all, if you get hurt, many people in our camp will be sad. Right, Doubting. She turned around and waved at Doubting. But Doubting walked directly to Suemo's side and grabbed her sleeve. Hey, little Doubting, your teacher Bai is calling you to come over, come here. Seeing this, Aunt Bai reached out to pull Doubting. And Suemo raised her hand to hold Doubting's head and glanced at Aunt Bai. Just a glance, the other party put down her hand awkwardly. When she saw Bai Luo's slightly stiff eyes, Suemo lowered her eyes. Bai Luo has always been very enthusiastic about Doubting. This enthusiasm ignored Doubting's repeated rejections. And as far as she knew, Bai Luo didn't treat people who left the camp like this. The official words lasted for a long time. Suemo's thanks were over. When she left with Doubting, it was the little girl who came to see him off. My mother, she wasn't like this before. The little girl's voice was a little sad, and the bitterness between her eyebrows almost overflowed. She is a very mature girl. But she didn't mention her sister at all. Suemo thought about it, and saw the other party hurriedly turn back. Ruoruo is very pitiful. It was Doubting who explained to his good friend. Oh, tell me. Suemo smiled and looked at him. It seems that this boy knows how to feel sorry for girls at such a young age. Ruoruo said that her sister had a serious illness and her mother was worried. Later, her sister recovered, but her mother always put her sister at the center of everything, just like now. Doubting frowned and said in a mature tone. I don't like Ruoruo's sister, but I like Ruoruo. Children's love is pure. Suemo listened and nodded slowly. She was thinking about something. This family of 4 is not as united as others say. By the way, Sister Su, I had a nightmare again last night. When Suemo heard this, he stopped. Someone walked by and greeted Suemo, who nodded in response. Putting his hand on Do Ding's shoulder, Suemo's tone was slightly serious. Did you tell the others? No. I listened to Sister Su. Even my mother didn't tell me about the nightmare. Do Ding raised his head to express his obedience to Suemo. Okay, you are so good. Suemo laughed, but his eyes were as deep as the abyss. The Nightmare of Predictability. Chapter 175. What Suemo didn't expect was that the aftermath of this matter was not over yet. At night, Suemo, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly opened his eyes. When the light was turned on, he saw Mu Yuyu and Xiao Linghua standing at the door. Although the two came together uninvited, they deliberately made noises. Although Suemo had already noticed it. Suemo stood up and rubbed his eyebrows. What's wrong? Of course, there was no malice, but it seemed that both of them were a little angry. I want to discuss something with you. Compared to Xiao Linghua's hesitation, Mu Yuyu came over openly and poured Suemo a glass of cold water to wake him up. Go ahead. Helpless Suemo held the cup and looked at the two. Can you drive that Bai Luo away? Muyuyu's straightforwardness made Xiao Linghua beside him a little nervous, but she saw that Suemo was not angry. Then she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, in the days when she was with Suemo before, Suemo was a somewhat mysterious person in her eyes. At that time, her attitude was even a little arrogant. Only when she came here and learned about the strength of this place, and Sumo's strength, she realized that at that time, it would be easy for Suemo to crush her to death. In this way, her mentality changed. She used to be the leader of a camp, but here, there is only one leader, that is Suemo. Facing Suemo, she was a little weak, and even dared not to be too unrestrained. Because she didn't know Sumo's true character. Just looking at Muyuyu's attitude, Xiao Linghua felt a little relieved. Oh, why? Suemo, who asked this question, actually had a bottom line in his heart. If I don't drive him away, the people under my command will all be eager to become his slaves. Muyuyu sat on the chair and complained. She has a cheerful personality. When she mentioned Bai Luo, she was full of resentment. Even if there was only one rock camp. But as a former leader, those who followed her would definitely listen to her in some small matters. And the camp did not take away all her rights. As long as they did not threaten the peace of the camp, those ordinary people were equivalent to her team members. But these team members have now become Bai Luo's lackeys. Especially this time, when those people learned about Bai Luo's bravery and selflessness, their attitude became more obvious. Some even did not carry themselves. Not only that. Looking at Sumo's calm look, Muyuyu gritted her teeth. Some people even secretly discussed to make Bai Luo the leader of the camp. Seeing that her position was about to lose, Suemo was not in a hurry. Listening to the two people complaining, Suemo remained calm. There was no disgust on her face towards Bai Luo. What do you think? Or have you really decided that the camp needs a so-called second-in-command? Then wait for this second-in-command to overthrow your position. Muyuyu didn't say the last sentence, but she believed that Suemo would understand. This is my territory. Facing the doubt, Suemo gave a few words, sonorous and powerful. Her eyes were raised, and her eyes were shining. Against the background of the lights, her eyes were amazingly beautiful. Her fair skin was like porcelain, with a gorgeous smile blooming on it. If you want to do it, you need to leave no future troubles. Are you really unprepared? Of course not. She looked at the two and suddenly said, I wonder how long you can endure before you come to me. This sentence shocked the two. Muyuyu opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but her shoulders drooped in dejection. So you guessed it all. That's right. The first day she met Suemo, she didn't think Suemo was a submissive person, let alone someone who would tolerate someone challenging her authority. Especially since Suemo had pulled this up all by herself. I'm waiting for an opportunity. Actually, I should be the one who gets hurt this time. The leisurely tone carried Sumo's careless smile. Be confident. This is the word Xiao Linghua thought of. It's like standing above everyone, watching the people below fighting with cold eyes, with a pair of eyes always clear. Even. Everything is developing according to her idea. Thinking of this, Xiao Linghua's eyes became odd. Even Muyuyu realized this. Frowning, his tone became serious. Are you deliberately weakening your influence on the people in the camp? Suemo, who was almost invincible in the hearts of the people in the camp, was easily backstabbed by a soldier. Can such a Suemo really continue to lead everyone? I think that except for Sumo's diehard fans, many people will have doubts in their hearts. And doubts will eventually find answers. It's just that which direction this answer leans towards. This is what Suemo is waiting for. What do you want to do? Muyuyu asked this question, but Suemo just smiled. In the end, when the two left, there was still no answer. The lights flickered, and the shadows danced. The door of the house was pushed open again, and what I saw was a cat-sized Meow Meow. Jumping onto the table, Meow Meow vomited something. It was a piece of paper. Meow Meow, swinging his tail, lay on the table, yawning a little bored. He was too tired to be a messenger recently. Fortunately, he was very satisfied with the small meal that this human gave him. It was wronged, so he had to bear it. Thank you for your hard work. Suemo, who threw the dried meat over, opened the note. The self inside was upright and strong. The signature was a flower mark. It was the crazy blood flower. Looking at the content above, Sumo's eyebrows curved and smiled brightly. But there was no smile in his eyes, cold and murderous. Some people, only when they jump to the highest point, will they fall down and suffer more, right? Deeper in the Qingmu Basin, a group of people were busy without any complaints. Miao Jingshan, who coordinated the affairs here, had bright and burning eyes. The burly Xing Song followed like a tail, still muttering. I think those people are a little disappointed. Suemo is so good, they actually want to rebel, they are fools. The mumbling tone is very interesting. Anyway, they are definitely stupider than you. The person who took over was the sharp-tongued Han Jiayue. When she saw Xing Song's angry eyes, she snorted coldly. Those people have been taken care of by Suemo, and they have long forgotten that they would not exist without Suemo. How can they wake up without a slap? What are you looking at? Do you want to be slapped by Suemo? The fierce attitude made Xing Song shrink his neck. Why is this woman so cruel? I don't know why. Han Jiayue seems to have completely exposed her true nature. After the hesitation and probing in the ruins, Han Jiayue's temper improved a lot. Looking at the two people going back and forth, Miao Jingshan's eyes were meaningful. It's okay as long as I can't be aggressive to you. That's right. Xing Song nodded, looking at the sea of flowers in front of him, with a proud tone. Chapter 176. Atmosphere is something that not everyone can understand. Just like Aunt Bai. She shuttled through the camp, shouting loudly, inviting some people to her home. Some of those who were invited were particularly honored, while others refused. Aunt Bai didn't care about this. Every word she said was about her daughter. Oh really, my Xiao Luo is the most sensible. I want to thank everyone for taking care of us, and Xiao Luo helped me do a lot of things. Haha, cooking? How can I bear to let Xiao Luo cook? Anyway, Aunt Li and I have learned a lot from each other. Although we can't compare to Sumo's cooking skills, we will definitely satisfy everyone. Please show your support. Many people responded. Finally, Aunt Bai walked in front of Suemo. Standing by the sheepfold, Suemo was stroking the head of the sheep. The head sheep, who no one in the camp could get close to, was particularly well behaved under Suemo. Meow Meow squatted not far away. It was as big as a tiger, but was pressed down by many children. If you look closely, you will find that the head sheep seemed to be a little afraid of Meow Meow's existence. It even stuck close to Suemo, as if seeking shelter. After calming the head sheep's emotions, Meow Meow left with a little kid. Looking at this scene, Aunt Bai's eyes were full of disgust. Especially after seeing the head sheep, fear and disgust mixed together, very complicated. Aunt Bai forced to control her expression, her tone was a little stiff. How could anyone like to deal with these beasts? These are demons, demons sent to torture them. I go. Facing the invitation, Suemo said with a very friendly attitude. That's good, that's good. Aunt Bai finally left happily. There were a lot of people at the family dinner. Almost everyone in the camp received an invitation. But not everyone came. Sumo's attendance puzzled many people. Doesn't she know that those people are deliberately demonstrating? Someone in the distance looked at the excitement of the Bai family, and said with gritted teeth. The meaning of being disappointed with someone has already shown her support for Suemo. She must have her own ideas. The others also supported Suemo, but they said this without confidence. Hey brother Qi, what do you think? Qi Ling, who happened to pass by here, was caught. Sumo's profile can be seen here. Suemo, who was toasted, smiled. You're right. Qi Ling responded and left. He also had to ask Aunt Li for Afong what delicious food to eat later. Ah, what does brother Qi mean? The man seemed to understand. What is right? Several people couldn't explain it. Everyone. Thank you for taking care of our family all the time. During the banquet, Bai Luo raised his glass and spoke sincerely. I am also very grateful to Suemo. If it weren't for Suemo, there would be no camp, and without this camp, there would be no me. Thank you for accepting us. This glass toast to you. This glass was aimed at Suemo. You're welcome. Raising his hand, the wine went down his throat, with a spicy and slightly sweet taste. Sumo's eyes flickered a few times. This wine. She shouldn't be stupid enough to act now. The thought flashed through her mind, and the banquet continued. Aunt Bai, who was supposed to accompany the guests, left in the middle of the meal. There were bushes growing outside the camp. Few people usually come here. The house has been used to store firewood, but after imprisoning Shi Yan, no one comes here to cause trouble. There was a lock on the door. But it was Aunt Bai's action that opened the door lock. Xiao Luo will remember your help, don't worry. Aunt Bai said to the person at the door, ignored the other party's excited expression, and pushed the door open. In the room, Shi Yan looked up. The narrow window did not let in too much light. He could vaguely see the other party's decadent appearance. When Shi Yan, who had a beard, saw Aunt Bai, his tone was much higher. How did you get in? What are you doing here? No one should come in here. Even 3 meals a day were delivered through the window. Don't you know what I'm doing here? Looking at Shi Yan's current appearance, Aunt Bai raised her chin slightly, with a somewhat arrogant tone. Or do you want to continue to be locked here like a dog? Her eyes stayed at Shi Yan's ankles. There was a chain there, tying Shi Yan to the ground. Special water-sinking stone. Ordinary people with special abilities cannot break it, let alone a half-wasted warrior Shi Yan. What do you mean? Shi Yan's pupils were trembling, but his tone was still firm. I volunteered. Voluntary? But shouldn't you know that you actually have no problem at all? You just follow your heart. After all, it's natural to want to kill someone who destroyed everything for you. The persuasive words made Shi Yan retreat. Get lost. Shi Yan shouted, but found that no one came in. The gatekeeper. After a moment of shock, Shi Yan understood, and his expression became ugly. You heard me. You hurt you? Faced with this, Aunt Bai sneered again. We are helping you. And this time, I came to help you get rid of it. After Aunt Bai approached Shi Yan, she saw Shi Yan trying to push her away. But Aunt Bai's action was very soul-stirring. The needle in her hand directly pierced Shi Yan's neck. Dizzy, Shi Yan knelt on the ground. He hugged his head. Vaguely, he saw a person standing in front of him. The other person smiled contemptuously at him. This place is mine. You useless person, why don't you get out of here? He saw clearly that the person was Sumo. I'm not useless. Shi Yan roared, his eyes red again. He looked up in a trance. Yes, you're not useless. Aunt Bai was a little scared when facing such a Shi Yan, but she still stood by and continued to speak. You are the warrior our Lord trusts the most. And now, our Lord asked me to bring you a message. Kill Sumo, he will give you power. Your glory will come back. Can you do it? Aunt Bai spoke clearly, as if she had practiced it many times. She took out the key, opened the chain, and then quickly backed away. Power, yes, I need power. Shi Yan, who was unconscious, twisted his head, his bones creaking. Finally, he found the direction of the door and walked out. In the camp, people were drunk. Many people laughed heartily after drinking. Teacher Bai, I tell you, I will trust you in this life. I trust you more than anyone else, don't worry, I can do anything for you. A strong man rushed to Bai Luo and said drunken words. Chapter 177. The alcohol smell is very strong. Bai Luo smiled at the person in front of him, keeping politeness. But he still slightly turned sideways to avoid the other party's pulling arm. Thank you. Sumo, who was seen from the corner of his eye, was just holding a glass and drinking. Just looking at his expression, it is impossible to tell what Sumo is thinking at the moment. Bai Luo was a little irritated. She thought she had done a good job. After Shi Yan's incident, she won back the hearts of the people. Shouldn't Sumo be anxious? But why is he still calm? She hated Sumo's expression. It was as if he didn't take her seriously. Dark thoughts flashed in his eyes. And Sumo, who was stared at, was very comfortable. The drunkard finally expressed his true feelings. He swayed his body, and wanted to walk back to what he was doing. But he bumped into someone on the way. Who is it? He shouted, and wanted to push the man away. But he flew backwards. His body weighing more than 100 kilograms fell on the table. The table exploded directly. The wine glass fell, and the broken pieces flew out, cutting many people. Many people were in a state of confusion. Their faces paralyzed by alcohol showed what happened. And when some people saw the cause of the incident, they were all shocked. Sumo stood up. She walked quickly in that direction. Who let him out? She shouted, her voice was particularly cold. Sumo, who was not drunk at all, looked cold when he saw that everyone around him shook their heads. Chief Shiryu. Before he finished speaking, Sumo stopped talking. She saw Shi Yan's expression at the moment. Chaotic, crazy. Saliva was flowing from the corners of his mouth. Blood was oozing from his bared teeth. When he saw Sumo, Shi Yan suddenly smiled. I found you, I found you. That weird tone made people feel strong malice. Heal you. The scene seemed to reappear. But this time Shi Yan's movements were faster. Sumo looked at the other party's hand holding the knife, and there was a little worry in his eyes. It was the right hand. But Shi Yan's right hand had not recovered. He could not make any big movements at all. At this time, Shi Yan attacked Sumo regardless of anything. Shouts rang out at this moment. Some people who did not participate in the banquet also rushed over. After seeing his father going crazy again, Shi was the first to rush forward. Dad, what are you doing? But Shi responded with a knife from the other party. The knife just grazed his arm. If Sumo hadn't been so fast, Shi's arm would have been gone. He can't recognize us now, Sumo said, but her eyes were looking at Bai Luo. How dare she attack Shi Yan again, but when Suemo saw Bai Luo's expression clearly, she was stunned. The other party was also panicked at this time. The pale face and stunned eyes were not acting. When the other party looked at her, the other party even shook his head subconsciously, as if to say it wasn't me. At this moment, Suemo thought a lot. Based on her understanding of Bai Luo, the other party really shouldn't be so stupid. Then who is it? Looking around, the crowd dispersed. Although Yin was just chasing Suemo and slashing, some people also ran away shouting, "What should we do now?" The two of them kept dodging, and Shirqing asked Suemo. Yin's condition was already very serious. Saliva wet his clothes. The murderous intent in his red eyes made people feel terrified. "I knock him out first." Suemo said this and quickly stepped forward. Although I don't know why Yin's ability suddenly improved a lot, he is still not good enough to face Suemo. With just a few moves, Suemo's hand hit the back of the opponent's head. Ordinarily, the opponent should fall down now. But the opponent staggered and stood firm again. The corners of his mouth were mixed with blood. Even the corners of his eyes were bleeding. If Yin continued in this state, he might be in danger of his life. Suemo no longer hesitated and hit much harder. When the knife was chopped down, the boning knife faced the challenge. The blade brushed against the opponent's blade, and the power flowed. After a click, the knife in Yin's hand was directly cut off. The opponent's balance was broken, and he fell to the ground. Suemo took the opportunity to go over and hold the opponent's shoulder. The pill was directly stuffed into the opponent's mouth, trying to force the opponent to swallow it. But the opponent resisted with real force. The pill was crushed, and wounds appeared on Suemo's fingers. "Suemo!" Shirqing shouted, wanting to step forward, but he didn't dare, and was very embarrassed. Uncle Wolf and others also rushed over. "What's going on?" Adley asked Dr. Zhang with a trembling voice, and Dr. Zhang frowned when he looked at Yin's appearance. He has dementia. Different from last time. This time, Yin was like a beast who only knew how to kill. Anyone who gets close will get hurt. And Suemo, who was targeted by him, suffered the strongest resistance. He punched Suemo. When Suemo dodged sideways, Yin climbed up from Suemo's side again. Without a knife, use fists. The attack of fists to the flesh looks particularly bloody. The wind from the fists blew Suemo's hair. Suemo raised his arm and directly blocked the punch. He twisted his wrist, and his palm went down along the opponent's arm, gathering strength, and then exerting strength in an instant. This blow went straight to Yin's heart. A move with murderous intent hit directly. Yin spat out a mouthful of blood. Shirqing's eyes trembled, but he still resisted and did not move forward. After this blow, Yin stood in place, his body swaying. There was a painful struggle on his face. Suemo hurried forward and fed the medicine again. This time it was successful. The pill was swallowed. But the process was not pleasant. Yin, who was almost curled up on the ground, seemed to have his pores forced open and oozing blood. The black bloodstains made people exclaim. "Poison? Is he poisoned? Poisoned?" Looking at the black blood, Bai Luo, who was protected by many people not far away, suddenly figured out something and showed anger on his face. His eyes patrolled around. As expected, he caught Aunt Bai in the corner. Aunt Bai stared at Yin with her eyes wide open. She was still muttering something in her mouth, and her appearance was a little ferocious. But when she found Bai Luo's gaze, her body trembled, but she still stood there with all her might, squeezing out an awkward smile. How dare she act on her own? Bai Luo wanted to rush over and question that idiot. But it seemed a little too late. A person was carried over. It was the guard, who was supposed to be guarding Yin. Yes, lift. Just because the other party is dying. The man with a knife in the abdomen was lying on a stretcher, his face as pale as snow. His eyes were empty. "Suemo!" Muyu shouted. "He can't hold on." Feeding the sugar pill, Sumo's food forcibly locked the other party's vitality. But seeing that the other party was still on the verge of death, Suemo fed him another white pill. This is a vitality delicacy. Chapter 178. 3 kinds of delicacies, now refined into various pills by her. The pink sugar pills heal, while the black and white pills remove negative effects and increase vitality. When the pills entered his stomach, the other party's complexion was obviously much better. His chest rose and fell faster. Suemo simply stuffed a black pill into the other party. He saw that the other party's eyes were dazed for a while, and then the expression on his face gradually became angry. "Why?" he shouted, struggling to get up, and pointed his finger at Aunt Bai. "It's her. She wants to kill me." The identification from the victim almost instantly set off an uproar. In the corner, Aunt Bai grabbed her sleeves and was very flustered. Shouldn't he die, after letting Shiryen go, in order to ensure that this matter would not be traced back to her? She was cruel and killed the other party directly. Although there was one less believer, as long as this matter was successful, more believers would appear. But the other party just held on for such a breath. Seeing that the matter was exposed, Aunt Bai gritted her teeth and suddenly shouted, "I did it, it has nothing to do with the others." After just one sentence, blood appeared at the corners of her mouth. "Are you going to bite your tongue to commit suicide?" A teasing voice appeared. It was Wu Zixiao, who pinched Aunt Bai's chin and forced her to open her mouth. He even exerted force and directly dislocated the chin. The tongue inside was bitten, but it was not broken. It is not so easy for an ordinary person to bite his tongue to commit suicide. Aunt Bai was thrown directly in front of Suemo, even rolled on the ground for a few rounds. Aunt Bai, whose body was stained with blood, looked up and saw Sumo's dark eyes. "Who instructed you?" He squatted down and closed the other's chin. Seeing that the other party was staring at him angrily but didn't say anything, Suemo spoke leisurely. "I don't want you to die. No one can touch you today, including yourself. Go ahead." Two very light words, but with a huge murderous aura. The momentum spread. Some people looked at Suemo like this and couldn't help but take a breath. At this moment, Suemo didn't have the depression in the eyes of others. The majesty in the corners of his eyes and eyebrows made people dare not look directly at him. "I said no one, I did it. I want to kill you." Aunt Bai knew that Suemo was telling the truth, but she sneered. "Suemo, you deserve to die. I just hate you and want to kill you. I did it last time too." Aunt Bai took all the blame, but she looked at Bai Luo out of the corner of her eye. Her heart was beating fast. The maternal love in her eyes almost overflowed. But Bai Luo frowned slightly. The look was accusatory and angry, without any love from a daughter to her mother. Aunt Bai's eyes became moist, tears rolled down, but it was difficult to arouse anyone's sympathy. Faced with such an embarrassed Aunt Bai, no one dared to stand up at this moment. Even Uncle Bai, he just held Bai Ruoro's hand and stood there. Even though it was painful, he had no intention of intervening. Aunt Bai's behavior had obviously violated Sumo's bottom line. This place was originally Sumo's territory. "Why bother?" Uncle Bai said, closing his eyes in disappointment. After being married for many years, they ended up like this for an outsider. Uncle Bai was naturally sad to face his wife's madness. "Oh, do you think that if you admit it, it will all be over?" Suemo, who was squatting on the ground, raised Aunt Bai's head. "In that case, why don't you tell me how you brainwashed everyone?" Suemo thought for a long time and still ruled out the idea of mental control. Such abilities exist in the Wasteland, but Bai Luo has never had them. Then there is only one possibility. Brainwashing. Something that can be done without any ability. Using external pressure, grasping some people's weaknesses, repeating a set of rhetoric over and over again, and exerting influence, some people can accept a fixed concept. Over time, it is not difficult to make the other party an obedient puppet. And what Shiryen cares about most is his right arm. Since he took over Shiryen's position, the other party retreated to the back. People naturally paid less attention to him. Bai Luo came here and keenly discovered this. In fact, it was not just Shiryen. Those who followed Bai Luo were probably the same. But at this time, those people cast a vigilant look at Suemo. What are you talking about? I don't understand." Aunt Bai denied Sumo's statement. Dad. Shirqing suddenly shouted. It turned out that Shiryen woke up. At this time, Shiryen covered his head and his face was pale. But when he saw someone in the field, he suddenly exploded. It's her. He pointed at Bai Luo and said something intermittently, but it was difficult to connect them together. The frown told Shiryen's pain. Some images repeated in his mind. It was night. Bai Luo came to his room and kept repeating those words. It was those words that gradually distorted his thoughts. Bai Luo has a problem. Yes, tell everyone this, tell Suemo. Suemo. Shiryen stood up and approached Suemo. Suemo, hurry that. Before he finished speaking, Suemo suddenly made a move. The knife came out of the sheath and pierced into the flesh. The human body is fragile, and under the boning knife, it is even more fragile as paper. It's not Shiryen who fell down, but Aunt Bai. Just now, Aunt Bai suddenly stood up and rushed toward Shiryen. Not only that, she also took out a dagger and tried to kill Shiryen. Is it murder to silence someone? Obviously, the other party knows what Shiryen wants to say. But this kind of guilty behavior is absolute evidence for some people. What else do you have to say? It was Mu Yu who asked the question. She stared at Bai Luo, her tone hurried. Bai Luo, if it weren't for you, these things wouldn't have happened. This sentence seemed familiar. But Bai Luo, who was accused in this way, had already burst into tears. It's all my fault, she said, her voice choked. It's all my fault. I didn't take good care of my mother. Mother! She pushed the crowd away and ran to Aunt Bai. Blood flowed along Aunt Bai's heart. Her body was shaking like a drowning fish. The blood foam spitting out of her mouth was still surging. Tears dripped on Aunt Bai's cheeks, and Bai Luo's tone was particularly sad. Punish me, please, let my mother go. What a good move of retreating to advance. Mu Yu stared at Bai Luo, who took the initiative to admit his mistakes, but did not admit any substantial mistakes, and felt a little annoyed. Enough, what right do you have to bully Teacher Bai? Just when Mu Yu wanted to say something, someone suddenly interrupted. Chapter 179. Interestingly, the person who questioned Mu Yu was a man from the Qingmu camp. He strode to Bai Luo's front, and blocked Mu Yu's sight. This was not done by Teacher Bai, Chief Mu. No, Captain Mu, you shouldn't talk nonsense. This defense is resolute. The open arms are very stable. Yes, how can you talk nonsense? Teacher Bai is such a good person. How could she do such a terrible thing? I think she was deceived. Many people began to chime in. Those people came over spontaneously and surrounded the mother and daughter. Didn't Aunt Bai say it herself? She did it all by herself. Are you trying to throw dirty water? Even if you don't like Teacher Bai, you can't do this. Yes, yes, Teacher Bai has done a favor to our camp. Are you right, Su Mo? The ball was suddenly thrown to Su Mo. The crowd was crowded. It was impossible to see Bai Luo through the gap. Circles of people, like guards, blocked the outside world from harming Bai Luo. Inside, Bai Luo supported Aunt Bai's head with a cold look in his eyes. She lowered her voice. Who told you to do this? At this moment, Aunt Bai was already dying. Facing this emotionless question, Aunt Bai raised her hand with difficulty and wanted to touch Bai Luo's cheek. But the finger was ruthlessly slapped away by Bai Luo. Don't touch me with your dirty hands. The cruel words broke Aunt Bai's heart. The blood in her mouth surged faster. She opened her mouth and said something silently. Xiao Luo. Suddenly, Bai Luo's face showed disgust. Your Xiao Luo has died a long time ago and will never come back. Don't be delusional. While saying this, Bai Luo slightly exerted force on the hand behind Aunt Bai's head. A needle pierced the back of her neck. The body stiffened, and Aunt Bai's eyes bulged. After that, there was no sound. Aunt Bai died. Sadness finally emerged in Bai Luo's eyes, and he cried. Mom, no. You can't leave me, Mom. The miserable cry was heartbreaking. The crowd parted, and Su Mo finally saw Bai Luo, who was crying with red eyes. Why? But Bai Luo looked at him, and asked fiercely. Why are you so cruel? Even if my mom was wrong, you can't just kill my mom like this. The boning knife in his hand was still dripping with blood. Facing Bai Luo's accusation, there were many people who defended Su Mo. If we don't kill her, will we let her do all the bad things and expose her, and then want to kill her to silence her? Who knows what she did secretly? Our camp can't accommodate such people. Xiao Linghua also stood up. She showed her support for Su Mo with her actions. It was just a collision, and in an instant, everyone in the camp was divided into two factions. The clear boundary was filled with a murderous aura. How can this be? Bai Luo, who was still crying, was shaking his shoulders, and was very sad. I feel pity for her, which is what Bai Luo was like at this moment. Teacher Bai, don't cry, we are still here. We all support you. Yes, that's right. Some people rushed to comfort her, and some touched Bai Luo's shoulders. They did not notice Bai Luo's stiffness. Since these people cannot accept us, we can just leave here. Yes, Mr. Bai, please leave with us, we will protect you. More people spoke up. They looked at the crying Bai Luo with particularly pious eyes. Leave, Bai Luo, who was covering her face, had a distorted expression. She did so much just to take this place for herself. How could she leave so easily? Do they know how much effort she has put in? Every day, pretending to understand them, comforting them, being caring and amiable. And saying those words that made her sick. Haha, the Wei still wants to regain power, and ordinary people still want to gain abilities. Some people even dare to covet themselves. What a disgusting idea. She has been enduring it all the time. Because she needs these people. Woo woo woo. Bai Luo cried even more excitedly after hearing these words. At least, there was some sincerity at this moment. No word seemed to be more lethal to those believers. You ungrateful things. Some people couldn't bear to see Bai Luo like this, and shouted and even took action. The conflict between the two sides was completely intensified at this moment. The two sides fought together. Suemo looked at this scene and didn't stop it. What should I do now? Shurqing, who was supporting his father, asked blankly. The huge pressure was on him, and he actually lost his sense of proportion. Wait a little longer. Wait, what are you waiting for? Everyone around Suemo heard these words. But no one understood what they meant. Bai Luo, who was kneeling on the ground, was still shaking his shoulders, but if you listened carefully, there was no crying. Suemo made a move. With just a flash, she appeared in front of Bai Luo. This action was sudden. Many people did not expect it. It seemed that no one could stop it. But Bai Luo dodged this attack. After rolling on the ground, Bai Luo stood up with tears on her face. Her delicate face was a little pitiful, but now her face was distorted. How did you find out? Some people did not understand this question. Teacher Bai, what are you talking about? That was a woman, and her child was Bai Luo's first student. 2 months was enough for the two families to establish a close relationship. Look, her husband is fighting for Bai Luo. But in their eyes, Bai Luo is a weak woman. Without force, you can't protect yourself. That's why God has given him special help and a magical power. God is above, but why can Bai Luo dodge Sumo's attack? Even if it's a little reluctant, he managed to dodge it. Was she deceived? When this thought came to her mind, the woman clenched her hands. Her fingers grabbed her child's arm fiercely. Surprisingly, the child didn't cry out in pain, but raised his head and looked at Bai Luo with admiration in his eyes. Shut up. Bai Luo shouted at the woman. Because of Aunt Bai's private actions, these happened. Bai Luo knew very well that no matter how pitiful he pretended to be, the other half would not believe him. And those people headed by Suemo would not show mercy to him. In this case, he would do it once and for all. Bai Luo's eyes became fierce. She raised her hand. The slender fingers were very pretty, but there were several silver needles on the fingertips. It was not that easy to brainwash a person. But it would be much easier if there was external force. A silver needle popped out and pierced the back of the head of the person in front of her. The man who should have had his own consciousness gradually became dull in the eyes. Chapter 180. And this situation is still increasing. Repeated verbal brainwashing plus silver needles to stimulate the spirit of these people, this is Bai Luo's method. The other party does not have superpowers. But it does not mean that the other party has no skills. The thin silver needles easily control the thinking of these people. The woman who was a little suspicious just now let go of the child's hand and walked towards Bai Luo. What kind of trick is this? On Sumo's side, Wang Qing couldn't help but complain. But when he saw Zhang Taiwei was also in the other party's crowd, his face suddenly turned bad. TZ, come back soon, don't be stupid. Did you hear me? Perhaps Wang Qing's shout was too sincere. Zhang Taiwei turned his head to look at Wang Qing and showed him a slightly ugly smile. Then he really walked over here. Wang Qing was immediately surprised. He took the initiative to greet him. Seeing this, some people also shouted. In an instant, many people walked towards their relatives and friends. As the distance between the two groups of people shortened, Suemo saw the smile on Bai Luo's face. Don't go over there, she shouted. Wang Qing, who was used to Sumo's orders, subconsciously stopped. But not everyone did so. Ah! Oh my God! A cry of pain suddenly sounded. It turned out that those who were called over, after reaching a close enough distance, mercilessly attacked their former relatives and friends. The smell of blood became stronger. Wang Qing swallowed his saliva, and he saw that Zhang Taiwei had one hand behind his back. There should be a knife. Why? He asked, looking at Bai Luo with hatred in his eyes. What did she turn these people into? But Wang Qing's escape did not satisfy Zhang Taiwei. Seeing that he could not succeed on Wang Qing's side, Zhang Taiwei turned and rushed directly to the nearest person. It was Shurqing. Shurqing, who was holding his father, was already a little overwhelmed by the pressure in these consecutive events. He failed to react in time to the knife. But the knife did not hit him. Dad? The trembling tone told of Shurqing's fear at the moment. It was Shi Yan who blocked the fatal knife. But the knife was accurately stabbed in Shi Yan's back. It seemed that he felt unsatisfied. The knife even rotated a few times. No! Shurqing, who kicked Zhang Taiwei away, held his father's body. Shurqing, with red eyes, was a little desperate at the moment. Because the sugar pills were useless. It's useless. No matter how much medicine he gave, He couldn't stop the other party's fading vitality. No, Dad, don't do this. Hold on, okay. Holding Shiyin, Shiqing was a little collapsed. Since he could remember, he had been dependent on his father. When he was young, it was his father who protected him. Now he should do something for his father. But why? Why did he end up like this? In an unwilling roar, Shiqing looked at Suemo. Suemo, please, save my father, please. Suemo, who came to Shiyin, shook her head gently. She couldn't save him. The injury can be healed. If the heart was only cut, then there is a glimmer of hope under the effect of food. But the heart was stabbed by Zhang Taiwei. A piece of rotten meat, no matter how it recovers, can never become the original piece. Food is just to delay the last time. No. The sobs squeezed out of the throat made people look sideways. Uncle Wolf stood on the side, somewhat at a loss. The group of people who followed Shiyin in the past almost didn't know what to do now. But the battle is still going on. This is an accident, but the accident gave Bai Luo a great opportunity. Kill them. Kill them all. The orders, one louder than the other, tell of Bai Luo's madness. Under her control, those people attack more and more recklessly. Those who lost their minds only need to fight. But those who stay awake are too cautious and always hesitate to take action. In this way, the scene created is that the people on Su Mo's side are suppressed and beaten. In the back, some children are hiding. Wu Zixiao and Fu Xiao are also standing here. Do you think we should help? Seeing Su Mo's disadvantage, Wu Zixiao asked. This was not the first time he asked this question. But this time, Wu Zixiao, who was still asking, jumped onto the roof. The sniper rifle was set up carelessly. After a gunshot, the bullet whizzed and pierced a person's heart directly. Wu Zixiao was merciless. For her, the only sense of belonging here was the delicious food. As long as the people who can make food are still alive, the rest of them will die. Suemo glanced at Wu Zixiao, but did not stop this behavior. Some smart people naturally understood what Suemo meant. Suemo wanted this battle. Only a camp washed in blood can restore its former cleanliness. Many people gradually became determined. Don't hold back. Mu Yuyu gave the order, even if some of the people on the other side were once her own people. But since she has chosen the opposite side, don't blame her. Xiao Linghua was the same. It's okay. Shiyin, who was still spitting blood from his mouth, grabbed Shiqing's arm tightly. Dad is okay. Go, you still have more important things. Follow. Suemo well. Dad is just leaving first. The intermittent words were the last instructions of a father to his son. Death was approaching. Shiyin tried to smile, but his eyes became dimmer. Your mother has waited for me long enough. With a sigh, his arm fell. His eyes closed, but his face was filled with a smile of relief. No! Burying his head on Shiyin's chest, Shiqing burst into tears. But this loss of composure only lasted for a few seconds. Looking up again, Shiqing picked up the knife. He walked to the front and slashed with the knife. With just one cut, a bloodline appeared on Zhang Tiao's neck. The moment his head fell, the splashing blood stained Shiqing's cheek. But he kept a silent face, and his tone was almost frozen. Kill them all. The same words, with bloodthirsty determination. Some people, stimulated by this scene, finally stopped holding back. The fight became more terrible. The joyful banquet was eventually stained with blood. In the chaos, Bai Luo took a step back. The development of things was somewhat unsatisfactory. The time was still too short, and she did not control enough people. It was all the bitch's fault. He cast a vicious look at Aunt Bai. If she hadn't been so self-righteous, he would not have fallen into this situation. Bai Luo did not hide his hatred for the other party. In the blink of an eye, he saw Bai Ruoruo not far away. Bai Ruoruo, who was following Uncle Bai, was trembling slightly. The flame of hatred was also ignited in her young pupils at this moment. That was for her. A small body is sometimes an advantage. Therefore, Bai Ruoruo saw with her own eyes the scene where Bai Luo put an end to Aunt Bai. Chapter 181. My mother died at the hands of my sister. Although that mother didn't like me, Bai Ruoruo still felt sad. Don't be afraid, don't cry, don't cry. Uncle Bai's voice was also a little unstable. But Uncle Bai, who had already anticipated this scene, pulled Bai Ruoruo to leave. At this point, even if his father and daughter didn't get involved, I'm afraid the camp wouldn't tolerate them. The other party didn't attack them, which was already the last favor. They didn't have the face to stay here. These 2 months of luxurious life were like a dream. But from now on, there are only 2 people left in the family of 4. As for that monster, That's not his daughter. Suemo didn't stop the father and daughter from leaving. Standing in a safe place, doubting was a little sad. But he understood what was going on now. He couldn't make things difficult for Sister Sue. In the chaos, the eyes of the two children met. One was apologetic, and the other was trying to keep him. The same childish gazes intertwined. But in the end, they were separated by an untouchable distance in the blood and fire. The flesh on his face trembled a few times. Bai Luo looked around again and realized his own decline. Shi Yan's death ignited hatred. The people on Sumo's side were merciless. The situation turned. And Suemo also approached Bai Luo. A silver needle popped out and pierced Suemo. But Suemo easily dodged it. This little trick was almost useless to Suemo. Seeing Suemo closing the distance, Bai Luo's face was still panicked. Quick, protect me. Just a few words, the people around her turned their guns and started to attack Suemo. In terms of combat power, Suemo is naturally the first here. Facing the siege, Suemo did not have much pressure. But it still delayed time. That Bai Luo turned around and left. Once she escaped into the forest, it would be difficult to track her. Suemo looked behind. At this moment, the one with the widest field of vision was undoubtedly Wu Zixu standing on a high place. And Wu Zixiao, who received Sumo's eyes, naturally understood the meaning. Pull the trigger. Even ordinary bullets can take down the opponent. But the opponent turned before entering the forest. This bullet rubbed the opponent's shoulder and hit a tree on the side. The tree trunk exploded, which made Wu Zixu a little surprised. But she reacted quickly and chased again. Aiming at the bullet on Bai Luo's head, Wu Zixu was confident that even if the opponent was moving, he would definitely die. However, the weird scene appeared again. When the bullet was about to hit, the opponent staggered. It was as if he was about to fall. The moment he stood firm, the bullet had already passed over Bai Luo's head and hit the ground in front of him. He shook his body, but he didn't look back. The injured Bai Luo disappeared without a trace. Was it a coincidence, luck, or something else? Wu Zixu couldn't understand. Even Fu Xiao beside her frowned slightly. On this side, those people were still pestering Suemo crazily. After Bai Luo left, the force of their attacks did not decrease. The Great Lord knows everything. The Great Lord can do everything. Some people began to mutter to themselves. The brainwashed people had already lost themselves. The words in their mouths did not stop, and the movements in their hands continued. But this is only part of it. Some of them seemed to finally wake up. Looking at the corpses on the ground, and recalling what they had done, they were suddenly afraid. Some people followed Bai Luo and turned around and ran away. Although most of them were intercepted, some of them successfully escaped into the forest. However, because of this, the speed of the situation in the camp was completely controlled. The remaining lunatics were directly killed. Blood flowed all over the ground. The broken corpses told the price of this battle. Until the last enemy fell. Suemo put away the knife, turned sideways, and listened to Wu Zixu talking about the situation just now, and raised his eyebrows. Could it be that she had some abilities that she didn't know about? Or, the other party's master really existed? He saved her life at that critical moment. Suemo, who couldn't figure it out, focused his eyes on the forest, and his mind was heavy. If what Wu Zixu said was true, then perhaps his second-hand arrangement would not be able to successfully capture Bai Luo. After the battle, the outside of the camp was almost destroyed. There were still some casualties on Sumo's side. But most of them survived, and their bodies gradually recovered under the effect of food. Some ordinary people also bravely stepped forward to clean up the mess. The bodies of the enemies were casually placed on the carts. There was no need to deal with them. Just throw them farther away, and the beasts would come to clean them up. The victims in the camp were properly settled. A piece of land was opened up at the back of the mountain. Graves stood in them. The names of those people were engraved on the stone tablet. It was almost dusk at this moment. The setting sun was like blood, and everyone was somewhat quiet. The dirt was shoveled down. Shi Qing, who was shoveling the dirt himself, said nothing. At this moment, it was Shi Yan's grave that was being filled. Shi Qing, bending over, refused the help of others. This is the only thing I can do for my father. Death is always approaching on this wasteland. But no one could have imagined that Shi Yan would be chosen today. A sad atmosphere enveloped the camp. What happened today was a wake-up call. Mu Yuyu, who was standing at the back, had a flickering look in her eyes. Even though she was young, Mu Yuyu, as the leader, was never a fool. And by her side was Qiu Linghua. At this moment, the faces of the two were almost the same. As latecomers to this camp, they enjoyed the benefits here, which also meant that they had to pay something. For example, loyalty. In this incident, most of the people who were bewitched by Luo appeared among those brought by the two. It is a long process to have a sense of belonging here. Today, this process will be greatly shortened. Suemo is a leader who is easy to get along with. She is strong enough, but also indifferent enough. If they say that there is no push from Suemo, they don't believe what happened today. The only unexpected thing may be Shiyan's death. Or, this is also within Suemo's expectations. Thinking of this, the two of them dared not look directly at Suemo. Suemo, who added the last handful of soil, felt a little regretful in his heart. It was Shiyan who made the final decision for her to stay in his eyes. At that time, the man said that since she became a member of the camp, he would protect her. At this moment, there was only misery. Dong! This is Shiqing suddenly kneeling in front of Suemo. His right fist hit his chest. That is where the heart is. Shiqing looked up at Suemo in silence. Just a pair of eyes have said everything. I offer my body to show my loyalty. With no relatives to worry about, he exuded a murderous aura. Thunder rolled over his head. At this moment, Shiqing awakened his ability. It was thunder that represented judgment and justice. Chapter 182. The campsite fell into absolute silence in the middle of the night. Some people hid at home, thinking about the scenes during the day, and remained silent for a long time. In the dark forest, there was a smell of blood. A group of people were dragging something. Looking closely, it was some corpses. And these people were the ones who escaped from the camp during the day. TSK, there are quite a few. Shang Tsung asked. He had put in a lot of effort. Suemo said, not one will be left. No. One ran away. Miao Jingshan was very sure. The most important one ran away. Who knows what happened to Bai Luo? They ambushed in advance and followed Bai Luo. But in the process, they lost the other party unknowingly. This kind of weird thing is a bit complicated. But it is also a fact that the task ordered by Suemo was not completed. You say, Suemo will not be angry. It is hard to imagine that the person who said this is Han Jiayue. At this moment, she leaned against a tree. They actually watched the killing in the daytime from afar. Suemo did not allow them to participate. He only asked them to finish the job. But she could see the tragic scene clearly. And all of this was done by Suemo. Is Suemo kind? Her answer was no, but Suemo was kind. His occasional kindness gave them a way to survive. But Suemo's kindness was not unconditional. Those people in the camp accepted Suemo's protection, but wanted to change their master halfway. They even helped this master to seize Suemo's power. Suemo would never allow such a thing to happen. Maybe some of those people woke up at the last moment. But it was too late. What Suemo wanted was to use this battle to let the people in the camp know who was in charge there. For ordinary people, it might be too cruel. But for a leader, it was the right choice. A king who wanted to build a city-state in the wasteland must not be soft-hearted. Cut the grass and root it out, and never have any future troubles. So all these people died. Suemo is not that stingy. Shang Tsung's answer was affirmative, and then a chuckle was heard in the dark. The familiar voice surprised several people. Suemo walked out after pushing aside the leaves. Meow Meow followed her. It was very leisurely wagging its tail. How do you know I'm not stingy? After teasing Shang Tsung, Suemo glanced at the corpses on the ground, and knew that Bai Luo had run away as she had guessed. Sorry Miao Jingshan bowed his head to apologize, but Suemo waved his hand. No, I don't blame you. Rather, I was careless. But you did a good job this time. She needs a team that is always strong enough, and will only obey her orders. And those who followed her out of the Wild Blood Flower Cave can undoubtedly do it. And the incident in the camp this time is also a reminder to these people. Want to betray her? Yes, provided that you can beat her. Yes. Miao Jingshan bowed his head. Among this group of people, he is a military advisor, and he is also the one who guessed Suemo's thoughts most accurately. The people in the rock camp probably don't know. When Suemo came back, he didn't meet those people at the first time. Just because she saw Bai Luo buying people's hearts. With just one glance, Suemo saw through the other party's ambition and weirdness. Therefore, everyone who should have followed Suemo back to the camp was assigned another task by Suemo. The development of the camp during this period was all within Suemo's expectations. And they should have appeared at the final decisive moment. It was just that Ant Bai who ruined a good show. Although the result was a little biased, it was not much different from the expected results. Throw it away. Looking at the corpses, Suemo said casually. The indifference to these people made many people look more odd. Shang Tsung shrugged and led people to work. Walking to the place where the crazy blood flower was cultivated, Suemo looked at the conspicuous flowers in full bloom with a calm look. What's the situation now? Crushing the soil, you can see the yellow color in the soil. Yellow mud was also used by Suemo here. Unlike the previous crazy blood flowers, these crazy blood flowers can continue to bloom even without blood food. The nutrition provided by the yellow mud seems to be more sufficient than blood food. The first batch has awakened successfully. He snapped his fingers. Several people walked to a nearby place and showed their abilities. Yes, abilities. Some of the people who followed Suemo out at the beginning had abilities, some were warriors, but most were ordinary people. And now, Suemo gave these people a chance. The opportunity to have abilities. The leader of the team was Wang Yu. Ever since Suemo pulled Wang Yu back from the gates of hell, Wang Yu vowed to give his life to Suemo. But what surprised him even more was that he had the ability. Although he had just awakened, and was still very weak, he had enough time to strengthen himself. Very good. A slight smile appeared on Sumo's face. This smile was the best encouragement for those people. Looking at the excitement on those people's faces, Miao Jingshan nodded secretly. Not everyone can have this opportunity. Once the effects of the food given by Suemo were spread, it would probably cause an uproar. This would change the rules of the entire wasteland. So the first batch of people selected were those who were absolutely loyal to Suemo. And these people have been receiving training. Later, as long as Suemo needs them, these people will become the sharpest knives in Sumo's hands. How can a king not have guards? To be honest, Suemo is very satisfied with this development. The only regret is that there is too little research on the crazy blood flower. No one in the team has experience in this kind of research. Even Miao Jingshan, who was familiar with poison, did not dare to take the crazy blood flower lightly. Fortunately, with the food provided by Suemo, the ingredients of these crazy blood flowers could no longer affect the people living here. Help me guard this place. There are many people and many mouths. It is better not to let the crazy blood flower appear in the world. This is also the strategy that Suemo urgently adjusted after discovering Bai Luo's existence. She needs Miao Jingshan and others to guard here. It is also necessary to prepare a strong team here. Those people can be killed by surprise when necessary. I will. Miao Jingshan's mood was much higher. He clenched his fists and his expression was very firm. The strength that had not increased for a long time. Because of Suemo, he has reached a higher level. Sumo's methods made him willingly surrender. After arranging the situation here, Suemo took Miao Miao back to the camp. In the dark night, the high mountain behind the camp was like a monster, overlooking everyone. It will open its mouth and swallow it at any time. Suemo looked up and took a few steps, and then he felt a murderous intent. A bullet came through the air. He pulled out his knife and raised it upward. The bullet was cut off directly. The bullet fell to the ground in two halves, still powerful, and blew a hole. But it was not over yet. Chapter 183. Without his eyes, Suemo could feel the bullets tilt. It was like rain, but with the force of wind and thunder. The pressure increased suddenly. Sumo's knife kept slashing. The sound of clinking was endless. Strangely, no one in the cave noticed such a big commotion. And Suemo didn't seem to want to call for help. His body was extremely flexible. The knife in his hand turned over, and his knife skills were already superb. A bullet rubbed his cheek, and Suemo, who was sideways, turned his body back suddenly, but threw the knife in his hand. The knife that pierced the darkness moved forward quickly. But it reached the target in an instant. Even on the way, it cut off a pink bullet. Somewhere on the mountain, Wu Zixia blinked. At this time, Fu Xiao bent down and stretched out his hand. Just a finger, but it blocked the advance of the boning knife. If it weren't for Fu Xiao, the knife would have hit Wu Zixia's head directly. How terrible. Wu Zixia muttered. But it seems a bit unfair for us to fight one against two. Although it was terrible, there was no surprise on Wu Zixia's face. Not long after she got up, she saw Suemo walking up slowly. With a wave of her hand, the boning knife returned to her palm. Glancing at Fu Xiao, Sumo's eyes were very cautious. She knew Wu Zixia's ability very well. In a one-on-one fight, the other party was not her opponent. But this Fu Xiao put a lot of pressure on her. She seemed to have never seen the other party take action. But just that move just now was enough to let Suemo know that the other party's ability might be far above her. But the two of them lost their murderous intent at this time. So Suemo did not choose to continue. Are you confused? Wu Zixia wiped his gun, reluctant to let it go. It's actually very simple. I just wonder if you are qualified to be our master. Wu Zixia's eyebrows were curved, and he smiled happily. You know, Since I came here, I have eaten well, drank well, and slept well. I don't even have to fight all day long, which is much better than my previous life. But it's too quiet, and sometimes it's not comfortable. Just like these 2 months, nothing happened, and the only fun was that teacher bye. But it's different now. Wu Zixia walked in front of Suemo, leaned forward slightly, and looked Suemo in the eye. Suemo, you are the storm. Where you pass, there is never peace. Following you is equivalent to being swept into the storm forever. But I like it very much. And you are qualified, after all, you are better than me. So I am willing to be your subordinate. Of course, my man. If you want to conquer him, you have to keep working hard. Poking Fu Xiao's shoulder, Wu Zixia's tone was very cheerful. Fu Xiao beside him had a doting look on his face. As she said, in Fu Xiao's eyes, if Wu Zixia wanted to play, he would accompany him. Anyway, he would cover the bottom. After hearing this, Suemo quietly looked at the 2 people in front of her. In the last camp accident, she knew that these 2 people were met by her in that hunting place. But she liked the personalities of these 2 people very much. Not sticking to the rules, or even having no rules. It is difficult to subdue people who do whatever they want, but as long as you have something that makes them excited, you can get their loyalty. Of course, this loyalty may be time limited. And within the time limit, these 2 people will be her good helpers. Tomorrow at noon, eat pilaf. Facing Wu Zixiao's eyes, Suemo answered a little irrelevantly. After saying this, Suemo turned around and left. Wu Zixiao, who stayed where he was, blinked and pouted at Fu Xiao. What does she mean? Is she not happy? Asked this, but his eyes were sparkling. But pilaf sounds delicious. What do you think? Holding her man's arm, Wu Zixia acted coquettishly. Then let's stay here. Okay. The gentle voice was as always. Fu Xiao looked in the direction where Suemo left, and his eyes were dark for a moment. In the Wasteland, puppets that have been trained as killing machines since childhood should not have emotions. But when 2 identical puppets meet, they will only have each other in their lives. If one day, the 2 puppets can find a home, then the owner of this home will receive the puppet's highest loyalty. And Suemo, can he become that owner? Early the next morning, Suemo started to get busy. The bodies in the camp were completely cleared, and the rags were also picked up. But the bloodstains on the ground were still there. But these did not affect anything. In the kitchen, a large amount of rice was steamed. Just like what I said to Wu Zixiao, lunch was handheld rice. This thing is simple, but it is not difficult. There are many side dishes. Bacon flavor, vegetable flavor, curry flavor. What is curry? As a master, Xiao Xingho worked tirelessly to help. Even Antli was squeezed out. A kind of local delicacy. Suemo responded, preparing curry sauce. The core ingredient of curry rice is naturally curry. There is no such food in the Wasteland. So Suemo needs to make curry from scratch. Turmeric, black and white pepper, licorice, cardamom, fennel, cinnamon. Master, the ingredients you want are all here. Xiao Xingho wanted to take out a notebook to write them down. He had never seen many of the ingredients before. Master said that these were some of the ones she had encountered in the past 2 months. Some of them were brought back by the master and transplanted into the vegetable garden. If successful, these can be cultivated in large quantities in the future. Okay. After the pot was washed, a strange fragrance gradually wafted through the kitchen. Put various spices in proportion. When those things gradually blended together, they formed a thick, turmeric-colored thick substance. The smell seemed to be a little spicy. When Suemo tasted it, she squinted a little. She was not very proficient in foreign dishes, but she could make a curry easily. Boiling sauce is one of the basic skills of learning to cook. When the carrots and potatoes were cut into small pieces and put in at a time, they were stewed. The starch water was poured, and the spoon slid, and the aroma was charming. Some people were already waiting with plates. And the bacon pilaf made by Antli was also very popular at this time. Curry is a new dish. Therefore, everyone in the camp wanted to try it. Suemo prepared it quickly. And this dish was almost made by others. Even Xiao Xingho wanted to help, but was rejected. At first, Xiao Xingho was a little disappointed. But after he put the rice covered with curry sauce into his mouth with a spoon and chewed it for a while, he was stunned. Master! Xiao Xingho's eyes were slightly hot, and the excitement on his face was not fake. Chapter 184. Although it may not succeed at once, I will often make some for you in the future, and it should be soon. Suemo looked at Xiao Xingho's expression and comforted him. There are many people who look like Xiao Xingho. Some people are reserved and still use spoons. Later, They just grab the food with their hands and eat it with big mouthfuls. Some people even shouted excitedly. Only some people who are already capable are relatively calm. But it's only relative. I feel I will be able to break through soon. Fu Xiao, holding the bowl, whispered to Wu Zixi beside him. But he didn't hear a reply. Turning his head, he saw that the other party was eating hard, with a bulging mouth, like a hamster. Fu Xiao, who laughed, also started to eat. The host may not be able to find the right one, but the cook must have found the right one. Dish name, 100 flavors hand-pulled rice, S-level. Introduction. Nowadays, bacon flavor is really not as delicious as curry flavor, so I'm going to be a vegetarian. Effect of consumption, improvability level. Evaluation by diners. For a bite of food, I sold myself. Level 6. 680/10,000. The energy value is improved, which is enough to show that these are the effects of food. Of course, these foods cannot directly improve these people. But over time, success will surely come. And those who are just about to make a breakthrough have achieved a breakthrough at this moment. Cheers resounded in the camp. Oh my god, is this possible? One of the new warriors was very excited. He was originally an ordinary person, but now, he clearly felt the improvement of his strength. He is a warrior. So, is he still far from becoming a capable person? No, not far, because Sumo is here. Sumo. Sumo, Sumo. Shouts rang out. Many people shouted Sumo's voice, and the high tone was very exciting. As the center of the crowd, Sumo was watching this scene with a smile. He looked neither arrogant nor impatient, so calm. Hit a stick and give a sweet date. This is the most classic way of training. And what Sumo can guarantee is that the sweet date he gives will be unique in this wasteland. Food that can improve the level, even if someone in the wasteland has the same ability. But what will happen if all the special delicacies she uses are completely integrated? Sumo doesn't know this yet. It's just because she tried it, but failed every time. In the words of the system, don't be too ambitious, take it step by step. But this also gave Sumo confidence. After all, the system did not deny the possibility of this idea. The hand-pulled rice was soon finished. Some people were full and vented their emotions in the open space. But human joys and sorrows are not the same. 3 days later, base number 3. When Bai Luo woke up from a coma, he looked a little flustered when he saw the person in front of him. There were still traces of tears on his pale little face. His helpless look was lovable. Are you okay? The young man who asked her showed concern in his eyes. The cautious care was even more obvious. I remember you. Bai Luo spoke softly and grabbed the young man's arm, very hard, but his body was shaking, telling him his fear. You saved me, right? The young man, who was looked at by a pair of tender eyes, felt his body numb. He nodded and grabbed Bai Luo's arm. I saved you. Don't worry, you are safe now. It's okay, I'm with you, I will protect you. But Bai Luo, who heard these words, went straight into the arms of the young man. Woo woo woo. The suppressed cry sounded. All gone, my family is gone. Why am I still alive? The sincere cry softened the young man's heart. He hugged Bai Luo in his arms, and comforted him softly. And I am here. I will take care of you in the future. God knows how shocking it was when he saw such a weak woman fighting desperately with the beast to survive. He was very lucky. He was lucky that he came in time and saved her. He was even more lucky that she had no relatives now. He lowered his head and placed a kiss on the other's head, with desire flashing in the young man's eyes. In this way, this unique beauty is his. Really? Will you really protect me and take care of me? Bai Luo, whose body was still shaking, asked. Of course, I will give you whatever you want. The beauty said, and the young man naturally promised. As for the other party's identity, she is just an orphan, what can she do? I. Woo woo woo. The crying voice tells Bai Luo's mood at the moment. It's a pity that the man has no eyes on his chest. Otherwise, you can see Bai Luo, who is expressionless at this moment. God knows how hard it is for her to act. If he had acted a little later, he would have almost died in the hands of that beast. It's all Sumo's fault. Yes, Sumo. Thinking of this, the hatred in Bai Luo's eyes still did not dissipate. But a strange smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She thought of something. Maybe. Wiping away her tears, Bai Luo looked up, looking like a little bird. You are a good person, I believe you. I will tell you a secret. Can't you tell the others? Grabbing the young man's sleeve, Bai Luo pouted and acted coquettishly. Okay. The young man nodded directly, and then he heard his story. The heroine in the story broke into a strange ruins. After experiencing some adventures, she successfully killed the gangsters and escaped. After returning to her hometown, she gave a gift. It was a strange flower. Blood represents bad luck, but the protagonist of the story is particularly kind. Flowers? Red? Ruins. These two words flashed through the young man's mind. Where did you hear this story? The young man grabbed by Luo very hard. Yes, it was in the camp that drove me out. It's called Rock Camp. It's over there in the Qingmu Basin. He told everything he knew in one go. Bai Luo, don't be too proactive. The young man looked at Bai Luo deeply and suddenly smiled. Wait for me here obediently. He seemed to know something incredible. In the Wasteland, the news is relatively closed, but that is for ordinary people. For the upper echelons of each base, the information rolls very quickly. And he knows that not long ago, the Predators suffered a big loss. That story is highly overlapped with Bai Luo's story. At that time, he was eating melons. But now he thought of a problem. Why would the leader of an ordinary camp bring the wild blood flower back, unless she has the same ambition as those plunderers? And for the sake of the peace of the Wasteland, they will not allow such a thing to happen. Chapter 185. Base number 8, Conference Room. The people at the table were watching the news from base number 3. It's Su Mo again, someone shouted angrily. Last time, because of the news brought by Su Mo, they lost several teams. None of the teams that went to explore survived, although it also indirectly verified the danger there. But thinking of Su Mo, they were still angry. What happened this time? Quickly flipping through the information, the originally furious crowd gradually calmed down. Many people frowned, some of them couldn't believe it. She dared to touch the crazy blood flower? Does she know what it is? The question was angry. But the person who responded was calm. She was one of the people who escaped from there, so this information is credible. Those damn predators. Someone cursed. Most of them knew about the taboo experiment on the crazy blood flower. It was just that many years ago, the experiment was destroyed. This matter was also suppressed and buried in the dust. But who would have known that it would be dug out again now? There are many ambitious people among the plunderers, and it is conceivable that they would do such a thing. But why did Su Mo get involved again? The beast plus the bloody flower, could it be that she also wants to? One person made this guess, but the others sneered. Does she really think that this experiment can be successful easily? Even if it was back then. After a pause, the man continued, but this guess cannot be ruled out. My idea is that no matter whether it is true or not, it must be confirmed. After all, we cannot let an outsider control such a dangerous thing. If the other party is willing to hand over all those flowers, maybe she can be spared. This was said lightly. Just sitting on the chair and moving his lips, he wanted to decide Su Mo's life or death. Are you so sure that you can kill her? Feng Tianan, who was at the top, tapped Su Mo's name with his finger. As far as he knew, the camp was now quite large. There were also several people with abilities inside. Could it fail again? The man quickly answered, and his face froze after he finished speaking. He realized that he had said the wrong thing. Under Feng Tianan's emotionless eyes, he lowered his head and remained silent. Feng Tianan had no intention of venting his anger. At this time, the door was knocked. After getting permission, a man walked in. Tall body, handsome face, plus the overwhelming pressure. The person who came was Lu Xinglan. Hello everyone. Lu Xinglan greeted them, and sat at the bottom. He looked at the documents on the table, and spoke again. I came here for this matter. Pointing at the documents, Lu Xinglan did not hide his thoughts. You can't touch her. A quarter of an hour ago, he received news that Su Mo was involved in this matter. He knew what kind of consequences the impact of the past would bring to Su Mo. As expected, these people have already started to discuss. Oh, I heard that Captain Lu and Su Mo have a close personal relationship. Could it be that Captain Lu couldn't bear it? But Captain Lu, don't forget that you are from our base number 8. Could it be that you really want to disobey us for an outsider? A big-bellied man asked. He sat below Feng Tianan, raising his eyebrows and smiling, but full of malice and coercion. Disobedience? Lu Xinglan repeated the word and smiled. Who of you is qualified to order me? If you are not qualified to order me, how can you talk about disobedience? This made some people look ugly. Even the fat man opened his mouth, but did not refute. Still the same sentence, you can't touch Su Mo. As a deal, I will solve the matter of Yuanjin. What do you think? He asked everyone, but Lu Xinglan looked at Feng Tianan. No matter how much he said, Feng Tianan was still the one who made the final decision. Looking at Lu Xinglan's expression, Feng Tianan was not in a hurry. Not enough. These 3 words made Lu Xinglan's eyebrows colder. 1 year, plus I be yours for 1 year. As long as you don't cross my bottom line. Feng Tianan knew what this added sentence meant. So he smiled. Okay. This is a promise. But the city lord. Some people were anxious and stood up to refute. With just a glance, someone appeared behind the man and pressed him down. It was Wen Ruzhou. As the most obedient dog under Feng Tianan, Wen Ruzhou stared at the man with an expressionless face. A silk thread had already silently wrapped around the man's neck. The fierce attitude seemed to say that if you dare to move again, you will die. The man shuddered. The silk thread cut a wound on his neck, which was sharp. Be careful. Wen Ruzhou, who was spitting out words, was like an evil ghost in the world, which was terrifying. So the man shut up unwillingly. Thank you. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Lu Xinglan stood up and turned to leave. He looked much more relaxed. At Feng Tianan's signal, Wen Ruzhou also retreated. The conference hall was very quiet. Many people looked at Feng Tianan from the corner of their eyes, and they were a little panicked. They said that these people were the pillars of base number 8, but they knew very well. For the entire base number 8, there was only one Feng Tianan. They were just decorations for the outside world. And how could decorations have their own ideas? Actually, you were right, we can't just let it go. But we can't ignore the intention of Captain Lu. It would be great if there was a way to have the best of both worlds. Suddenly, Feng Tianan spoke. The meaningful tone made the injured middle-aged man stunned, and then excited. You mean? His facial muscles were twitching, and he saw Feng Tianan nodding. Don't worry, I will definitely do it. Yes, the base cannot show up. But what if it is not the base that shows up? Although I don't know why Feng Tianan allowed this kind of thing, it doesn't matter. That Suemo is a disaster, he deserves to die. The meeting was over in less than a moment. After everyone left, Feng Tianan waited for a while, and saw someone walking in. Seeing the person coming, Feng Tianan's face showed a kind smile. Sincere emotions were revealed, but he was used to the person coming. Daddy, you are the best. Feng Miaomiu threw herself into Feng Tianan's arms and acted coquettishly. Haha, you can't make my good daughter sad. But remember, this is the last time. If that Suemo escapes, you can't do anything from now on. I'm your daddy, and the lord of a city. I can't always let you do whatever you want, understand? Touching Feng Miaomiu's head, Feng Tianan sighed. He and his wife had a deep love, but his wife left early. All that was left was a daughter, who looked very similar to his wife. So he doted on Feng Miaomiu. It was this doting that made Feng Miaomiu arrogant. Feng Miaomiu, who looked very gentle to the outside world, was actually a domineering person. If something was not satisfactory, he would take extreme measures. Over the years, many people disappeared under Feng Miaomiu's hands. And Suemo was obviously the biggest thorn in Feng Miaomiu's heart. But all along, he had turned a blind eye. Who made her his only relative? It was just that the matter of Suemo had become a bit too much. If it doesn't end, it will be difficult to end. I know, Daddy. Nodding obediently, the father and daughter have a good relationship. Feng Miaomiu, who only relies on her father, has resentment in her eyes. Why is that Suemo always jumping around? And he is getting better and better. Even, some forces are beginning to be afraid of him. How can she be willing to let the person she hates live more prosperously than herself? A moment later, in the backyard of the city lord's mansion. At this time, Feng Miaomiu is feeding fish. But the fish is a ferocious beast. The fish, which is as big as a human, will jump out of the water just to compete for the food. The look in his eyes when he looked at Feng Miaomiu seemed to reveal flattery. What is the difference between a tame beast and a pet? Disgust flashed across her eyes, and the wind moved behind her. Feng Miaomiu did not look back. Brother Ruzhou, I'm going to trouble you this time. If those people are useless, you can do it again. Don't worry, I'm here with Daddy, and I won't implicate you. Wen Ruzhou smiled with a joyful tone. Okay, I listen to you. His gentle eyes fell on Feng Miaomiu's back, and his expression was a little obsessed. How could he not fulfill her wish? At the same base number 8, in the Lu family's house, Lu Sisi was taking a walk. She looked at Lu Xinglan, who was absent-minded beside her, and said with a smile, Since brother misses that sister Sue, why don't you go find her? Her pace was not fast. Her legs, which had just recovered, seemed to be a little inflexible. After walking for a long time, you still need to rest. Look, she is already a little tired, and her voice is a little breathless. Lu Xinglan, who should have noticed this on weekdays, frowned now. She doesn't welcome me. Suemo is not a woman who only knows how to rely on others. She fights for what she wants by herself. And my appearance may cause trouble to her. So brother, do you want to shape yourself into a humble and affectionate man who has a crush on someone else? But brother, since Sister Sue is so outstanding, if there is an equally outstanding man around Sister Sue and Sister Sue likes him, what do you think we should do? I remember brother told me that the brother named Chi Ling seems to be very fond of Sister Sue. It's been so long, maybe there are more people around Sister Sue. If then... Before she finished her sentence, Lucisi saw her brother's face as black as the bottom of a pot. A pair of dark eyes stared at her. There was a jumping flame underneath. Lucisi suspected that if she was not his sister, he might have shut her up manually. Puff. Okay, I won't talk nonsense. She couldn't help laughing. Lucisi pulled Lu Xinglan to sit down. Just brother. You have done so much for Sister Sue, even if you don't need to let Sister Sue know, then brother, you should fight for yourself. Knowing that Sister Sue was in trouble, he chased after Sister Sue for more than a month. Although he didn't find Sister Sue in the end, he was forced to come back. But now Sister Sue has returned to the camp, and her brother is still hesitating here. Lucisi felt that maybe this was the stupid side of a man in love. Wouldn't it be a pity not to let Sister Sue see it? Chapter 186. Faced with Lucisi's instructions, Lu Xinglan felt a little moved. Boss, get ready. Li Ha appeared and shouted. Yeah. Lu Xinglan nodded, and then touched Lucisi's head. Be good and wait for me at home. He is a man of his word. Since the deal with Feng Tian has been completed, it is time for him to fulfill his duties. Okay. The little girl smiled and watched Lu Xinglan leave, but there was some worry in her eyes. She heard that things in Yuanjin seemed to be not simple. The car left the base and drove into the wasteland. Ding Qi, who was driving, looked a little agitated, and Li Ha kept turning his head to look at Lu Xinglan in the back seat. Boss, I heard that the beast in Yuanjin seemed to be a species that had never appeared before. Many people in the base were defeated. The research on beasts by humans in the wasteland has never stopped. If you want to defeat the enemy, you need to understand the enemy first. The AB type of the fierce beast, and those numbers are the results of many years of research. Not long ago, a fierce beast appeared in Yuanjin. It looked very strange and ferocious. When the news came back, it was determined after research that it was a new species. And this new type of fierce beast is very precious information. So the base directly issued the task. But many teams went there, but in the end, they were empty-handed. In the best case, they escaped alive. Those with bad luck died there. This incident also caused a stir in the base. A week ago, the base directly sent a guard team to suppress it. But it lost contact. No news so far. This also shows the danger of Yuanjin. The most important thing is that Yuanjin is very close to base number 8. This also means that the unknown beast will soon appear in the range of the base, which may threaten the safety of the people in the base. In order to maintain credibility, the top leaders of the base cannot accept failure. Among so many combat forces, Lu Xinglan's strength is undoubtedly the best. His presence can make many people feel at ease. However, there is very little information that can be collected. The people of the Xingchen team don't know what the situation is in Yuanjin now. What are you afraid of? Maybe the boss will solve it when he goes there. Is there a nest there? Ding Qi smiled and seemed confident. But sometimes, the crow's mouth is so powerful. Compared with the treacherous situation in the major bases, the rock camp is still peaceful. Under Sumo's control, some people in the camp have shown signs of awakening abilities. The atmosphere in the camp has been hot these days. But in this wasteland, there is always bad news. The camp is a little far from the major bases, and there is no communication with them, so the news comes very slowly. When the people who went out to explore brought the news back, it was already the 3rd day since Lu Xinglan led the team to Yuanjin. What is the crazy blood flower? Wang Qing leaned over and asked. Why do those people think that Suemo will have the crazy blood flower? This name sounds unlucky. In fact, Suemo also wanted to ask. There is absolutely no problem with Miao Jingshan. How did such news leak out? Are they the ones who chose to leave? No, if it was those people, the news would not be kept secret until now. A name flashed through his mind. Bai Luo. Sometimes, telling a story with 70% truth and 30% falsehood is enough to convince people. And this 30% falsehood is actually true. Is this flower the kind of flower that Suemo told us about? Didn't they say it was burned by a fire? Wang Qing was still muttering. All those gathered here are Sumo's confidants. At this point, Sumo can't continue to hide it. It was not completely destroyed. This sentence has made several people understand what this means. After a pause, Muyuyu frowned. What these people mean is that they want you to hand over the flower, otherwise they will send troops to attack us. Is it that serious? That's serious. Sumo's answer was straightforward. The effect of the crazy blood flower may be far more than that. The prohibition of the experiment back then may have other hidden reasons. What is certain is that she is not the only one involved in this matter. It's just that now, the clues cannot be connected together, so she has been exposed. Fortunately, she was careful at the beginning, and did not expose Miao Jingshan and others. Hey, look here. Muyuyu pointed to another place. Interestingly, among the bases that issued such a declaration of war, there was no base number 8. There are a total of 8 bases in the Wasteland, and these bases have always been connected. Let's not talk about whether these people are really prepared to take it by force. But the attitude of base number 8 is a bit strange. Who knows what they are planning? Wang Qin curled his lips. Sumo, on the other hand, thought a little more. Base number 8. It was the beginning of everything. Speaking of which, I don't know what happened to Captain Liu. Don't worry. Sumo spoke, rather than declaring war, it was more like a declaration. And this kind of ambiguous declaration is a common tactic used by those bases. If just a piece of paper can make her afraid and hand over what those people want, wouldn't it be fun? As for really taking action, Sumo's eyes showed coldness. She was not afraid. Otherwise, what was the point of her working so hard to improve the strength of the camp? If in the future, the reason why the beasts destroyed the entire wasteland was those potions. Then as a human who developed this potion, did you really not intervene? Traitors are everywhere. And now I don't know where those people are hiding. In this case, just be prepared to fight against all the bases. But, she still needs some time. Sumo. Suddenly, Uncle Wolf's voice was heard outside. He opened the curtain and walked in. Uncle Wolf's hair was wet. It was rainy today. It had been raining for several days, and it was very cold outside. Even so, the hunting team in the camp would still go out early and come back late. Uncle Wolf was the leader of the hunting team. What's wrong? Sumo walked out and saw a man standing in the middle of the camp. He looked thin and didn't have much meat on his body. He was shivering in the rain. We met him on the way to hunt. He was being chased by those beasts. He ran over when he saw us. He almost ruined our plan. Speaking of this, Uncle Wolf was a little angry. The ambush was forced to become a direct fight. But after all, it was a life and death moment, and the choice that man made to survive was reasonable. But afterwards, this man secretly followed them back. I didn't notice. Uncle Wolf was a little annoyed. Qiling found the traces and caught the other party. When Sumo looked at Qiling, he saw that the other party slightly raised his chin to him, as if to say you're welcome. Chapter 187. The man who was pulled out had an ordinary appearance. Seeing so many people, he panicked immediately. He even knelt on the ground. I have no ill intentions. I just want to go on. Please leave me. I can do anything. Really? He knelt down beside Sumo. The man grabbed Sumo's sleeve and begged. His eyes were sincere and sincere. His hoarse voice told of his humbleness. This, Uncle Wolf was a little embarrassed. He caused this matter. In addition to the matter of Bai Luo, the ungrateful wolf, he really didn't dare to say anything now. It's just that the camp can't always be xenophobic. So this matter still needs Sumo to decide. You? Just when Sumo was about to say something, the man kneeling on the ground suddenly jumped up. He rushed towards Sumo. It was as if a window opened on his head, and a spiral iron spike pierced out. In an instant, everyone understood that this person was approaching Sumo on purpose. He wanted to kill Sumo. Facing this killing intent, Sumo was calm. While retreating, the knife appeared and directly blocked the opponent's attack. It was a metal-related ability. The opponent had made some modifications to his body. With metal as the skeleton support, the body will become stronger. The whole body is a weapon. You can kill people anywhere. But the opponent still miscalculated. Sumo's knife easily cut off the spiral horn. Not only that, she also stepped forward and pressed the opponent's head. Blood seeped out from Sumo's palm. The top of the man, with a crew cut, had tiny metal spikes. These spikes would pierce Sumo's palm and try to get into her body. The man's head was held down, but his eyes were malicious. It's not easy to kill you. He actually came here yesterday. After observing for a long time, Sumo did not show any flaws. In addition, there were many people here, so it was not easy for him to rush in directly. So he acted out such a scene, and got the opportunity to get close to Sumo. Just as he was about to succeed, the man saw the smile on Sumo's face. Then he felt his head twisted by a strong force. After kicking the other person's knee, making it impossible for the other person to get up from the ground, Sumo forced the other person to face a certain direction. There was a forest there, and it was also where the man was found. Then, she raised the knife. The blade was across the other person's neck. Gently pulled. The sharp blade instantly tore through the flesh, and the exposed blood vessels were easily cut. Blood gushed out, and blood bubbles appeared in the opponent's mouth. The faint metallic color wanted to cover the wound to stop the bleeding. This was a man's defense measure. He never thought that Sumo's methods would be so cruel. And, unable to resist, he knelt on the ground and could no longer stand up. The knife cut again, and this time the metal and bones were broken together. The head drooped on the neck, as if it would fall off with a slight touch. Sumo took a step back and looked at his blood-stained clothes with a calm look. Clean it up. This man came to assassinate him. From the moment he appeared, the other party's eyes were sizing him up. Unfortunately, the means were not good enough. As Sumo let go, the body fell to the ground. The head finally fell, and rolled on the ground for several times. The eyes that were still open in death were as red as blood, and now they were staring at the people around them, which was very strange. Some people turned their eyes away, and dared not look again. But no one thought Sumo did something wrong. Not far away, in the forest. Some people hid here. That idiot! One of the women snorted coldly, with a tone of gloating. Okay, I know you don't like him. The person is already dead, so don't add insult to injury. But it seems that this way of getting in is not feasible. Those people are too vigilant. A man waved his hand and said, he seemed to be the leader of this team. What should we do now? Someone asked. We don't have much time. Wait. Wait until that woman is alone, then we take her down. Although they are all users of special abilities, they dare not act rashly at this moment. After all, who would have thought that there would be so many users of special abilities in such a small camp? Just looking at the number of people, it's just a small camp. But the number of users of special abilities is almost catching up with those super large camps. What kind of monsters gather here? The boss felt a little uneasy. Sumo's beheading action just now seemed to be deliberately shown to them. A few people talked and stayed away from here to avoid being discovered. It was night. The night in late autumn was particularly cold. No one was walking outside the camp. The curtain at the entrance of the cave was lifted, and Sumo's face was revealed. Exhaling a breath of cold mist, Sumo rubbed his hands and walked to the back of the camp. She had to go to Miao Jingshan tonight. Walking alone in the forest was particularly quiet. However, because the campers often cleaned up, the beasts around the camp had long disappeared. It was safe nearby. There was only the rustling sound of stepping on fallen leaves. Because of the rain during the day, the ground was very muddy. Walking past would leave deep footprints. Sumo walked forward without looking back. But the people following her were full of smiles. It seems that she is not as magical as the legend says. The woman muttered. There were Sumo's footprints on the ground. Even if they were far away, they would not be afraid of losing her. Maybe she is powerful in combat, but she is probably a brainless person. Don't take it lightly. The few people were still very careful and followed Sumo at a certain distance. But soon they found that Sumo in front of them had increased his speed. As a last resort, they also increased their speed. The shadows of the trees around him swayed. The moonlight above him was hard to penetrate. The forest was particularly humid, and there was no roar. The night continued, but Sumo suddenly disappeared. It was as if in the blink of an eye, the other party disappeared in front of him. What's going on? The woman exclaimed. Everyone came to the place where they had just seen Sumo, and their footsteps were still on the ground, but they did not continue to spread. As for the person disappeared. Not good. The boss realized something was wrong in an instant, and he shouted, Go, we've been tricked. Some of his men were still in a trance, and they heard the sound above their heads. It seemed that a branch was broken. When he looked up, he saw Sumo squatting on the tree trunk. He looked down at them. The girl's beautiful face looked hazy and soft under the moonlight. But those eyes were colder than the moonlight. Is it too late to leave now? Sumo said softly, and threw the branch in her hand. The ordinary branch made the boss like a frightened bird. An attack went straight over, and the branch exploded. The leaves were shattered. Looking again, Sumo disappeared again. You? The boss wanted to say something, but heard the shouts of his team members. No, don't. Turning his head, he saw Sumo smiling at him in front of him. But her hands broke a person's head. Chapter 188. The sound of the broken cervical vertebra was particularly crisp. In just a moment, the eyes of the subordinate were dim. After Sumo let go, his body fell limply. And Sumo's casual attitude was as if he was throwing away a piece of garbage. The boss was enraged. They were in the basement of base number 8. For money, they did a lot of dirty things for those upper levels. Many people in the base were afraid of him. Even those big shots did not dare to trample on them like this, because they had enough strength and mastered enough secrets. But what about Sumo? She just killed a person in front of them so easily. She did it on purpose. The boss knew this very clearly. But he still couldn't control himself. With a flash of his figure, the boss had disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already beside Sumo. The long knife in his hand chopped directly, and when Sumo prepared to defend, the boss put away the knife and disappeared again. The ghostly figure really made people look sideways. That was not speed. The opponent's movement did not even cause the flow of the surrounding air. Is it an ability related to space? Sumo guessed and raised his arm. At the same time, a burst of pressure broke out above his head, and a knife chopped directly from above. He looked up and saw the opponent's red eyes. The enraged boss directly used his own special skills. It was precisely because of his mysterious space ability that assassination was almost a common occurrence for him. He couldn't count the number of people who died in his hands. But he was sure that he would remember Sumo's death today. Swish. Sumo took a step back. The boning knife in his hand collided directly with the opponent's long knife. In terms of strength, the opponent was equally matched. However, the long knife took advantage of its size, and easily bypassed the short knife and chopped towards Sumo's neck. Want to take his head directly, Sumo thought, but his head circled directly, and the knife brushed Sumo's head. Kick by the way. The limbs burst out with power, and when the opponent was ready to react, Sumo's knife accurately pierced the opponent's heart. All the actions were completed in almost the blink of an eye. And the opponent's knife didn't even have time to retract. Dead. This boss died just like that. So simple. But it also tells of Sumo's powerful strength. The woman in front of him was enough to crush them. They had no chance of winning. The others who understood this trembled all over. They were careless. It's not too late to realize it now. Several people suddenly separated and rushed in different directions. It was a wise choice to flee separately. Sumo kicked the boss's body away, threw the boning knife, and chased one person. At the same time, he went to another direction. But 3 people escaped. So what about the last person? Her breath was bloody. The woman didn't dare to look back. The leaves in the forest hooked her hair, and a piece of scalp was torn off while running. She almost screamed in pain, but she still held it back. No, can't stop. She warned herself in her heart. When this task was posted on the black market, many people were eager to try. It was an open task, and anyone could take it. They were the first to find out, and then they came. But who could have known that Sumo? There was hatred in the woman's eyes. They were careless. But she also remembered Sumo's methods. As long as she could go back. On her face stained with malice, there was a little pride. She must make Sumo live a life worse than death. The light flashed above her head from time to time. Like the cold moonlight, it penetrated the broken leaves. But the beam of light seemed to be chasing her all the time. The woman looked up in some surprise, and saw a snow-white beast squatting on the treetop. The huge body did not make any sound. The white hair emitted a soft light under the moonlight. The light she saw was this thing. Fierce beast, how could it be? The woman was a little anxious, and she glared at the beast fiercely. But the other party's eyes revealed a bit of contempt. It seemed to be watching his own show. This beast was mocking him. The woman was very angry. Seeing that the other party had no intention of attacking, she could only grit her teeth and continue to move forward. This was not the time to argue with this beast. However, the woman's somewhat distant voice came from the forest behind her. It's solved. The 4 words were light and fluttering, like an evil ghost hanging behind her to demand her soul. The woman's body trembled for no reason. When she looked up again, she found that the beast was gone. The woman who broke quickly looked at the beast in front of her, and showed a look of astonishment. They were in the same group. You? The woman wanted to say something. But Meow Meow took a step forward, and only this step. The claws were raised, and slapped the other party. In the woman's eyes, Meow Meow's speed was not fast. She even thought of several ways to dodge, but she couldn't move her body. Until she watched helplessly. Watching the claws slap her body away. Puff! Blood bloomed in the air. The woman's body fell to the ground, and her pupils gradually dimmed. The shriveled chest told the woman's final experience. After looking at the still lifeless woman, Meow Meow swung his tail and went back leisurely. It's someone from the base. Suemo looked through the things in a person's clothes and said this. It seems that the declaration was not false. It's just that the first to act were not the base officials, but the killers who were active in the dark of the base. However, these people's methods are not high. For Suemo, these people's attacks are useless. She has noticed the existence of these people since daytime. It can be said that in the sea of spirituality, the figures of these people are particularly clear. Once they are captured by her, the sea of spirit will mark their specific location. Since these people are waiting for them, I will give them a chance. Frowning and looking around, Suemo felt something was wrong. In the dark forest, there was only the sound of Meow Meow's footsteps, and the other party seemed to be showing off his speed. Touching the other party's head, Suemo looked around, squinting slightly. Just now, when she started to kill these people, she always felt that there was still a line of sight. But the line of sight appeared very briefly. It seemed that it was just a glance and then retracted. She didn't have time to capture the other party's specific location. The sea of spirit naturally couldn't locate it. Then, is it the other killers? Suemo thought, and walked back with Meow Meow. She didn't plan to tell the people in the camp about this for the time being. It was just because she realized that the killing intentions of these people were all directed at her. These people were coming for her. Then, hee hee. The girl's cold smile echoed in the forest. The coat wrapped around her thin body, and her eyes hidden in the collar were particularly bright. She wanted to see what other tricks these people could come up with. Chapter 189. On the steep cliff, someone was lying on the ground. Fire was coming out of the muzzle of the gun. Wu Zixie yawned. Which batch is this? The third batch. Fu Xiao answered, and stuffed the peeled orange into Wu Zixie's mouth. In late autumn, his teeth were cold, and Wu Zixie frowned and was very depressed. Why haven't these people been convinced yet? Although the attack on Suemo was not publicized. But there were not many capable fools in the camp, and many people saw it. Wu Zixie felt that he should pay for some food expenses, so he volunteered to gather those who were interested near the camp. Batches. Many people were sniped far away from the camp. Most of them were shot in the head. But even so, those people did not stop. At this moment, a person in the scope just fell down, and the flowing blood gradually solidified in the cold wind. No other people were seen in the field of vision. Something is wrong. Wu Zixie glanced again and muttered. Only one person appeared today. And he died directly under her gun without any defense. Compared with yesterday, these people today were too immature. Isn't it a good thing that no one comes? Didn't she just shout that it was cold and wanted to go back? It's done, so we have to do it beautifully. Wu Zixie shrugged, and carefully checked the surroundings, and stood up after making sure there was no problem. Maybe those people finally knew to retreat. Really alert. The man's light voice spread out from the outskirts of the forest. After hearing it, the people around shook their bodies and dared not answer. Everyone lowered their heads, and their profiles were filled with fear and terror. When Rougeau, who was sitting on a chair, seemed to have penetrated the dense forest and seen the situation in the camp. Mr. Wen, should we continue? One person came over and asked carefully. The eyes had been observing Wen Rougeau's expression, cautiously. What do you think? The open lips were smiling. The man shrank his head and showed a flattering smile on his face. I know. He turned around and prepared to leave. After walking a few steps, he saw the stunned eyes of those around him. Some even stepped back, as if they were hiding from something dirty. At the same time, something was being pulled. There was a clang sound in the air, and everything seemed to come from behind him. He turned his head and saw the reason. It turned out that his head and body had been separated. The head that was falling down just happened to see the body that was still there. Blood flowed from the eye sockets. The man standing next to Wen Rougeau blinked his eyes and suppressed his fear. Blood was spurting in front of him. When Wen Rougeau cut off the man's head, he was pulled over and blocked the blood for Wen Rougeau. It's so dirty. Looking down at the body on the ground, without saying anything, someone ran over and started to clean it up. In the black zone of base number 8, these people are all well-known figures. But now in front of Wen Rougeau, they dared not resist. Someone glanced at the poor guy who was used as a shield and saw the line on his neck. The almost transparent silk thread was wrapped around the man's neck. It even penetrated into his skin. A slight pull would tear his skin apart. The other end of the thread was controlled by Wen Rougeau. Puppetry? This is Wenrujo's ability. I heard that this old man was once an orphan who set up a stall in the dirtiest and messiest area of the base's lower city, and manipulated puppets to perform operas to make money. I don't know how he was taken in by the city lord. He also awakened his ability, which is closely related to puppets. Once the puppet lines are entangled, even if you retain your thoughts, your body will be controlled by the other party. Dare to resist? Haha, isn't that the fate of the corpse that was just dragged away? As for the limit of Wenrujo's ability, no one knows. I heard that. Half a year ago, when Wenrujo was performing a mission for the city lord, he turned the entire camp into his puppets. Let those puppets charge, but their own people are unharmed. Wenrujo is an evil ghost. He is the sharpest knife in the hands of the city lord. Once this knife is unsheathed, it will either kill or injure. But at this moment, they have become puppets in the hands of the other party. Of course, as long as they perform well, they still have a chance to survive. The remaining dozen killers, however, did not even think of cooperating in resistance. Look carefully, the entire stationed area is surrounded by dense silk threads, occasionally flashing in the light. Like a net of heaven and earth, no one can escape. Wenrujo himself ignored the eyes of those people. He frowned and looked in the direction of the camp, a little impatient. They still underestimated the speed of development of this camp. These killers have already had no impact on this camp. If it drags on, Captain Lu might have to go back to the city. There is no impenetrable wall in the world. Yuanjin is just a plan to transfer Lu Xinglan. Pointing at his knees, Wenrujo suddenly stood up. Get ready. No words followed, but everyone took action. The dirt stained her fingers, but Su Mo didn't care. She dug the vegetables out of the ground and looked at the green appearance with a relaxed expression. Hey, are you eating cabbage stewed with me tonight? Wu Zixiao, who just arrived, asked with a little greed in his tone. Yes. Edley next to him wiped her forehead and responded. TSK, put more meat. Okay. The two chatted, and when Su Mo stood up, he saw Fu Zhao's expression. He looked at the periphery of the camp. There was the exit to the outside world. The sea of spirit unfolded. Several spots of light appeared at the outermost part. The overly exposed aura made Su Mo catch it directly. Just looking at the spots of light, the people who came were not very strong. Has the person behind not appeared yet? The assassination that lasted for several days was resolved by the people around Su Mo. The ordinary people in the camp did not know. Just looking at the movement this time, those people seemed to be launching the final total. He handed the dish in his hand to Antli. Don't worry, do as I say, it will definitely be good, Xingho will help you. Okay, I listen to you. Antli, who was in charge of cooking today, suddenly became more confident. In the well-organized camp, everyone was talking and laughing. In the sheepfold at the edge, the leading sheep was stepping on its hooves a little uneasily. Perhaps it sensed something. Miao ran over here with doubting on his back and looked at the sheep. The other party bleated, laid down in the sheepfold, and stopped being restless. In the weapon room, Uncle Wolf was sharpening his knife. Shurqing, who was leaning against the door, snapped his fingers, and a trace of lightning jumped on his fingertips. Come, let's fight. What's there to be afraid of? Chapter 190. Boom. When the deafening thunder resounded through the world, heavy rain poured down. The autumn rain was cold enough to penetrate the bone marrow. There was someone guarding the entrance of the cave, looking out from time to time. Early this morning, a team from the camp went out hunting, and they haven't come back yet. It will probably be late. Someone on the side said, as he looked at the rain curtain that was almost connected. There was a vast expanse of white between the sky and the earth. The heavy raindrops fell down with a crackling sound, and it was a little unclear more than 10 meters away. Hey, someone is coming! A man ran over in the rain not far away. The heavy rain soaked his clothes, and his hair stuck to his face, making it difficult to see his face. He was in a very bad state. TSK, how miserable. The person waiting teased, and then pouted, go in and change clothes. The concerned word sounded in the man's ears, and the other person's body seemed to become particularly stiff because of the rain. Even his limbs were not very flexible. He ran forward a few steps, and suddenly turned back. A dagger appeared in his hand, and he stabbed into the person who had his back to him. There was a swishing sound. It was the sound of the dagger piercing flesh and blood. Blood came out of one of the mouths. Gurgling, his eyes widened and seemed to want to say something. The other person was about to shout in the face of this shock, but suddenly another person rushed out and covered his mouth. With a click, his neck was broken. In order to keep warm, the cave was dug very deep. In addition to the cover of the heavy rain, This little movement did not alarm the people inside. The two bodies were dragged away. The two murderers stood up straight. The raindrops hit his body, but the raindrops that should have been uniform in speed deviated. Some fell slower. Raindrops hung on thin lines, like a bead curtain. After a moment of resistance, the raindrops fell again. The ground was splashed with muddy water. In the forest not far away, many figures appeared. They lowered their footsteps, appeared at the entrance of the cave, and then rushed in. When Rougeau, holding an umbrella, stood at the edge of the forest, he looked at the heavy rain above his head, and a smile appeared on his face. God was willing to help him, and gave him such an opportunity. He was too lazy to continue to entangle here. During this period, those who were sent out died quietly. Some people in this camp didn't even know that the assassination had happened. This shows Sumo's means. In this case, just come head on. Anyway, what he is least afraid of is a battle of numbers. He raised his arm, and moved it lightly in the air. Slender fingers fluttered, and butterflies fluttered their wings. It was like playing an elegant piano tune. When the silent tune reached its climax, his fingers suddenly hooked up. The silk threads wrapped around his fingertips tightened directly, and the puppets at the other end of the silk threads began to move. Footprints with rainwater spread into the cave. The man in the lead had a vigilant look. Although they were puppets now, they still retained their consciousness. The gentleman said that as long as the goal was achieved, they could be freed. So, just kill Sumo. As they moved forward, the landscape in the cave was also presented bit by bit. In the front were houses arranged in an orderly manner, with wooden doors embedded in the stone wall. The space behind could not be seen. The corridor was spacious, with many branches and paths. Why was it like a maze in here? The man thought, signaling everyone not to make any noise. It was just a little strange. They walked for a long time, but still no one appeared. Uneasy emerged in his heart. He took a few quick steps, and pushed open a door. There was a creaking sound, which made people's scalps numb. But the room was empty. What happened? Didn't those people hide here to avoid the rain? When he opened the other doors, he found that there was no one here. Empty city plan? Sweat broke out on the man's forehead. He couldn't help but step back, but the silk thread wrapped around his neck seemed to sense his intention. Gradually shrinking. The thin and sharp puppet line gave him a suffocating feeling. When his fingers touched it, he felt wet. This was the owner of the silk thread warning himself. Gritting his teeth, the man could only keep moving forward. No matter if it was a trap or not, they were determined. Here, at a fork in the road, someone spoke and pointed to the ground. The ground in the cave was solid. It was easy to leave footprints in a humid environment. And in the direction that the man knew, there were dense footprints. It was as if a large number of people poured in here at the same time. Those people knew about their movements, so they hid in advance. This idea made him a little excited. Those people were still careless, and they even forgot to eliminate such obvious traces. "Let's go!" he shouted, and led people directly into the cave. The cave passage was a bit narrow, and only one person could move forward. There were some protruding stones on the stone wall. If you accidentally hit them, it would hurt a lot. The man walked with his shoulders hunched, but his brows were furrowed. This passage seemed a bit crude, as if it was dug out in a panic. When the last person entered the passage, the swaying dim light in front suddenly disappeared. At the same time, there was a movement behind him. "We've been tricked," someone shouted. It was because the entrance behind him was sealed. The huge stone blocked the entrance tightly. Someone tried to push it, but it didn't move at all. "Let me do it." One person stepped forward, and his bulging muscles told of his strength. He spread his legs and lowered his center of gravity. As a power user, it was easy for him to push the boulder away. In fact, the stone did move. At a certain moment, it suddenly exploded. The people behind him showed a look of surprise, but only the muscular man was a little confused. He hasn't used all his strength yet. How could it be? But the next second, he knew the reason. The stones did not fall to the ground after the explosion. Instead, they floated in the air and then whizzed out. Like bullets, they shot at the people inside. The muscular man who was hit first did not even have time to react, and a stone directly penetrated his head. The body fell down, and the body was in tatters. The penetrating power of those stones was particularly terrifying. "Damn it. Someone is playing with them." One person waved his hand, and a wall of earth suddenly rose up, blocking the entrance and the stones. Just when everyone was a little relieved, a strange smell emerged in the air. It was like gasoline. Tick, tick. Something dripped from the top of the head. The stone walls on both sides became wet and sticky. Someone touched it, put it to the tip of his nose and smelled it, and then his face changed suddenly. Get out. They want to burn us to death. In such a small space, once a fire breaks out, it is easy to imagine what will happen to those who stay here. But there are obstacles ahead, and going out does not seem to be an ideal option. Keep going forward. The leading man felt the restraint on his neck and said angrily. Chapter 191. The cave, which should have been full of people, now seemed a little dead and strange. The expected flames did not rise. As they moved forward, they finally came to the other side of the passage. It was an underground cave. It was very empty, with no buildings or people. It clearly told everyone that the footprints at the entrance were a trap. Why don't those people do it? Someone asked, swallowing his saliva, with horror on his face. Aren't they birds in a cage at this moment? But no one came forward, and no one took action. The only attack was the one at the entrance. The light rose and illuminated the space. It was a fire ability user. In the flickering firelight, everyone could see that this was just an ordinary cave. What exactly do they want to do? Someone asked. Facing this situation where they didn't know where the enemy was, it was difficult to calm down. It was as if there were pairs of eyes staring at them in the dark. Those eyes were full of teasing, watching a good show. You ask me, who should I ask? The man rushed out, and after seeing the other party shrinking his neck and looking at him in surprise, he took a breath to calm down. Maybe those people want us to surrender? He guessed, but saw someone in the team suddenly laughed. Ha ha, ha ha ha. The somewhat uncontrolled laughter told of the man's collapse. The sound was very loud, echoing in the cave, so weird that people wanted to cover his mouth. But the man's eyes were full of tears. His eyes were full of mockery. What are you laughing at? The man who led the team couldn't help asking, but his heartbeat became rapid. What am I laughing at? The man finally stopped. His handsome face was extremely pale, as if he had seen a ghost. I am laughing at the fact that we were played as fools by both sides. I am laughing at the fact that we thought we had the upper hand, but we were stuck in someone else's trap from beginning to end. I am laughing. We are no different from dead people now. Ha ha ha. The man laughed wildly again, and just by looking at his expression, you can tell that he will not be able to calm down for a while. He raised his hand and knocked the other person unconscious. Looking at the expressions of the people around him, the leader felt a little heavy. He understood what this meant. When Rougeau used them as puppets to explore the way, and the people in this rock camp also used them as tools. But what is the purpose? Yes, what is the purpose? As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, and the oriole is behind. Everyone wants to be the oriole. But if the yellow bird always hides in the back and does not come out, the mantis is equivalent to having a sword hanging over its head, and it does not know when it will die. Outside the cave, Uncle Wolf and his companions looked at the earth wall, with no intention of breaking it. Beside him was Wang Qing. The two squinted their eyes, and carefully searched for something in the air. It really is there. Wang Qing suddenly picked up something from the ground. It was a piece of silk thread. The silk thread was almost transparent, as thin as cow hair, and it was difficult to find it when it fell on the ground, especially in the dim cave. Uncle Wolf spread his hand, and there was also a piece of silk thread in his palm. This was given to him by Sumo. It really is like this. Looking into the cave, Uncle Wolf's expression was a bit sympathetic. Just a bunch of poor bugs. Yes, a group of killers who wanted to be hunters, but became puppets in the hands of others. Aren't they pitiful creatures? Do we really not need to go to Sumo's place? Wang Qing asked nervously, his eyes looking outside. We will only cause trouble if we go. Miss Wu and the others are watching. Uncle Wolf licked his lips, and suddenly snapped his fingers. A group of people came out from behind him. Each of them looked very excited. The arms holding the weapons were a little tense. Wait a little longer, the people inside are yours. New warriors and people with abilities need the baptism of blood to be able to stand on their own. And these people who came to the door were the gifts that Sumo prepared for them. He went through so much trouble, not to play with them. The rain outside was getting heavier. The raindrops hit the leaves, and the leaves shook. On the hillside above the camp, Wu Zixio lay on a tree. She was looking for something through the telescope, and her frown showed that she was unhappy. Beside her, Fu Xiao held an umbrella to prevent her from getting wet. Can't find it, Wu Zixio said, his voice a little depressed. It's like those two people disappeared. It's okay that the black hand hiding behind can't be found. Why can't Sumo, who sneaked into the forest, find the other party? But she knew that the other party was in the forest ahead. Just like herself, he was looking for the person behind him. The breathing was deep and weak. Suemo, hiding in a bush, looked at the green in the sea of spirituality and shrank his body again. At this moment, she almost merged with the surrounding environment. Suemo, holding a knife in her hand, looked slowly towards a certain place. There was a silk thread that penetrated the bushes. The silk thread, which was almost blurred with the rain curtain, pointed to a deeper place. Suemo moved her body slowly. Her movements were very light. This rain was the opportunity that the other party had been waiting for, and it was also an opportunity that she needed. The heavy rain could cover up the movement, and what she had to do was to find the other party in this rain. She had seen puppet shows. One by one, the thin threads pulled the puppets and performed one story after another. It was just that the puppets in those stories were dead objects, or wood or dolls. They did not have strange powers. But the threads in front of her were different. It was just a thin thread, but it controlled a living human being. When she killed the first person who came to attack, she found that the other party had a section of silk thread left on his body. At first, she didn't know why, but later she guessed that this was left for her to see on purpose. She was tempting me to find him. It was like a high-end hunter who thought he would definitely catch his prey, so he couldn't help but give the prey some hints on the way. He was looking forward to the prey's struggle. Suemo couldn't agree with this kind of bad taste. And at this moment, Suemo came alone in obedience to the other party's wishes. However, it was still uncertain who would win in the end. In the sea of spirituality, the green gradually disappeared. In her vision, those trees could not be a cover. As she passed by, all the details would be presented in the sea of spirituality. A little change would be noticed by her. The sea of spirituality, which was integrated with the ability to capture weaknesses, was like a mirror of this world. And when there was a difference between the inside and outside of the mirror, it meant that she had found what she was looking for. Suemo, who should have been bending down in the grass, suddenly jumped up. Sprinting a few steps, he came directly behind a tree. The knife in his hand stabbed down fiercely. "Ha ha!" A man's voice rang out as she moved. The gentle voice was filled with satisfaction and praise. "Congratulations, you found me." Chapter 192. A thread of silk silently wrapped around Sumo's arm. The owner of the thread seemed to want to do something, but suddenly lost control of the thread. The blade passed by, and the thin thread could not withstand the sharpness of the boning knife, and it broke into two. "It's really hard to meet you." When Rougeau's attack did not stop even though he was still sighing. As soon as they met, they started fighting. Hands trembled, and in an instant, the thread seemed to cut the space in front of him. From all directions, they formed a huge net and covered Suemo. The light in the forest was dim. The threads flickered in it, and it was difficult to tell their traces. But Suemo dodged them all and fought back. The knife hit Rougeau directly, and was not surprisingly blocked by several threads of silk. The rows of threads were arranged with a sense of toughness. The strength has increased. Looking at those silk threads, Suemo thought, and gave the opponent a sweeping kick. The fists intersected, and the knife and the thread intertwined. It was just a new contact, and for a moment, it seemed that neither of them could do anything to the other. The broken silk threads on the ground slowly disappeared. No matter how hard they fought, Rougeau's thread seemed to be endless. A thread grabbed a high branch and flew into the air with Rougeau. Suemo kicked his feet, stepped on the tree trunk, and chased after him. The opponent's body was as flexible as a monkey, continuously shuttled in the forest. Suemo, who fell behind, was very alert. She could feel that the opponent did not try his best. It was as if he was teasing her, leading her into the trap he had set up little by little. If you look carefully, you will find that the trees around are all flashing with tiny lights. Those lines are ambushed there in advance. Suemo rushed forward, but suddenly stopped. There was nothing in front of her, but she stretched out her finger and touched it lightly, and a knife wound appeared on her fingertips. It was small, but deep, and bones could be seen inside. In front of her, the blood drops seemed to be hanging in the air, slowly stretching, and then falling down. The eyes can't see, but those silk threads have surrounded her. A few steps away, Rougeau leaned against the tree trunk and looked at Suemo leisurely. As expected, Suemo sighed in her heart. The opponent's ability actually doesn't need to be manifested at all. All the lines left before were deliberately revealed. Things that cannot be seen by the naked eye do not mean they are different, just like now. Facing the other party's expression of watching the show, Suemo just cut it with a knife. Interestingly, her knife can cut through anything if it is given enough power. It is like the invisible obstacle in front of her. With her spiritual power, Sumo's hair is dancing wildly. Her long legs stepped out and stepped on the ground. At this moment, Sumo has arrived in front of Wenrujo. Facing Sumo's breakthrough, Wenrujo raised his eyebrows, as if he was a little surprised. But he raised his lips arrogantly, with a look of disgust in his eyes. You bugs are really tenacious. With contemptuous words, Wenrujo's expression sank. He hooked his fingers, twisted a silk thread, and shot it towards Sumo. It was like a whistling bullet, with a sense of imminent danger. Sumo turned her head, but the thread turned halfway, and her cheek was scratched. At the same time, a tree behind her exploded directly. These silk threads are simply killing weapons. A good puppeteer does not need to deliberately create puppets. Because under his hands, everything can become a puppet. As if to echo his words. There was a tall tree beside Sumo. The tree canopy was dense, but a brown vine was climbing on the trunk. In Sumo's eyes, those vines as thick as forearms seemed to come alive. They were wriggling a little bit. The body was swaying, ferocious like a snake. Illusion? No, she had seen Muyu's method. This was not an illusion, but more like a kind of psychological suggestion. But it was different. It was just that Sumo had no time to think at this time. The vine had already started to attack herself. The flexible body seemed to be alive, and the movements were swift and full of power. Sumo bent down and raised his legs, flipping in the air, and barely avoided a vine that was sweeping towards his waist. Being entangled by this thing, Sumo's face showed some impatience. He simply turned the passive into active, and went directly to the tree. He punched out, hitting the vine and making it tremble. The knife went down, cutting deep into the soil, and directly dug out the roots. The thick roots were still twisting in Sumo's hands, and the slippery and cold touch was really malicious. Sumo frowned and threw the thing in front of him. In just a moment, the thing stopped moving, and when Wenrujo's next move came again. Sumo looked at his right shoulder, where there was a wound. A little numbness was spreading. His arm seemed to have lost its intuition. The knife she was holding fell directly to the ground. Then, her arm was pulled up for no reason. She felt a pulling sensation. Her arm was captured by Wenrujo without her noticing. How did the other party do it? Facing this change, Sumo did not panic. The mental power flowed in her body, and then suddenly hit her right arm. The power poured out like a stream of water. It rushed out some things that did not belong to her body. The wound on the fingertips was left again. In the palm of her hand that regained her feeling, there was a thread. But the fingers were short and thin. But it was like a worm, always probing towards her wound. It also wanted to drill into her body. So this thing controlled her body? But this is not a real worm. It is the embodiment of Wenrujo's power. At this time, perhaps realizing that it could not repeat the same trick, the worm suddenly dissolved in Sumo's body. In the faint mental power, there were fluctuations of power belonging to Wenrujo. While Sumo was dealing with these, the other party disappeared. For a moment, the world was extremely quiet. This place was already far away from the forest, and even in the camp, few people came. This also meant that there were many beasts here. Huff, heavy breathing sounded. Sumo looked up and saw something squeezed out of the bushes in front of him. The huge body was like a steel fortress, standing in front of Sumo, showing its pressure. It was a beast that was 5 meters tall. The black skin was full of wrinkles, and when it moved, it was like a mountain collapsing, with a lot of noise. However, the beast's eyes were red at this time, and it attacked directly the moment it saw Sumo. The violent power came directly to him. Sumo waved his hand while retreating, and the knife returned to his hand. With one foot on the tree trunk behind him, Sumo flew into the air with the force. He jumped to the opponent's back. He stabbed the opponent with his backhand, and the sharp blade easily pierced into him, but the opponent did not fall down. Instead, he swayed his body, and tried to knock Sumo down. Sumo drew his knife, and looked at the blood on the blade with a calm look. An excellent puppeteer only needs to stay behind the scenes to perform a wonderful puppet show. Chapter 193. B027, nicknamed Stone Iron Beast. The predecessor of this beast was just an animal the size of an adult rabbit. After the disaster, it mutated. Perhaps because it was afraid of death, it focused on defense. Its skin continued to proliferate, and eventually grew into a strange creature with skin as thick as a city wall. In other words, the part she stabbed at this moment is equivalent to the surface of human skin. The feeling of not hurting or itching, but it angered the other party. Roar! The horn on the top of the head rushed towards Sumo. B027 lowered his head, and the ground was shaking when he ran. It is a powerful beast, and it is not a rational choice to fight hard. What's more, There is a poisonous snake hiding in the dark waiting for an opportunity. Suemo jumped directly onto the tree trunk, but saw that B027 was acting pretentiously against the tree trunk. The tree creaked and obviously could not support it. When Suemo changed his position, he collapsed. Facing the opponent's pursuit, Suemo grabbed a very elastic branch and threw herself into the air. When B027 reached below her, he let go and fell. A kick hit the opponent's head accurately, but the kick felt like a piece of iron. Suemo, whose toes were numb, slid and came under the opponent. B027 focused on defense, and the back skin was difficult to break through. But its abdomen was its weak point, which was relatively not that thick. But the real fatal point was the neck. After a stab into the abdomen, the stimulated B027 raised his head and roared. The front hoof was raised, wanting to trample Suemo to death. Suemo, who rolled out from the side, stood up, stepped on the ground, and jumped directly to the opponent's back. He used the same trick again, but this time Sumo's knife was along the opponent's fragile neck that was exposed because of raising his head. The knife cut in fiercely. The sound made people's scalp numb. Sumo's arms were shaking slightly, and his eyes were extremely fierce. He pulled hard, and the knife passed through with difficulty. Blood was splattering and falling on the ground in front. When Suemo fell to the ground, he covered his abdomen and frowned a little. This was just injured by the opponent. Because of the pain, breathing became slow. Fortunately, the B027 was dead. But the matter was not over yet. The sound of hissing emerged in the surrounding grass. It seemed that something was sneaking close. Suemo knew that it was a group of snakes, under the control of Wenrujo, trying to surround him. But Suemo did not intend to continue this meaningless entanglement with the opponent. Suemo looked around, and after a few jumps, she disappeared. Her wounds were already healing, and her speed had reached its limit. The prying eyes on her side gradually disappeared. At a certain moment, Suemo stabbed back with a knife, scratching a man's cheek. Wenrujo stepped back a few steps to distance himself, looking at Sumo's cheetah-like eyes, and slowly spoke. "Can you find me?" He was the best killing machine trained by base number 8. It was very easy for him to hide his breath, especially in this primitive jungle. But the other party easily found him once or twice. It was as if there was a pair of eyes that kept chasing him. This sense of oppression made Wenrujo very dissatisfied. Why did an ant outside the base jump in front of him? Seeing the change in the other party's eyes, Suemo did not explain the role of the Sea of Spirit to the other party. As long as the marked existence is within the range of the Sea of Spirit, it cannot escape at all. Not to mention that it also integrates the ability to capture weaknesses. Shaking off the blood on the blade, Suemo had no intention of chatting with the other party. Sumo's knife has always been fast and fierce. There are no fancy moves, everything is just aimed at killing. The knife either cuts across the throat or stabs the heart. Every knife carries Sumo's belief. But Wenrujo is not a vegetarian. Those silk threads can always resist Sumo's attack just right. Either a single line stabs Suemo, or condenses into a rope to try to trap her. The opponent's moves are very colorful. In the fight, it seemed that no one had an advantage. However, Suemo knew that it was impossible to kill the other party for the time being. But the other party was obviously the same. Wenrujo, who also noticed this, showed a strange smile on his face. He waved his fingers, and the silk threads blocked Sumo's attack. He stepped back and licked his lips. He showed a twisted desire. He looked like a devil. Then he took out a potion and stabbed it directly into his neck. As the unknown potion was injected, his bones were creaking. Little by little, the other party's body was raised a lot. Suemo even had to look up deliberately. What shocked Suemo was that in this moment, in addition to those potions, the paused silk threads in the air suddenly changed direction and pierced into Wenrujo's body. Self-mutilation? Suemo frowned and became more alert. The other party was a madman. And the methods of a madman are always difficult to guess with common sense. Congratulations, you have seen the real me. On the other end, Wenrujo's voice became suppressed and hoarse. Every word was accompanied by a low smile. The expression on his face looked extremely painful, but there was joy in his voice. The grotesque appearance continued. Suemo ignored the other party's words and attacked again. The leg whip swung over, and was blocked by the other party's arm. Suemo turned around and hit the other party's waist directly. The feeling of the collision of flesh was very real. The hard muscles gave back the same pain. When Sumo's knife was pulled out of the other party's shoulder, Sumo's face became solemn. I saw a silk thread sticking out from the wound, pulling the broken flesh, and then stitching it together bit by bit. Obvious stitches appeared on Wenrujo's body. Sumo suddenly understood something. You turned yourself into your own puppet? Sumo's heartbeat began to accelerate when the other party smiled. You figured it out. Wenrujo murmured, and the sound of sighing was spreading. He stroked his body, with an obsessed look on his face. In his slightly narrowed eyes, there was a surge of danger and cruelty. A puppet that can only be controlled by silk threads. Once the silk threads break, the puppet can escape. This is unacceptable for the puppeteer. So, he made himself his own puppet. He will never betray himself. His palm stretched out, but it was as fast as lightning. But in the blink of an eye, Wenrujo had already appeared beside Sumo. At this moment, Wenrujo's combat power has increased horribly. Sumo, who barely turned his body, lost his intuition in his shoulders in an instant. He raised his intact right arm, and the blade rotated in his palm and stabbed at the opponent. This time, Wenrujo did not dodge, but continued to attack directly facing the blade. Chapter 194. The knife that was supposed to stab the heart was a feint, and it grazed the opponent's eyes. A line of blood appeared at the corner of the eye, and blood flowed on the cheek. Wenrujo licked the blood with his tongue and smiled with satisfaction. This is a complete pervert. The mental toughness is incomparable to the enemies Sumo has encountered before. And the opponent's methods are even more terrible. While Sumo scratched the opponent, her boning knife was entangled by several threads. But it was not to take away the weapon. The silk thread went straight along her arm and pierced into the flesh. The feeling of foreign objects invading the body was extremely obvious. The skin swelled up, like an earthworm. The sugar pill in Sumo's mouth was bitter. He changed his hand and held the knife, cut his arm with a knife, and picked out the silk thread. The puppet line was obviously thin as a hair, but it had already absorbed blood after entering the body for a moment. It was round and twisted like a worm. After being cut in half, the two fought again. The surrounding trees were affected by the power of the two and became torn into pieces. The flying grass leaves blocked the sight, but the two seemed to have no need to use their eyes to catch anything, and their speed was extremely fast. One had healing food, and the other had a body that could repair itself. Even though every knife and every punch was bloody, the two did not seem to suffer any loss. Wenrujo, who was pulling a silk thread with both hands, grabbed Sumo's head from behind. He was about to twist Sumo's head off with force. Sumo leaned back, and his head hit the other's nose directly. Another crotch kick, and the knife directly stabbed the other's waist. The two separated, breathing heavier. Wenrujo wiped the blood from his nose, staring at Sumo with a puzzled look. Your body. No, your ability. It was just a vague sentence, but Wenrujo seemed to understand something, and the whole person was a little bit abnormally excited. That was a look of excitement at the sight of prey. And Sumo didn't care what the other party found. The sugar pill pressed under her tongue allowed her to continue fighting. She held her breath, and the sea of mind was shrinking, and the scene was shrinking, and finally only a 10-meter diameter area centered on where she was at the moment was left. The green dots representing the trees reappeared. It was like a three-dimensional circle showing Sumo the texture of those trees. It was so real that it seemed to imprint this world into Sumo's mind. The violent fluctuation of mental power seemed to have aroused the other party's awareness. However, Sumo took action before the other party could react completely. The whole person began to sprint, and then kicked up and hit Wenrujo in the face. The steel-like kick made the opponent raise his arm to resist. But Sumo's kick was not very powerful. Wenrujo finally realized something, but at this moment, Sumo had passed him and came behind him. It was an ordinary tree. The brown tree was full of gullies. Sumo raised his knife and cut a circle at a big tree that would not move. It did not hurt the tree at all. But there was a crisp snap. It was as if something broke. Like a most critical string, the sound of breaking sounded one after another. In the sea of spirituality, very obvious gray appeared. Those are Wenrujo's puppet strings. These silk threads, which are almost invisible in the real world, are extremely dazzling in the sea of spirituality. Since Wenrujo transformed, the opponent seemed to be fighting head-on with him. In fact, he has been setting a trap. A trap that can completely strangle Sumo. But at this moment, the most critical point of the trap was cut off by Sumo. The snapping sound continued. A sense of crisis suddenly appeared. The chin was forced to lift. The neck stretched, and Sumo's upper body stopped. The head could not move, and the eyes looked down slightly, and you could see that a string was wrapped around your neck at some point. The string seemed to be integrated into the body, and even her body was controlled by the opponent. When Sumo's eyes were a little surprised. Haha, you are not the only one waiting for the opportunity. When Rougeau is a talkative person. Suemo had hardly responded to him during the fight, but he was talking to himself in high spirits. At this moment, he raised his arm, and his index finger was circling in the air little by little. With this movement, Suemo could feel that the line on his neck was shrinking. It was like a person hanging on the gallows, gradually sensing the coming of his own death. The warm body approached Sumo's back. The sticky voice was right beside Sumo's ear. You have more than one kind of power. No two, right? Like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, he did not hide his intention to swallow the person in front of him into his stomach. When Rougeau reached out and took the knife from Sumo's hand, he waited in his hand for a few times, and then directly stabbed it into Sumo's abdomen. The postures of the two were particularly ambiguous at this moment. When Rougeau, who was standing behind Suemo, hugged Sumo's waist. Under his arm, the wound he had just made was healing quickly. Look, I guess, right? The knife in his hand was very light, and even gave him the illusion that it could be broken with a little force. But in the information, this knife had been Sumo's weapon, since she appeared in the base's field of vision. Is this really an ordinary boning knife? In his hand, it was. But in Sumo's hand, it was different. Let me think about it. Another knife pierced Sumo's abdomen. Feeling Sumo's body trembling, when Rougeau rested his chin on Sumo's shoulder. At this moment, Suemo was stiff but unable to move. But she could speak, but she never said a word, and she didn't even make a sound of pain. Only the sweat on her forehead told Sumo's situation. A pair of eyes turned, staring at Rougeau. Mental power, healing ability, weapon enhancement. Well, and your close compatibility. That's 4 abilities. But do you know what happened to the last person with 3 abilities in the Wasteland? When Rougeau's voice was magnetic, but he deliberately lowered it with a touch of tenderness. It made Sumo's scalp numb when she heard it. The knife was against her head. Here it's broken. This made Sumo's eyelashes tremble a few times. Although it's rare to have 2 abilities in the Wasteland, there are people, just like Feng Niao. But those who have 3 abilities will not live long from the moment they discover them. They will be tortured by the several abilities in their bodies, and then eventually fall into madness, and die from self-mutilation. That feeling is like there are 3 personalities in the body fighting for control of the main body. No one is willing to submit to anyone, so everyone wants to kill those redundant existences. The ultimate result is the destruction of the main body. This data has not been made public, but when Rougeau knows it. To some extent, he is also a person with 3 abilities. To be more precise, 2.5. So he is still alive. Chapter 195. But the woman in front of him had 4 abilities that coexisted peacefully. This made Rougeau a little confused. Why could a body that had not undergone any transformation surpass himself? Can you tell me why? When Rougeau felt that he didn't want to kill her anymore. He wanted to take her back, put her on the experimental table, and watch her chest being cut open with his own eyes. Just like this. The boning knife pierced Sumo's heart. Blood flowed down her chest. Sumo's mouth also saw blood, her brows furrowed, but a smile hung on the corners of her mouth. These puppet strings of yours actually have no entity from the beginning to the end, right? The cold voice was uttered by the girl. Although their bodies were touching, when Rougeau felt the murderous intent conveyed by the girl. As soon as the words fell, when Rougeau felt that the knife in his hand disappeared. And Suemo, who had always let his hands down, had a knife in his hand. He stabbed down his abdomen fiercely, and even when Rougeau's abdomen was stabbed, the pain was obvious. When Rougeau was stunned, he seemed to have not expected that Suemo would be so cruel to him. But the next second, he felt something strange. The thread he put on Suemo disappeared. No, it didn't disappear. It was swallowed up, as if it entered a bloody mouth and became the nutrients in the other person's body. His head hurt sharply. But in the sea of spirituality, the figure representing Rougeau was proportional in size. In the other person's head, a group of gray substances could be seen. That represented Rougeau's spiritual power. And that mental power was also wrapped around her neck. From beginning to end, Rougeau used his own mental power. The silk threads seen by those puppets were like a materialization of mental power, but in fact, there was no entity at all. Suemo felt the trembling of the person behind her, and smiled coldly. When she drew the knife, the blood she brought out made her face pale. But she turned around suddenly, and chopped the opponent's head with a knife. Compared with mental power, who is she afraid of? The powerful force rushed out with this knife. Like a beast that has been lurking for a long time, it bit Rougeau's head. The majestic momentum rushed towards him. Rougeau's feet were unstable. Crush! This is a crushing of mental power. Whether it is close combat or playing tricks, Wenrujo is confident that he will not lose to the opponent. This should be the case with mental power. But what Wenrujo felt at this moment was that the spiritual power in Sumo's body seemed to be truly awakening at this moment. Warning. The host's spiritual power is too much. Please close the spiritual sea as soon as possible. Warning, warning. What Wenrujo didn't know was that in Sumo's mind, the system was frantically reminding him. It was like a flashing red light. The power of the spiritual sea also represents the price to be paid. The ability that could only be activated for 2 minutes before, under Sumo's constant training, can now barely be maintained for 5 minutes. And the distance to fight Wenrujo has long been more than 5 minutes. The system clearly stated that excessive use will lead to mental breakdown. The consequences can be imagined. But Sumo continued to use the power of the user regardless of anything. The corners of her eyes were red. She had a smile on her face, and looked a little crazy. Her eyes were surprisingly bright. If you want to defeat a madman, then you need to be crazier than him. The pain in his mind made Sumo's thinking clearer. Squinting his eyes, Sumo ignored the voice of the system again and attacked brazenly. It was still the same knife, and it was still the same person. But the situation was different. At this moment, the knife cut off not only the leaves falling from the sky. It also cut off Wenrujo's mental power. The mental power that had just been spread out was cut off by Sumo before it even had time to condense into a thread. Feeling the blood in his throat, the power in Sumo's body was roaring. This knife was extremely slow. It was as if there was a toddler in front of him, and he could dodge at will. Facing this knife, Wenrujo's eyes showed a sense of confusion for the first time. He couldn't hide. In his mental perception, there was this knife everywhere. The attack on the spiritual level made him subconsciously shrink his spiritual power. The next second, the knife stabbed at his forehead. A pain that seemed to come from the depths of his soul made Wenrujo's body spasm. Something in his mind hit cracks. The cold wind whistled through the gap, and Wenrujo's face flashed with pain. He took a step back, and was shocked to find that he could not heal the wound left by the knife. You? He wanted to say something, but saw Sumo raised his eyebrows and smiled at him. The smile as bright as a summer flower did not bring heartbeats, but extreme fear. This woman. He gritted his teeth, but his steps were retreating. The fear that emerged in Wenrujo's pupils was something he did not even notice. He was scared. Wenrujo, who was called an emotionless killing machine, was scared. Run, must run. When this thought came to his mind, Wenrujo did it. But it was still too late. The woman seemed to know his thoughts, and was still smiling brightly. But the smile was mocking, as if telling of his stupidity. From his eyebrows to the outside, cracks suddenly appeared. Wenrujo at this moment was like a broken porcelain. Once the cracks appeared, they could no longer be stopped. From the eyebrows, to the eyes, and then to the corners of the mouth. The moment the bloody cracks appeared, the light in Wenrujo's eyes disappeared. He saw his own death. At this moment, there was a heavy breathing sound in his ears, and there was something else. Twisting his head with difficulty, Wenrujo's eyes had a little realization. Oh, it turns out that she is also at the end of her strength. Look, she is kneeling on the ground, coughing up blood. It seems that if he touches her lightly, she will fall down. But how can he touch her? With confusion, the corpse fell in front of Sumo. The splashing blood hit Sumo's cheek. Sumo coughed violently, covering her mouth, and there were scattered pink sugar pills beside her. Food is useless. This injury comes from the spiritual level, not the body. The system's warning sound finally stopped. It was as if thousands of needles were drilled into her head, making Sumo almost unable to stay awake. Cough, cough. A few more times, and she spit out a large mouthful of blood clots. Sumo took a deep breath, and the bloody smell was choking. But she smiled. It's done. She has been thinking about how to deal with those enemies with strange mental abilities. Just like Bai Yuan last time, or Wenrujo today. The mental power of these people is different from hers. She uses it to improve her physical strength, while those people use their mental power as an external weapon. But she will learn. The price she pays is that she will not be able to use her mental power for the next few days. I think the master will be happy to see her student who is better than her. Chapter 196. Sumo! Sumo! The shouts came from Muyuyu and others. Looking up, I saw several shadows in front of me. Sumo tried to smile, and her trembling arms chopped off Wenrujo's head, and even grabbed his hair tightly. Then, the world fell into darkness. Sumo! Muyuyu rushed over with a cry, followed by Dr. Zhang. No one needed to speak at this time. Dr. Zhang came over and supported Sumo. But after her examination, Dr. Zhang shook his head with a serious expression. From the outside, Sumo looked embarrassed, but he was unharmed. The wounds on his heart, abdomen, and shoulders had already healed. Even the shaken internal organs were returning to calm. After all, her healing food had never been wrong. And at this moment, Sumo's injury came from the spiritual level that she could not help. In Dr. Zhang's opinion, this situation was very similar to that of Captain Liu last time. It's just that the other party was exhausted of vitality, while Sumo was mentally exhausted. She was powerless against these two. The few people looked at each other, and could only pick up Sumo. Even though Sumo fainted, the hand holding Wenruzhou's head did not let go. Many people looked at Wenruzhou's death with fear in their eyes. What kind of ability can make a person's head split like this? Perhaps they had a new understanding of Sumo's ability, and several people hurried back. Yuanjin, the world is particularly quiet. The few people hiding in an abandoned house dared not breathe. Fiddling with the instrument in front of him, Song Kai's expression was almost frozen. There are still 20 left. In the team, Song Kai, who was the rear support most of the time, was wounded, not to mention Ding Qilaha and others. As for the Captain Lu Xinglan, several people looked up and looked not far away. Lu Xinglan leaned against the wall, closed his eyes, and seemed to be resting. But they knew not. This was the 5th day in Yuanjin, and Lu Xinglan had never really closed his eyes. His waist was wrapped in a bandage, and was still bleeding. The potion used to enhance the healing ability had been used up on the 2nd day in Yuanjin. After looking at Lu Xinglan a few times, several people did not disturb him. Song Kai clicked a few times on the instrument, and then a ferocious beast appeared. It was a beast they had never seen before. Judging from the situation of their fight, the opponent should be a B-type beast. And it was very tricky. The size of these beasts was about the same as that of an adult wolf. Even the appearance was somewhat similar. But it was completely different from the wolf-type beasts they had encountered before. The killing ability of these beasts is terrifying. He covered his shoulder, where there was a deep wound that could be seen to the bone. Li Hao lowered his voice, and said angrily, "Why is the information wrong?" This question has been weighing on the minds of several people for several days, and it was finally asked at this moment. Ding Qi sneered. "Those people have long been unwilling to tolerate us. Maybe they finally want to take action this time." The intelligence they received was that a new type of beast appeared in Yuanjin. This beast caused great panic, because Yuanjin was too close to base number 8, so the higher-ups hoped to end it as soon as possible. In the entire base number 8, no team was more efficient than them. This was also the bargaining chip that Lu Xinglan used to negotiate with Feng Tianan. But who could have thought this was actually a trap? 1. Looking at the clusters of red dots on the instrument, Song Kai felt quite ironic. This might be the base camp of the beast. They broke in completely ignorantly, but were trapped here. If this continues, not to mention that the medicine and ammunition are not enough. Even they themselves can't continue to support this intensity of combat. Dust suddenly fell from the top of their heads. Several people shut up, and their eyes became particularly vigilant. Lu Xinglan in the corner also slowly opened his eyes. With a layer of mist floating in his eyes, Lu Xinglan looked up at the roof. Breathing slowly, everyone heard something moving on the roof. Very light. It was the beast. And the appearance of one often means that there are thousands of troops behind it. Has it been discovered again? Several people dared not move, but just sensed the movement of the beast. Little by little, jumping from the roof to the bottom. Then, the window. A head stuck in. The people hiding behind the table held their breath and were communicating with gestures. 1. No one else has been found yet. Do you want to do anything? Let's take a look first. At the window, the beast's narrow head was turning and looking inside. Perhaps because it didn't find its prey, the beast roared in dissatisfaction. The tail behind it swung and hit the wall. In an instant, the wall cracked directly and then collapsed. Even the ceiling above became shaky. The rubble rolled down, and the beast vented for a while, but turned around and left. After waiting for a moment, Ding Qi made another gesture. Has it gone? Gone. The answer was from Song Kai. In the instrument, the red dot had already walked away. Just when Li Hao breathed a sigh of relief, Lu Xinglan suddenly moved. Several ice spikes appeared and suddenly stabbed outside the window. Ah! A shrill cry appeared, and several people shuddered, their eyes full of disbelief. How is it possible? That thing didn't go away. Lu Xinglan didn't explain, but increased his strength and killed the beast outside directly. Go! As he said this, his eyes were filled with worry, and anger that others could not detect. Those people. They actually dared to do something to themselves, which meant that the transaction did not exist from the beginning. That is to say, her side. Thinking of this, Lu Xinglan's pace quickened again. Prepare to break out? This can't be delayed any longer. Not only Su Mo, but also Cece. Lu Xinglan, whose eyes became firm, looked up at the sky. It's raining. The dripping rain fell from the sky, covering up the smell and movement. The broken hair covered his pupils, but Lu Xinglan's face showed a little smile. It seemed that God was finally on his side. Boss, be careful! Li Ha shouted. I saw several beasts suddenly appear on the side. The gray hair was still shiny in the rain. Their movements were not affected by the rain, and they were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they appeared beside several people. The claws fell with a flash of coldness, but suddenly stopped in the air. Lu Xinglan turned his head and looked at the beasts. Get out! Just one word, the surrounding raindrops actually hovered in the air. Even Li Ha and others were surprised by this scene. At this moment, Lu Xinglan's eyes were extremely sharp. Wherever his eyes passed, the raindrops seemed to be no longer affected by gravity, and turned to the beasts. A drop of rain is a bullet. It penetrates with a strong murderous intent. Blood blooms on the bodies of the beasts. As Lu Xinglan moves forward, the bodies of the beasts fall down, and the blood dyes the ground red. We should go back. Something is suppressed in the hoarse voice. Lu Xinglan lowered his sleeves to cover the dry skin on his arms. It started again. Chapter 197. Base number 8, Backyard of the City Lord's Mansion. Feng Miao sprinkled fish food with some uneasiness. The fierce fish in the pond were fighting for food, and they looked very well behaved. Feng Miao was a little dazed. Wen Ruzhou had been away for several days, but why didn't he send back any news? With his means, he shouldn't be so slow. Hiss! Suddenly, a sharp pain came, and Feng Miao, who came back to his senses, found that her finger was bitten by the fish. These originally docile fishes became a little irritable for some reason. They even became bloody. She could even feel that the other party was biting her fingers. Looking for death. Feng Miao roared and directly killed the fish. The rest of the fish in the pond also suffered. Facing the blood in the pond, Feng Miao remained calm. Could it be that something happened to Wen Ruzhou? Miss! The servant suddenly called out, a little anxious. What's the matter? Feng Miao glanced over, and the cold eyes made the maid kneel on the ground subconsciously. She almost dropped the thing she was holding. Yes, someone gave you a gift, and said that you will like it, and hope you will open it yourself. The maid was holding a wooden box. It was very heavy. The things in the box were a little heavy, and when she brought it over, she could still feel the things inside shaking. Who sent it? Feng Miao came over and put the box on the table without caring. With her status, many people gave her gifts. Where can there be a gift that she really likes? I don't know. It's a surprise. The girl looked up secretly, and saw Feng Miao's hand on the box. Open! The box made a click. Then, ah! Feng Miao's body kept retreating amid the piercing scream. She bumped into the railing behind her, and she flipped over and fell into the fish pond. Fortunately, the fish pond was not deep. Feng Miao's face was pale at this moment. There was fear in her eyes. When she tried to stand up in a panic, she felt a sharp pain in her arm again. It was the beast fish. There was another one hiding in the water plants, and it only appeared now. The other party took advantage of Feng Miao's inattention and directly bit off a piece of flesh. The severe pain made Feng Miao's body tremble. After she crushed the fish to death, a burst of white light covered her body. It was the healing ability. The wound was disappearing, but Feng Miao's complexion did not recover. A slightly crazy voice sounded. Who dares to do this to me? Feng Miao, who returned to the shore, overturned the box. The things inside rolled to the girl's side, and the girl trembled and screamed. The chaos here instantly attracted many people. When the head of the family rushed over, he saw his daughter, who was beating the girl, and the head on the ground. The girl was already dead. And that head. The messy hair stuck to the scalp, still dripping with blood. On the pale cheek, the eyes were wide open. Several cracks spread outward from the center of the eyebrows. The bloody cracks, like strange patterns, divided the face. It made the whole face look a bit weird. Just one glance, the shocking feeling that hits you makes you dare not look any further. Ugh! The sound of vomiting was heard in the crowd. Some screams were suppressed. Ruzhou? Feng Tianan's voice was also somewhat unbelievable. He could not hide what his daughter did. It was also his tacit consent that when Ruzhou would go to deal with Su Mo. But when Rougeau was dead, Feng Tianan, who trained Wen Rougeau, knew the terrible ability of the other party. Because of Wen Rougeau's existence, he sat firmly on this chair. Wen Rougeau, who was known as the god of death, died so miserably. Yes, there is something. Suddenly someone pointed at the head and said. The trembling voice showed the other party's fear. The mouth of the head was slightly open, and something could be vaguely seen inside. The dead person's skin was cold. When someone dared to reach out and take out the white paper from Wen Rougeau's mouth, his whole body was soaked. The blood-stained paper was opened, and there was only a sharp message on it. It's just a small gift. I hope Miss Feng likes it. From Su Mo. Su Mo, Su Mo. Ah! Feng Miao stepped on Wen Rougeau's head after seeing this line of words. The head, which was already full of cracks, could not withstand this kick and broke directly. Red and white things splashed out, staining Feng Miao's skirt. A foul smell came, but Feng Miao seemed unaware. She looked at her father with red eyes and breathed rapidly. This seemed to be out of her mind. I want her to die. She actually killed Wen Rougeau and gave him the head. How dare she provoke me like this? Enough. Feng Tianan raised his hand and slapped Feng Miao. Feng Tianan's face was particularly ugly at this moment. With a look, his confidant went to seal off the scene. Some people who saw the scene today may never live to see tomorrow. Wen Rougeau is the sharpest sword in the city lord's mansion. But at this moment, this sword is broken. This is a good opportunity for some people. You hit me? Feng Miao, who was slapped and turned his head, had tears in his eyes. How long do you want to mess around? Feng Tianan raised his hand, as if he wanted to slap Feng Miao again, but facing Feng Miao's eyes, he softened his heart. He sighed and said, I said last time that no matter what the result is, let's forget about this matter. It's more than forgetting it. Being able to kill Wen Rougeau means that Su Mo's ability is enough to crush most of his men. Plus that camp. Thinking back to the intelligence he received, Feng Tianan had a headache. He seemed to have provoked a big shot. If he had known earlier, he would have killed that Su Mo right away. Damn it. Feng Tianan cursed in his heart, but his face didn't show it. He reached out to grab his daughter, but saw Feng Miao take a step back and turn away. Feng Tianan's raised hand froze, and his face turned cold. Go to the Lu family, and tell Miss Lu that Miss Feng invited her to be a guest. This matter can't be concealed for long. As for Lu Xingwan, Yuan Jin alone might not be able to kill the other party. Once he came back and learned about this, there would be no way out between the two sides. Therefore, Lu Sisi must be in his hands. The person who received the order went and came back. The speed was very fast, but the answer given made Feng Tianan uneasy. What do you mean Lu Sisi is missing? He looked at the people below with cold eyes, and his tone was filled with suppressed murderous intent. Lu Sisi disappeared, and the Lu family is also empty. Could it be that Lu Xingwan has already returned? Feng Tianan thought of something, and his expression became solemn. Things are bad. At this moment, at the gate of base number 8, Dai Yufeng was looking at the guards with a smile. Thank you for your hard work. 2 cars, the one behind was wrapped tightly, as if it was carrying something important. Seeing that the 2 guards were still looking at it, Dai Yufeng simply handed over the bag in his hand while covering it. Chapter 198. A little hard work fee, everyone, take it and have some tea. Dai Yufeng, who was speaking kindly, then winked and pointed to the closed compartment. I'm going to take the things inside out and sell them to the cockroaches in the camp. When I sell them for a high price, I treat you to tea when I come back. As a well-known person in base number 8, Dai Yufeng really has a lot of face. The 2 guards looked at each other, felt the weight of the bag in their hands, and nodded. Okay. After letting them go, Dai Yufeng drove away quickly with his men. Dai Yufeng stopped the car a long way from the city gate. When the closed compartment was opened, a little girl's face was revealed. It was Lu Sisi. She smiled shyly at Dai Yufeng, politely. Thank you, sister. Before Dai Yufeng answered, she heard several footsteps. It was Ding Qi and others. Miss, did you encounter any trouble? Ding Qi asked worriedly, and saw Lu Sisi shaking her head. I dismissed the servants in the mansion as my brother said. Where's my brother? Looking around, Lu Sisi didn't see Lu Xingwan, which made her very worried. A worried look appeared on her pretty face, and Dai Yufeng felt distressed when he saw her. This little girl is so cute. This? Ding Qi and others looked at each other and hesitated. After a while, they saw Lu Xingwan in a dilapidated wooden house. Lu Xingwan, who was only in his 20s, was in a very strange situation at the moment. The skin on his body was old and dry. At this moment, He was lying on the ground with his eyes closed, dying. Only the face still retained some normal skin. The whole person was like a piece of rotting wood, with little vitality. How could it be? Lu Cece, who covered her mouth, almost burst into tears. We don't know what happened to the captain either? Li Ha said softly, feeling very guilty. Before in Yuanjin, when the boss showed another ability to kill people everywhere, they were still surprised. But not long after breaking out, the boss's condition began to deteriorate. When they returned to the vicinity of base number 8, Lu Xinglan stopped them from entering the city. It was also Lu Xinglan who asked them to find a way to pick up Lu Cece. Then there was the scene just now. As for Dai Yufeng taking this job, it was purely coincidental. She was preparing to move and took a job on the way. As for whether to offend the city lord or not, it didn't matter. Anyway, she was not going to stay in base number 8 any longer. You know. Dai Yufeng had worry in her eyes. What should we do now? Seeing that those people were silent, Dai Yufeng asked. After all, these people haven't paid yet. Go find Su Mo. Ding Qi gritted his teeth and uttered this sentence. This was also Lu Xinglan's order. Although he didn't know why the boss was obsessed with that Su Mo, there was no other way at the moment. You want to find Su Mo? Dai Yufeng was surprised. She raised her eyebrows and looked at the few people, then smiled. What a coincidence, I also want to go to her. How about together? She pointed to her car and asked. Look at the situation of Captain Lu, and then make a guess based on the intelligence she collected. It was estimated that something had happened with the city lord. She didn't care about the details. But since the purpose was the same, she didn't mind giving a little favor. After all, Captain Lu seemed to have a close relationship with Su Mo. You have to be sincere when you go to someone to seek refuge. This. Ding Qi and others were a little hesitant. As long as they were not stupid, they would probably see some clues. Whether the other party was trustworthy or not was a big deal. Seeing the murderous intent in the eyes of those people, Dai Yufeng quickly raised his hand. The last time Su Mo came to base number 8, he only saw me. This sentence was inexplicably boastful. She knew that Lu Xinglan had been looking for Su Mo for a long time before, but didn't see anyone. I believe this, sister. It was Lu Cece who spoke. At this moment, she grabbed Lu Xinglan's arm, and her tone was very calm. Since my brother asked us to find Sister Su before he fell into a coma, let's go. Since Sister Su believes in this sister, then I believe it too. These two sentences made Ding Qi and others speechless. Okay, let's go. Finally, the group made a decision. Dai Yufeng, who exhaled, also put down her hands behind her back. She was not afraid if she really had to do it. The grass outside the rock camp was covered with a layer of frost. As soon as she went out, she could feel the cold air. At this moment, Su Mo was counting the supplies in the warehouse. There was basically enough food. Su Mo, I got the news. Wang Qing hurried in, with white frost still hanging on his hair. He rubbed his hands and blew out air, his expression a little nervous. What do you mean? Su Mo asked, and now she was holding a broad knife in her hand and looking at it. It is true that many camps were attacked by ferocious beasts for no apparent reason. I marked the locations of those camps on the map as you said. Starting from ruins number 3, radiating outward, the closest to those ferocious beasts are base number 5 and base number 8. The map was spread out, and the red crosses on it were the camps that were directly trampled by those ferocious beasts during this period. Since Su Mo brought the news out of ruins number 3 last time, those camps have never stopped exploring ruins number 3, but almost no results. However, this also indirectly shows that there are a large number of ferocious beasts gathered in ruins number 3. And as the weather gets colder, those ferocious beasts begin to move. For humans, winter is a desperate season. In order to ensure that they can survive the winter, many camps have been shooting hunting teams to look for food outside during this period. Here, here, and here. Wang Qing pointed to several places in succession. According to the survivors of these camps, the hunting team came back with food at first. Before they had time to celebrate, the beasts suddenly appeared, and then there was a massacre. It was enough to imagine what a bloody scene it was without being at the scene. But what made Wang Qing even more afraid was that it was too coincidental. The team came back, and the beasts followed. It was as if those things had been following the hunting team. Maybe there is another possibility. Su Mo, who understood Wang Qing's thoughts, spoke in a deep tone. They are in the same group. As soon as these words came out, Wang Qing's pupil shrank, and his expression was a little unbelievable. You mean, those hunting teams sold their camps to those beasts? Facing Wang Qing's question, Su Mo nodded directly. With her IQ when she saw those beasts, it was easy to do this. After all, how could an experienced hunting team not notice the traces of the beasts chasing behind them? Unless they were the guides. For a moment, Wang Qing was speechless. As the leader of the team responsible for searching for news from the outside world, Wang Qing naturally knew the contradictions of human nature. Even so, Wang Qing found it difficult to accept. Next. Those bases. Sumo's eyes were on the locations of those bases. The radiation map of the beast's actions has already shown everything. They are about to launch a real attack on humans, in this coming winter. Chapter 199. No one wants to have any conspiracy theories at this time. But some facts will not change because of personal wishes. In these places, speed up the construction of fortifications according to the previous arrangements. Suemo spoke very quickly, and her orders were issued one by one. The atmosphere of the entire camp became serious. In addition to being livable, they chose this place because it has a unique terrain advantage. Easy to defend and difficult to attack, this is the characteristic of the camp. And what they have to do now is to expand this advantage. This is not alarmist. This is a test that all forces existing in the Wasteland need to go through. In this tense atmosphere, Suemo also saw Dai Yufeng and his group, who came from afar. Don't worry, no one will track us on the road. Those who do intelligence will naturally know how to hide their actions, and Dai Yufeng is very confident about this. Okay. Suemo responded, but his eyes were on Lu Xingwan on the bed. Not long after she went to base number 8 last time, Dai Yufeng took the initiative to contact someone. A lot of the intelligence her people collected later was due to Dai Yufeng. After all, the rock camp was not good at collecting information. And Suemo knew that Dai Yufeng wanted to come this time. But she didn't know that there were other guests coming. Suemo. Before the boss fell into a coma, he asked us to come to you. Li Ha scratched his head, looking a little uncomfortable. After all, the last time they parted unhappily. So many things happened after a few months of separation. Looking at Suemo in front of him again, Li Ha even felt a little strange. But for the captain, he had to be thick-skinned. Are you Sister Su? A sweet voice sounded. It was Lu Cece. The little girl had a sweet smile on her face in this place full of strangers. Her eyes were sparkling, and she walked in front of Suemo and raised her head. My brother and I often talk about you. This sentence seemed to emphasize that Lu Xinglan was different from Suemo. Really? Suemo smiled, but that smile looked a little distant. There was no right or wrong in the previous things. It was just a different standpoint. The superiors born in the base looked down on those rotten bugs outside the base. But this did not mean that Suemo agreed with Lu Xinglan and the others. You want me to save him? Why? This sentence blocked Lu Cece's mouth that was still trying to get close. Her expression was a little dazed, perhaps wondering why Suemo was so different from the Suemo in her brother's mouth. Just because I sell you my life. But the powerful words came out of the little girl's mouth. So Suemo laughed. Oh, just because of you. With a mocking tone and a blow to the little girl's self-esteem, Ding Qi was angry. Suemo, don't think you. Before he finished his sentence, Ding Qi was blocked. It was Li Ha who did it. Li Ha, who looked apologetic at this time, actually had cold sweat on his forehead. Just now, he was locked by a danger. It was as if they dared to attack Suemo, even once, they would definitely die. That kind of oppression was unprecedented. Li Ha's heart beat a little faster. When they first met, these people were just a weak camp, and there were not even a few soldiers. But why has it developed to such a terrible level now? And all this is the change brought about by Sumo's appearance in people's vision. Sorry, he didn't mean it, he was just too anxious. Li Ha made up for Ding Qi. Then he continued to look at Suemo with a stiff smile. She is the captain's sister, and she is also eager to save people. Suemo, I know you have no reason to help us. Just think of it as me begging you. As long as you help me, I, Li Ha, will listen to you in the future and do anything for you. Li Ha looked at Suemo, but all he could see was a pair of cold eyebrows. There was no smile and warmth when they were together at the beginning. Suemo at this moment was unfamiliar. After all, she represented the will of the entire camp, not the weak person who allowed them to threaten her in the end. The four eyes met, and Suemo did not answer. But Li Ha seemed to understand the answer. His face became paler and weaker. A bitter smile appeared on her face, and then she lowered her head. He thought too highly of himself, and he thought he was a friend of Suemo. Thinking of this, Li Ha clenched his fists, lowered his body, and pretended to kneel on the ground. The person he owed the most in his life was the captain. For the captain, dignity is nothing, Li Ha gritted his teeth, and mist appeared in his eyes. But this action was stopped by someone. A pair of hands stopped him. Li Ha looked up in surprise, but what he saw was Lu Cici's face. The delicate little girl shook her head slightly. Her smiling face was somewhat calm. Brother Li Ha, she doesn't want you. Right? Lu Cici turned her head and asked Su Mo. The little person exuded a sense of calmness. Looking at Lu Cici's performance, Su Mo suddenly smiled. That smile seemed to break the tense atmosphere between the two sides. If your arm is more stable, maybe I can trust you more. Su Mo's eyes fell on the other's arm. He supported Li Ha's arm and swung it slightly. Lu Cici's face, which was exposed, showed a little red, which was shy. Sister Su is amazing. So Sister Su agrees to this deal? Lu Cici walked in front of Su Mo and saluted by holding her skirt. Her movements were those of a well-educated lady in the base. Every move was full of elegance and nobility. Countless eyes were on Lu Cici. In the corner at the edge, Wu Zixia was still leaning on Fu Xiao. But at this moment, Fu Xiao's eyes were looking at Lu Cici. In the dark pupils, there was an indistinguishable light. But Wu Zixia understood that it was fear. This little girl. Okay. I save your brother, and you belong to me. Su Mo uttered the ambiguous words between lovers. She pinched Lu Cici's chin and squinted slightly. The aura of the whole body enveloped Lu Cici. The oppressive feeling made the redness on the little girl's cheeks completely fade. Many people showed puzzled eyes. They didn't understand why Lu Cici was so sure of her own value. But in Su Mo's eyes, no, in the sea of spirituality, Lu Cici's existence was a black light spot. And this kind of light spot often represents dead people. In the sea of spirit, Lu Cici died. But in front of everyone, Lu Cici was a living person. Whether alive or dead, Lu Cici was not simple. Okay, it's a deal. Lu Cici smiled with curved eyebrows and breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the other party unable to hold on, Su Mo also smiled and let him go. It is naturally more reassuring to control talents like this in one's own hands. This is the value that can be traded in the Wasteland. Chapter 200. So, you didn't stop it? In the room, Lu Xinglan has woken up. He leaned against the bed and listened to everyone talking about what happened a few hours ago. He looked weak, but his eyes were full of anger. Boss, we were wrong. We are sorry for you and Cici. Li Ha bowed his head and admitted his mistakes. You guys? Lu Xinglan had a headache. After the side effect of the power, he had no idea what happened. When he woke up, his sister became the property of the others. Even that person was his. It's not that they didn't stop it. The door was pushed open and Lu Cici walked in. From the outside, Lu Cici was not bullied and seemed quite happy. This made Lu Xinglan feel a little relieved. After all, the people here were unhappy before. Brother, if Li Ha and the others had stood up to stop me, they would be corpses now. Lu Cici said very seriously. Unlike Dai Yufeng, Su Mo took the initiative to accept Dai Yufeng. And they were uninvited people, not even guests. The killing intention at that time was real. You? Staring at the little girl in front of him in a daze, Lu Xinglan felt a little strange. Brother, you want to ask me what I did to make Sister Su agree, right? But I belong to Sister Su now, I can't tell you this. The little girl blinked her eyes, very naughty. Tilting her head and sticking out her tongue, this is her usual coquettish expression. But brother, don't worry, Sister Su won't do anything to me. After all, in Sister Su's heart, I may be more valuable than you, brother. This sentence made Lu Xinglan feel a little heartbroken. Looking at Lu Cici's calm appearance, Lu Xinglan sighed deeply. I promised your brother that I would take good care of you. As Lu Xinglan said, his fingers curled up, and then he was stopped by Lu Cici. Even if my brother knew, he would not blame you, brother. After all, if it weren't for you, brother Lu, I would have been a dead man. Speaking of the word dead, Lu Cici's tone was a little meaningful. She comforted Lu Xinglan. I'm really fine. But brother, how do you plan to make Sister Su like you? I just went out for a look and found that there are many good-looking brothers here. The topic was forcefully diverted. Lu Xinglan was silent for a moment and smiled bitterly. I don't know either. God knows that before he fell into a coma, he just wanted to see her. Now he is here, but he doesn't know what to do. Another thing. Is she okay? Lu Xinglan asked Ding Qi and others this question. After he noticed the problem with Yuanjun, he knew that the deal between him and Feng Tianen was probably not real. That means that base number 8 can send people here to try to kill Su Mo. Miss Su is fine. Ding Qi paused and answered again, when Rougeau is dead. Not only is he dead, his head was sent to base number 8 as a gift to Feng Yao. I don't know how the arrogant young lady will go crazy again. As for the rest of the bases, there is no movement for the time being. Boss, there are more important things to deal with now. After hearing this answer, Lu Xinglan was a little puzzled. A quarter of an hour later, someone knocked on the door of the camp meeting room. After being allowed to enter, Su Mo, who was sitting in the main seat, nodded to Lu Xinglan. Awake. A word, ordinary, like a stranger. Lu Xinglan felt a little bitter, and then nodded. Did those beasts really attack? Yes. It was Shi Qing who responded to him. Now, as Su Mo's top leader, Shi Qing stood behind Su Mo with a cold look in his eyes. The news came an hour ago. A group of beasts appeared outside the number 5 base. Although those beasts are still surrounding but not attacking for the time being, they will definitely take the next action. Everyone knows what it is. According to the news, the beasts are divided into several groups, and almost all the bases are taken care of. So it is difficult to figure out the main purpose of the beasts. I always feel that the beasts seem to be looking for something, or someone. Dai Yufeng spoke quickly, and even put forward his own opinion. I think so too. Mu Yuyu nodded. Although these beasts are aggressive, there are intelligent beasts behind them to command. But it is almost impossible to prepare to fight all the bases as soon as they come out of the mountain. Maybe they are just forcing some people, or want to achieve some purpose. Everyone analyzed it clearly. Lu Xinglan sat down on the chair and quickly understood the current situation. Lu Sisi has been bound to the rock camp. Lu Xinglan naturally could not remain alone. Or, it was a feint. Finally, Lu Xinglan put forward his own opinion. Among these people, apart from Su Mo, he had the most dealings with those beasts. However, compared with Su Mo's single combat, he had more experience with groups. During this period, the team sent in by several bases said to the outside world that they were all dead. But in fact, someone escaped back. The information given by Lu Xinglan at this moment made everyone look sideways. There must be a reason for choosing to conceal such a major event. The person who escaped back said that the beasts interrogated them after they caught them. Yes, interrogation. After an overly human word appeared, there was a moment of silence at the scene. He also said that the thinking of those beasts is evolving at a high speed. Before he escaped, the wisdom of the Beast King was comparable to that of humans. They are looking for someone. This sentence aroused everyone's suspicion. What do you mean? Xiao Linghua asked hurriedly. Those beasts are looking for a human, and they are even fighting for it. Lu Xinglan's eyes slowly fell on Su Mo. At this moment, there was no sentimentality in his eyes. Holding his hands, he said something. Half of the reasons for the birth of those beasts in the number 3 ruins came from humans. Many years ago, it was a human test base. Later, for some reasons, the experiment was abolished, and humans withdrew. Later, it was occupied by the murderer. And that king beast, if nothing unexpected happens, is a test subject in the experiment that year. It seems that the number is at the front. While saying this, Lu Xinglan has been observing Su Mo's expression. There is no surprise on the other person's face, but only certainty that it is indeed so. She knows. How did she know? Su Mo could not have been unaware of the overly sharp eyes locking on him. Looking up at Captain Lu, Su Mo's tone was very calm. Also, there is one more thing. She pushed the object under her hand away.